He was once the strongest martial god in the world, single-handedly defeating the boss of the Tower of Destruction, preventing the world from falling into ruin, but he succumbed to his grave injuries. Now, reborn into the world 300 years later, he once again learns of the impending emergence of the Tower of Destruction. In this current world, 5 great families hold dominion, possessing incredibly powerful guardian constellations. Generally speaking, hunters can receive the protection of a guardian constellation, but the constellations of the 5 great families are fundamentally different from the others. Sword God, Spear Demon, Blade King, Fist King, Bow God. They are collectively known by the 5 great families as the Holy Guardian Seats, and the hunters who are family members can inherit talents superior to other hunters. And at this moment, Bei Shun is overjoyed to be reborn, but his joy is quickly dampened by a notification window that appears before him, because the Tower of Destruction will appear in 5 years. Damn it, if I had known this would happen, I should have thrown it completely into the lava back then. So, the man decides at this time he will completely eradicate the Tower of Destruction and then live out the rest of his life in peace. 300 years ago, in a tower, Bei Shun clutched his stomach in pain. Bache laughed heartily. What a wonderful match. Bei Shun remained silent, deep in thought. A foot swept past Bache's face. He was kicked in the face by Bei Shun, landing face first. Wonderful match, my ass. With a decisive headshot, he secured victory. A notification appeared. He had prevented the world's destruction after defeating Bache, but his joy was short-lived. The tower suddenly began to collapse. Bei Shun was taken aback. What? The tower is collapsing because I killed the boss. Only now did he feel the pain. Bei Shun clutched his wound. Damn, this isn't good. He leaned against the wall, dejected. I've been busy being a hunter since I was a kid, ever since I started making money and realized what this crap was. Should I bring my students with me? No. If there's one thing I can't be certain of, it's the strength of this bastard. If they follow me, they'll die. Perhaps Bei Shun was resigned to his fate. Damn it. A large rock fell, crushing him. Everything seemed to end there. But suddenly, Bei Shun woke up. He had been reborn into his 17-year-old body. The feeling of being reborn wasn't bad. After all, he felt completely at ease. His body was weaker and younger than when he was known as the martial god, but that wasn't a problem. He was confident he would have a new life. If he trained again, he believed he would live in luxury, at least before that transparent window appeared. But the system repeated, destruction will appear within 5 years. He saw the window and felt angry. Damn it, does this thing hate me or something? Suddenly, Bei Shun noticed something. It told me to find a weapon and regain my memories. Find a weapon and memories. Valhalla, the constellations room. Bei Shun thought for a moment. I think I understand what the weapon is. But as for the memories, I should review what Valhalla is. A notification sounded, announcing the 4th day of the top 10 competition was about to begin. A gathering order was issued. Bei Shun noticed it. For those participating, please proceed to the arena. He seemed to have made a decision. Should I go? In a strange area, one of the top 300 training facilities, there's a title everyone desires. Valhalla. It's a title hunters strive their hardest to achieve. Every year, countless hunters aspire to bear the Valhalla title. The competition is fierce, so very few achieve it. The acceptance rate is 1 in 500. No more than 150 people can graduate with the Valhalla title. From the moment they begin their hunter training, the competition is inevitable. The rivalry begins from the very start. At this moment, inside a training hall, 2 individuals are sparring. This appears to be a training room for hunters. Above, someone is observing. It's the Valhalla head instructor, Sang Chun. He's focused on observing when suddenly a voice calls out, "There are a lot of people here these days." Sang Chun turns to see who it is and finds Sinzu approaching. He anticipates the reason for his presence. It depends on the selection process. Are you here to watch your niece? Leaning against the railing, he confirms, that's right. In the Zhu Sin family, we have high hopes for So John. Sang Chun repeats the name, thoughtfully, Zhu So John. This girl, So John, is a prodigy born into the Zhu Sin family, one of the 5 leading families in Korea. Remarkably, she possessed mana levels equivalent to a high school student at the age of 10. She could channel mana into her sword to enhance it at 13. So John was recognized as the strongest member of the family, and at 16, she challenged all the members of the Zhu Sin family and defeated them all. Sang Chun recounts what he's read, then turns to Sinzu. That's what's written in the file. Is there anything I don't know? Sinzu speaks of what he knows. Some say she can communicate with the family's guardian constellation. He then abruptly asks Sang Chun, "Can you believe it?" He hesitantly asks, "Are you serious?" Of course. That's why we have such high expectations. An interesting fact, the reason Korea has 5 leading families is because of the guardian constellations linked to each house. Normally, hunters receive blessings or make contracts with a guardian constellation. However, it's different for the Zhu Sin family. The guardian constellations of the 5 families are different from other constellations. The Zhu Sin family has the sword god. The Zhongsan family has the spear saint. And there's also the 4th family. The Choi Jin family has the blade emperor. And finally, the Du Jin family has the arrow god. Within these 5 families, the members receive blessings from their corresponding constellations, possessing talents and abilities far surpassing others. Sang Chun falls into deep thought. There's a big difference between receiving a blessing and direct contact. Contacting a guardian deity means making a direct contract with them. Then he nodded in agreement, saying if that's the case, she's a genius. Sinzu, hearing this, asked, "Really? Is that so?" He was curious. "So how about my niece?" Sang Chun observed, "It seems she hasn't started yet." He speculated, "It looks like she'll begin soon, probably in about 30 seconds. Sinzu said excitedly, "Really? Let me see." Sang Chun replied indifferently, "If you want to see, go down there yourself." There were many reporters and journalists working below. "You're telling me to go through all those reporters and journalists? Spare me." Then he turned and pleaded with Sang Chun, "Please show it on the screen." "Aren't you my senior?" Sang Chun questioned. "Now you consider me your senior." He then turned on the screen. "I'm curious too." So John was preparing a fight. "Oh, it's starting." She got into her ready stance. The other person's name is Chu Hyuk. The 2 observers were surprised by So John's opponent's reaction. He's very calm. It's not because he knows it's So John and is giving up, is it? Especially since her ability has been acknowledged. So John was probing her opponent. They saw Chu Hyuk yawning. Even so, he's not showing any fighting spirit. I think it will end quickly. The countdown began. Chu Hyuk remained nonchalant. So John was burning with determination. As soon as the signal was given, So John drew her sword. She swung her sword, but Chu Hyuk had disappeared. Sang Chun, watching from above, praised So John. So young, yet she already has sword intent. Her mana control is also good. Her sword couldn't touch Chu Hyuk. He smiled calmly. A sudden sound rang out. Sang Chun was stunned, not understanding. Sinzu was also shocked. The reporters and journalists were all surprised. Chu Hyuk had defeated So John. The winner is Kim Chu Hyuk. Chu Hyuk was extremely disappointed. What? Why is everyone so weak? Is this really the future 300 years later? The match with So John ended. Quickly, the next match began. The referee gave the order, "Contestants, take your positions." Everyone in the stands cheered enthusiastically. Sang Chun observed from above. There are even more people today because all 5 families are here. He pondered, then focused on Chu Hyuk and also on the existence of the newcomer. Sang Chun looked at his opponent. His opponent is OCUC. OCUC looked at Chu Hyuk skeptically. This guy is, I've heard of him before. The one who beat So John. He doesn't look that strong. He thought to himself, all right, if I beat him, my image will really improve. OCUC called out to him, hey. His face was full of determination. I'll HN you quickly. He was surprised. HN, what does that mean? Is it an abbreviation? He explained, it means hot in hand, defeat quickly. Chu Hyuk replied, then BD. OCUC was bewildered. What? He grinned mischievously. It means BND, Tangmu, get lost, idiot. The referee called out, begin. OCUC is the eldest son of the O-Sun family, 17 years old this year. This young man has a special talent. OCUC isn't good at literature, strategy, or martial arts. However, he still possesses an extraordinary talent. That's in terms of physical strength with muscle power. With just a little more effort, he can do what others can't. If they don't have mana and just put in a little effort training, he can become many times stronger. People call him a genius because his superior muscle strength is completely innate. That alone is enough to call him a genius. OCUC's eyes were serious. They were still preparing for the match. Chu Hyuk repeated his previous words provocatively. I told you to get lost, you idiot. He angrily raised his fist and charged straight at Chu Hyuk, you piece of trash. Chu Hyuk was well aware of his current situation. I won't win a battle of muscle strength in this body. I'm not sure about other things, but his muscle strength is no joke. He looked towards the oncoming OCUC. However, being big doesn't guarantee victory. OCUC charged with a powerful punch. Chu Hyuk quickly dodged the blow. Martial arts enhances muscle strength. He lifted one leg and kicked him directly. OCUC was surprised. What? Chu Hyuk extended his hand. The important thing in combat is the ability to observe your opponent. OCUC was slammed to the ground. He coughed up bright red blood, collapsing with his eyes rolled back. When fighting, if you don't harmonize those two elements, this will be the result. The referee announced, the winner is Kim Chu Hyuk. He thought, even though this body is weaker than my original body before reincarnation, I'm sure I won't have any trouble being a monster hunter like before. Then Chu Hyuk left the arena. Everyone watching through the screen was surprised. They all found it strange that OCUC lost. Was OCUC really knocked out after that blow? I really can't believe OCUC would fall after such a simple attack. Patriarch Sinzu, after watching the match, was furious. You idiots, was that a simple attack? He felt that something was wrong with OCUC this time. Even if my son doesn't care about practicing martial arts and only focuses on strengthening his muscles, he can easily dodge a punch from anyone his age. Yet this time, he couldn't dodge that punch. Recalling the previous match, OCUC was blinded by rage and only focused on charging at Kim Chu Hyuk. At the same time, he used magic, which he almost never uses, to quickly end the match. But that Kim Chu Hyuk tilted his head to the side to dodge it. The problem lies in OCUC's overconfidence. Because he subjectively thought that Chu Hyuk would definitely be hit, he shifted his entire center of gravity. That's why he lost, and then fell in pain. Sinzu pondered, so that brat moved faster than OCUC's maximum speed. The moment OCUC charged, Kim Chu Hyuk had already planned it. He started to feel extremely intrigued. That alone is an extraordinary talent. Sinzu glanced around. He felt worried. Unfortunately, many people have also seen the value of this rising star. So, not all of them are equally stupid. His eyes caught sight of someone, Kim Chu Hyuk. Sinzu saw Chu Hyuk walking past him and became determined. I will definitely recruit you into our family at any cost. At the stage, the male spectators were wildly cheering, Choi A-jin. Choi A-jin, we love you. Chu Hyuk, seeing the fans screaming like that, was extremely annoyed. Did they look any different from a bunch of lunatics? Why the hell were those guys, who had already done their military service, calling a 17-year-old girl's sister? The ranking finals were already here. This is the match between Kim Chu Hyuk and Choi A-jin. The referee announced, begin. Choi A-jin waited. She watched intently as Chu Hyuk stood still. Neither of them moved. Chu Hyuk was surprised. What? Is she waiting for me to attack first? He had some praise for the girl before him. Dad, at least she's trying to read the situation, so she's at least better than the others. Chu Hyuk smirked. So should I? He stepped forward. Chu Hyuk advanced towards A-jin with a confident air. A-jin appeared extremely wary. She gripped her sword tightly, sparks of lightning appearing. Everyone in the stands was surprised. At only 17 years old, has she already mastered the Choi Jin family's elemental control power? Is that lightning? All 5 children from the 5 families had performed exceptionally well up to this point. But Chu Hyuk wasn't afraid. He paused. A-jin found her opportunity. At that moment, she quickly swung her sword, attacking Chu Hyuk. A-jin was extremely decisive. She still didn't understand. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind her. Dodge. If you keep staring at your target like that, you're practically painting a target for me. Chu Hyuk was already standing right behind A-jin. She was startled. What? He seized the opportunity to attack. A-jin fearfully raised her sword to block. Chu Hyuk looked down. He saw her gripping the sword tightly. A-jin was knocked back. Chu Hyuk immediately realized, so she blocked that blow with her sword. I didn't feel like I hit her directly. A-jin was worried as she felt Chu Hyuk's strength. So strong. A hand touched her sword. It was Chu Hyuk. He grinned wickedly. Now try blocking this. Chu Hyuk attacked. A-jin couldn't react in time to block. She fell to the ground in pain. He felt something wasn't quite right about the attack he just made. That attack just now felt different from usual. Something feels off, like my stance wasn't quite right. But he still turned and walked away. He left because he had won either way. The winner is Kim Chu Hyuk. Above is the list of winning contestants in order. Chu Hyuk excelled, placing first. On his way back, he massaged his tired shoulder. Suddenly, many reporters surrounded him. What the? Mr. Kim Chu Hyuk, please tell us. Please listen. They jostled each other to interview him. Student Chu Hyuk, please join Chunyoung. There's no question, our association has a 35-year history. If you join us, we'll give you the best possible treatment. Others invited him to join their associations. Please join our association. Ours is better. We have a 35-year history. Chu Hyuk yelled tiredly, shut the hell up. An article was published with a strange headline and accompanying photo. Chu Hyuk raising his middle finger at the camera. Is Kim Chu Hyuk a madman? Below the article, there were many comments discussing the issue. They even had a funny video of him losing his temper and yelling, "Get lost, you bastards." At Manhwa headquarters, the new students are gathered in the courtyard. Freshmen, welcome to Manhwa. As he listened to the introduction about Manhwa, Chu Hyuk felt incredibly bored. This place has 100 years of proud history, he thought. How dull. Suddenly, he noticed someone. That person seemed to know him and turned away. Chu Hyuk realized, I'm standing out too much today, huh? Well, whatever. He looked at the black window. It instructed him, find your weapon and your memories. Please find your weapon and your memories. He walked while thinking, I just need to go inside. Then leaving won't be a big deal. And I've also realized a few things. He stood in front of the stage. With this, the entrance ceremony will end now. In the virtual combat simulation room, former guild leader Choi Jin, instructor 24, held documents in his hand and looked at the class with confusion. Why are the classes divided like this? On one side were two girls from two families. In front was Zhu So-John from the Zhu Sin family, and next to her was Choi A-Jin from the Choi Jin family. The blonde, bulky guy in the middle was O-Cuc from the O-Sun family. The former guild leader shook his head in fear. They were definitely told the classes would be assigned randomly. But how did the three geniuses from the five families end up in the same class? Lee Gun fearfully looked in the other direction. There was Chu Hyuk. Lee Gun was surprised and had a headache. Why is that bastard Kim Chu Hyuk also in this class? I'm definitely doomed this year. He coughed a few times, trying to stay calm. Calm down, calm down. In situations like this, I need a cool head. He introduced himself to the students. Nice to meet you all. I'm the homeroom teacher for this class, and also your instructor, Kim Lee Gun. He pressed something. So first, suddenly, the space changed. What's happening? They arrived at a strange place. The students were confused. What the hell? Where are we? We were just in the classroom. Lee Gun continued. He turned a handle. What if I release bloodthirsty monsters here? Following his words, red-eyed monsters appeared. They were demons with various forms. The students were now surrounded by them. OCUC crossed his arms, assessing their numbers. They're T and U rank goblins, huh? I estimate there are at least 100 of them. The T and U rank goblins drooled, treating them as food. One tried to attack OCUC, but a shield protected him. They could only scratch at the outside for now. Lee Gun smiled, satisfied. The magic shield is working perfectly. Lee Gun called out, Kim Chu Hyuk, come here. Chu Hyuk approached. Lee Gun smirked and pointed outside. Can you handle these monsters by yourself? Chu Hyuk asked. You mean those monsters running towards us? He pondered. Lee Gun, seeing this, became smug, thinking Chu Hyuk couldn't defeat the demons. Good. Now his arrogance will definitely decrease. For students, they mostly only see monsters in textbooks and have never seen them in real life. It's not strange for him to be scared. He looked at Chu Hyuk with disdain, thinking he would refuse. Stop pretending to consider it and just refuse. I'll start when he flinches. But Chu Hyuk smiled. Lee Gun was surprised. He's smiling. He asked again, so, it seems you think you can handle them alone. Chu Hyuk tilted his head confidently. Of course. Lee Gun didn't believe him. This punk is still boasting. Fine, do it then. But before acting, Chu Hyuk laid out a condition. Just this. What? As far as I know, I never thought we'd be doing this on the first day. It's as if you're testing me. There has to be a reward, right? Lee Gun understood what he wanted. So, a reward is a condition. We're starting to understand each other. You're challenging me. Under the circumstance that I handle them alone, do you have a wager? Lee Gun agreed to the condition. If you handle all the monsters, I'll do anything you want within reason. Chu Hyuk thought it over. I accept. Though it's a bit lacking, I accept this condition. Lee Gun reminded him about the monsters. I don't think you understand, but the monsters in this attack system, their attacks are real. Just take this sword. Chu Hyuk asked Lee Gun to give him the sword. Then he said persuasively, how can I fight without a weapon? Do you really expect me to fight them barehanded? Lee Gun took out the sword. He handed it to Chu Hyuk. Here, use this. He inspected the sword. The shield opened. Lee Gun watched, observing. Everyone was worried. Chu Hyuk gripped the sword firmly in his hand. He confidently rushed out, slashing directly at the monsters. Chu Hyuk held the sword confidently. He dashed out, cutting down the goblins. There were some still standing behind, trying to sneak attack. He reversed his grip on the sword. Chu Hyuk skewered the goblin unexpectedly. Even though a long time has passed, my skills are still pretty good. 300 years have passed since I last held a sword. I guess I'm not too bad. I practiced a lot. Back then, because of the monsters, the world was turned upside down, and we used whatever was in front of us as weapons. But a sword is still the most familiar weapon. He turned around. A monster was approaching. It slammed the club in its hand down. Chu Hyuk realized something. Just as I thought, the method is very simple. He swung his sword directly at it. It's just an NPC monster. Just cleverly created fake monsters. Everyone inside watched Chu Hyuk fight in astonishment. Lee Gun was also extremely surprised. Unbelievable. What I gave Kim Chu Hyuk was just an ordinary sword. An ordinary weapon, but he can use it like a deadly weapon. It doesn't have any magical power or any special power. But how can he cut through everything so easily? He's cutting through those monsters like mud. Zhu So-John was a little annoyed. OCUC was astonished. That's insane. Choi A-Jin watched from afar, her eyes full of admiration. Chu Hyuk stated his desire. I want to go down to the constellations room. Having completed the task brilliantly, all the monsters were dead. He turned back and asked, "You'll keep your word, right?" Lee Gun had to do as he promised. They returned to the original classroom. Lee Gun spoke a few words to his students. That's all for today. You must be tired since this was your first class, so go straight to your rooms and rest. The students, now exhausted, felt incredibly tired after the long day. Chu Hyuk was exhausted. Wait a minute, what kind of crazy class takes this long? I'll just get what I need and get out of here as soon as possible. Come to think of it, I never thought about teaching, and I've never even been to school before. School was finally over, and everyone was leaving. He walked while thinking about the class. Although it was boring, I did get some information, especially about the constellations. He was curious about these so-called constellations. In my past life, there was no such thing as constellations. Speaking of which, by definition, constellations are a term referring to the transformation of those with a great future, destined to become gods. It's related to hunters. Most constellations are linked to hunters, like their achievements, and they grant them special powers. And here at Manhwa Academy, the Manhwa in Korea is the third largest academy in the world with many achievement constellations. Chu Hyuk was skeptical. I guess so. Everything about swordsmanship and monster slaying is useless. He squeezed his tired shoulders and decided to improve his new body. I should go to the dormitory and seriously practice martial arts. This body is really weak. He looked back in surprise. Choi A-Jin was standing there waiting. In the teacher's room, Sang-chun held a cup of coffee, comforting and encouraging Lee Gun. You tried your best. Lee Gun felt uneasy after today's class. Honestly, it felt more like a humiliation than a challenge. He had a bad feeling about Chu Hyuk. Deep down, it doesn't make any sense. Is he really a high school student? Sang-chun was also surprised when Lee Gun recounted the events. I created 120 monsters in the virtual combat room, as planned. He wiped them all out. A high school student who's never actually seen a real monster. Lee Gun looked bewildered. That's what I'm trying to say. Sang-chun found this student incredibly puzzling. Honestly, from what I've seen, Chu Hyuk is nothing special. Does he have any background at all? No. Lee Gun recounted what he knew about the boy. He's an orphan from a small orphanage in a rather complicated area. An orphan. They were suspicious of Chu Hyuk's identity. Or is he an imposter? I investigated that myself, and it's not true. They recalled the time Chu Hyuk flipped off the reporters. Besides, do you think an imposter would try to get into Manhwa and cause a scene at the entrance ceremony? Right? Sang-chun confirmed the previous information. Also, you said Chu Hyuk requested access to the constellation room. Yes. Lee Gun was grateful to Sang-chun. After one semester, he'll finally be able to go in. But if I suggest it to the principal, he'll let him into the first basement level. I'm very grateful for that. Sang-chun was nonchalant. Since I brought you here, I should take responsibility. He gave Lee Gun another piece of advice. Besides, the restricted area on the 5th floor needs attention, but anyone can enter the 1st floor. There won't be a problem if he goes to the 1st floor. Yes, but Lee Gun was still worried. I'm worried about what will happen next year. Why? Is it because of Chu Hyuk? This was indeed a major challenge Lee Gun faced. And even if I don't handle Chu Hyuk properly, you know I have 3 students from the 5 families in my class. It won't be easy to control them. I understand. Sang-chun told Lee Gun something fortunate. I won't try to comfort you, but you're still lucky. There's a student from a major family, Vench, who's in another class. He recalled Vench. Could it be him? Sang-chun nodded in confirmation. Yes, a direct descendant of the Vench family, Zukdyo Vench. Lee Gun seemed to recognize the name. I'm sure I heard he was expelled for causing trouble at the British Academy. He sighed heavily. Li Gun now felt a bit fortunate. Hearing this, I think my problems are better than that class's. Chu Hyuk still hadn't left. He looked at Choi A-jin walking behind him. Chu Hyuk tilted his head back and asked, "Is something the matter?" Choi A-jin was a little hesitant. She made a request. "Teach me swordsmanship." She proposed to Chu Hyuk with great determination. "Teach me swordsmanship." Chu Hyuk was very surprised to hear this. "I was so impressed watching you fight those monsters," Choi A-jin said admiringly. "Teach me the sword skills you used then." Chu Hyuk scratched his ear in annoyance and bluntly refused. "No." Choi A-jin was surprised by the swift rejection. Why? But he simply didn't have a concrete reason. "What for?" he asked. "I just don't want to." He turned away coldly. "Anything else?" "I'm leaving now." Choi A-jin reiterated her wish. "Teach me your sword skills." Chu Hyuk's face darkened in anger as he repeated, "I said I don't want to teach you." He looked at her, feeling extremely annoyed. "Are you deaf or something?" Chu Hyuk made his intentions clear and then dismissed her cruelly. "I have no intention of teaching you, so get lost." He left, abandoning her there. Choi A-jin watched him go, lost in thought. The next day at the academy, Chu Hyuk was already seated at his desk. He looked down and examined his hand. Chu Hyuk had a new feeling about this body. Even though I had prior data on this body is even more amazing than I thought. He felt frustrated. Martial arts, or whatever it is, I can't do anything because I don't have any magic power. Plus, controlling mana is incredibly difficult. He was determined to find another solution. This magic power problem can be completely solved if I find that thing. At that time, I'll have some mana prepared within me. Suddenly, someone called his name, Kim Chu Hyuk. A girl and a boy stood before him. The boy was Zook Dio. The girl was Zhu So-jan. He stood in front of Chu Hyuk's desk. Chu Hyuk was surprised. "Huh, who are you?" Zook Dio was annoyed by Chu Hyuk. Just as I expected, an ignorant, insolent brat. He hasn't even heard of the Vinch family. He introduced himself and got straight to the point. "I'm from the Vinch family. Let me ask you straight out." Zook Dio's eyes were dark. "Do you want to become stronger?" There was something cryptic about those words. According to the family tree diagram, in most families, branch families often have a harder time gaining power and wealth than the direct descendants. Vinch is a very special family. However, the Vinch family has something that is essentially a guardian constellation, and this makes the Vinch family different from other families. Usually, a high-ranking guardian constellation, or an S-rank one, protects the family, and they directly choose a member of the constellation, granting them power and protection. But the Vinch family decided to form a contract with a family member who isn't a constellation. This is how the chosen one can form a contract without facing opposition from the constellations. And thanks to this unique choice, the Vinch family hold a lot of power throughout Europe. If you're a member of the Vinch family, you can choose a pseudo-contract regardless of your lineage. So even branch families can have power equal to the main family. And as a member of that family, Zook Dio is overly arrogant. Zook Dio Vinch, empowered by those family powers, has become too haughty. Not long ago, he had to pay the price for his arrogance. Due to a disturbance at the British Academy, he was expelled. But Zook Dio wasn't worried. "It's fine. There's no point in regretting it now, because..." He looked at Zhu So-jan with a predatory gaze that I always get what I want. He didn't consider anything a real obstacle. "Even though I was expelled before, I'm from the Vinch family, so they'll always find a way." Then Zook Dio thought of someone. That person will love this. He was confident. The first thing to do. Zook Dio's goal was to recruit Chu Hyuk.is to recruit Kim Chu Hyuk, the center of the opening ceremony, to my side. Zook Dio offered his terms. "If you come under my command, I'll lead you to the Vinch family's constellation." But seemed to have no effect. Chu Hyuk indifferently asked, "So what, idiot?" Zook Dio was stunned. Zhu So-jan was also taken aback. He asked back, embarrassed, What did you just say?" Chu Hyuk bluntly replied, "Do I look stupid to you? You're not interested in me at all. All you've done so far is brag, and now you're saying such stupid things. You're definitely an idiot, am I wrong?" Zook Dio's face turned red with anger. This uneducated bastard. But someone intervened in time. "Go back to your seat, Zook Dio Vinch." Zook Dio turned around and shouted, feigning outrage. "Did you just call me by my full name?" Sang Chun was standing there sternly. He paid him no mind. "This isn't the British Academy. It's Valhalla. I don't care how powerful the Vinch family is. If you study here, you listen to me, your advisor." He glared at Sang Chun with intense anger. Zook Dio gritted his teeth in frustration. He stomped out of the classroom. As he opened the door, Zook Dio muttered, "He's Valhalla's combat advisor. Lee Sang Chun, is he?" Chu Hyuk watched him go. When class ended, he walked away dejected. The day had completely drained his enthusiasm. I didn't get any information today at all. I couldn't find any more information related to the traitor constellation. Instead, I got involved with an idiot this morning. Chu Hyuk held his head in his hands, thinking painfully. Now that I know the scouts from the guild are just foreign soldiers attending the academy, so they're using the students and advisors to spy on me. Wasn't it enough that I badmouthed them? Suddenly, he turned around. Choi A-jin was still following him, making the same request as yesterday. Teach me your swordsmanship. Chu Hyuk froze. She saw me humiliated. Wasn't that enough for her? At the Valhalla Academy dormitory, inside a luxurious room, exquisitely decorated with meticulous attention to every detail. Zuk-gyo furiously smashed a bedside lamp. His face flushed crimson. Damn it. Nursing his wounded pride, Zuk-gyo seethed. That Kim Chu Hyuk, an orphan like him, dared to humiliate me. He turned and barked orders, determined to exact revenge. Suzo-jun, call the dai. So-ga, someone needs to be taught a lesson. Zuk-gyo paced the room, his fists clenched in anger. He turned back and called out, Zuso-jan. When she didn't respond, he furiously grabbed her hair. Answer me, he commanded the terrified girl. Then, with a sneer, do you still think you're some highborn princess? He threw her to the ground. Should I just throw you out of the house? Zuk-gyo coldly ordered, contact the Dai So-ga. There are some people who need special attention. And one more thing, tell that rising star from the Venge class I want to see him. In his dorm room, Chu Hyuk was cultivating, deeply focused. He sighed wearily, clutching his chest. This body is truly garbage. I can't use magic anymore. Suddenly, Chu Hyuk paused, recalling the afternoon on the academy grounds. Choi A-jin had been following him. She'd trailed him the entire way. Chu Hyuk turned, annoyed. What is it? We're at the dormitory. How much longer are you going to follow me? Unrelenting, she pleaded, teach me your swordsmanship. Chu Hyuk groaned internally. Are you a parrot? This is getting ridiculous. I need to get rid of her. He named his price, taking Choi A-jin by surprise. 10 million. Chu Hyuk reiterated, that's the price for one lesson. Choi A-jin considered for a moment. Chu Hyuk, utterly indifferent, said, you can't afford it, can you? Then I'll be going. But Choi A-jin persisted. Give me your number. He was taken aback. Chu Hyuk handed her his phone. What do you need my phone for? She quickly entered her number. To save my number. Choi A-jin agreed to his outrageous terms. That's the easiest way for me to transfer the money to you. Chu Hyuk still didn't understand. He looked at his phone in shock. She had transferred a staggering sum. 100 million. Choi A-jin asked shyly, so you'll teach me now, right? But Chu Hyuk still refused. Absolutely not. I won't teach you. The incident left him bewildered. I was completely caught off guard. How can a student like her instantly transfer 100 million? He hesitated. If I teach her, I won't have to reveal all my secrets. And that's a huge amount of money. Whatever, it's fine. Chu Hyuk tried to dismiss it. It's just money. I can earn it myself. It's no big deal, even if my mana is pathetically low. He changed his clothes. He put on his shoes. Chu Hyuk grabbed his backpack and shovel, preparing to leave. Time to find that secret dungeon. The night was dark. He walked carefully. I observed everything around me. Before entering this school, I checked the surroundings, but most of the records hidden 300 years ago were destroyed. I walked over the rocks. According to my research, there are at least 4 records remaining here, but it's likely only 3 are left. Chu Hyuk breathed heavily, and what I can confirm is, I've reached the right place. They're at the summit of Valhalla. He took off his hat, preparing himself. Time to start searching for them. Chu Hyuk emitted a strange energy. I can sense the surrounding space. The location of the records can be determined by the reaction of the magic stones I carry. I can sense them with the little magic I possess. Suddenly, a light emanated from somewhere else. Chu Hyuk realized, found it. The light is getting clearer. He started digging with a shovel. I'm exhausted. This weak body. Chu Hyuk felt a pang of regret. If I had known I'd have to exert myself this much, I would have buried it shallower. He thought to himself, if it weren't for the destruction 300 years ago, I wouldn't have needed to do this. The reason he did this was the world was on the brink of destruction back then. There was no place for my wealth to exist. So I created these records and buried them all here. Dawn is breaking. The contents inside are still safe, right? I hope so. Chu Hyuk gasped, finally found them. The records have been unearthed. He sat down, fumbling around. But where's the keyhole? Luckily, he finally found it. Ah, there it is. Chu Hyuk tried to create a new key. An ordinary key won't work with this lock. It's gradually taking shape. I'm creating a magic sequence. It faintly appeared in his hand, transforming into a key. Chu Hyuk tested the key. His face lit up. Excellent. It fits. The vault entrance appeared. He opened the lid. Slowly climbing down, this is the place filled with gold. He stood before his treasure. Are you all doing well, my children? He stood before his vast fortune. Chu Hyuk felt immensely satisfied. Now I don't need to worry about money. I can learn about that. He seemed to have found something. These enormous gemstones. Here they are, the gem vault. Chu Hyuk picked up the gemstones. To maintain the seal, I'll pour in a bit of magic. But the day I need to use these has come. They emitted magical energy. Then it flowed directly into him. Chu Hyuk was extremely pleased. As expected from the gem vault, magical energy is pouring into my body. He held a gemstone in his hand, deciding to tidy up the secret place. First, I have to deal with the leftovers. Should I leave behind the heavy gold bars and take the lighter, valuable gems? Scene changed to the academy. Chu Hyuk was now exhausted. Chu Hyuk looked lifeless. If I really think about marking more things in the future, I'll have to become a greedy, miserable bastard. My whole body aches just from digging. Suddenly, he saw Choi A-Jean squatting beside him. What the hell? She made the offer again. Teach me swordsmanship. He squeezed his shoulder, exasperated. Are you not giving up on this? Chu Hyuk was puzzled. According to the information I got when I was reborn, among the 5 leading families, the Choi family specializes in and practices sword techniques. So why seek me out? He advised her to give up. Why do you keep asking me? You can learn much more from your own family. But Choi A-Jean wasn't about to give up. No, I want to learn from you. He wondered why. She replied, I've never seen anyone wield a sword better than you. He was confused. What about your father? He's the head of the Choi family, isn't he? Isn't he more skilled in swordsmanship than me? She was surprised. My father. But before she could explain, Lee Gun called Chu Hyuk. Kim Chu Hyuk, come with me to the faculty room. He didn't know why it was him. Me? Why? Lee Gun replied curtly, it's related to what you asked me last time. Didn't you want to know? Hearing this, Chu Hyuk immediately stood up. I'm coming. He quickly walked out, incredibly excited. Time to find the secret vault. Choi A-Jean still wanted to continue speaking, looking down slightly disappointed. But suddenly, Chu Hyuk spoke up. 6 a.m. tomorrow. He instructed at the training grounds. Choi A-Jean was still bewildered. Chu Hyuk repeated, don't you want to come? She shook her head repeatedly. Choi A-Jean was determined. I'll be there. In the faculty room, Lee Gun was talking to Chu Hyuk. He spoke concisely. I have a class soon, so I'll make this quick. Lee Gun gave him the good news. The initial request to enter the constellation room has been approved, but there was a condition. You'll only be allowed to go to the basement floor. The basement floor? He warned, that's right. You're not allowed to enter any floor lower than that. Despite this, Chu Hyuk agreed. All right, understood. When can I go in? Lee Gun stated the time. If you can, tonight would be fine. Great, I'll go in today. Lee Gun was surprised by Chu Hyuk's reaction. This is unexpected. I thought he'd make a fuss about not being allowed on the second floor. I didn't think he'd accept so readily. He finished. Then go ahead. Chu Hyuk replied excitedly, yes. Chu Hyuk left the faculty room. Night fell. Lee Gun led him to the right place. It's here. He showed him the strange sight before them. Van Hala's treasure, the constellation room. Chu Hyuk glanced around, seeing the guards standing watch. He turned to the other side. There were guards there too. Chu Hyuk observed the place. Security is much tighter than at the main gate because Van Hala's constellation room is very important and important enough to make Van Hala one of the 3 greatest academies. The outer wall impressed him. Not just the security, but the outer walls too. The wall is made of some strange magic. They're covered in all sorts of magic, covering everything except the entrance. Chu Hyuk had a question. Teacher, can I ask you something? What is it? A strange question. Would someone going down to the second floor commit a serious crime? Lee Gun had to explain. It wouldn't be a crime, but you'd be expelled. The consequences are extremely serious. Besides that, you'll have your memories before leaving the academy erased. My memories. This place holds many surprises. On the second floor, the constellation's magic is very violent. If you touch it, your mind will shatter and you'll become a madman. Chu Hyuk nodded. Madman expelled, understood. Lee Gun was surprised. Why is this kid asking me right before going in? Does he really want to go down there? No. First-timers don't act like this. I bet he knows it's better to stay at the academy. Lee Gun told him to hurry. You have 30 minutes, then you have to come out. Chu Hyuk walked in, waving. Yes, I'll be out soon. A notification popped up. Please find your weapon and your memories. He was inside. Chu Hyuk thought, as fast as possible. I don't care if I get expelled or anything. I came to Van Hala for this from the beginning. He found his objective. I need to get to the 3rd basement floor first. Chu Hyuk walked while observing the interior structure. Why are there so many stairs? I can't even see the end. Suddenly, he stopped. Something unexpected. He was standing in a mysterious place. What is this place? A prison. Chu Hyuk approached the door. I'm sure the constellation room is on the first floor, but is this really it? He looked down. This doesn't matter. Should I go deeper anyway? Suddenly, a notification appeared. It displayed a cryptic message. He wondered, then everything went dark. When Chu Hyuk opened his eyes, he heard a greeting. Long time no see, Kim Hoo-in. A familiar figure. The person standing before him was a Bei Che. He seemed excited. 300 years that this a reunion. It's not. But before he could finish, Chu Hyuk punched Bei Che. His face flushed. Good to see you again, you bastard. Bei Che stammered wait, but Chu Hyuk punched him again. Bei Che, frightened, quickly stopped him. Wait, let's talk this over. But Chu Hyuk swung his fist again. Bei Che repeatedly yelled for him to stop. Don't hit me. But Chu Hyuk didn't stop, giving him a beating. Don't. I'll hit you even more. A moment later, he finally stopped, looking down at Bei Che lying on the ground. Chu Hyuk was breathing heavily. Bei Che suddenly heard him speak. I'm not the type to use my fist to talk. As soon as he finished, Chu Hyuk's tone changed. But in the case of someone like you, who ruined my comfortable future, it's different, you bastard. He stepped hard on Bei Che and yelled my wealth, my fame, and all the time I spent training those brat disciples. Bei Che endured the beating, then suddenly exclaimed, wait, aren't you curious about where this is? Only then did Chu Hyuk look around and ask, of course I am. Where is this? There's nothing here. Unexpectedly, Bei Che replied. This is a fantasy world. He was dumbfounded. A fantasy world. Bei Che brushed the dust off himself and answered, to be precise, this is a relic space. He continued, the form you see in me now is just a manifestation of the fantasy world. Your real body disappeared 300 years ago. These words surprised Chu Hyuk. He asked, wait, you mean you've been inside this relic this whole time? He looked bewildered. So that means... Bei Che gave a small smile. A golden light emanated from him. That's right, Kim, Chu Hyuk. You've become a constellation. The air hung heavy for a few seconds. Chu Hyuk's face flushed red with anger as he punched him again. You bastard. Outside the basement, Lee Gun was still waiting. A look of suspicion crossed his face. A moment later, Lee Gun flinched slightly. Chu Hyuk had come out and was obediently letting security check him over. Lee Gun asked distrustfully, did you do anything strange in there? Chu Hyuk replied calmly, of course not. I just took a look around. He even chuckled. I couldn't go any further or I would have fainted. Hearing this, Lee Gun said, I understand. Let's go then. Chu Hyuk obeyed, turning and leaving. The entire road was now deserted. As Chu Hyuk walked, he recalled their earlier conversation. He had emphasized to Bei Che, I don't care if you become a constellation or not, just tell me one thing. He then asked, you made that transparent window, right? What was that? Unexpectedly, Bei Che responded blankly, I don't know. Chu Hyuk's face darkened instantly. You bastard. Bei Che cried out in fear, I'm telling the truth. He hastily explained, after being killed by the teacher, I've been in this thing for 300 years without any power. Hearing this, Chu Hyuk released his grip on Beach's collar. He was still puzzled. Then who sent me that message? Bei Che replied, I received that notification too. He explained, I regained my memories after receiving a notification to contact the reincarnated Kim, Chu Hyuk. Chu Hyuk was stunned. Reincarnated. Bei Che revealed further, thanks to that, a suspicious person appeared. I wonder if this was the work of the one who made me the master of the Tower of Destruction. Chu Hyuk asked, the one who made you the master of the tower did this. Who is he? Bei Che said dejectedly, I don't know. All my memories of that part are gone. I don't think those lost memories will return all at once. He then asked curiously, Chu Hyuk, what did your notification say? Chu Hyuk recalled and recounted. The notification asked me to find a weapon and memories. I couldn't read the rest because it was covered in squares. He then expressed his confusion, but I don't remember losing any memories. I still have memories from the tower. Bei Che speculated, perhaps those memories haven't returned to your mind yet. You've found the weapon, so the memories will appear automatically. Chu Hyuk was doubtful. What weapon? I haven't found any weapon. Bei Che told him, that's right. This space is inside the world where 4 weapons have become sacred relics, the swallowing swords. Bei Che revealed further, I became a constellation just because I used a sacred relic. Chu Hyuk completely lost his temper and yelled, hey, you damn brat. Back in reality, Chu Hyuk walked, lost in thought. My swallowing sword has become a sacred relic, and there's a constellation inside it too. What's going on? I want to destroy it and forget about it, but his hand unconsciously reached up. A second later, the sword appeared in his hand. Chu Hyuk exclaimed, no matter how weak it has become, it still withstood Bei Che, the so-called King Slayer. He figured that only the owner of the devouring sword would know about the notification window appearing. He couldn't help but mutter, the devouring sword doesn't need things like confirmations. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey, you're Chu Hyuk, the top ranker at the entrance ceremony, right?" A group of unfriendly-looking people approached him. The person who came forward was the eldest son of the Sanzoi family, named Lutrick. He said, "Upperclassman is standing right in front of you. Aren't you going to greet him?" Chu Hyuk scoffed. "Upperclassman? Do bullies like you even have underlings?" He frowned. This guy's got guts. If you're first in the freshman year, shouldn't you just greet your upperclassmen? A guy with a buzz stepped forward and said, "Lutrick, let me handle this guy first." Lutrick replied, "Go easy on him." The buzzcut guy said condescendingly, "Hey, newbie, the difference between first and second years." Before he could finish, Chu Hyuk kicked him. He said impatiently, "Stop with the nonsense and attack, you thugs." The buzzcut guy was kicked by Chu Hyuk. He jumped again, his other leg flying out, kicking him hard in the face. He was taken down in 2 simple moves. His body flew back, crashing into the wall behind him. Lutrick and his group were stunned by this. He shouted angrily, "You bastard." A second later, his eyes widened. He was dumbfounded to see Chu Hyuk pull out the sword in his hand. Just a moment ago, he didn't have any weapon. Chu Hyuk exclaimed, "It feels great to hold this sword again. It's been a while, hasn't it?" He took a fighting stance. "Come on, it'll be fun. If you just stand there, I'll crush your head." Rewinding to an hour earlier, Lutrick asked blankly what Zukdio said, "So you just need to do one very simple thing." He continued maliciously, "That is, take care of a student." Zukdio persuaded Lutrick, "Of course, I'll give you a reward that can help the Sanzoi family." He emphasized he's a first-year student, Chu Hyuk. "Take care of him." Lutrick listened thoughtfully as he instructed, "You can use weapons. I'll clean up the mess." Seeing him hesitate, Zukdio asked again, "You'll agree, won't you?" Finally, Lutrick made his decision. "I understand." With that, he turned and left the room. His mind was filled with thoughts. Even if he's ranked first in the freshman class, it doesn't matter. A first year is just a first year. He can't be a match for a second year. He walked, lost in thought. First years and second years definitely have different foundations because of the contracts with the constellations. It's important to know that students of Manhwa must go to the constellation room in the second semester of their first year and sign a contract with one of the constellations. After signing the contract, students are called contractors and become second-year students. Lutrick revealed an arrogant expression. When they become contractors, students can use the power of the constellation they sign a contract with. And Chu Hyuk was born into an ordinary family without a guardian constellation. His eyes flickered, so I could take him down easily. Back in reality, Lutrick was filled with regret. "I thought so, but..." Chu Hyuk's sword spun relentlessly. He easily took down anyone who dared approach. The fat, red-haired guy pulled out a dagger. This damn freshman. Before he could finish, Chu Hyuk's sword was at his throat. He sent the guy flying. Chu Hyuk looked up to see another attacker charging at him. The guy swung a large club, putting all his strength into trying to kill him. But he only hit the pavement. He looked bewildered. "My attack." Chu Hyuk chuckled from behind him. "Missed." With that, he slashed his sword across the guy's eyes. Lutrick stared blankly as the guy was sent flying. Seeing the Tanjong of his companions, he grew even more worried. Lutrick thought to himself, impossible. He's taking down second years one after another. Lutrick exclaimed internally. Before becoming contractors, second years are definitely supposed to have stronger martial arts or magic than first years. Looking at the sprawled bodies, he was bewildered. But how are they so useless? Lutrick looked at Chu Hyuk, wondering, what kind of strange swordsmanship is that? He observed, it looks like he's not using much force, but his opponents are getting hit incredibly hard. Suddenly, Chu Hyuk looked to his left. He brandished his sword and said, "I told you I'd crush the heads of anyone who just stood there." Lutrick cursed under his breath. Damn it. Everyone's hesitating about whether to attack or not. He yelled, "What are you afraid of, you bastards? He's just a first year." Chu Hyuk let out an "oh." This leader seems pretty brave. Lutrick, his shame turning to anger, shouted, "Shut up." A moment later, he froze. Chu Hyuk's sword hilt was already embedded in his chest. He said calmly, "I said anyone who stood still would get hit first." As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his hand against the pommel of his sword. The force even went right through Lutrick's body. In a daze, he wondered, when did he get so close? Moments later, he was lying motionless on the ground. Chu Hyuk raised his hand and slapped him hard across the face. "Wake up, brat." Seeing Lu Trick open his eyes, he asked, "Who are you? Why did you bring this gang to attack me?" Lu Trick stubbornly replied, "Didn't you hear me earlier? We're upperclassmen." Chu Hyuk said, "So, a bunch of upperclassmen bringing weapons to teach a first-year a lesson is normal. Tell me who sent you." He prevaricated, "We just wanted to teach a freshman a lesson, that's all." Chu Hyuk feigned surprise. "What the hell? Pretty loyal for thugs. How touching." He picked up his bag and said, "I'm leaving. Make sure you clean this place up." "Wait a minute." Suddenly, Lu Trick yelled, "Do you think you could go to school normally after doing this? Even if you're ranked first in the first-year class, if everyone finds out about this, you'll be expelled." Chu Hyuk replied casually, "Whatever. You know what people will say if you blab about what happened today, too." Lu Trick gritted his teeth as he listened to Chu Hyuk. A second-year student comes to bully a first-year and ends up getting his whole gang beaten. "Aren't you ashamed to even show your face at school after this?" Chu Hyuk threatened him. "Think carefully. If you want to keep attending school and join a guild, you'll keep your mouth shut." With that, Chu Hyuk walked away. On the other side, Zukdio was anxiously waiting by his phone. He thought to himself, there should be news soon. Sure enough, an incoming call from Lu Trick appeared. Zook Dio quickly asked, "Hey, did you teach that Chu Hyuk a lesson?" Unexpectedly, Lu Trick replied, "Zook Dio, I'm not getting involved in this anymore." His words made Zook Dio's face freeze. He stammered, What did you just say?" Lu Trick repeated himself, "From now on, stay away from Chu Hyuk." Zook Dio was bewildered. "What the hell? You were so confident just a while ago." Lu Trick coldly added, "I'm hanging up now." Panicked, Zukdio pleaded, "Wait." He tried to persuade Lu Trick, "If you're saying this because Chu Hyuk beat you, why don't you report it to the academy administration?" Zukdio continued, "If you have visible injuries, isn't that evidence? You can use that to report him." Lu Trick remained silent, listening to him finish. "If you do that, I'll pay you the full amount as promised, and even my family will pay you." Finally, Lu Trick spoke, "Even if the Venk family pays." He and his injured followers emphasized, "We can't get back our lost pride." "I'm hanging up." Zukdio was still dumbfounded. What just happened?" He trembled with rage. "Lu Trick, that bastard." With that, Zukdio smashed his phone. He slumped onto a bench. After a moment, he spoke, "Hey, Zuzia." She softly replied, "Yes." Zukdio asked, "Did you contact Daisuke?" Zuzia replied, "Yes. I informed him that you wanted to meet, but since he's far away, it might take some time for him to get here." Zukdio grumbled, "So where is he?" The scene shifted to Mexico, to a Zibia Academy, where a group of injured male students lay piled on top of each other. Another student, heavily scarred, was looking at his phone. What? It was Daisuke. "You want me to go to Korea?" He muttered the message, "Go to Korea and deal with someone named Chu Hyuk. The reward is prepared." Reading this, Daisuke couldn't hide his excitement. "Is that so?" He thought to himself, "There's no one to manage me there. I can take the money after the job is done. This is a great opportunity." The next day at Manhwa Academy, Chu Hyuk looked around in awe. This training room is huge. Since the academy is large, the training room is probably bigger than usual. He muttered, "Makes me want to run." Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head, "Why are you here?" Chu Hyuk was taken aback. "What? Who?" "Beiche, where are you talking to me from?" He replied, "I'm in the sealed sword." "Why are you so surprised?" Chu Hyuk said bluntly, "I'm surprised you managed to get out of there. I might just beat you up and stuff you back in." Beiche tried to explain, "I haven't caused any trouble, so don't worry." Chu Hyuk sighed. "Well, if that's the case, then it's fine." He then began to stretch and warm up. While stretching, Chu Hyuk asked, "By the way, are you all right?" Beiche asked back, "Are you talking about my condition?" He replied, "No, I'm talking about the sword. The sword has become a relic stored at Valhalla. We took it out of the Constellation Tower." Beiche reassured him, "You don't have to worry, because I left a copy." Chu Hyuk was surprised. "That's what I'm worried about. Since when could you create copies?" Beiche replied calmly, "When I woke up, I lost all my power, but in return, I could create copies from then on. Although I don't know why I have this ability either." Chu Hyuk continued to twist his waist. "You don't know either." A moment later, he saw Azin's upside-down image in front of him. Chu Hyuk, who was looking up behind him, froze for a few seconds. He turned and stood up straight. "You're here." Azin asked, "So, are you going to teach me swordsmanship now?" Chu Hyuk replied, "No, we'll improve your physical strength first." She looked bewildered. "Why?" He coldly turned and walked away. You can leave if you don't want to. Azin quickly said, no, I'll do it. He suggested, so let's start with some warm-up exercises, okay? He thought to himself, if I can improve her physical strength, the amount of mana her body can absorb will be greater, and controlling mana will be easier. That's the basic thing she needs to be able to do first. While watching Azin warm up, Chu Hyuk mused, the current training method is so strange. They focus everything on controlling mana before physical strength and other things are improved. He observed, even Azin is like that. Although she has a large amount of mana, her physical strength is only on par with a novice swordsman. A moment later, Azin told him, I'm done warming up. He replied, all right, let's get into the real training then. Hearing this, she replied seriously, okay. Just like that, Chu Hyuk had her start with push-ups. Then came stances, followed by weightlifting. Azin was worked so hard by him that she was panting and collapsed directly onto the floor. Unexpectedly, Chu Hyuk said, we've only just begun. She was astonished. What did you say? He calmly said again, stop lying there and get up. We still have to run 20 kilometers. Azin's face paled. What? The scene changed to inside class 1A. Chu Hyuk thought, she'll be fine, right? Although the training was harder, we did a good job. She has good physical potential. But in reality, Azin's whole body was aching terribly. Suddenly, a voice rang out, everyone quiet down. It turned out to be Lilia, a trainer and supervisor at Manhwa. She said, there will be a small written test today. All the students listened attentively as Lilia continued. I explained on the first day. I told you all to self-study and understand about otherworldly monsters. She held a thick stack of papers. So today, I'll test your knowledge of how to deal with each type of monster. So John quickly received the test paper and started working. Sook took a little time to think. Azin had to fight against her trembling body while trying to complete the test. Only Chu Hyuk remained indifferent, looking at the test paper. Lilia was very strict with time. Right on time, she called out, time's up. Starting from the back, pass your test papers forward. Lilia emphasized that today's test wouldn't affect their final grades, but would assess their aptitude for the next class. Holding the stack of papers, she continued, it seems everyone has submitted their tests. In the next period, we'll begin our lesson in the virtual reality combat simulation room. See you all later then, she concluded. The students obediently replied, yes, ma'am. Chu Hyuk was still staring out the window, lost in thought. Beach's voice rang out. Are you sure you can write an answer like that? Chu Hyuk thought, what? Can he see? Beiche continued, yes, there's not much to do here. Chu Hyuk was surprised. Are you reading my mind? Beiche explained, to be precise, I can only hear thoughts directed at me. Chu Hyuk exclaimed, is that so? He then clarified, I only wrote down the answers I knew. Beiche simply replied, I see. If that's the case, then I understand. In the first-year teacher's office at Valhalla, Lilia gritted her teeth and read a name, Chu Hyuk. She held his test paper with clear annoyance. He dares to call this scribble an answer. Meanwhile, Lee Gun was returning to his seat after making himself a hot cup of coffee. Just another day at work. On his way, something interesting caught his eye. He saw a beautiful woman with short silver hair, with the demeanor of a strict teacher, diligently grading papers. It was none other than Lilia. Lee Gun approached her and glanced at the stack of tests, making small talk. Are these tests for my class? Lilia noticed him and took a break from her work. Yes, she replied, removing her pen from the test she was grading. Her usual stern expression softened slightly. To prepare them for the next simulated combat class, I told the students to research how to deal with monsters, so I gave them a simple theoretical test. But, as expected from the class with students from 5 prominent families, they all did very well. Lee Gun suddenly felt uneasy, his movements becoming stiff. Oh, really? He said, his voice strained. He excused himself, looking for a way to escape. Well, I'll be going then. Lilia simply replied, okay, seemingly oblivious to his discomfort. Having escaped, Lee Gun walked away, sipping his coffee contentedly, relaxing his mind before getting back to work. His relaxation was short-lived. He froze, spitting out the coffee he had just taken a sip of upon hearing the name Kim Chu Hyuk. Lee Gun wiped his mouth and glanced at Lilia, who was trembling. The other teachers also looked over, sensing something was wrong. She looked like she wanted to strangle the person named Chu Hyuk. How dare he call this a reasonable answer? Feeling responsible for his class, Lee Gun hesitantly asked, excuse me, did Kim Chu Hyuk do something wrong? Lilia's eyebrows furrowed, and she couldn't help but raise her voice. He not only didn't bother to do the test properly, but he also mocked the class. Li Gun, unsure what to do, simply responded, "Was it that bad?" She gripped the test paper as if she were about to crush it, radiating a palpable aura of anger. "This cannot be overlooked. In the next class, I'll show him this test and give him a proper lesson." Someone interjected, "That monster isn't easy to deal with." This simple statement only fueled Lilia's anger, bringing the innocent test paper closer to its demise. Time flew by, and a week later, in the Valhalla simulation combat room, Lilia stood on the podium, looking down at the assembled students. Seeing everyone assembled, Lilia began speaking in a calm voice. "I've graded the previous test and brought the results here. Most of you did very well, but all good things must come to an end with a but." Lilia's eyes lit up, her calmness replaced by an icy tone. "Kim Chu-Hyuk, step forward." Hearing his name called, Chu-Hyuk stepped out of line, still picking his ear, looking unconcerned. He approached the podium. The two stood facing each other, neither blinking, but Lilia's expression seemed one of utter boredom. Finally, she held out the test paper in front of Chu-Hyuk, as if giving an order. "Take it." He took the paper, looked down at the score, and saw a perfect 0, a goose egg. Seeing that he had read it, Lilia questioned him with an annoyed tone. "Student Kim, Chu-Hyuk received a 0. Are you sure you took this test seriously?" He lifted his gaze from the test, still convinced he wasn't wrong. "I took the test seriously." Her brow furrowed, and she began to quiz him. "First question. What is the best way to deal with a rock goblin?" Chu-Hyuk looked back down at his test, rereading his answer. "How did you answer that?" After reading his answer, he looked up and replied with a straight face, stab it in the stomach. Lilia slapped her hand to her forehead, utterly speechless, unsure how to scold him. Trying to remain composed, her face increasingly wrinkled, she struggled not to yell. "Second question. When you see 8 goblins charging at you in the forest, write down what you would do." Chu-Hyuk still replied calmly. "Started with the first one charging. You stab each one and send them to hell." Lilia crossed her arms and tilted her head, her voice weakening with fatigue. "You're not taking this seriously. Even if you pretended to study a little, I wouldn't let this slide." But tired as she was, her duty remained. She addressed the impossibility of his answer. "The best way to deal with a goblin is to stab it. A rock goblin's defense level is B+, meaning a sword with normal damage won't even scratch it. Yet you tell me you'd use a sword against this monster." He listened to her lecture, then picked at his ear again, finding his answer perfectly reasonable. "Yes, it all ends in one stab." Lilia gritted her teeth, radiating an aura of barely contained rage. His arrogance knew no bounds. He continued to utter such absurdities. Suddenly, she said, "I understand." This unexpected shift caught Chu-Hyuk's attention. Lilia pressed the control button on the podium, ready to give him a practical demonstration to stop his bluffing. "Since student Chu-Hyuk is so confident in his answer, I'll give you a chance." In an instant, the space transformed into a grid of futuristic sci-fi data squares. Then, a ferocious, drooling monster appeared. The space completely changed. The ordinary room transformed into a lush forest. Chu-Hyuk held his test paper, looking at the monster. Just in front of it stood Lilia, calm, as if certain the growling monster behind her wouldn't harm her. "If you could defeat this monster as you wrote in your test, I'll regrade your score." Chu-Hyuk scratched his head, and after a moment of silence, replied, "I understand." He placed the test on the podium, still unfazed. "Let me put my test down first." Having put it down, Chu-Hyuk immediately turned to select a weapon from the rack. It was an ordinary sword, nothing special to look at. Then, under everyone's gaze, he calmly walked straight towards the rock demon. Now, the two stood facing each other, the monster baring its teeth at the human who seemingly hid his abilities. Lilia scoffed internally. She'd heard he'd taken down all 120 summoned goblins previously, and she was certain he was a genius, but looking at Chu-Hyuk's sword grip, she felt even more disdain for the student. Against a rock demon, he couldn't possibly handle it with just any ordinary sword. Without bothering to assess its opponent, the rock demon roared and swung its claws at Chu-Hyuk. He drew the sword back, his other hand acting as a sight for what looked like an expert javelin throw, his face full of confidence. After a sharp clang, Lilia stared blankly at the scene before her, unsure what expression to make. Before her eyes, the rock demon, pierced through the stomach by a single sword thrust, trembled, and let out a few cries characteristic of its race. Soon, a deep crack appeared on its forehead, as if about to cleave the rock demon's head in two. Before the monster could completely shatter, it dissolved into streams of data, reverting to blocks of information. Chu Hyuk remained in his throwing stance, not yet having returned to normal. As the target vanished, the sword clattered to the ground. He broke the stunned silence, as calm as ever. There, Chu Hyuk turned around, speaking nonchalantly. Just stab in the stomach, that's all. Sozo, eyes glued to the scene, gaped in astonishment. Without magic, he took down a rock demon with an ordinary sword. Character C clutched their chest, silently observing. Azin, not as somber as the other two, seemed to bask in the light, smiling softly. Lilia snapped out of her stupor, stammering as she tried to formulate a response. Her mind finally catching up, she asked Chu Hyuk as he picked up his sword, "How did you do that?" He gave her an innocent look and stated his method plainly, as if it were obvious. "I just threw it and it went through. Didn't you see me do it? Just stab it in the stomach, that's all." Lilia clenched her fists, looking as if she wanted to hit him. "No, that's correct." She unconsciously bit her fingernails, falling into doubt. To take down a rock demon with a knife or sword, it needs to be at least A rank. Normally, it would make sense to take down a rock demon with a single slash from such a weapon. But he took down a rock demon with that ordinary sword. Chu Hyuk slung the sword over his shoulder and asked confidently, "So, my answer is correct, right?" Lilia pressed another button on the control panel, immediately negating his question. "No, not yet. That was just the first question. Next question." The space trembled, the ground beneath Chu Hyuk shaking violently. "What's this?" Again. The ground beneath Chu Hyuk's feet seemed to split open, resembling two opposing waterfalls. Soon, the illusory arch of a tunnel appeared overhead. He was quite surprised by this change. In another instant, a deep tunnel stretched before Chu Hyuk, its walls lit by torches. He turned around, pointing at the newly appeared structure and asking Lilia, "What is this?" She didn't answer, only warned him with a serious expression, "You should pay more attention. Look in front of you." Within the tunnel, a green leg slowly emerged from the shadows. It was a group of 3 goblins, led by one wielding a wooden club. All of them were radiating a dangerous aura. Lilia stood with her arms crossed, seemingly wanting to see how Chu Hyuk would handle the situation. Green goblins, simply called berserk goblins, are quite difficult to deal with easily. Just watching the prelude, she imagined a disastrous scenario. If he didn't handle it correctly, the ones in front would use their war cry skill, and the other goblins would swarm in all at once. Normally, we would fight them with a mage who has a powerful skill to wipe them out in one go, or we'd need to run away instead of confronting them. The goblins were ready to attack, the leader baring its teeth, drool dripping from its mouth. He only saw 3 goblins in front. 5 others would rush in as soon as he was careless. Chu Hyuk tossed his sword to his right hand, preparing for a thrust like before. Even if he used a very good sword, it would be very difficult. From what I know, his speed is quite slow. He pulled the sword back, a confident smile on his lips revealing gleaming teeth. One strike right between the eyebrows, the sword piercing through the skull and straight into the brain. Not giving the others time to react, Chu Hyuk delivered another strike from above, piercing through the mouth of the next goblin. Another one down. Now only the last one remained. It opened its mouth, making some noises as if it hadn't understood what had happened. He didn't bother paying attention, stabbing into the gaping mouth. It was the carrot assassination technique, but this time more logical. In less than a second, Chu Hyuk had dealt with all 3 summoned goblins. The 2 that were killed earlier were evaporating into data blocks. Lilia's jaw dropped, unable to believe what she had just witnessed. "What?" He raised his sword, turning back to smile at her. "I answered the second question correctly, right?" It's unclear why the scene jumped, but currently, Chu Hyuk was exercising on a treadmill. Aside from a few beads of sweat, he still looked as fit as a bull. Azin, beside him, was the complete opposite. She was gasping for air, drenched in sweat, her face purple with exhaustion. Just when she seemed about to faint, the required distance was reached, and the machine automatically stopped. While Chu Hyuk still looked unfazed, slowly coming to a stop, Azin had collapsed on the floor, still as a salted fish. She was panting, her face slightly flushed from the exertion, creating a somewhat charming appearance. He watched this scene, speechless, unsure what to say about this stamina that was probably only slightly better than an office worker's. Chu Hyuk stepped down, asking the salted fish on the floor, "Don't you also do physical training at the guild? Why are you struggling with this level of exercise?" Azin was silent for a moment, then replied with an indescribable expression, "I normally don't exert myself like this." He rested his hands on his hips, his expression showing disbelief at this answer. "Normally don't train like this. Then how do you defeat monsters?" Hearing this, she nodded slightly. Azin raised a finger, looking like she really didn't consider this matter important. "I can use magic power by borrowing strength from the guardian constellations." Chu Hyuk was silent, as expected. She didn't see that thoughtful expression. Sitting on the ground, she let out a long sigh. Instead of physical training, they focus on magical power since they depend on the constellations. He looked at Azin, deep in thought. There wouldn't be a need to use physical strength. It's fine if they borrow enough power from the constellations. However, the risk is too great. It wasn't hard to guess that it was a bad scenario. What would happen if they were trapped in a labyrinth or dungeon that prohibited the use of magic? Or what if they run out of mana during a prolonged battle? Chu Hyuk stroked his chin, a thoughtful expression crossing his face as his eyes drifted upwards. What if their guardian constellations refuse to lend them their power? He spoke up again, "Hey." Azin, who was catching her breath, looked up at being addressed. Chu Hyuk, still with his hands on his hips, asked her, "Do you think this physical training is pointless?" Azin stood up, thought for a moment, and replied with certainty, "Of course not." She looked directly at him, seeing nothing unusual in his expression. "You said you would teach me swordsmanship if I did this." Chu Hyuk suddenly laughed, as if he had just heard something amusing. "What kind of answer is that? So you're only doing this because I told you to." Azin was put on the spot, stammering and unsure how to respond. Finally, she replied with a hesitant yes. He was speechless. "Forget it. It's nothing." Chu Hyuk turned away, feeling it was time to end the training session. "Let's stop here for today. We have to go to the academy now." However, Azin noticed he wasn't leaving immediately. She asked, "Aren't you going?" He hadn't fully turned away when he heard her question, so he replied with an obvious tone, "I'm going to do another round." "Why do you ask? Do you want to do more too?" His simple question made Azin freeze, like a bullied rabbit on the verge of tears. Chu Hyuk waved his hand dismissively, realizing she wanted to escape. "It's fine, just go." She hesitated slightly, then replied, as if she had just received a pardon, "Okay." Azin reached the door, but didn't forget to look back. "See you later." He didn't reply, just silently added more weights. Beach's voice suddenly appeared in his mind. "So, her name is Azin Choi." Chu Hyuk continued his workout, showing no outward sign of the internal conversation. Mentally, he replied, "Yes, so." Beiche continued, "It seems she's continuing your training without complaint." Chu Hyuk attached the weights to the bar, paying little attention to the voice in his head. "But why are you helping her train?" He sat down on the exercise machine, communicating telepathically with practiced ease. "She just kept pestering me to teach her swordsmanship." Within the system space, Beiche floated aimlessly, arms crossed. "Have you shown Azin Choi your swordsmanship yet?" "I never showed her, but she probably noticed when I used it in class." Intrigued, Beiche exclaimed mentally. She understood how powerful it was just by watching. "That's impressive." Chu Hyuk chuckled softly, agreeing with the sentiment. "I thought it was interesting too, so I'm planning to teach her some skills." Suddenly, a strange sound from nearby caught his attention. It was CUC lifting weights. His arms were straight, his eyes focused forward. When it was time to rest, he returned the weights to their place. CUC sat up, sweat dripping from his body, and let out a breath of relief. Then, very quickly, he noticed the gaze fixed on him. Turning, CUC and Chu Hyuk looked at each other. They had been training in the same room without noticing each other. Chu Hyuk continued to meet his gaze, asking directly, "How long have you been here?" CUC wiped his sweat with a towel, replying simply for a while. "My routine is always to train before attending the academy." With that, CUC stood up and left, not intending to stay long after finishing his training. "Now, if you'll excuse me." Chu Hyuk didn't say anything, just watched him and thought, CUC, I'm not sure if it's due to innate martial bone structure or perhaps natural talent, but he's able to train for so long. CUC reached the door of the training room, and Chu Hyuk was still looking at his retreating figure. Beiche, noticing this, asked, "What? Are you interested in him?" Chu Hyuk didn't argue. Well, he seems smarter than those guys who only focus on magic training. He lay down on the training bench and started his workout. Maybe so. Chu Hyuk gripped the weights. Another question surfacing in his mind. But what are the constellations doing? I don't know either. He began his exercises, feeling annoyed at hearing the same phrase repeatedly. Is that all you can say? Bei-che remained silent. After a moment, Bei-che, arms crossed within the system space, spoke in a serious tone. I'm also a constellation, but I don't remember anything after 300 years, so I don't know anything about the other constellations. You can learn more about the constellations if you complete the new mission on the system. He lifted and lowered the heavy weights, his mind preoccupied as if opening an information panel. New mission. The system panel appeared, displaying the mission information, search for weapons, and recover memories. Valhalla's constellation room, 3rd basement floor, 5th room on the right. Chu Hyuk sat up, wiping his sweat with a towel. Valhalla, the great forest of danger. I heard about it in class. It's the final destination we have to reach in the first semester. He pondered, a hint of annoyance in his expression. If it weren't for this damn mission, I would have gone there after recovering my physical strength, but it seems I have to endure until then. Bei-che was quiet for a moment, then asked incredulously, endure? Didn't you just cause a commotion with those guys who were trying to pick a fight with you? Chu Hyuk, seeing that Bei-che hadn't understood, explained, I mean, that loaded guy seems like he'll get in my way, so I'm taking care of it early to save time. If I didn't do that, I wouldn't be able to endure. The simple statement carried a heavy killing intent that Bei-che could feel, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Chu Hyuk looked down at the floor, his mind wandering. Anyway, once I complete the mission, I won't be expelled from the academy. My secret needs to be kept safe. In London, England, moonlight bathed a magnificent mansion, making it appear as if constructed of gold. It was the Ben family mansion. Next to the main entrance hung a protective mask like those worn by plague doctors, the kind that resembled a crow's beak. Inside the mansion, similar masks served as decorations, and numerous paintings of people wearing them adorned the walls. In the mansion's meeting room, only one person, who appeared to be the head of the household, sat at the head of the table. Facing her from a distance was someone who looked like a butler. The apparent head of the household spoke first. So, she said, crossing her legs and commanding with an air of authority, tell me what happened. Ben Association, Deputy Head Adelia Ben. The head butler looked directly at her and began his report. The labyrinth in the suburbs has been cleared. Adelia remained seated, her expression unchanging. Very good. Anything else? The head butler continued. I'm considering recruiting some capable individuals I've found. Thanks to this labyrinth, I've discovered some surviving members of the Robber Association. She inquired, are they strong? The head butler affirmed, yes. The two we found are both A-rank contractors. Adelia extended a hand as if giving an order. All right, if that's the case, then they deserve to receive Ben's blessing. Test their abilities and bring them here. The head butler replied, immediately understood. She probed further, is that all? This question caused him to pause momentarily. After a moment, the head butler spoke as if recalling something. I have some matters to report from Slope D. These words caused Adelia's expression to chill slightly. Has something else happened? The head butler concurred. Yes, I've heard that Dicer A has been summoned to South Korea. Adelia frowned, a murderous aura emanating from her as she repeated the name in her mind. Dicer A. Ben, a blond man with a scarred face, looking like the biggest thug in existence. The troublesome child of the Ben family and the worst delinquent. He had used the Ben family name to cause numerous terrible incidents, and at 19, he assaulted 5 people from the British Academy over a mere argument. So, at 20, his name was completely erased from the Ben family registry. Returning to the present, Adelia continued to ponder. He's been living in seclusion for years. That Dicer A is seeking out Duke. Finally, she gave the order, have someone monitor him. The head butler bowed slightly, respectfully replying, as you command. Adelia added, and informed Duke that. He raised his head, listening intently. She placed her hands on her cross leg and said calmly, if I discover he's up to anything shady, he'll be expelled from the family. The head butler paused for a moment before acknowledging the order without objection. Understood. That is the entirety of the report. I'll take my leave. The door closed, leaving her alone in the room. Adelia remained silent, staring straight ahead as if lost in thought. She mused, as if plotting, all of them gained the family's power without any effort. That power isn't meant for trash like them. Adelia's eyes turned cold, a golden light flickering within them. That power must. One for all for one. Everything is meant for only one person. In the end, it all belongs to me. She glanced behind her, a faint smile playing on her lips. Isn't that right? There hung a painting of a doctor in a plague doctor's mask, the guardian constellation. On the classroom's blackboard were 2 lines written in Hanja and Korean. The professor's voice explained it. If you define the word villain, it's the combination of 2 words, evil and the one who causes it. The professor held a piece of chalk, explaining the necessary knowledge. In modern society, the word villain is mainly used to describe those who use the power of constellations for wrongful purposes. Usually, villains act independently, but sometimes they form organizations. Among them, the most notorious organization is the Doksan Hoi. Among the constellations, the professor's words continued, but Chu Hyuk was looking at his hands, paying little attention. He clenched them into fists, feeling the power he possessed. This body, while I can feel myself getting stronger through training, this body can also use mana. Though not to the extent of a genius, it's still better than my body before reincarnation. How strange. Chu Hyuk continued to stare intently at his palms, questioning in his mind. It's true that this body hasn't been trained in how to use mana, but why is its condition so poor? He remembered when he was meditating, mana flowing around him like burning blue fire. The first day, I tried cultivating and circulating qi. I could barely complete 1 cycle because this body accumulates less mana than a normal person. His memory jumped to when he was exercising his limbs, his physical strength, so weak that he almost fainted just from shoveling dirt. Explanation: circulating qi, a method of gathering and guiding qi circulation within the body. Back in reality, Chu Hyuk was still deep in thought. Even if he had no advantages, with an ordinary body like this, there was no way it could be this bad. Looking at his palm, a thought suddenly struck him. Could something have happened in the past? Deciding to let it go for now, Chu Hyuk put his hands behind his head and relaxed, listening to the lecture. He didn't know what good panicking would do. Suddenly, his desk was lightly tapped. The sound wasn't loud, but it was enough to attract his attention. As expected, Chu Hyuk glanced in the direction of the sound. He saw Sojin place a piece of paper on his desk, which puzzled him. He then focused on the object she had placed on his desk. Chu Hyuk picked it up and slowly unfolded it. It was a small note. After opening it, he saw only 1 word written inside. Hey. He was dumbfounded, not understanding what it meant. In the late afternoon, the blue skies softened into shades of orange and yellow. Lee Gun stood on the podium, announcing a new policy with a tired expression. This week, you're allowed to leave the academy. Those students who wish to go out must each submit a permission slip. Class ended for the day, and dismissal was announced, but Chu Hyuk remained seated. He stared ahead, thinking to himself, allowed to leave the academy. Soon, Chu Hyuk had a leave application form in his hand. The reason filled in as wanting to go out for a walk. Bei Che, seeing this, asked, Master, you want to go out? He used telepathy to communicate, as usual. Yeah, I need to go somewhere. Where are you planning to go, Master? Before he could finish talking, a voice called out from behind. Hey, you there. Chu Hyuk turned around to see who it was, and saw Sojin standing there waiting. He looked at her and asked, slightly annoyed, What? Are you having fun following me? What? I even politely replied to your note, and you didn't even bother to text back. Remembering her reply, Sojin seemed to become flustered. Chu Hyuk waved the application form, urging her, hurry up and tell me. I still have to submit this. Seeing that she couldn't remain silent any longer, Sojin wanted to speak, but hesitated. The thing is, it's that. After hearing a bunch of meaningless words that didn't get to the point, Chu Hyuk was so frustrated he was practically shaking. His face reddened as blood rushed to his head. He yelled, to spit it out, you weirdo. Hearing those last 3 words, Sojin also got a little angry. W weirdo. She looked directly into his eyes, raising her voice. Why are you calling me a weirdo? Chu Hyuk retorted, is it normal for you to annoy people like this? What the hell do you want to say? Sojin, at a loss for words, stammered. Wait, that thing. Her mind flashed back to earlier, her eyes widening. It was the moment he dealt with the rock goblin, killing it with a single stab to the stomach. Sojin stared, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. A rock goblin, without using magic but just a sword, completely different from the textbooks. Back in the present, she still didn't know how to start. I just wanted to ask how he defeated the rock goblin, but it feels like I'm hurting my own pride. Sojin pursed her lips, making a difficult decision. With great effort, she managed to utter the two words, rock goblin. Lilia, appearing out of nowhere, smoothly interjected, "Tell me, how did you defeat that rock goblin?" The atmosphere fell silent. Now, she was nothing more than a third wheel, interrupting a potential couple, a truly commendable act. Chu Hyuk leaned back, startled by the sudden appearance. Where did she even jump out from? He was a bit confused. Why was she suddenly so forward? "I thought you hated me." Lilia pointed at herself, equally puzzled. "Huh, me?" Seeing her confusion, Chu Hyuk clarified, "I mean, you should. I blatantly rejected all your questions. Don't you hate me for embarrassing you that day?" She chuckled, her eyes seeming to sparkle. "I don't mind that. I always believed there was only one way to defeat those monsters, but you showed me there are other ways." Lilia placed a hand on the student's shoulder. "So," she continued to smile, extending an invitation. "Would you like to become my assistant?" The offer was tempting, but he still refused. "I have to decline. I'm about to submit my leave application." Despite her failure, Lilia persisted, clinging to Chu Hyuk as she tried to persuade him. "Why? Become my assistant and research with me the different ways to defeat monsters." But nothing could sway him. "No, I decline." The two walked away, oblivious to Sojin reaching out. "Wait." Her two whispered words went unnoticed as they continued their tug of war. "I'll personally sponsor the things you need. Aren't you embarrassed to do this to a student?" "Why should I be? As long as I can research with you." They gradually moved further away, leaving her standing frozen in the sunlight streaming through the window. Sojin withdrew her hand, sighing in resignation. Outside, the sun was about to set, a blazing half circle in the distance. "Whatever. I don't need to ask anymore." The next day, Chu Hyuk, dressed in inconspicuous clothing, looked at the streets lighting up in the night. This is it. Looking out, he saw paved roads, people milling about, and architecture resembling an old town. The night market. At the Valhalla dormitory, lights flickered on and off in the rooms, the windows of the darkened rooms reflecting the starlit night sky. In his room, Chu Hyuk sat at his computer, scrolling through his phone. Beach's voice echoed in his mind. "Master, what are you looking for?" Since he was alone, he replied aloud, "Information about the place I'm going to tomorrow." Chu Hyuk continued scrolling, explaining to Bei-che, "I need to find a trading platform to sell the treasures we found in the dungeon. I have to find a place that looks reputable." Bei-che understood. "I see." He suddenly found his target. Found it. The market. It was a post titled "How to Participate in the Market," with over 2,000 views and 50 shares. Chu Hyuk recalled the information about this international trading hub. "From what I've learned about the market, after paying the entrance fee, everyone is free to trade anything for free. While it seems like a place everyone in the world can use, there apparently exists a black market run by unscrupulous individuals. The reason for the existence of this illegal market is that the one who created the market is a guardian constellation called the Hidden Ruler." He shuddered, sitting cross-legged on his chair, lost in thought. Because it was created and is actively maintained by a guardian constellation, high-ranking players use it openly and frequently. Even though it's illegal, the government hasn't shown any signs of cracking down. Chu Hyuk paused at that post. It had garnered 82 comments, which was why he easily figured out how to infiltrate it. He had to use it during this time frame. The post content was quite long, but in short, it said to click the link in the comments, select a reservation, then go to a location 50 kilometers away from his current position, arrive there, and open the door. After reading, he scrolled through the screen, wondering if there really was a link in the comment section. While searching, he suddenly received a message from Azin. Clicking it open, he saw 4 crying bunny emoticons sent from the other side. Not unexpected from such a lovable girl. Chu Hyuk immediately replied, "What's up? What's wrong? Huh? What happened?" Only then did Azin stop and send a serious message. "I don't think I can participate in tomorrow's training session. I have something to do outside." He suddenly thought, "I also have to go to a few places, so it'll probably be difficult." After a long pause, Chu Hyuk simply replied with, "Okay." On the other side, the girl stared blankly at the message. "Huh?" Azin sent a question mark expressing her doubt. He also replied with a question mark, then explained, "I just wanted to say have a good time. It's a good wish, after all." Azin sent 3 happy bunny emoticons in a row, annoying Chu Hyuk immensely. Don't be silly. He rested his chin on his hand, slightly vexed by this before moving on. Why does she keep sending me this nonsense? Anyway, the post mentioned that if he opened the link in the comments, he would successfully register for a room and receive a location. Finally, Chu Hyuk pecked at the screen with his finger. Is this it? Soon, morning arrived. He wore a hooded jacket, covering his head as he walked on the sidewalk. Chu Hyuk looked at his phone, then looked up, glancing around. Find it. It told me to go around this area. Find a place located inside an old cafe. Looking for a while, he suddenly noticed his target. Before him was a dilapidated cafe, almost on the verge of collapse. The glass windows were cracked, and the letter E on the sign was about to fall off. Inside, cobwebs were everywhere, and the tables and chairs were scattered haphazardly. Chu Hyuk opened the door, sunlight streaming into the old space. He glued his eyes to his phone, finding the way to the market. Just enter the cafe and go straight to the right corner. Chu Hyuk turned sharply to the right, looking at the metal door with light leaking from it. It must be there. He approached, grasped the doorknob, and turned it. He opened the path to the market. Beyond the metal door, despite the bright exterior, it was like nighttime inside, illuminated by colorful electric lights. This scene connected to the end of the previous chapter. Chu Hyuk looked up at the beautiful scenery of this place. Is this it? The night market. Although the streets looked ancient, the buildings were very modern, with air conditioners installed in every apartment. The vibrant purple moon, hidden behind a layer of clouds, watched the plumes of black smoke rising from the factory. He looked at this space, realizing something was different. Strange. Chu Hyuk looked down at the passers-by, puzzled. I'm sure this is my first time here, but why does it feel so familiar? Especially the scene of the purple sky and the cloudy moon. It was exactly like the night sky he had seen 300 years ago. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Is this your first time here? He turned his head to look. In his sight was a person wearing a leather jacket. Except for their skin and hair, everything from top to bottom was black. Chu Hyuk unconsciously recalled the note in the post. A leather jacket carrying 2 million won. Upon entering the market, he would see a staff member wearing an outdated leather outfit waiting to receive it. This must be the staff member mentioned in the post. He replied to the person without further ado. Yes, that's right. The staff member asked again. So you probably already know how to use the market, right? Chu Hyuk pulled out a wad of cash, his expression neutral. I know a little. He handed the money to the staff member, who received it with both hands, speaking very professionally. Thank you very much. Chu Hyuk appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly he lamented. So I've used up all the money I earned from first place in the opening ceremony. Now I only have 30,000 won left, but if I can earn money from this place, I'll be fine. The staff member, like an emotionless NPC, tried to start a conversation to offer advice. Do you have any other questions? Just one thing. Chu Hyuk extended a hand, explaining his need for assistance. I want to sell some personal jewelry. Where should I go? Are you planning to auction off? No, I just want to sell it quickly. Having a suitable place in mind, the staff member offered a suggestion. In that case, you should go to District 3 of the market. There are many merchants there who buy everything from jewelry to weapons. If you want to sell anything else, you can do that there too. Chu Hyuk continued with his inquiries. Who is the most reputable person here? The staff member, hand clasped behind their back, answered without hesitation. If you have gold or jewelry, I recommend Moit. They offer the best prices. Prepare to make a transaction, but lacking the location, he asked, so how do I get to District 3 from here? The person pointed to the alley next to them, giving directions to the customer. Just go straight. When you see the road split, keep going straight. All right, thank you very much. As the customer was about to leave, the staff member called out, as if remembering something. One more thing. Chu Hyuk stopped, looking back at them with a questioning look. The staff member handed him a black cat mask, saying, I advise you to wear a mask here. They explained, due to the nature of the goods traded in the market, most people wear masks. Chu Hyuk took the offered item, examining it carefully. Finally, he put on, hearing the staff member's words, just consider a gift. Chu Hyuk turned back, his red eyes visible. The black outfit combined with the mask of the same color looked quite fitting. Thank you. The customer departed, and the staff member bowed slightly, very professional. Have a good time. District 3 of the market was crowded with people coming and going, some stopping to look at what was being sold at the stalls. In such a place, someone wearing a white cat mask was squinting one eye, appraising a gemstone in their hand, their expression serious. You must be Moit. Interrupted from their work, Moit opened their squinting eye to see who the new customer was. Seeing Chu Hyuk, they paused briefly before answering the previous question. That's me. He looked at the stall owner, getting straight to the point. I have some items I'd like to sell. Moit got down to business, advising the new customer, everything depends on the quality of the items, but if it's just gold and jewelry, the process will be very quick. Hearing this, Chu Hyuk reached into the backpack he was wearing without saying much. After a moment, he pulled out a black drawstring bag. He placed it on the table, causing a series of clinking sounds from the jewelry. Making his request, he said, I want to sell this. Moit opened the bag and, seeing a pile of round objects, wondered, could these all be rings? He picked up a ring. As he began to appraise it, he realized something wasn't right. The more he looked, the more wrong it seemed. It only took a moment for Moit to be stunned by the item, his jaw dropping. Whoa, wait a minute. This is an artifact from the era of destruction. He stared at the ring in his hand, sweating profusely, extremely tense. I've seen all sorts of things, but this is a genuine era of destruction relic. Moit looked back into the drawstring bag, wondering, are the others the same? Inside the bag, the pile of rings emitted a strange purplish light, their surfaces etched with numerous patterns resembling an ancient language. His mouth slightly agape. He stared in increasing awe. They're all from the same period. Suddenly, a voice called out, hey. The unexpected sound startled Moit out of his thoughts. Chu Hyuk, with one hand in his pocket, asked with a feigned air of ignorance, how much can you buy these for? He rubbed his chin, looking into the bag to assess the price. Let's see. Meanwhile, Moit was bewildered. Where did he get so many ancient artifacts? Judging by his voice, he guessed the young man was around 20 years old. Finally, he looked up, unable to contain his curiosity. These artifacts, where did you get them? Chu Hyuk didn't answer, only gently reminding him of the local rules. I heard such questions aren't asked here. What did I hear wrong? Realizing his mistake, Moit lowered his head, admitting his fault. No, you're right. My apologies. He continued to examine the rings, another bead of cold sweat trickling down his face. Good heavens. I got distracted by these artifacts and asked a question I shouldn't have. I almost damaged my reputation as a merchant. After a moment, Moit looked up again, his voice sincere. Honestly, I don't know. He pushed the bag forward, offering it back to his customer. I can't appraise these. Because these are from the era of destruction, I don't have enough capital to buy them from you. Chu Hyuk took the bag back, thinking to himself, the era of destruction. Then aloud, he asked, so where should I go to sell them? Moit leaned slightly out of his stall, gesturing down the street. On your way, you should visit that tall tower over there, the auction house. Being a first-time visitor, Chu Hyuk had many questions. If I auction them, how long will it take to sell them? Moit sat back down, answering him. On average, about 2 to 3 weeks. Because there are many people who book in advance, it will take some time before the auction house opens. Chu Hyuk asked another question. Then will I need to come to the market directly again? Yes, because you still need to verify your identity to receive payment, you'll have to come. Hearing this, he grimaced, complaining inwardly, how troublesome. Preferring a quicker solution, Chu Hyuk asked the stall owner directly. You said you couldn't appraise them earlier. How much could they sell for at the auction house? Moit looked at the rings again, lost in thought, humming and hawing for a moment. Let's see. Mentally calculating a figure, he tapped away at his phone screen. Finished entering the number, Moit turned the screen to show the customer. About this much. The figure seemed astronomical. Chu Hyuk couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He couldn't believe the number he was seeing, sweating from the excitement. Are they worth that much? How many zeros is that? Although, I knew they were valuable in my past life, so I kept them. Chu Hyuk, snapping out of his surprise, considered selling to the person opposite him. How much are you short? The merchant stroked his chin, a habitual gesture. Well, this is just an estimate, but it's a different story if you go to auction. Even if I sold everything I own, it would only cover 3/4 of their total value. Chu Hyuk looked at the merchant, momentarily hesitant. Is that so? The hesitation was fleeting. He put both hands in his pockets. Then I'll take that much. Moit's eyes widened in disbelief. What? These are relics from the era of destruction. They're traded at high prices because of their age. And there's another big reason, thanks to the star clusters. They started appearing after the era ended, and they react strangely to relics from that time. The explanation over, the transaction complete, Moit looked over the items he'd just acquired. Because a normal person without the ability can't form a contract with a star cluster. Thanks to these relics, things can change. If I remember correctly, these are called alchemical items. I remember someone achieving a contract using items like these. He brought a ring up to eye level. A purple, Smoke like energy emanated from it. Double checking. I'm certain these are from that era. Just look at how the mana flows through these details. Moit pulled the ring back, examining it closely. The magic emanating from items of the era of destruction seems to linger. Relics from that time have these distinct markings. 8 ancient rings from the era of destruction. Who knew I could buy them for such a low price? Satisfied with his inspection, he placed the ring back in the bag. Moit added other items to the bag, a cheerful thought crossing his mind. Today's a lucky day. As he gathered his things, someone approached his stall. Who's this? He stared in surprise as the newcomer came into view. It was a figure in a black uniform, wearing a black cat mask that concealed their entire face, standing with their hands clasped behind their back. Leaving Moit for now, let's return to Chu Hyuk, who had reached the door through which he'd enter the market. The iron door swung open, and Chu Hyuk stepped back into the outside world. He removed his mask and exhaled in relief. That was uncomfortable. I thought I was going to suffocate. Chu Hyuk looked around, noticing something different about the surroundings. If I remember correctly, going through that door should have taken me back. This doesn't look like the cafe I was in. He then checked the most important part, the money from the transaction. His phone chimed, confirming the deposit. 2.5 billion into his account. A slight smile curved Chu Hyuk's lips. Money makes the world go round. A full wallet boosts confidence. He thought, with this, my money problems are solved. Who knew I could make this much just from 8 rings from the warehouse? He walked on, eyes glued to his phone screen, still reveling in his good fortune. Even if I spend all of this, there's still a ton more in the warehouse. I don't have to worry about money anymore. As he was enjoying his newfound wealth, his phone vibrated. Looking at the incoming call, Chu Hyuk didn't recognize the number. Who is this? An unknown number. After a moment's hesitation, he answered, bringing the phone to his ear. Hello. It was Lilia. She boomed. Hey Chu Hyuk, what are you doing? Let's go eat. Her voice was so loud he had to pull the phone away from his ear. After she paused, Chu Hyuk asked, how did you get my number? Lilia didn't seem to find it strange. Because I'm an instructor at Valhalla. But that's not important. Go and get something to eat. Come to the front of the Valhalla gym. I'll treat you to lunch. After saying that, she hung up, not giving him a chance to refuse. Hello. Utterly speechless, he looked at his phone for a moment with a frustrated expression and muttered, who hangs up after saying what they want. But then, Chu Hyuk, ignoring the fact he'd been pressured, started to feel okay with it. Should I go there for a free meal? I'm free now anyway. Over at the market area, a person in military uniform stood before Moit's small stall. He was the first to speak, his voice carrying a sense of heavy pressure. Why are you here? The person in uniform replied with a question, and if Moit was the one feeling the pressure, this person was the source of it. Are we on such bad terms, Moit? He stared intently at the person, looking as tense as a drawn bowstring. Even if I met you a few times, a normal merchant doesn't usually talk to the market owner. Indeed, he was the owner of the Black Cat Market. In response to those words, Black Cat's tone remained strangely calm. You treating me like this is precisely why I value you, Moit. The person opposite him, speechless, responded with silence. Moit immediately asked again, not getting swept up in the flow of valuing or not valuing. Why are you here? Black Cat leaned one hand on the stall, slowly getting to the point. Nothing important. It seems you just anonymously registered an item for auction, right? He lowered his head slightly, glancing up with a wary look. So, how did the bank guess it was me? He pointed to his head in reply. The one who truly owns the commercial district isn't me, but the constellations. That's why I have to gather the information they want. Black Cat extended a hand, phrasing his request as a question. Still, would you mind if I took a look at the item you registered for auction? Hearing this, Moit bent down to rummage, as if there was nothing to hide. However, he felt uneasy. Strange. This is the first time Black Cat has been interested in artifacts. Or is it because it's from the era of destruction? After a moment, Moit placed the bag on the stall. It's in here. Black Cat opened the bag, reaching inside and pulling out a handful of rings, momentarily confused. He suddenly said, there are quite a few. Moit looked at him quizzically. Why do you suddenly say that? Suddenly, a notification popped up. The Guardian constellation is staring intently at this item. After that notification, a series of similar messages appeared, like spam. Black Cat held a ring in his hand, dumbfounded by the barrage of messages. It seems my Guardian constellation really wants this ring. At the Valhalla restaurant, Chu Hyuk sat across from Lilia, silent. She twirled the pasta on her fork, bringing it to her mouth and sighing. This is delicious. Across from her, Hyuk remained silent, his gaze wandering observing his surroundings, which struck her as odd. Huh, why aren't you eating Hyuk? Though he heard her, he didn't turn back, continuing to look around. I'm wondering why Valhalla has a place like this. Lilia chuckled, explaining to Chu Hyuk it's separate from the school cafeteria and restaurant staff were trained to run this place. Didn't you know? At this, Hyuk finally turned his attention to the pasta in front of him, but his expression remained unenthusiastic. He replied coldly, not interested. Chewing on his noodles, Chu Hyuk asked Lilia, "So, why did you call me here?" She lowered her head with a small smile and said about that, then suddenly leaned forward excitedly with a bright expression, "Be my assistant." But Chu Hyuk, holding a slice of pizza, flatly replied, "I don't want to." The atmosphere turned awkward. Lilia, placing her hands on the table, anxiously asked again, hoping he would change his mind and agree. "You should think about it. If you become my assistant, you'll get a lot of benefits." She added this as if to further persuade him. Ignoring the potential perks, Chu Hyuk maintained his attitude, his gaze unwavering. He continued eating while listening as if nothing could sway his decision, making Lilia anxious. "Didn't you already know what I was going to ask? You should at least listen." But she was met with silence. After a moment of thought, he calmly asked, "So what are the benefits?" Her eyes lit up as if she had struck gold, but she was also quite surprised by his question. Eager to change his mind, Lilia abruptly stood up and leaned forward, stating directly, "First, you'll get a scholarship and a lot of grants." In her excitement, she pointed, "You'll get to write a thesis with me. If you want, you can write about how to attack special types of monsters." She continued, adding, "If you do, your name will be honored at the Monster Research Association. Fame and fortune will follow." But Chu Hyuk seemed uninterested. Next, Lilia said, a little more confidently, "You can go outside twice a week instead of once a month." He replied nonchalantly, looking unimpressed. "Doesn't sound that appealing. Anything else?" Thinking for a moment, she rubbed her chin, considering. And she said excitedly, "You'll get to work with me." He retorted, "You're a bit delusional." Unable to persuade him, Lilia pleaded, "Come on, be my assistant. Please." Chu Hyuk, eating indifferently, quietly replied, "I don't want to." He thought to himself, "Honestly, if there were any real benefits, I'd consider it, but none of these are good. What I need is to go to the Great Forest of Eyes, and I can only go there during the first year final evaluation. Even if she's an instructor, she can't help with that." He bluntly told Lilia, "Anyway, I won't be your assistant, and I won't write a thesis with you either." She was speechless. Good heavens. No longer as enthusiastic, but as if trying to bargain, Lilia suggested, "Well, how about this? Do you want to share some information? If I can give you the information you need, you can tell me how to attack certain types of monsters." Intrigued, Chu Hyuk asked, "What kind of information?" She smiled and continued her proposal, "About the girl who's always with you, Azin." He thought to himself, "I'm just helping her train. Do we look that close?" Then he suddenly said aloud, not interested, "I heard Azin was removed from her family registry." Silence followed. Neither of them spoke. Then Chu Hyuk put down his fork. "Oh, is that so?" He stood up and walked towards the door, passing by Lilia. "Well, I'll be going then." She reached out to stop him. "Huh, where are you going?" Not wanting to waste any more time, he explained with a blank expression, "I'm finished eating, and there's nothing appealing here. I'm done, so I'm leaving. What else is there to do?" Lilia jumped up, as if wanting to pry more information from Chu Hyuk. "Even so, you should at least give me some information." Those words made him indifferent as he walked away. Lilia, worried, tried to persuade him, "But you heard what I said, right?" Chu Hyuk thought for a moment and said, "Well then, there's something I'm curious about. They're still so young. Why are you so harsh in teaching them?" The atmosphere became serious. Lilia, her face stern, rested her hand on the table and calmly replied, "As an instructor on mystical monsters, it would be terrible if I didn't do my best. Normally, a monster's attack will directly affect the student's survival rate. The students can't even remember the basic attacks, so I have to be strict with them." Chu Hyuk expressed his disagreement. "Is that just your personal desire?" But Lilia smiled proudly and softly replied, "It's not a desire, it's a responsibility." Chu Hyuk casually raised his hand in farewell, ignoring her as he continued to stride towards the door. "Is that so? I see. Well then, good luck." Lilia quickly chased after him, her arm reaching out to stop him. "Hey, Chu Hyuk, you should at least give me some information in return." But Chu Hyuk bluntly replied once more, "Yes, but I don't want to." Elsewhere in Shihyung, or elsewhere concerning Azin, a conversation was taking place within the Choi Chin family between the head of the family and his two children. Choi Chun-suk, the head of the Choi Chin family, spoke. "The reason I called you here today is to ask about your plans before participating in the classification test, carrying the family's reputation. Facing him were Choi Chin-gun, the captain of the attack team and the eldest son of the Choi Chin family, and Choi Azin, the second daughter of the Choi Chin family. Chun Suk's rough hand suddenly drew his sword. If you pass the test, you will have the opportunity to sign a contract through the sacred artifact, the Chung Kwa Du. That is the ritual to become the successor. He swung the sword and continued, however, if you fail, you will be removed from the family. So, will you participate? He coldly sheathed his sword with a loud clang. At this moment, the two siblings responded to his demands. Yes, I will. Chun Suk suddenly increased the pressure in the atmosphere. All right, the classification test will be held in 3 weeks. You may leave. Stepping out into the hallway, Chin Gun's mocking voice rang out. Hey, did you catch the hint? But Azin seemed not to understand the meaning. What? His words made Chin Gun frown. He said in a low voice, when you said you would participate in the test, didn't you see Father's expression? He seemed to find it amusing to insult Azin, as she didn't retort. He continued to tease. It seems like you really want to become the head of the family. Huh? You bastard child. The words made her grit her teeth in annoyance. Chin Gun's face twisted as he saw Azin's angry expression. Look at your face. I'm so scared. Don't delude yourself. You'll win the test. You can't even receive a blessing from a constellation. How can you beat me, someone who has already signed a contract? He brought his face menacingly close. Seeing her clench her fists, wanting to retort, Chin Gun continued to provoke her patience. What? Have you given up already? Then just keep sucking the family's coffers dry, and I'll make you pay it all back, dear sister. The door opened, and Chin Gun's harsh gaze flashed before disappearing. See you later. On a hospital bed, a gaunt woman reached out her hand and said, Azin, you must become the head of the family. If you achieve that, you'll be free. And me, when I was a little girl, crying in anguish, I grasped. Not that hand, but that's just a memory. In the classroom, Chu Hyuk was listening to the lecture when Barch's voice rang out. I understand, the midterm exams are coming up. The voice made him pause for a moment before adding, You're worried about that, aren't you? The instructor was lecturing at the board, but he continued to chat. If you be quiet, I could actually hear. Isn't your homeroom teacher explaining about the midterms? But Chu Hyuk coldly dismissed the thought. Really? I usually don't pay attention to what they're saying anymore. Then, suddenly, Lee Gun turned around and spoke seriously to the class. All right, you all should know this already, but at Valhalla, exams carry a lot of weight for both the midterm and final exams. But the student with the lowest score will be immediately expelled. So, all of you need to study hard, understand? I expect you to be well prepared for both your written and practical exams. Don't be complacent and fail. These words didn't make Chu Hyuk think about studying hard, but instead, a different plan formed in his mind. Nothing much. But the practical tests are simple, but the written test needs attention. He frowned, thinking, I have to stick with this academy until the end of the term so I can get to the great forest for what I need to do, but I barely know how to achieve that. After thinking for a moment, Chu Hyuk seemed to have a new idea and softly called out, Hey, Barch. He responded respectfully, Yes, instructor. Chu Hyuk continued when he heard the reply, You've attended almost all the classes, haven't you? Barch paused. Yes, you could say that. But Chu Hyuk's next words made him flinch. So, you'll take the test for me. Barch, worried, hesitated to agree. That. Chu Hyuk was calmly considering things, resting his chin on his hand, planning with Barch. I'll take the test, and you'll look over it to see what's right and wrong, and let me know. Barch was also considering things. So, it's like you're entrusting me to do those tests. I find that rather unfair. Chu Hyuk, on the other hand, became angry, putting on a cold expression that sent a chill down Barch's spine. Unfair. I'll be taking the test anyway. But your job is to let me write the answers. That's your job. Do you understand? Instructor Lee Gun at the podium tidied up, ending the class. That's all for today's lesson. Good work, everyone. All the students responded, Yes, thank you, instructor. After the class, Chu Hyuk packed up his things, preparing to leave, when he heard Azin call out, Chu Hyuk. He turned around, surprised, and asked, What is it? She replied casually, Do we have training today? Silence hung in the air. Chu Hyuk turned his head as if remembering something, suddenly asking, Why do you ask? Do you want to stop? Not wanting Chu Hyuk to misunderstand, Azin anxiously said, No, that's not what I meant. Hearing this, he asked, Then, do you want to learn swordsmanship? Azin was quite surprised. Chu Hyuk simply thought, I think it's time to test your swordsmanship, because since training with me, there hasn't been time to practice swordsmanship. Well, saying swordsmanship training is a bit complex. I'll just show you how to hold a sword. Having said that, he lightly scratched his ear and added, those are the basic movements a swordsman needs to know. Thinking to himself, Chu Hyuk thought, besides, it's about time I practiced with a weapon a bit myself. Then he suggested, let's go to the training room next to the gym. Azin readily agreed. Sure. In Valhalla's training room, the two stood facing each other. Chu Hyuk, holding a sword, asked, how long has it been since you last used it? Your sword, I mean. Tell me. Azin replied, yes, it's been a while. I haven't touched it since I started strength training with you. Her answer made Chu Hyuk curious. So, before that, you practiced with a sword every day. She nodded, facing him. Yes, that's right. Hearing her worthy answer, he pointed and instructed, draw your sword. Focus your strength on your ring and pinky fingers. Her hand gripped the hilt tightly, and then a series of movements followed his instructions. A light emanated as Azin gripped with her ring and pinky fingers, surprising her. She thought for a moment, I didn't even channel my magic into the sword. But it feels more secure and stable than holding it with both hands. The two prepare to train. As Chu Hyuk spoke, come on, show me everything you've got with that sword. Suddenly, her face hardened as she lunged forward. Be careful, she warned, but she was also quite surprised by her own speed. Chu Hyuk, facing her, blocked the attack and praised, you've gotten much faster. But don't channel more magic into your legs than necessary. As if grasping something, Azin softly replied, okay, I understand. She then drew her sword and lunged forward again, prompting another compliment from Chu Hyuk, that's better. He then offered feedback as he countered her attack. But as soon as you stop after that swing, you should turn your body a bit more to stabilize your center of gravity. Dodging the blow, Azin shuddered but replied yes. Now, Chu Hyuk seemed to start fighting seriously. Continue. Come on, attack again. Don't let your guard down. Hearing his words, Azin let out a cold breath and responded forcefully, I'm coming. The floor suddenly caved in after that training bout, but it was a big lesson for her. As expected, I'm much stronger now, all thanks to Chu Hyuk's training. That afternoon, the two practiced together, but Chu Hyuk was calm. While Azin was tired and didn't want to speak, her hand trembling as she held her sword. As an hour already passed, let's end it here. Suddenly, she sat down, breathing heavily, and glanced at him. I'm getting more proficient than before, quite different from my skills during the opening ceremony, but I still can't compare to Chu Hyuk. Then, Azin wiped the sweat from her brow, while Chu Hyuk stretched his arms and legs. That's right, I was the one who asked him to teach me swordsmanship. But, pausing for a moment, she stood up, holding her sword, and softly asked him, Chu Hyuk, will you train with me again next time? Chu Hyuk raised a hand to his chin thoughtfully and said, I don't know. He thought to himself, sparring with Choi Azin will definitely be a learning experience. And teaching someone as talented as her is quite interesting too. Then he looked at the frail girl. He'd sensed it since the opening ceremony. She had a unique swordsmanship style. Even though she used the ha-ho-hey breathing technique, it felt different. Chu Hyuk crossed his arms and pondered. Thanks to this special sword talent, he could rediscover his own sense of self. If it were 300 years ago, she would have been a worthy disciple, but sadly, he wasn't free like that anymore. Azin anxiously asked, so, can we spar again? But Chu Hyuk thought differently. Should I tease her a bit? He replied, I don't want to. Chu Hyuk was taken aback by her nonchalant agreement. Understood. He was surprised. Why are you giving up so easily? Then she spoke seriously, because you're right. She thought, and if I listen to what Chu Hyuk says, that I will definitely become stronger. Chu Hyuk looked dejected, as if afraid to respond. Because I'm right. Let's stop here for today. At the Valhalla Stadium, So John stood there. This is the first time I've been to the stadium since the entrance ceremony. Across the way, Say UK was among the students. It seems like all the first-year students are gathered here. I don't understand why there are so many. Chu Hyuk also asked Barch in surprise, hey, why do we have to gather here? Barch reminded him. The homeroom teacher talked about this 2 weeks ago. He still couldn't remember. 2 weeks ago. What was it about? Suddenly, Sang Chun's loud voice boomed. Attention. I will now explain the rules of Valhalla's midterm exam. This time, the practical evaluation for the midterm exam will be, he paused for dramatic effect, then continued, a dungeon attack. The words stunned everyone. You will form teams and enter an artificial prison dungeon. Sang Chun further explained the rules. You can join anyone's team. I think the appropriate number for each team is 8, but you can decide to add or subtract members. Additionally, the school will evaluate you based on your contribution level during the dungeon attack. A countdown timer of 5 hours suddenly appeared. Sang-chun stated the criteria and the elimination criteria. If you cannot pass the test within the allotted time, you will be expelled. Then he sternly shouted, "Now begin the exam." The crowd erupted in chaotic shouts. "Hey, join my team. Lai Chi-kwan, over here. Is there anyone strong here?" Instructor Li Gun, besides Sang-chun, muttered. Just as expected, they're panicking. But Sang-chun was indifferent. Yeah, thinking, but perhaps. On the other side, So John shouted, "My team isn't full yet. Anyone else?" She thought, "I don't need to choose people stronger than me. 5 hours is more than enough for 8 people in an F+ rank dungeon." Then she suddenly looked at 2 other people. The important thing is contribution. With a 6-person team, I can choose those with good skills. After observing for a while, So John ran, shouting, "Let's go, everyone." It looks easy, but it's also very difficult to pass. Understood. Sang-chun watched with folded arms. As expected, if it's that 5th-generation kid, then they've probably grasped the key to this test. The other students. He then turned to look at the remaining students and thought, I knew it. They're forming groups of 20 people, or they usually go in groups of 8. If it's not well balanced, there will definitely be fights. There are 3 possibilities. Sang-chun observes intently, then tells Li Gun, in about 30 minutes, all the students will enter the dungeon. Let's start calculating their scores. Meanwhile, Chu Hyuk still doesn't have a team and is contemplating a solution. Students will be scored as soon as they enter. So, his eyes find Azin, and he walks over to her. "You haven't gone in yet?" he asks. "No," she replies. Chu Hyuk continues. "Almost everyone's inside. What are you still doing here?" Azin's response surprises him. "I'll follow your instructions, Chu Hyuk." He thinks, puzzled, what's gotten into her. She's been trying to do everything I say since our last training session. Then he says, "I'm going in alone, so you should go too." He walks off, and Azin calls after him. "Then I should go in alone too, right?" Not wanting to prolong the conversation, he replies, "Whatever. It doesn't seem that difficult." A voice calls out from behind Azin. "Hey, is that Azin?" His friend replies, "Yeah, I think so. Why is she alone? Doesn't she have a team?" The student approaches Azin. You're Azin, right?" he asks. "If you don't have a team, you can join us. We have 7 people already, so with you, we'll have 8. Azin flatly refuses. "Sorry, I'm going alone." She reaches for the door. The student persists. "You're going in alone. Don't be crazy. You'll fail." Azin looks down, confident. "I can do it." Chu Hyuk said it wasn't that difficult. The door closes behind her. The student calls after her. Wait, at Valhalla's control room. The system is evaluating each student's score. Sang-chun watches impassively. Li Gun thinks to himself, just as expected, the scores are a bit low. Those who don't know would think it's too difficult, but they're getting through without making any mistakes. He sighs as he watches Sang-chun seriously navigate the monitoring system. When combat instructor Lee Sang-chun was still a soldier, he was called the Dungeon Master. Back then, he was a legend with a 99% dungeon clear rate. Holding his tablet, he thinks, so I believe he understands the core of dungeon rating better than anyone else. That's why the scores he's set are like this. I truly respect him. Observing intently through the system, Sang-chun crosses his arms and praises some of the students. There are a lot of talented individuals this year. I believe the kids of this 5th generation are working with a true team spirit. He looks up and points them out. And among these kids, there are 4 who are the most impressive. First, Sojohn. The screen changes scenes. Students panic and shout as monsters appear. But Sojohn remains calm and gives tactical commands. Defensive line. Hold the front line. Archers. Keep those jumping out from the flanks pinned down. A monster charges forward and lands a heavy blow, forcing a student to stumble back. So John immediately rushes in and firmly commands, "Front line, do not retreat." She then orders the other students, "Archers, fire." Arrows strike the monster, forcing it to recoil and roar in pain. Seizing the moment while it's distracted, she leaps forward and swings her sword, obliterating the monster in a single strike. On the other side of the screen, Sang-chun watched this scene with amusement. Excellent. This is textbook practical application. He thought to himself, she's pushing her team members into specific positions and directing their movements to earn points. And on top of that, she's forming teams mid-battle to ensure they complete the dungeon. Finishing his thoughts, his rough hand switched the screen to something else. Anyway, If this kid performs well, it's only a matter of time before she returns to the top spot. He recalled So-John's defeat by Chu Hyuk and judged. If it weren't for Chu Hyuk at the opening ceremony, this kid's record wouldn't have been tarnished. He then tapped the screen, wanted to see how Chu Hyuk was doing. By the way, what's Chu Hyuk up to? But the screen displayed a not found notification, surprising Sang Chun. What? These machines can search for information on every student who entered the dungeon, can't they? Could it be? Unable to believe his eyes, but still wanting to confirm, he opened the list of completed artificial dungeons for the midterm exam. The result appeared. Chu Hyuk, Class 1A, had completed the task in just 23 minutes and 32 seconds. The truth stunned him. He's already finished, soloed the dungeon, and the completion time is 23 minutes and 32 seconds. Sang Chun worried. Regardless of how impressive he was at the opening ceremony, could a 17-year-old achieve this? I need to review this. He then opened a recording of Chu Hyuk's battle against the monsters. It was surprising to see him charging towards the monsters, sword in hand. And in a single sweep, a whole group of them vanished in the blink of an eye. He excitedly swung his sword, ignoring the monsters' loud cries. Let's cut these green goblins in half. Two larger, mutated monsters seemed to surprise Chu Hyuk as they swung their machetes down at him. Oh, but they were too slow. He had already jumped high into the air, and their attacks missed, creating deep craters in the ground. He yelled, "And you too." The sounds of slaughter on the screen left the three instructors stunned and worried. Suddenly, another, much larger monster appeared, seemingly much stronger than the others, making Sang Chun marvel inwardly. That monster was specially created for the midterm exam. This kid has the stats of 8 people combined. It didn't pose a challenge for Chu Hyuk. In a flash, the monster was destroyed, and he officially completed the task. The screen went dark. The recorded battle left Sang Chun speechless. He also seemed somewhat worried, judging by his eyes. It seems the top spot in this exam belongs to Chu Hyuk. After the dungeon battle, the students gradually emerged, some injured, others walking out relaxed and unhurried. But everyone was covered in grime. Well, the midterm exam has officially ended. In the teacher's lounge, Lee Gun held a tablet, reviewing the list of students who completed the task, ranked by their performance. But something seemed to worry him as he scrolled down the list on the screen. When the results were reported to Sang Chun, the results were already in. I'm not sure if it's as predicted, but Chu Hyuk came in first. The man next to him listened, lowered his head, closed his eyes, and replied, "I can't believe it. I predicted he would be first, but I didn't think he could clear the dungeon solo without a scratch." His firm words of praise left Lee Gun speechless. Then, Sang Chun continued with a more serious expression. If he develops like this, Korea might reclaim the title of Seoul's strongest. His words startled Lee Gun, who anxiously asked, not the title for the strongest contractor. Sang Chun calmly replied, "That's right." A moment later, Sang Chun explained to Lee Gun in a firm voice, "Perhaps because there haven't been many geniuses appearing for a long time, I got a little excited and said that." Lee Gun, looking down at the computer screen, said seriously, "There's one more unexpected thing." Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Sang Chun, as in. The system displayed the ranking information and data, surprising Sang Chun. Chu Hyuk's time is unbelievable, but we also didn't expect her to beat So-John and take second place. Recalling the moment Azin fought the monsters alone, Sang Chun folded his arms and continued his praise. I don't know what happened, but Azin also challenged the dungeon solo, like Chu Hyuk. Azin's swift dispatch of the monsters surprised Sang Chun, who exclaimed, although it took a little time and she suffered quite a few injuries. But she completed it. I knew she was the quiet and hard-working type, but I didn't think she was the type to clear a dungeon solo. His unwavering words left Lee Gun silently acquiescing. Continuing, Sang Chun lowered his head. If this test was about teamwork, So-John would definitely have a higher score. But Chu Hyuk and Azin receive higher scores due to their level of contribution. But the results are in. I won't comment further. Adding one more sentence, the conversation quickly ended in surprise. Sang Chun's voice echoed. It's not something an ordinary student can do. The suspicion in his voice only made Lee Gun nod respectfully and reply, yes. Only then did Lee Gun have time to think and compose himself in the quiet space, muttering to himself, Choi Azin. I met her when I was still in the Choi Chin Guild. She was like a model student, only focused on practicing swordsmanship. But how could she have the idea to complete the dungeon solo? Lee Gun pondered deeply, as if realizing something. Could it be because of Chu Hyuk? But that seemed so absurd that he immediately changed his mind, rubbing his temples and sighing. No, impossible. What am I thinking? I have to put it aside and prepare for class. Immediately after the dungeon battle, all the students gathered to see the midterm exam results on the school's information board, buzzing with excitement as they saw the rankings. Meanwhile, Zupgyo and Zuzia lowered their heads in anger, saying nothing as they saw Chu Hyuk at the top of the school's list. Then he suddenly asked the girl next to him, Zuzia, Daezer is in Korea, right? She replied with respectful deference, yes. Immediately afterward, Zupgyo's face darkened as he ordered his subordinate, call him right now. Prepare to go out. That evening, under the night sky at the Son Jamsia building, inside a cafe, as Zupgyo and Zuzia entered, a man suddenly stretched out his dark hand to block their path. Hey, buddy. Long time no see. It was Daezer. At the table, the atmosphere was strangely awkward. Daezer calmly ate the steak on his plate, while opposite him sat Zupgyo with a worried expression, Zuzia standing beside him. The sounds of Daezer sloppily devouring his food disgusted him, but for his own purposes, he remained seated. After a long while, after chewing his food with rapid and uncouth speed, Daezer finally spoke. The guy you wanted me to take care of, Chu Hyuk, what's he doing? Zupgyo's face brightened as he replied, nothing much. He's just an idiot from some medical school. He ignored Zuzia, who looked down and turned away. Zupgyo continued to recount Chu Hyuk's irritating actions to Daezer, who listened while eating. He just gets on my nerves because of his low-class background. Please put him back in his place. Across the table, Daezer's eyes turned icy and sharp, revealing a cruel glint. Can I kill him? He asked. Hearing these harsh words, Zupgyo appeared indifferent, yet worried as he casually replied, whatever you want, buddy. A few pieces of meat remained on Daezer's plate. He devoured them while demanding everything he needed for this task, as if seeking revenge for whatever Chu Hyuk had done to him. So, this time is different from the last. I need to prepare a ship immediately. This statement confused Zupgyo, who asked a ship. Hearing this, Daezer pointed his index finger at Zuzia, who stood beside the table, causing her to freeze and clutch her arm. Because of the woman I had to deal with before, I've made a powerful enemy of the Balak family. His cold voice sent chills down their spines and made Zuzia tremble with fear. I don't know if it's because the Balak family has a lot of people, but I'll have to kill a few more because the rumors have spread too far. Daezer turned back to his plate and continued eating, but not without adding a few more words. But causing trouble in Valhalla is a different story. No matter what, it's difficult to get in there and cause a ruckus. Zupgyo nodded in agreement. I understand. Then he smiled and offered, I'll do everything to create an opportunity for you. Don't worry about it. Zuzia, meanwhile, was terrified, as if about to faint. These words made Daezer laugh heartily, his expression inappropriate and mocking, but he agreed to this significant condition. Great, prepare the payment. A week later, Chu Hyuk held a permission slip to leave the school in his hand, his other hand casually tucked into his pocket as he walked away. Bache spoke up, puzzled, another permission slip to go out. He received a nonchalant reply, yeah. Bache pondered for a moment, then said softly, didn't you already go out? Chu Hyuk responded indifferently, well, now they're letting me out again. Hearing Bache's words and thinking about it, he said, I heard that if you got good results on the big test, you'd be allowed to go out. I guess that's why they're allowing it. Chu Hyuk agreed, that's right, so I don't want to waste this opportunity. I have to find the records. He mused, then asked Chu Hyuk, what are you thinking? Where are you planning to go? At Sukwon. Chu Hyuk slowly walked down the street, phone in hand, searching for something, then thought, I think it's here. Suddenly, he met Daezer's mocking gaze as he spoke. Hey, nice to see you again. That gaze boded ill, hinting at terrible things to come. At the 7th District Market, inside a towering skyscraper, Black Cat was in his room, breathing a sigh of relief when he heard a call from the system. The constellation wants to know when the ring will appear. He held out his hand and calmly replied, the ring will soon return to its owner. Once the usual inspection procedures are complete, it will be sent to the portal. A moment later, the system seemed to understand. The ruler on the other side thinks you've lost your mind. Suddenly, everything began to flicker, leaving Black Cat dumbfounded. What's happening? He raised a hand to shield his eyes from the system's blinding light, confused and unsure what to do. I've studied the ring. Even if it's a relic from the era of destruction, this is the first time I've seen such an extreme reaction. Even more surprising, the light suddenly died down and retreated. Black Cat thought to himself, it finally appeared. Hopefully, after obtaining the ring, he'll calm down. In that moment, he reached out and opened the box where the light had retreated. Inside, the ring pulsed with a violet glow. He picked it up and spoke aloud, his voice sincere. Your Excellency, the constellation, the ring has arrived. But no one answered, leaving him wondering. He called out again to be sure, Your Excellency. The system displayed a series of words. It's here, sending a chill down Black Cat's spine. At Su Quan, Chu Hyuk asked the person in front of him, recognizing Daezer from their previous battle. Are you? Daezer grinned impudently, revealing his jagged teeth. Do you really need to know who I am? Chu Hyuk tilted his head, cracking his knuckles and placing his hands on his hips, his face surprisingly calm as he countered, Suppose I have some information you need. Daezer smiled menacingly. Exactly. Are you wondering why I, of all people, was the one to find you on that mountain? Chu Hyuk's gaze was cold, seemingly unconcerned. So, you mean after you're done, you'll leave as if nothing happened? The air grew cold. Daezer chuckled, offering Chu Hyuk a compliment. Your intuition is good. Chu Hyuk dropped his bag, wanting to resolve the situation quickly and without much effort. I don't want to talk about my intuition. The statement surprised Daezer, encountering someone as arrogant as Chu Hyuk. The bag thudded to the ground, the fight about to begin. Chu Hyuk quickly added another sentence to make him reconsider. You wouldn't want anyone to see this confrontation between us. Silence hung in the air. Chu Hyuk smirked, a cold, mocking expression mirroring Daezer's earlier demeanor. I envisioned this happening a few days ago. Seeing Chu Hyuk's arrogance, Daezer became enraged, his fingers curling as he channeled his power, cursing under his breath. You arrogant bastard. He clenched his fists, preparing himself. For someone ranked at the top of Valhalla, you seem like a fool. With all his might, he lunged forward with blinding speed. His hand formed a fist, hoping Chu Hyuk would entertain him a little. Don't disappoint me, okay? Daezer's powerful punch swung forward, but Chu Hyuk simply sidestepped it effortlessly. The punch landed hard on a tree trunk, shattering it into pieces, splitting it in half. Like an ant scratching, Chu Hyuk taunted. You're quite lucky you dodged that. Daezer's hand, lightly grazed but smoking, showed the force of the blow. If you hadn't dodged, you'd know the consequences, wouldn't you? But Chu Hyuk just chuckled, thinking Daezer was showing off. Lucky? No, I dodged because you were too slow. Looking at the tree, Chu Hyuk had to acknowledge Daezer's strength. He's definitely strong. Glancing at the pathetic half-tree, he thought he might be equal to or even stronger than, say, you see. Chu Hyuk turned back to Daezer, staring appraisingly. Still, it's too dangerous for me. This weak body can't withstand that kind of attack. After his assessment, he smirked, thinking of a plan. So the simplest way now is, instead of the expected fiery battle, Chu Hyuk was the first to run, escaping into the dense forest. Daezer pursued him relentlessly, mocking him like a rabbit. Are you running away? In this situation, running is the best option. As Daezer almost caught him, grabbing his shirt, Chu Hyuk yelled, waiting for Daezer's overconfidence to create an opening. Because if I do nothing, he'll beat me to death like. Daezer's backhand swung forward, ready for Chu Hyuk to receive it. I won't let you escape. But then Chu Hyuk spun around, bringing his face close to Daezer's in a surprising move. His eyes flashed with triumph, belittling Daezer. Do you even know how to use your brain? Huh. Countering the previous punch, Chu Hyuk also clenched his fist, bringing it right in front of Daezer's face, just centimeters away. Daezer wondered how he was so fast. Is this how it ends? I didn't even notice his movements until his fist was right in front of me. In an instant, Chu Hyuk's fist connected with the side of Daezer's face, sending him flying several meters with a cry of pain. Continuing his counterattack, Chu Hyuk raised his leg, intending to crush Daezer's control box, but Daezer quickly dodged to the side. The powerful stomp left a dent in the ground. Chu Hyuk arrogantly threatened Daezer, whose face paled with worry as Chu Hyuk echoed his earlier taunt. Look, you're lucky. You were able to dodge my kick. The provocation made Daezer grit his teeth in anger. Bastard. Unable to do anything else, he stood up and wiped the side of his face where he'd been hit. He glared at Chu Hyuk coldly. What you just did surprised me. But Chu Hyuk remained indifferent, responding calmly as if nothing had happened, continuing Dae-zer's thought. You should know, I'm a top student at Valhalla. Dae-zer's face hardened in furious anger. Chu Hyuk, what kind of drug did that guy take to become so strong? He recalled the Vintrick family members, remembering the pride he felt when praised by others. By using their family's talent to enhance their combat abilities, even just a little, that family's talent is their innate ability in pharmaceutical creation. The moment he downed the entire bottle of medicine, he thought, I could have used any of the drugs they gave me. My parents made me take hundreds of thousands of drugs to enhance my abilities. They seemed to treat him like a tool for their own praise. At 16, I was already stronger than an adult. This led Dae-zer to a different train of thought. They made my parents want to use me to gain recognition from the family, but I didn't want to live my whole life under their control. He sneered at the thought of his parents, a chill running down his spine. He had single-handedly slaughtered his own family, yet he smiled, proud of himself. I have overwhelming power, so why would I need the family's recognition? In Adelia's eyes, I was always a thorn in their side. And then this day came, I was expelled from the family by someone who called themselves the head of the family. But Dae-zer's ambition was immense. He only cared about power, so I didn't care. In this dark world, whenever I receive a commission, most of my problems can be solved with money. I could be even more reckless after the connection between me and the family was severed. Recalling that dinner with Zuptio, he fell further into darkness. Actually, when I took the commission from Zuptio, he offered cash, but I was more interested in Chu Hyuk. As he sank deeper into the darkness, he ranked first in Valhalla's entrance exam. I heard he was a madman who used insults to weed out all the guild spies. He strode casually, a bitter smile on his face as he remembered himself back then. I'll entertain myself by playing with him. In another moment, the arrogant Dae-zer now struggled to raise his fist, observing Chu Hyuk across from him, thinking, but who is this guy? He stood frozen before him. After a moment of thought, he wiped his face with his hand and asked Chu Hyuk directly, Hey, what kind of drug are you using to be this strong? I don't think it's any cheap pharmaceutical that an orphan like you could afford. Dae-zer's condescending remark made Chu Hyuk laugh. Huh, drugs. Then, a burst of uncontrollable laughter silenced Dae-zer, leaving him surprised and speechless. After the laughter subsided, Chu Hyuk wiped away his tears. Ah, you idiot, what are you talking about? Seriously. Chu Hyuk's disdain made Dae-zer grind his teeth. So you're a steroid user, huh? Furious but unable to deny the truth of his own drug use, Dae-zer retorted, looking at Chu Hyuk. So what? Aren't you using drugs to get stronger too? Standing beside him, Chu Hyuk, having heard this, cracked his knuckles and replied, Of course not, you moron. I got strong through hard work and training. Chu Hyuk's smugness made Dae-zer tremble with suppressed rage. In a way, I could compare you to Say You See, but that would be too insulting to compare someone like that to you. His face darkened. Dae-zer's eyes flashed with intense hatred and bitterness as he glared at Chu Hyuk. You're dead. He drew the sword from behind his back, planning his counterattack. I don't have enough power to use it here, but a strange purple aura, imbued with darkness and shadows, enveloped Dae-zer as he readied his sword to continue the fight with Chu Hyuk. Chu Hyuk, surprised, turned serious as he observed the magical power. His arm, wielding the knife, was full of authority and power. He said angrily, All right, I can feel the power surging. Dae-zer, his eyes filled with hatred, grinned. Chu Hyuk. Suddenly, Chu Hyuk leaped into the air, swinging his leg, but Dae-zer remained indifferent and unguarded. You think I let you go that easily? But he didn't expect Chu Hyuk's foot to slam into his face again, catching him completely off guard. Chu Hyuk, arrogant and disdainful, said, You're such an idiot. What kind of moron waits for his opponent to power up? The powerful attack sent Dae-zer flying several meters, so fast it was like a bolt of lightning. His back slammed into a tree trunk with a sickening thud. Before he could recover, Chu Hyuk landed another punch to his face, splitting the tree trunk in two and leaving Dae-zer with a bloody nose. Chu Hyuk seemed to revel in the fight, relentlessly pummeling Dae-zer to the point of near unconsciousness. Hold on, Wait a minute. He grabbed Daezer's head, making him cry out in pain. You can't pass out yet, you drug-addled idiot. His eyes were cold as he looked at Daezer, as if to say he'd been given a chance and foolishly squandered it. I was going to let you go, but all you did was try to pick a fight with me. But you said you'd take care of me, so I can't let you go just yet. Chu Hyuk narrowed his eyes, adding a threat. I'm going to ask you a few questions anyway. Daezer, terrified, responded, seemingly afraid of further provoking Chu Hyuk. But he wasn't let off that easily. Grit your teeth, Chu Hyuk said. Daezer cried out, begging for mercy. Wait. At the Valhalla dormitory complex in Zuptio's room, he sat on the plush sofa, his chin resting on his hand, lost in thought. By now, Daezer should have dealt with Chu Hyuk. Knowing him, Chu Hyuk is probably dead. The thought alone filled Zuptio with such pleasure that he continued his wishful thinking, oblivious to reality. It wouldn't have been easy to clean up if I'd handled it myself, but at least it wasn't on school grounds. I can't believe he went at such a perfect time. What a relief. Zuptio then turned, leaning back on the sofa and facing Zuzia, who stood respectfully behind him. Zuzia, he said. She replied yes. Drive, he ordered. She nodded in agreement. Yes, sir. Suddenly, the ringing of his phone brought a smile to Zuptio's face as he saw it was Daezer calling. Daezer's calling. He quickly answered, his voice changing instantly. Yes, sir. Did you take care of him? But there was no answer from the other end, prompting him to ask again. Sir. All he could hear were Daezer's screams. Then Chu Hyuk's voice came through the phone. I bet you have no freaking clue what's going on, do you? I wonder what kind of face you're making right now. The menacing voice filled Zuptio with dread. That's Chu Hyuk's voice. Over in Sukwon, Chu Hyuk spoke while Daezer, beaten unconscious, could only gasp for air. Here, let me translate for your buddy. If I die, light 2 incense sticks for me. Then he threatened, just wait, Zuptio, causing Zuptio to panic. During the phone call, Zuptio didn't respond, prompting Chu Hyuk to ask hello. Zuptio, is that you? But the only response was the sharp click of the phone hanging up. Chu Hyuk looked at the phone and cursed. What the hell? He hung up without even answering. How rude. Chu Hyuk stood up, hands on his hips, looking down at the unconscious Daezer sprawled amidst the splintered and battered trees. Wounds littered Daezer's body. Now then, what should I do with this guy? At the Vintrick family mansion, Zuzia poured tea for Zuptio. Your tea is ready, sir. But he just sat on the sofa, lost in thought, chin resting on his hand. He didn't answer or reach for the tea. Seeing this, Zuzia spoke again to get his attention. Excuse me, your tea. Before she could finish, Zuptio snapped, clearly irritated and ready to lash out. I know. Shut up. Put it down and get out. Following his order, she calmly placed the teacup on the table, leaving him to stew in his anxieties. I understand. Zuptio's thoughts raced, his face a mask of worry. Chu Hyuk, Chu Hyuk. Overwhelmed, Zuptio bit his finger, cursing. I never thought he could defeat Daezer. Even after what happened with Lee Gun. What should I do? How can I get rid of him now? Sweat poured down his face, adding to his distress. He narrowed his eyes, trying to think, but coming up empty, only able to place blame. Now I know he's the one pulling the strings. Did Daezer screw everything up? That damn trash. The air thickened with tension. Zuptio ran his hands through his hair, continuing to fret. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before the news reaches the Vintrick family. But this is beyond my control now. Damn it. After a moment of thought, his eyes widened slightly as if realizing something. Wait, hold on. On the other hand, maybe it's not such a big deal. He sat on the luxurious sofa, a quiet figure of parasitic privilege. Zuptio's unthinking mind worked overtime to manage the consequences of his actions. He's from a lower class, right? There's no way he could meet them. He made a foolish decision, one that would change his life completely. But just in case, I won't mention this for a while. I'll keep an eye on his movements from now on. In the Sukwon forest, Chu Hyuk strolled leisurely when Ba Che's voice echoed in his mind. The guy just beat forgot to bring his brain. Huh? Chu Hyuk replied indifferently, his face impassive, as if hardened by years of arduous training. When the time is right, I'll report him. For now, I'll keep this information to myself because I can't do anything else. Ba Che crossed his arms, pondering Chu Hyuk's words, still puzzled. Why didn't you just kill him? Unfazed by the question, Chu Hyuk responded, if it were the old me, I would have. But doing that now would only bring more trouble. I'm not Huano anymore. I'm high school student Chu Hyuk. The sharp, decisive tone made Ba Che agree. Right? Sounds like you. He continued, thoughtfully rubbing his chin. Oh, there's something I'm worried about. Chu Hyuk stopped walking. What is it? Bache recalled the arrogant Deezer using magic, the purplish-black aura from earlier. I'm asking about the magic that guy used just now. He concluded, causing Chu Hyuk to freeze. It's strangely familiar. And I also asked, familiar. Hearing me ask, Bache slowly explained that statement. Yeah, if he could have released more, I could have confirmed it, but I've seen this magic before. He finished explaining and asked Chu Hyuk, who was continuing his train of thought. In return, teacher, didn't you feel anything? But Chu Hyuk, with his hands in his pockets, remained indifferent. Anything special about it? 300 years ago, monsters killed dogs and cows to perform that magic, right? At this point, Bache commented on Chu Hyuk's personality based on his memories. I don't think you're good at judging others based on their magic. Teacher, actually, it's a more sophisticated technique than people think. Hearing him say that made Chu Hyuk's face twitch in anger as he cursed back. Shut up. Seriously pondering for a moment, Chu Hyuk concluded, could it be related to the blade wall that guy mentioned? Then Bache replied, it's possible. Before the conversation between Bache and Chu Hyuk was squatting down, interrogating the burly Daezer. Hey, who sent you to find me? But having been beaten to the point of having several broken ribs and even a broken jaw, Daezer could only groan in pain and couldn't answer. But realizing the situation, Chu Hyuk nonchalantly scratched his ear, pretending nothing had happened, and admitted, oh right, I dislocated your jaw, didn't I? Unbelievably, he showed a bit of kindness, putting 2 fingers in a Daezer's mouth and comforting him as if teasing. All right, this will hurt a bit. He forcefully snapped the jaw back into place. Daezer coughed from the pain, and Chu Hyuk stood up and continued to ask. Now looking down at Daezer holding his jaw, he added, now then, who ordered you? Not hearing Daezer answer, Chu Hyuk sat back down, sighed, and took Daezer's rough hand. I fixed your jaw so you could answer me. Then he squeezed Daezer's bruised hand, his eyes widening in a threat. So, do you think keeping quiet is a wise choice? Daezer, feeling his hand become more uncomfortable in Chu Hyuk's tight grip, spoke up. What the hell? Why are you grabbing my fingers? What was coming was coming. Chu Hyuk brutally tightened his grip as if to crush Daezer's hand, making him cry out in desperation. The pain made Daezer tremble and clutch his hand. Seeing that, Chu Hyuk continued his interrogation. You should open your mouth quickly, spit it all out before I break the rest of your fingers. At this point, Daezer just chuckled and gave a fitting answer. Zubdiu Sinma. In his thoughts, Chu Hyuk vaguely realized something. I was wondering if it was that guy, the one who messed with me last time. Pointing at Daezer, he asked further, so, who are you? Why are you taking orders from a brat like that? You don't look like a Valhalla student, so who are you in league with? Daezer just smirked and asked him back, are you really asking me that again? You sure don't like that method, but you always find another way to replace it. Chu Hyuk rubbed his ear at Daezer's provocation. Want 2 more fingers broken. Seeing that, Daezer trembled in fear. Worried about being beaten further, Daezer explained, I'm Daezer of Ilchung. I take commissions as a mercenary. A moment later, Chu Hyuk thought, I've heard that name Ilchung somewhere before, and slowly said, being a mercenary is fun. You're just a paid bully. He sneered. We're all trashing your eyes, You're just a lucky bastard. He continued, speaking directly to Chu Hyuk. The constellations were the first race to worship the bifacial blade. Of course, I also have a contract with the constellation. Daezer chuckled. If I could have maintained my magic for another 30 seconds, the outcome of this fight would have been different. Hearing this, Chu Hyuk laughed loudly, running a hand through his hair dismissively. Oh my god, you bastard. You really love your delusions, don't you? I was going to let you off if you cooperated and told me. At this point, he reached out and forced Daezer's mouth open. The cold air made it difficult for Daezer to speak as Chu Hyuk's hand was shoved into his mouth. Chu Hyuk twisted his hand, causing Daezer to cry out in pain. Best to keep your mouth shut. Descending the mountain, Chu Hyuk searched online for information about these people, already having a few guesses. Just as he thought, everyone considered them to be villains. Anyway, I'm pretty pissed. I can't find my notes anymore. That damn Zupgyo keeps trying to humiliate me. Chu Hyuk coldly plotted in his mind. Zupgyo, how am I going to teach this guy a lesson? All right, in this day and age, you have to use high tech. Then Chu Hyuk opened a recording. First, I recorded Daezer's entire confession. I need to find somewhere to post this. He tilted his head in thought. At Lilia's house, she was working on her tablet when she received a call from Chu Hyuk, which surprised and delighted her. Chu Hyuk, have you finally agreed to be my assistant? But his response to Lilia was, that's not why I called. Do you know any reporters? The next morning, social media and news articles reported on student having to take a leave of absence after being attacked by a violent individual, but luckily, he managed to fight back. The news of Daeser's arrest after being shot also surfaced, causing a stir online for several days. Lying at home, watching the breaking news, Chu Hyuk sat comfortably on the sofa with his feet up on the table. This is what modern warfare looks like. Ba Che chimed in, seeing him like this. As someone who lived 300 years ago, you've adapted to modern culture pretty quickly. Chu Hyuk replied casually. Before I regressed, I faced quite a few difficulties. I mainly focused on familiarizing myself with everything by browsing forums and watching the news. Remembering those times made him sigh. That's how I became the person I am today. Ba Che agreed. I understand. But then Chu Hyuk looked up. But it's a shame, which made Ba Che curious. What do you mean? Then he opened a news article about the Vanchik family conspiracy and skimmed through it. I only wanted to target Zuptio, but all the reporters are publishing this and attacking the entire Vanchik family. Ba Che was processing the information. This made Chu Hyuk think for a long time. It seems the reporter I was introduced to is quite famous. I didn't expect things to blow up like this. At the press conference announcing the Vanchik family's stance, Adelia entered, being photographed by reporters continuously. She bowed her head in greeting and began the press conference. First, I would like to express my deepest apologies to Valhalla Academy. Adelia continued. The following will be the Vanchik family's official stance on this matter. First of all, this attack was reluctantly carried out by Daeser, who has been expelled from the Vanchik family. She flipped through the pages of her statement. Looking down, Adelia continued. In Daeser's confession, which the victim recorded, he stated that Zuptio Vanchik gave the order. However, Daeser later testified that this statement was false and merely an attempt to escape a difficult situation. She looked directly at the reporters with a serious expression. Therefore, we believe the Vanchik family bears no responsibility for this incident. Turning a few pages, she added, although the perpetrator was an expelled member, he was once part of the Vanchik family. Therefore, we feel a moral obligation and will offer compensation. The flashing lights reflected off her beautiful face as Adelia eloquently delivered her speech. As the head of the Vanchik family, I will personally visit the victim and apologize. Concluding her statement, Adelia promised, regarding Zuptio Vanchik, who is currently attending Valhalla, although he did not directly plan this crime, we believe he has other connections to the perpetrator. Therefore, we will summon him back for a thorough internal investigation within the Vanchik family. A prosecutorial investigation of the family is also scheduled. We will strive to ensure that no further doubts remain. Bowing her head, she concluded, and the flashing lights once again focused on the stage. Shouts erupted. Wait, aren't you taking questions? How do you plan to compensate the victim? Ignoring the yelling reporters, Adelia calmly walked away. Elsewhere, Zuptio read the news, trembling with rage as he held his phone, reading the details in disbelief, utterly anxious. Suddenly, his father's number appeared on the screen. Though reluctant, he answered, "Hello, father." His father's voice advised from the other end, "Zuptio, come back home for a while. This is the family's order." As if receiving a royal decree, he fearfully agreed to the demand. I understand. The situation infuriated Zuptio, leaving him powerless as he sat on his expensive sofa, cursing. Damn it. Zuzia stood beside him, her face grim, silent. The next day, on his way to school, Chu Hyuk watched the video on his phone of reporters questioning Daeser. Please say something. In response, Daeser replied, the Vanchik family is right. I am the perpetrator. Holding his phone, Chu Hyuk thought to himself, what the hell? Has he lost all his arrogance? He continued to ponder, those Vanchiks. I really can't stand that family. His hands were in his pockets, but he still felt uneasy. And who said they were going to come see me and apologize personally? That's so weird. What a nuisance. Suddenly, as he walked, Chu Hyuk noticed the faculty room and paused, looking towards it. Class should be ending soon. I have something I want to ask. Should I ask her? At the Valhalla campus cafe, Lilia sat across from Chu Hyuk, beaming but silent. Suddenly, he broke the cheerful atmosphere. No. Hearing that, she stood up abruptly, leaning on her hands and asking, "Oh, how did you know what I was about to say?" As if reading her mind, he replied softly, "You want me to be your assistant, right? It's so obvious." Lilia, also aware of this, pouted and crossed her arms, questioning, "Then why did you call me? I'm a busy person, you know." Then, suddenly leaning forward as if imagining something terribly unexpected, she exclaimed, "Wait, or is this a date?" Shattering her beautiful dream, he said, "Wake up," saddened by his words. Lilia still had to ask why he invited her out. "How dare you tell me to wake up? Come to think of it, you're not being respectful at all." The real conversation began when Chu Hyuk said, "We've been talking like this for a while now." She sighed softly. "Yeah, seriously," he explained. "Anyway, I didn't call you out here because I was bored. I wanted to thank you for introducing me to that reporter. As a return favor, Chu Hyuk made an attractive offer. So, I'll provide you with some information to deal with those monsters." Hearing that, she jumped for joy. "Really?" Across from him, Chu Hyuk shared, "Since I'll be telling you a lot of things, maybe you can help me get out of school this weekend." Lilia responded generously. "Easy." She continued to make the offer, as if playing with him. "If you become my assistant, I'll let you leave school every day." Chu Hyuk flatly replied, "No way." On the North Pacific Ocean, on the prison ship AO-08, Daezer was in a dark prison cell. He gritted his teeth in hatred, remembering and cursing inwardly. "Damn it, I never thought I'd be put on a ship and treated like merchandise. How could this be?" He gnashed his teeth. "I'm going to be transferred to the prison tower." The sky was dark and thunder rumbled. The prison located in the middle of the North Pacific Ocean was the prison tower. This was a place where an S-rank constellation had created this prison of deprivation. It was a prison that could turn contractors into ordinary humans. Regardless of what was about to happen, Daezer consoled himself. "Well, it doesn't matter." Then he thought to himself, "All I need to do is keep my mouth shut and let Zuptyo stay in a Vanchik family. If I do, they'll reduce my sentence to 5 years. Otherwise, it will be catastrophic. 5 years is nothing." Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed, "What an ugly face." This made Daezer turn his head to check his surroundings. Who? However, no one answered. He only knew that someone slashed his neck with a knife. Daezer died in the prison cell on that ship. Before dying, Daezer felt the pain tearing through his insides as the blade sliced across his neck as fast as a blink of an eye. He only had time to let out a few pain groans. The figure holding the knife, blood dripping onto the floor, looked down at Daezer. His face bruised and swollen, his body muscular, sending this arrow to the underworld. "Die, you fool." He didn't forget to insult Daezer a bit before he died. "The first kind doesn't need someone like you." Saying that, he stabbed him again. Now, Daezer had officially ended his life in painful hatred. He fell, his head hitting the ground hard, blood splattered everywhere, in a kneeling position because his hands were cuffed behind his back. At the Vanchik family mansion, Adelia sat on the head's chair, giving a cold stare towards Zuptyo and his father, whose name was Eden. She frowned and called out. Zuptyo, sweating profusely, lowered his head in fear, but replied, "Yes." Seeing his fear, Adelia simply asked, "Now what do you plan to do?" This left Zuptyo dumbfounded, Then, both father and son, realizing their mistake, bowed even lower to show their respect, as if begging for their lives. "I apologize." Hearing this, Adelia's expression remained indifferent. "Is that all?" "So, an apology can fix all mistakes, can it?" The sharp words startled Zuptyo into silence, only wishing for time to pass quickly. She interrogated him further, wanting information. "What made you do such a foolish thing? Tell me everything in detail." He replied, "Yes." After recounting the entire situation in detail, Adelia, seeming to understand, asked, "So, you wanted to deal with Chu Hyuk?" This aligned with Zuptyo's intentions, so he answered, "Yes." Suddenly, Adelia's hand tightened on the arm of the expensive chair, nearly breaking it, as she roared, "That's truly." The aura emanating from her was powerful, like a lioness about to break free from its cage and attack, unwilling to accept Zuptyo's explanation. "Is that all the explanation you can offer?" Not wanting to hear another word, Adelia stood up, her face grim, frowning further. "You acted on your own, believing he insulted the Vanchik family, but the real motive stemmed from your own pride, didn't it?" Walking to stand before the bowed Zuptyo, she said, "Furthermore, with this outcome, you are the one who has truly dragged the Vanchik family's reputation through the mud." Bringing her face close to Zuptyo's lowered head, Adelia threatened, What should we do? Zuptyo Vanchik. The chilling aura emanating from her made his face pale, unsure of what to do but beg for mercy this matter. Even more surprising, the always haughty Zuptyo knelt on the floor, pleading with Adelia, "I will do anything to restore our family's honor." Her expression remained unchanged as she questioned his pathetic display. "What are you saying? Is the only way to restore honor to disown you?" The cold words were like a bucket of ice water poured over Zuptyo's head. At this point, his father finally regained his composure and asked, "Head of the family, disown him. Isn't that punishment a bit too harsh?" His questioning further enraged Adelia, who turned and glared with a threatening tone. "So, do you also want to be expelled?" Eden Vanchik. The firm statement left him speechless this matter. Looking down at Zuptyo, prostrated on the floor, begging for forgiveness, she crossed her arms, thinking to herself, "Right now, I just want to kill or disown this guy immediately." But doing so would be tantamount to confessing that Zuptyo was the mastermind behind it all, the one who ordered Deezer to go and kill. Pondering this further only fueled her rage, the veins in her temples visibly throbbing with anger, but she remained silent. A moment later, Adelia made her decision. "Zuptyo," he trembled in fear, replying yes. She calmly stated, "For now, I will not expel you. Return to Valhalla and keep your mouth shut." Just as it seemed the matter was concluded, Adelia's voice rang out again, sharp and cold. She was clearly furious, but her anger was tempered by years of control. "After I meet with Chu Hyuk, I will reconsider this matter." As if grasping at gold, Zuptyo bowed his head again in gratitude upon hearing the decision. "Thank you, head of the family." After the unpleasant meeting ended, Adelia dismissed them. "You may leave now." Both father and son obediently replied, eager to escape before she changed her mind. "As you command, head of the family." Walking out into the hallway, Eden walked alongside his foolish and reckless son, lecturing him. "From now on, keep quiet. Don't do anything stupid." Zuptyo nonchalantly replied, "Father, didn't you hear what the head of the family said?" He anxiously recalled the terrifying moment. "Sooner or later, I'll be disowned. But right now, the media is watching, so she can't do anything yet." As they walked, Zuptyo continued, "When this blows over and people aren't paying attention anymore, I'll face the consequences." Hearing his son's words, Eden worriedly remained silent. Thinking about the scolding he had just received, Zuptyo scowled. "So before that happens, I have to do something. Because right now, nothing can stop me. You have to help me, father." Seeing his son's anger, Eden could only worry and say nothing. As they were about to leave, Eden told Zuptyo, "Whatever it is, be discreet." Zuptyo replied yes. The next day, at Valhalla Academy, inside the interview room, Instructor Lee Gwyn sat across from a worried Chu Hyuk. "So, the head of the Vanchik family will be here soon. She wants to apologize to you personally." Chu Hyuk responded indifferently, "But I have nothing to say to that head of the family." She even declared that the incident had nothing to do with her family. Hearing Chu Hyuk's words, Lee Gwyn tried to explain, hoping for reconciliation. "Well, she did say that, but ethically, she should still apologize, right? I heard she traveled all the way to Korea." Chu Hyuk thought to himself, "So the Vanchik family wants to punish Zuptyo themselves. She's coming to see me because she has no other choice." Growing angrier, he gritted his teeth. "Man, this is such a hassle." Seeing Chu Hyuk's strong reaction, Lee Gwyn anxiously added, "Honestly." He clasped his hands together on his lap. "Both Instructor Lee Sang-chun and I are very upset about this situation." Looking directly at Chu Hyuk, he spoke truthfully. According to the events, first, a Valhalla student was attacked. Then, the attacker confessed that he was acting on Zuptyo's orders. But he paused, looking down in thought before continuing. "I can't believe they're actually trying to protect their family's reputation by dismissing your recorded confession. Either way, they're covering up the truth." Lee Gwyn spoke with conviction. "I'm sure a mountain of money was poured into burying the truth. Regardless, to protect the students, both Zuptyo and the head of the Vanchik family should be expelled. But not long ago, the Vanchik family donated a huge sum to the academy." He paused for a few seconds. He continued, while Chu Hyuk remained silent. "I can't believe that a large portion of Valhalla's funding comes from donations from large families, and the academy will turn a blind eye if they receive enough money." Listening to the instructor's futile questioning, Chu Hyuk picked at his ear and replied, "I understand. I'll talk to the head of the family." Chu Hyuk's unexpected acceptance surprised Lee Gwyn. "You." He stared in disbelief. "Why are you being so casual about this?" Chu Hyuk replied, "What do you mean? I'm always casual." A knock from outside made Lee Gwyn even more anxious. He told Chu Hyuk to pay attention. "She's here." I'll bring her in. He stood up abruptly and whispered, well then, I'll be going now. Have a pleasant conversation. Chu Hyuk nodded yes. The door opened, revealing Adelia standing majestically outside. Lee Guin bowed deeply as she entered respectfully. A moment later, he excused himself, leaving Adelia and Chu Hyuk alone. Please, make yourself comfortable. She smiled. Yes, thank you for your hospitality. Facing Chu Hyuk, Adelia's beautiful face broke into a smile as she greeted him. It's a pleasure to meet you, Chu Hyuk. I am the head of the Vanchik family, Adelia Vanchik. But he responded indifferently, oh yes. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you too. Adelia sat down formally. Facing Chu Hyuk, she began, first of all, Chu Hyuk, regarding the perpetrator who attacked members of the Dixera family. Adelia stood up and bowed her head sincerely. I offer you my deepest apologies. He replied, well, you did say he would be disowned from the family, so it's fine. She continued, I've also heard that Zupjo Vanchik has been causing you trouble at the academy recently. He explained it was just that one time. It doesn't matter anymore. He went on, you said that Zupjo wasn't involved in this incident. If you made that clear, then I have no complaints. Adelia smiled. Actually, there's something I need to discuss with you about that. She continued, we issued an official statement immediately after the attack, but unfortunately, both the media and the public seemed to disbelieve it. Picking at his ear, he replied, well, I guess so. Chu Hyuk thought to himself, as if what you're saying is the truth, you bastard. She interrupted, so, I'm telling you this because I want to create an opportunity for us to resolve this misunderstanding. She asked, could you help us? Chu Hyuk, without hesitation, he replied flatly no. As if anticipating his response, she said, I thought you might say that. She pressed on, but if you help us just this once, I promise you my full support and backing until you graduate. Adelia continued without pause, of course. I can also recommend you to some guilds that the Vanchik family sponsors, so we can continue to support you even after graduation. I will help you become a top hunter in Korea, so you won't have to face any more hardships. Chu Hyuk spoke, so if I make a statement, this whole thing will be over. His tone changed. I can't believe you're offering this much just to shut me up. You must be desperate. Adelia's face flushed with anger at his words. He spoke clearly. I'm angry that you're acting like nothing happened. So tell me, why should I play along with you? He continued, I don't need a reward or anything. I just want to see how you'll live with the shame that Zupjo has brought upon the Vanchik name. She finally snapped, you scum. Her killing intent flared. Who do you think you're talking to? Chu Hyuk remained calm. So you finally decided to drop the act. Keeping up that composed facade must have been difficult. Adelia retorted, I came to this smelly academy to make things easier and more comfortable for you, and you dare to act arrogant. She glared. Should I just send you to the other side right here and now? Growing increasingly agitated, she continued, I was trying to be generous and give you an opportunity, and you just throw it away like that. Chu Hyuk scoffed. Really? Try it. Adelia's annoyance intensified. What? He looked at her with disdain. Didn't you say the Vanchik family had absolutely nothing to do with the assassination attempt on me? To add to that lie, you wanted to pour money and time into me, but now you want to finish me off. I guess it's the only thing you can do now. Adelia was speechless. He continued, well, even if you did attack me, you wouldn't be able to touch me anyway. She frowned and abruptly stood up. Chu Hyuk, she shouted. She walked towards the door, then turned back and added, I'll make you regret what you did today. He chuckled. In the end, she can't do anything. Isn't that right? She's all talk. Baekche unexpectedly spoke up. I didn't think this was important enough for me to intervene, but do you really have to go this far? Chu Hyuk called out, hey Baekche. He replied, yes. Chu Hyuk stated, those bastards who delude themselves into thinking others should worship them. Those are the kind of people I absolutely despise. His expression darkened. I know what she's planning. Those bastards will try to control anyone they deem undesirable. He continued, making Baekche flinch, so I hate you too. He thought to himself, well, there are no more classes today. Should I go to the training room a little early? Meanwhile, in front of the Valhalla Stadium, Chu Hyuk was walking while looking at his phone. He suddenly looked up. What's this? It was Azin. He observed, and who's that with her? From the other side, Chingun, the eldest son of the Choi family, said loudly, Azin, you don't really think you can win, do you? Azin endured Chingun's harsh words. No matter how hard you train at Valhalla, it won't do any good. He reminded her, so, if you want to have a place in this family, don't come to the entrance exam this weekend. Seeing Azin's dejection, he deliberately continued, I don't want to see you humiliated either. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted. No, he was surprised. What? He deliberately rambled on. I gave you one last chance, and you dare to refuse. You really don't understand what's going on, do you? She frowned. Before she could finish, the voice continued. You're the one who doesn't understand, you asshole. He yelled, what? Who? Who just cursed at me? Which son of a bitch was that? Chu Hyuk stepped forward and pointed directly at Shingun. You're the asshole. You. How can you try to stop someone who's put in so much sweat and effort from pursuing their goals? Shingun was still defiant. Who are you? You don't even know who I am, and you dare to curse at me like that. Chu Hyuk sighed and scratched his head. I don't know why there's so many bastards flaunting their fake authority today. I don't care if you're a king or a president. He pointed at Shingun. Don't intrude on the academy grounds and demand anything from a student. If you're done yapping, get lost. He turned to Azin. You agree with me, right, Azin? She nodded shyly. Shingun yelled, you bastard. He changed his tone. You'll understand during the test, Azin. He then turned and walked away. Azin, as if a weight had been lifted, said, thank you, Chu Hyuk. He replied politely, you're welcome. Let's go back to training. Azin continued, by the way, you asked me earlier if I agreed or not. Actually, I was thinking about something else at the time. He didn't understand. What? She continued, if it were me, I wouldn't say get lost after you're done yapping. I would have said your mother. He interrupted, stop. He thought to himself, she's crazier than I thought. The two continued to chat back and forth. Well, let's go train. Okay, and this weekend, you can't train at that time. I have something to do, so I don't think I can train either. Oh, okay. Instead, we'll train really hard today. Huh. And so they walked into the training ground together. A few days later, on a hill near Saihung, there was a hand. It was Chu Hyuk's, dressed in climbing gear. Baekche's voice called out, are you here again to look for the items in your old notebook? He replied, yeah. Baekche continued, haven't you already found a lot of artifacts and stored stones from your old notebooks? Chu Hyuk replied, well, yes, but I want to know how much is left in the remaining notes. Chu Hyuk analyzed, if I can find them, I think there might be some miracle hidden in the remaining notes. Baekche interrupted, a miracle? He replied, right? If I can find it, I might be able to overcome the major weaknesses in my physical strength in this body. He continued walking. If I had found you sooner, things might have been much easier. Baekche didn't understand. Huh? At the Choi Chin family estate, reporters filled the front yard. Suddenly, someone said, today is the day of the Choi Chin family selection test, right? Another person agreed, right, that's why so many of us are gathered here. Inside, Azin and Shingun were present. Clan leader Chun Suk spoke. The selection test is about to begin. He spoke clearly, as I announced before. If you pass the selection test, you will be recognized as the heir to the family. Failure will result in expulsion from the family. He spoke sternly. Are you both ready? Azin and Shingun replied in unison. Yes, we are. He was satisfied. Very well. He began. The task of this test is to find the twin daggers hidden on the mountain. He continued, whoever finds the twin daggers and brings them before me will be recognized as the winner of this test. It doesn't matter how. He warned, but it is strictly forbidden to kill the other person. He ordered, now begin the test. Azin determinedly ran off. Shingun schemed, thinking, right, run along. I'll take my time. He smirked. Sooner or later, she'll find the twin daggers, and when I snatch them from her, it'll all be over. He was certain, and this time, I'll be the one to inherit the position of clan leader. He recalled a few days prior, when he'd gone to the academy just to humiliate Azin, only to be thoroughly chewed out by Chu Hyuk. He turned to leave, throwing down a challenge. See you at the end of this week, Choi Azin. Just as he was storming off, his phone rang. He answered, Shingun speaking. The man's voice on the other end boomed. What's the status of the twin daggers? He replied, with the current situation, it looks like I'll have to participate in the selection test, so it'll probably take a little longer than expected. The man interrupted. The selection test. I've heard you mention it twice now. Do you realize how late you are? He responded, I apologize. He pressed urgently, if, by some means, I manage to obtain the twin daggers, will you keep your promise? The man cut him off, of course. That promise was made under a constellation. It will certainly be fulfilled. He ordered, just focus on the objective. Shingun, tense, replied, understood. He thought to himself, this is my last chance, so now let's go find it. Meanwhile, Azin was struggling with her search. She was using magic to scout the area. I can sense the magical traces of the twin daggers. Following this direction seems right. She considered it'll probably take another 15 minutes, maybe. She noticed something. Is this the path to the twin daggers? Suddenly, Chingun appeared right behind her. He started to provoke her, busy searching for it using magical traces. Are you? Who taught you that trick? She replied, Chu Hyuk. Remembering that time when she was training with Chu Hyuk, she'd asked him magic manipulation. He patiently explained, that's right. I thought you already grasped the basics. He analyzed, if you've mastered the ability to convert your innate talent to the lightning attribute, shouldn't controlling that be just basic? She admitted that's true. He instructed, practicing magic control and direction only requires a little skill and focus. It's not as complicated as in combat. Confused, she asked, but how do I do that? He countered, how? Didn't they teach you that in your family? She fell silent. Seeing this, he continued, well, whatever. You only know how to borrow the power of the constellation and focus magical energy, right? She acknowledged, right? He scratched his head. I'm not good at explaining it, so you understand either. He guided her. Then first, relax your entire body and use your fingertips and toes to release magic weakly. She replied, all right. He reminded her, stop answering. Step by step, he instructed, slowly spread that magic throughout your body until you can feel its presence even in every strand of your hair. She continued, focusing her magic according to Chu Hyuk's guidance. Good. Now try to sense the magic in the surrounding air in this state. He reminded her, sense the magic slowly. Take your time. And then she saw the power emanating from him. She gasped, bending over and panting. As if anticipating this, he asked, you can sense it now, can't you? You admit it, then? I saw the form of magic surrounding you. Chu Hyuk explained. That's how you perceive existing magic. You can also sense the faint magical energy emanating from others. He continued, that's something you can do with your ability to precisely control magic. For example, he illustrated, the more you use it, the easier it is to sense the residual magic on the ground or in the air. Azin nodded, replying yes. He added, every shape of any object emits corresponding magic. You can also use it to identify exactly what an object is. He reminded her, if you practice more, you'll be able to see and feel the shadow of magic clearly. I can't teach you anything more, so study on your own. Azin replied, yes, thank you. And now she was facing Chingun. He barked, who the hell is Chu Hyuk? Oh, I know. He sneered, that shameless bastard who was with you before. That idiot actually has some talent. Azin bit her lip to restrain herself. She retorted, he's stronger than someone like you. Why are you here? He drew his sword. You think why? Awakening his magic and lunging at Azin, he declared, this is why I'm here. He was surprised. Wait, it's not just resisting, it's pushing back against me. He retreated, sheathing his sword. Incredulous, he muttered, how the hell? Chingun reassessed Azin. Since when did she become this strong? Meanwhile, in the forest, a hand was manipulating magic. It was Chu Hyuk, searching for something. He searched. It's not here either. I hid so many notes, but could it be there's only one in all of Valhalla? Somewhere in the forest, a source of magic pulsed. Satisfied, he exclaimed, ah, there it is. Found a note. His eyes scanned the area. He turned. Over there. Suddenly, the place he was looking at flashed brightly. Surprised, he gasped, what? Meanwhile, Azin was fighting, and Chingun was no less fierce. Azin swung her sword. Chingun blocked the blow, his hand trembling. He taunted, did you learn how to dodge in the forest at school? I see you're better at charging now. Azin gripped her sword firmly. Give up searching for the twin daggers. He raged, are you crazy? He lunged. A bastard like you doesn't deserve them. Azin channeled magic into her sword. The moment he lunged, she struck, rotating her sword, and slashed upwards, sending him flying. She pressed her attack as he dropped his sword. I have to hit him. And with the hilt of her sword, she drove a powerful blow into his stomach. Chingun gasped for air and collapsed. She returned her sword to its ready position and observed. I was confident I'd land at least one blow, but I didn't expect it to be a fatal one like this. She picked up his scabbard. All right, I'll go get the twin daggers. Suddenly, a voice rang out. You don't really think you've won, do you? It was Chingun, rising to his feet, his body brimming with magic. His voice boomed. I warned you, didn't I? He sneered. A blessing. Don't make me laugh. You'll never defeat someone who has a pact with a constellation like me. He taunted, well, I'll give you credit. You landed a hit when I was off guard. Azin scolded him. That black energy surrounding your sword. You're a wicked man. Have you been possessed by a demon? Confused, she asked why. He ignored her. Why do you ask? What are you even thinking about? He lunged at her again. Azin drew her sword. He dodged. She was surprised. He dodged her slash at such close range. He continued his attack, knocking Azin to the ground. He stepped towards her. Aren't you going to get up? Staying down like that is even better. Azin looked down. A long, dark mark stretched across her stomach. She writhed in pain. I told you not to get up. If you don't move, you won't die. She spoke. When you talked about your pact, was it a pact with an evil constellation? He rambled. As the leader of the Chinsa Guild, I signed a pact with an A-rank constellation to maintain appearances, but now I'm on the side of the Moto Guild. She recalled something. The Moto Guild. I've heard that name. The third most dangerous group of villains in the world. She said, so you signed a pact with a constellation of the Moto Guild. I really don't understand. She pressed him. Is joining them really better? What about your life? Chingun scoffed. Are you serious? Listen. He laughed vilely. I want ultimate power and authority. I want to escape these mundane needs. I want to have everything. She retorted, escape from, or lose your humanity. He sat down facing her. Do you know when I joined the Chinsa Guild? When I was only 12. He boasted. I had to strive to be a symbol of the family since I was a child. At an age when I just wanted to play, people expected me, the eldest son of the Choi Chin family, to be a perfect example. The reason I stayed in the Chinsa Guild was because of the old man's surveillance and the desire for the position of clan leader, but that was never my choice. He continued rambling. In my teenage years, I was full of desires. That's when I met someone from the Moto Guild. As soon as we met, he invited me to join. He encouraged me, saying I could satisfy the hidden desires in my heart. Perhaps he knew about my secret and my desires. Azin was puzzled. Secret. He grinned, the desire to destroy people. He continued, but just wanting to join wasn't enough. I had to fulfill a condition, seize the twin daggers artifact of the family. He complained, if you had given up earlier, you wouldn't have had to participate in the second selection test, and the twin daggers would rightfully belong to me. She blurted out, second. He asked what? Don't you remember? He recounted, 10 years ago, the eldest daughter of the Choi Chin family, your sister, Choi Azin, participated in the first selection test. Azin was shocked. Sister. She remembered, but wasn't she missing? He continued during that time. He confessed, I couldn't control my desires. Before going to find the twin daggers, I got rid of her on the mountain. She stiffened. He feigned regret, but in the end, I couldn't find the twin blades. I was severely injured and failed that test. He rambled on. Somehow, the old man secretly sought treatment for Choi A-jin, but it was a futile effort. I left her, hoping she'd disappear, but Azin trembled with rage. Where is she? He sneered. You want to find her. Give up. Your mother collapsed because she saw her daughter's face in you. She glared at him. He slowly rose. Now I know where the twin blades are, so. He swung his sword. Give my regards to your sister. The blade was nearly at her throat. A loud clang rang out. Chingun froze. It was Chu Hyuk, blocking the blow meant for Azin. He spoke. What the hell are you doing? Chingun retorted, this is a family matter. It doesn't concern you. Chu Hyuk looked at him. What kind of crazy older brother? He knocked Chingun back with his sword as he continued, to point a blade at his younger sister's throat. The force sent Chingun crashing into the tree behind him. Azin cried out, Chu Hyuk, and looked up at him. She asked, why are you here? He thought to himself, I came here looking for treasure, and it's right here. He noticed the cut on her stomach. He looked away, then said, I have some business in this area. You should step back and tend to your wounds. She smiled and agreed, all right. Chingun, recovering, approached. I wonder why you suddenly appeared here. You're that rude student I met at Valhalla, aren't you? He gritted his teeth. This is a private family matter, so. He yelled as he lunged forward, get lost. He cast a spell. Aiming at Chu Hyuk, he swung down. At that moment, Chu Hyuk dodged, surprising him. Chingun observed, he dodged it. Chu Hyuk spun his sword, using the hilt to thrust forward. When you wield a sword, he lectured as he punched Chingun in the face. Don't aim for someone standing still. Find someone with your speed to fight, idiot. He cried out in pain. Before Chingun could hit the ground, Chu Hyuk jumped up and pinned him down with his unsheathed sword. Chingun was stunned, the way he knocked me down. How is he so fast? Chu Hyuk pressed down on his stomach, causing Chingun to fall back in pain, unable to react. He stared blankly. Chu Hyuk observed him, then turned back to Azin and asked, are you all right? She replied, yes. He asked with concern, can you walk? She tried to stand. I'm not sure. Let me try. Chu Hyuk sensed something behind him. It was Chingun's dark energy. Baek Che warned, that's a sword imbued with demonic energy. Chu Hyuk replied, I know. This guy is bad news. Chingun got up, a dark energy radiating around him. You bastard. He seethed, just a first year of Valhalla. And you think you could defeat the leader of a criminal gang. He lunged at Chu Hyuk, swinging down. Chu Hyuk raised his sword to block. Chin-gun gritted his teeth. Even though I attacked him with a magic-imbued sword, he still dodged it. Blocking a blow with one hand and attacking with the other, Chu Hyuk asked Crime Boss, "You just charge at your opponent. Do you really think you're fit for that title?" Chin-gun grimaced and staggered back. He thought, is this really the strength of a 17-year-old brat? Not only did he block all my attacks, but he's counterattacking too. He decided this won't do. I have no other choice. He fumbled for something inside his coat. Even though there are a ton of side effects, if I keep getting attacked like this, I'm finished. He pulled out a mass of purple light. Here, an artificial sacred relic. Chin-gun put it in his mouth and bit down. I'll make a temporary contract with a constellation. Under Chu Hyuk's watchful gaze, Chin-gun began to laugh wickedly. His magical power suddenly erupted. Nearby, at the testing area, the ground shook violently, startling everyone. What was that? An earthquake. A reporter called out, "Senior, over there." Everyone's attention turned towards the pillar of light emanating from where Chin-gun's magical power had exploded. What the hell is that? The clan leader was alarmed. He stared in that direction. Demonic energy. It's so dense we can see it from here. The demonic energy grew denser and denser, and it was coming from the family's testing area. He recalled, "Tradition dictates we don't interfere during the selection test, but this is too dangerous. I have to go see what's happening." Meanwhile, Chu Hyuk was facing Chin-gun. He said, "Bored, I was going to see what you could do, but you're just enhancing your strength a little with that demonic energy." Chin-gun boasted, "You idiot, this is a special effect." He started rambling, "A fraction of the power I gained from contracting with a constellation. This will be your grave." The destruction dragon recognized the sacred relic and descended. Chu Hyuk said happily, "Activate skill, gluttonous eyes." Chu Hyuk observed thoughtfully. The dragon widened its eyes. The two stared at each other awkwardly. The dragon reactivated its gluttonous eyes skill, while Chu Hyuk seemed to be expecting something more. Unfortunately, their eyes met again, and this time the atmosphere was incredibly stiff. The dragon looked at Chu Hyuk, completely unharmed, in disbelief. Frightened, it tried to retreat. Chin-gun said shamefully, "Lord Constellation." Before he could finish his sentence, the destruction dragon abandoned the sacred relic and broke the contract, leaving Chin-gun abruptly. The destruction dragon reclaimed all its power and departed, leaving him completely unprepared. Chu Hyuk, still in the same stance, observed him and said so. Simultaneously, he shoved the unsheathed sword into Chin-gun's stomach. He asked mockingly, "Who's sending who off?" He pressed hard. Overwhelmed by Chu Hyuk's magical power, Chin-gun stumbled and dropped his sword. He coughed up blood and fell face first onto the ground. Elsewhere, Ban, the head of the Dragon King's Gravekeeping Society, was in a panic. The destruction dragon scolded, "Because of you, I've run into big trouble." It roared, "Do you want to vanish from this disastrous planet?" Ban, sweating profusely, didn't know what to do. "Forgive me, I beg you." Then he slammed his head hard against the ground and yelled, "I'm sorry." After the previous display, the destruction dragon decided to warn against distributing artificial artifacts. He obeyed. "I understand." The destruction dragon reminded him, "Behave yourself," then left. Ban struggled to sit up. What was that? What angered the constellation so much? He pondered, from the artificial artifact, "I have a feeling that the pawn I planted within the Choi Chin clan did something wrong." He pushed himself up, still thinking, but he's in big trouble. "What are you afraid of, Constellation?" His face darkened. "I must find out what happened." Meanwhile, at the Valhalla dormitory, Chu Hyuk opened his door. He took off his bag and sighed, then rummaged through it. He grinned. "Finally, I got my hands on it." He pulled out an ancient book, Divine Martial Arts. Baekje spoke up, "Divine Martial Arts." He replied, "That's right. This is the main reason I was looking for this book." He continued, "It's a breathing technique that can raise one's magic power to a very high level." Baekje wondered, "Is it different from the technique you used in your previous life?" He explained, "The breathing technique I used before was garbage. When I was still small and weak, I just bought one from the market, mastered it, and used it until the end." Baekje replied, "I see." Chu Hyuk observed the book and thought, "Besides, when I found this divine martial arts 300 years ago, I couldn't change my breathing technique because it was already deeply rooted in my body." He recalled, "When I fought Baekje, I was defeated because my poor breathing technique quickly depleted my magic power." He smirked, "But I can start over in this life with a new cultivation method." He touched the book, determined. "I'll stop physical training for a while because I have to learn divine martial arts first." Baekje spoke up, "Come to think of it, did that thing on the mountain end well? He might have fainted, but you still left your classmate with that guy who spouts nothing but nonsense." He explained, I heard someone coming, so I left. That wasn't going to end peacefully anyway. He remembered that after he landed a blow on Shingun, he fell face first to the ground. He lay there motionless. Chu Hyuk observed. Baekjae wondered, did you kill him? He was startled. I couldn't finish him off. If I did, I'd be at the center of another incident at Valhalla. I could be expelled from the academy or even imprisoned. He observed there's still some small traces of magic left. He'll survive. Baekjae replied, I see. Then he turned to Azin and asked, can you stand up? Azin replied, yes. He reached out to help her, but then heard a noise. Well then, he looked over. Someone's coming, probably from Azin's family, after all the commotion. That would be troublesome. Searching for divine martial arts will be better. He called out Azin. She replied, yes. He advised, it seems your family is coming, so don't overexert yourself. Just stay here. I have some things to do here, so I'll leave first. She replied, all right. He pointed towards the prone Shingun. And in case they don't know anything, just tell them you took down that piece of trash lying there. He pulled up his hood and said, actually, he lost a lot of magic power, so he's probably just unconscious. Just say that. Well, goodbye. She smiled and replied, I understand. Chu Hyuk, see you at school. At the same time, her family members came running. Chu Hyuk lay back on his dormitory bed. He mused well the tea. He looked at the divine martial arts book. As soon as I master the divine martial arts, I'll continue searching for the remaining artifacts I hid in my past life. The last time I absorbed their magical power, I couldn't absorb it all due to my limited capacity. From today, I'll rest for a few days, then continue. Meanwhile, at the Choi family estate, a meeting was in progress. Chu Suk spoke. Since the press was present to cover our family's successor selection test, the event appeared in the news immediately. He asked, has everyone read it? Someone replied, yes, Patriarch, most of it. Headlines like the Choi family's shameful act. No surprise they colluded with the world's worst villain gang, the Gravekeeping Society. And so on. Chu Suk held his head in his hands. It's chaotic. I didn't expect there to be so many villains within the Choi family. He added, furthermore, an official document was issued by the association, and we received a stern statement from them. He explained, when something similar happened to the Vinchik family across the ocean, it had nothing to do with us, so we chose to remain silent. But that approach definitely won't work anymore. We have to do what needs to be done now. He turned to his assistant and asked, Shingun has been handed over to the police. What about Azin? The assistant reported, sir, we sent her to the family hospital for treatment. He inquired further, what's her condition? The assistant replied, her injuries are quite severe, but the bleeding has stopped. Her internal organs aren't badly damaged, and she doesn't require any major surgery. He sighed, I understand. Another person spoke up. Speaking of her, Azin. No, Miss Azin, there are several reports about her. She continued, they mention a genius who defeated a member of the Gravekeeping Society, an ordinary student of Valhalla Academy, following in the footsteps of student Chu Hyuk and Azin. Another outstanding student also eliminated a member of the Gravekeeping Society. This is the source skill of a genius. There are several similar articles. Chu Suk added, she was either lucky or Chingun is a member of the Gravekeeping Society. The situation is quite complicated, but it seems the press is quite supportive of this. Another person spoke, isn't that a relief, sir? This selection test ended in chaos, but the next patriarch has been determined. These articles will help solidify her position as the successor. He affirmed, absolutely. He still had some doubts. It's good that Azin has the opportunity to legitimately inherit, but the fact that she defeated Chingun is strange. I need to look into this. Chu Suk recalled the moment he arrived at the scene. Chingun collapsed on the ground, while Azin sat opposite him, clutching her stomach. Azin said, he attacked me with dark magic, so I took him down. He worried, I see, but there was a lot of magical power on the mountain. How could you defeat your brother? Supported by 2 guards, she was escorted past him. She said, Chu Hyuk taught me. Now, Chu Suk looked at the information while thinking about the name, Chu Hyuk. On the screen was a picture of him surrounded by reporters. At Valhalla Stadium, Chu Hyuk started pushing his chair in, his eyes suddenly noticing Azin. He thought she would be better than by now, but it turned out she wasn't. At that moment, Azin turned around, smiled, and waved at him. This made a classmate, who had thought the gesture was for him, speechless, prompting the person next to him to say he must be dreaming and needed to wake up. Chu Hyuk started reminiscing about the past when he was practicing magic, and his phone suddenly vibrated. The screen displayed a message from Azin at 8 o'clock saying that she might not be able to continue training with him for the time being. because the doctor said she wasn't allowed to participate in any physically demanding activities, along with a rather cute crying rabbit sticker. Upon seeing the message, Chu Hyuk remained calm, thinking that with that much blood loss, it made sense. He then casually replied that it was all right because he had some personal matters to attend to in the next few days anyway, so she could do whatever she wanted. Azin seemed to want to tease him a bit, so she sent 3 consecutive stickers of a rabbit nodding and understanding, making him gape and tell her stop it. He pleaded with her to just send a single word. Suddenly, Baek-chae appeared, saying that he had something he thought Chu Hyuk would want to know. Chu Hyuk immediately asked what it was. Baek-chae continued, that dark mage we encountered, the one we felt familiar with. Chu Hyuk interrupted, asking if he was thinking of something, and Baek-chae immediately denied it, prompting Chu Hyuk to ask again what the matter was. Baek-chae, resting his chin on his hand, said it wasn't like he had simply forgotten the dark mage's name, but it felt like something was blocking him. Chu Hyuk questioned, something's blocking you from remembering. Is it because of that bastard you mentioned last time? Baek-chae readily replied, most likely. I can't be completely sure, but if I can fulfill the second condition, I might be able to remove this mental block. But of course, this is just a hypothesis. Immediately, Chu Hyuk remembered Valhalla, the Eye of the Great Forest, home of Mage Azona. The warning stated that the condition could only be fulfilled if you possessed a dagger. Chu Hyuk recalled the second condition, the Eye of the Great Forest. He thought it was just an area set up for a small productivity test, but it turned out that the final practical exam would also be held there. Chu Hyuk leaned back in his chair, his hands clasped behind his head, the thought echoing in his mind that those with the lowest scores in both the midterm and final exams would be expelled. He immediately tormented himself with this thought, unconsciously scratching his head. Damn it, so I can only sit and wait until the end of the term. What a waste of time. Snapping out of his flashback back in the classroom, he continued to ponder. He really needed some time to familiarize himself with this sing-ong, likely a mishearing or misspelling of Saihong, so he could go find the Eye of the Great Forest later. Interrupting his thoughts, Lee Gun entered, telling everyone to take their seats. Before starting today's lesson, he had a short announcement. His eyes narrowed. Everyone here knows about the inter-school competition next month, right? The class responded in unison, yes. Hearing this, Chu Hyuk thought to himself, oh, is that so? And suddenly remembered Baek-chae's words that this would happen after the midterm exams. Interrupting Chu Hyuk's train of thought, Lee Gun bluntly continued, saying that the school was considering who to choose for the competition and had finally decided to select those with the highest scores on the upcoming final exam. Surprisingly, he then called out Chu Hyuk's name, telling him to follow him to his office, leaving Chu Hyuk dumbfounded. Arriving at the office, Lee Gun remarked, we've met here quite a few times, haven't we? Chu Hyuk retorted, obviously, it's because you keep calling me up here. Lee Gun affirmed, that's true, and started to talk about participating in the inter-school competition. Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Hyuk refused, much to Lee Gun's astonishment. Stunned, Lee Gun exclaimed, but I haven't even gotten to the important part yet. Left with no other choice, Chu Hyuk asked what this inter-school competition was all about. Exasperated, Lee Gun thought, I explained in detail in class already, but nevertheless decided to explain it again to Chu Hyuk. There are 3 major hunter training academies in the world, Valhalla in Korea, White Lotus in China, and Champions in the US. Lee Gun continued his explanation. Each school will select a number of first-year students as representatives to compete against each other. The competition includes duels, maze escapes, and various other tests. After explaining, Lee Gun mentioned that they were planning to send the students with the highest scores in the practical combat exam. Chu Hyuk seemed completely indifferent to what he was saying, casually yawning and interrupting him, prompting Lee Gun to ask, are you not interested at all? Despite Chu Hyuk's uncooperative attitude, Lee Gun persistently tried to persuade him. If our school comes in first, not only will all participants receive scholarships. Chu Hyuk cut him off again. Yeah, I know you'll throw some money at us, but continued to assert his lack of interest. Hearing this, Lee Gun seemed to give up, sighing, and then mentioning something that made Chu Hyuk suddenly perk up. But aren't you eager to reach the Eye of the Great Forest soon? As expected, Chu Hyuk seemed to snap back to attention, sitting up straight and asking again. Lee Gun confirmed that's where the final exam will take place. He seemed relieved to finally have Chu Hyuk's attention. Continuing, the inter-school competition will be held at Valhalla, so its final test will be right at the eye of the Great Forest. It'll basically be the same as the final exam, and of course, whoever passes that test will be exempt from the final exam. He added that if Chu Hyuk didn't pass, he would have to retake the exam at the end of the term. Chu Hyuk, having nothing more to say, acknowledged that he understood. With his usual confidence, Chu Hyuk gritted his teeth and declared that he would participate in the inter-school competition. The scene changes to the Venk family estate in the British Kingdom. Adelia, the deputy head of the Venk family, sits regally on a chair, asking her aide about the preparations. The two aides bowed their heads and reported, "Miss, everything is proceeding smoothly. However, it will likely take another month for us to complete the preparations." She calmly told them to continue and then asked, "What about Valhalla and those idiots?" She caught herself, realizing her language was a bit uncouth, that those people from Zodiac Dill. Her aide replied that there were no unusual incidents to report. She instructed, "If anything suspicious happens, report it to me immediately." Understood. The aide simply bowed their head in acknowledgement. He added, "Miss Adelia, although this doesn't concern us, I heard some shocking news. They say they're building a whole building out of receipts in the marketplace." Adelia, surprised, asked for clarification, a building made of receipts. As she expressed her astonishment, the aide confirmed the rumor and believed that Blackheart was directly responsible. Adelia wondered what she was up to, as she had never done anything like this before. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Devil Slayer requested a private conversation. Surprised, she questioned the Zodiac Devil Slayer. The scene shifted to the marketplace in Zone 7. Blackheart, wearing a mask, stood in a tall building overlooking the construction. He spoke, "Zodiac Devil Slayer, of course, we will do as you command. But may I ask, what is the purpose of building a structure entirely out of receipts?" Luminous let out a crazed laugh. "It's a gift." "A gift for him?" Blackheart asked, "Why would you order me to build a building out of money?" The two-faced ruler stated, "It's a gift." Blackheart thought to himself, "A gift? For whom? Wait, could it be?" The two-faced ruler asked, "Have you found the person who sold the ring?" Blackheart immediately replied, "Not yet. The merchant only gave me a rough description of his face and voice. But that day, the customer's contact information was recorded, so we were searching for him through the existing records. Contact the system. Hurry up." He could only obey the Zodiac's orders out of fear. The scene changed to the Valhalla staff room. Lee Gun was racking his brains. While he was thinking, head coach Sang Chun slowly approached and asked if he had chosen the team members for the competition. Lee Gun replied that he had. Hearing this, Sang Chun asked to see the list, and Lee Gun showed him his computer screen. On the list of Valhalla's contestants were Chu Hyuk, Sojan, Seok, Chun Zin, and Azin. He added that except for Chun Zin, all of them were students from his class. Looking over the list, Sang Chun asked in surprise if Chu Hyuk was really participating, as he hadn't expected it. Lee Gun explained that Chu Hyuk initially didn't want to, but after he mentioned that it would be held at the eye of the Great Forest, Chu Hyuk suddenly changed his mind and decided to participate. Sang Chun found it strange, as most people would hesitate upon hearing that. Lee Gun agreed. Sang Chun suspected maybe he doesn't know what the eye of the Great Forest is. He was sleeping during the lesson that explained it. He thought to himself, the Zodiac Jonghu is the same. It seems he came here for some hidden purpose. Thinking this, he asked Lee Gun, "Can I gather these kids and train them a bit?" Lee Gun readily agreed, saying he would clear their schedules. Afterward, they wished each other luck, and Sang Chun left. A few days later, in Valhalla's small auditorium, the 5 contestants for the inter-school competition were gathered. The doors suddenly burst open, breaking the silence among the 5 students. Sang Chun entered, holding a stack of papers. He started, "Is everyone here?" Without waiting for a reply, he answered himself, "All 5 of you are here." With a stern look, he said, "It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm sure you saw me during the midterm exams. I'm Sang Chun, your combat instructor. The reason you're all gathered here is because you'll be participating in the inter-school competition. Today, I'll briefly go over the upcoming training process. He continued without pause. There are a total of 3 parts you'll have to complete. First, there's a duel between students. It's similar to the entrance exam you all took. So John's gaze at Sang Chun was incredibly hard, as if she was about to say something but remained silent. Seok also stared at him. While he continued, the second part is team combat. 5 members from the academy form a team and face off against other academies. But it's not one-on-one. 3 teams will fight simultaneously. He added, therefore, in this part, the team captain's ability to assess the situation is crucial. Chu Hyuk was also engrossed in his words as he mentioned the third part. It involves the eye of the great forest. Seeming to understand his students' thoughts, Sang Chun said, all right, due to the fact that we're conducting the final exam for all of you, I can't reveal too much information. But the eye of the great forest is a labyrinth. The image of the forest immediately appeared in his mind, and he continued, just as its name suggests, the eye of the great forest is a forest full of trees. Unlike a normal forest, the entrance is heavily guarded and designed so that not even a fly can get through. The only way in is through the main gate. He went on to mention that all he could tell the students was that each team would enter the eye of the great forest, and a specific mission would be given to them on the day. Immediately, all 5 students simultaneously replied yes. He further emphasized, we don't have much time left, so now I'll explain the specifics and format of the team battle. He assumed all 5 students had some experience working in teams during the joint dungeon raid. However, it seemed Chu Hyuk was still stuck on the thought of the eye of the great forest. He was dissatisfied with the limited information revealed. If there's a barrier, can I just barge in? He leaned back in his chair, thinking it doesn't look easy. As for Sang Chun, he seemed to have finished explaining the team battle and was about to explain the training process, asking if anyone had any questions. Immediately, Chu Hyuk's hand shot up, asking if solo training was allowed. Sang Chun casually replied that it wasn't a problem. He figured if Chu Hyuk really wanted to train alone, he should do so. He then continued to ask if anyone else had any questions. This time, it was Azin's turn to raise her hand. She also expressed her desire to train alone. Sang Chun started to become suspicious, asking again if anyone else had anything to say, and it seemed no one else had any comments. He left the room, promising to see all 5 students again during training before departing. Everyone started to leave the room. Chu Hyuk was still thinking that before the competition started, he had to at least master this technique. He would absorb all the mana and maintain his best condition when the match began, using the remaining time to train his body. Lost in thought, someone called his name. It was none other than Azin. She asked if he was going to participate in the training. Confused, he asked why she was asking. Wasn't she training alone? And hadn't she said she couldn't overexert herself? Azin pondered, recalling what Lee Gun had said. He had read the article and knew something about her condition, but he thought it would be better to ask her directly if she wanted to participate. At that time, Azin sat motionless, seemingly still thinking, then asked if Chu Hyuk was participating. Lee Gun confirmed that Chu Hyuk was participating, so Azin decided to join in, to Lee Gun's surprise. But somehow, Azin still insisted that she would be fine. The flashback ended. She was still thinking that she was halfway to becoming the head of her family. However, thanks to Chu Hyuk, she had found another goal. Her eyes filled with anxiety. She believed her goal was to become stronger alongside Chu Hyuk and to help him achieve what he wanted, just as he had helped her. Interrupting her thoughts, Chu Hyuk said that she was talking and then suddenly stopped, laughing creepily. He remarked that she couldn't overexert herself anyway. She agreed. He then advised her to focus on mana control during training. To practice, she should walk lightly and keep all activity to a minimum. She agreed with him. He also promised that after finishing his own work, he would help her, then said goodbye. The scene changed. Logan was desperately trying to save his life. He screamed, begging them to let him go, promising them anything they wanted. Awaya's eyes lit up, a sharp knife clutched in his hand. Without hesitation, he plunged it into Logan's chest. Lisa grimaced, asking if he couldn't just finish it quickly, but AY just grinned at her and said this was his fun. Suddenly, the phone in Lisa's pocket rang. It seemed there was a new order. AY turned and asked if it was a new assassination target. She replied that it was. Chu Hyuk's picture appeared on the screen. Standing before Logan's corpse, the 2 assassins casually talked as if nothing had happened. AY even pulled the knife out of Logan's chest while asking about it. He was puzzled, wondering why they had to accept a mission to assassinate a student. Lisa guessed the client must be paying a lot. AY asked when the deadline was. She replied that the client wanted them to kill Chu Hyuk this month at the inter-school competition. Hearing this, he impatiently asked if they couldn't just kill Chu Hyuk now. She frowned, saying that security at the academy and dormitory was very tight, sarcastically commenting on the difficulty of getting through the protective magic and killing a student inside. He disagreed, retorting that other schools would be gathered at the inter-school competition, making the situation even more dangerous. But then she said someone had already told her about it, Olia. She recounted that they said the third day of the competition would be held at a place called the Eye of the Great Forest, a mystical labyrinth built deep within the woods. She'd heard that the student's task was to escape the labyrinth. He was skeptical, wondering if there wouldn't be any guides inside. Hearing this, she confidently replied that there would be no one except automated surveillance cameras. And apart from a few guards at the entrance to the labyrinth, all the instructors and teachers would be watching through monitors. He began to understand, piecing the information together. He figured they would hide behind Olia, who would infiltrate first, and commented that it wasn't very interesting. Ignoring him, she prioritized completing the job, and he obediently complied. 1 month later, the inter-school competition finally took place. Today was the first day. Zuk-du was resting his chin in his hand, watching the competition. Then he flashed back to that night when he was calling his father. He said he had received the money. He declared he would use it to pay for a job. He had asked Xinja to assassinate Chu Hyuk. His father was startled, double-checking if his son was serious about the order. Zuk-du affirmed that no one would suspect his father after what he had done. He guaranteed that Sam-san would accept the job this time. Immediately, his father thought of Sam-san. As far as he knew, they were Xinja's veteran assassination squad. Rumor had it that there were 3 members in the team, and they had never failed. Zook's father indicated he understood and reminded him not to do anything to attract attention. The flashback ended, and Zook seemed incredibly anxious, wanting to witness Chu Hyuk's death with his own eyes. He thought to himself that Xinja had responded that they would take care of Chu Hyuk during the competition, so he probably didn't need to sit and watch like this. With that, he stood up abruptly, telling his attendant, Zujia, to follow him. Standing at the center, a man was at the podium. He was Zook Kuan, the chairman of the Valhalla Council. He was giving a welcoming speech to the students. Finishing his speech, he continued, saying he wanted to introduce the representatives from each school. First, by Lien from China, Brave from America, and Valhalla from Korea. He announced that the competition would take place over 3 days. Today was the individual match, and he told the representatives from each school to return to the waiting room and wait until the match began. Sang Chun was standing in a corner, observing the representatives from each school when he suddenly heard someone call his name. He turned around in surprise to see that it was Zek, the veteran Brave instructor. It seemed like it had been a long time since he had last seen Sang Chun. Sang Chun called him third place, which didn't please him. He retorted that Valhalla hadn't come in first that time either. Zek believed this year would be different. He claimed that Brave would definitely come in first, causing Sang Chun to ask skeptically why he was so sure. Zek confidently mentioned the only one considered the top among contractors, also known as the Destroyer, Logan. Zek revealed that Logan's son was a freshman at his school and also their representative. Zek then pointed at the rookie and told Sang Chun his identity, Logan's son. Sang Chun rested his chin on his hand and said he looked forward to seeing what he could do. Zek replied confidently, "You will." He's already made a contract with his father's constellation. Sang Chun asked skeptically, "A contract with the one who destroys everything. So he uses destruction like the only one." Zek replied, "He can, but he's not as good as his father." Zek then changed the subject. "I hear Valhalla's new students aren't simple either, especially Chu Hyuk. He defeated a villain." Sang Chun added, "Azin can do the same." Zek chuckled smugly. "This will be an interesting match for Logan's son. That kid can defeat even an adult contractor in an instant." Hearing this, Sang Chun just sighed deeply, prompting Zek to criticize his reaction. Suddenly, the loudspeaker announced the participants for the first round. Looking at the screen, which was showing the match between Chu Hyuk and Logan's son, Sang Chun continued from Zek's earlier comment. "You'll understand that reaction soon enough after watching this match." Back to the match, Zook Kuan explained the rules. Very simple. Whoever defeats their opponent wins. This rule also applies to subsequent matches, even if you hit a weak point with a weapon. The arena's system will automatically minimize damage and instead send a painful electric current to the target. So feel free to attack, as there will be no interference. He continued, the protection system will be maintained for the following matches, so participants should remember this after reaching the final stage. When I say begin, the match will start. Hyuk was still pondering why they had to use a protection system. He remembered his father's criticism that he had to be able to fight throughout day 1 and day 2 to be able to participate in day 3. 3, 2, 1, begin. As soon as the call began, Hyuk took the initiative and attacked head-on to gain an advantage. But immediately afterward, he was stunned because Logan's son had blocked the attack. Logan said sternly, "You think you're strong." Logan's son blocked Chu Hyuk's attack with one hand and sarcastically asked, "You think you're strong?" Hyuk humbly replied, "No, I still have a lot to work on." Logan's son was surprised by his humility. With one hand still blocking Hyuk's punch, he raised the other to attack. Very quickly, Hyuk also blocked his attack. "Does it matter if I'm humble or arrogant? I'm getting stronger anyway." Finishing his words, he smiled confidently and asked, "How long can you withstand my attacks?" As he spoke, he used one hand to spin Logan's son around, much to his surprise. Without waiting for him to react, he punched him directly in the chest. Logan's son wasn't easily defeated. He managed to regain his footing, clutching his stomach. That hurt. Hyuk's eyes began to gleam. "You're tougher than I thought. I figured you'd be down after that." In the stands, Sang-chun also admired Logan's son, saying he was strong to have withstood Chu Hyuk's attack. Meanwhile, Zek, beside him, was still gaping at the match, speechless from shock. Zek thought to himself that he had watched the recordings of Chu Hyuk's competition. All the students had watched and analyzed it, but Chu Hyuk wasn't that strong back then. However, a glimmer of hope flickered in Zek's eyes, suggesting that it wasn't over yet because Logan's son hadn't used Annihilation. Back in the match, Logan's son started using his skill. His hand began to glow, emitting a golden light towards Chu Hyuk, but luckily, he dodged it. Chu Hyuk was no slouch either. He was momentarily surprised, then quickly regained his composure, kicking Logan's son away with one leg, asking him what he was doing. Chu Hyuk thought to himself that he almost lost a few strands of hair. If it hadn't been a strong attack, it wouldn't have hit him, and he wondered what skill Logan's son was using. Logan's son didn't seem to be doing well either. He thought to himself that he had only been hit twice in the stomach, but it felt like he was about to pass out. But if he couldn't hit Chu Hyuk, even with Annihilation, there was no point in using it. Just when all hope seemed lost, he suddenly remembered there was still one way. He braced his hands on the ground, causing it to crack. Chu Hyuk simply watched calmly, then asked, puzzled, why he was breaking the ground. Logan's son remained silent, then suddenly stomped his foot on the ground, causing chunks of earth to rise and surround him. He thought that if Chu Hyuk could counter his attacks as soon as he saw them, he just needed to attack from where he couldn't see. With that, Logan's son stealthily moved behind Chu Hyuk while concealed by the flying debris. But somehow, miraculously, Chu Hyuk could still see his movements. Logan's son was shocked. Chu Hyuk had found him, but he thought it was too late and continued to try and attack. But before he could, a piece of debris flew straight into his smug face. It turned out Chu Hyuk had realized he was hiding under the debris, but figured attacking with magic would make him easier to find. Saying that, he punched him directly in the face, finally knocking him away. Logan's son was so shocked by the unexpected attack that he crashed into the wall before he could react. Suddenly, an announcement rang out. It seemed this round was over, and the winner was Chu Hyuk from Valhalla Academy. In the stands, Zek's jaw dropped, seemingly unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. Sang-chun added insult to injury, saying that was why he had been so calm, because Chu Hyuk was a monster. In the next round, Chu Hyuk won both matches against students from White Lotus High School and Brave High School. In the individual finals, Chu Hyuk faced Azin. Azin spoke, saying that even in the finals, both contestants were from Valhalla. It seemed their academy was guaranteed to win, and this final round was just to determine the ranking. She added that the winner would receive a scholarship, but she didn't want it and was wondering whether to withdraw. Chu Hyuk arrogantly said he didn't care who won, but hoped Azin wouldn't withdraw. Everyone had gathered, so they should showcase their fighting abilities. He also emphasized that Azin should show him how much she had improved. Having said that, he cracked his knuckles and told her, as a final word, to do her best, and he'd be careful not to hurt her. Azin took her starting stance, drawing her sword and brandishing it. Chu Hyuk remained confident, using his fists to face Azin, who wielded the sword. Suddenly, everyone's expressions grew serious. Sojan, Sang-chun, Zek, and the other students were astonished by the scene before them. Chu Hyuk blocked Azin's blade with a single hand. His hand smoked as Azin collapsed onto the arena floor. The announcer's voice boomed proudly, declaring the results were clear. The champion of this year's individual combat tournament was Chu Hyuk. Seok suddenly spoke up, criticizing Chu Hyuk for being too ruthless, even though he'd said he'd be careful not to hurt her. Chu Hyuk responded in surprise, saying he'd been gentle. He hadn't hit her stomach, and her face planting was just a coincidence. To Seok's suspicion, he explained that her sword point had suddenly veered towards his stomach, so he'd swatted it away. Chu Hyuk looked at his hand, thinking to himself that he'd gotten stronger. He couldn't believe how much his mana had increased. Now he could grasp a small amount. He also looked down at the arena floor, thinking that Azin had also gotten stronger. That night, the Valhalla students gathered. Sang-chun praised them for a job well done. He also asked if everyone was all right, receiving a chorus of affirmations from all 5 students. Sang-chun continued, explaining that thanks to the protection system, none of the students were injured, but there might be some scrapes, so they should get checked out if needed. He then mentioned the next day's lineup while Chu Hyuk thought to himself that this was a waste of time. He had to wait another day to get to the Forest Eyes. After the meeting, Sang-chun decided to leave the room, reminding his students to get some rest before he left. Leaving the room, Chu Hyuk suddenly followed him and called out to him to ask something. Chu Hyuk brought up the next day's match, asking if he could continue the task he'd been given earlier if he finished early. Sang-chun understood he meant going to the Forest Eyes. He said this hadn't happened before, so he'd have to check the regulations. With that, he grabbed the rulebook and began to explain that there were 2 rules. The Inter-High Competition Committee only assigned 1 task to a student per day, but there were a few exceptions. 1. If the task was completed before the afternoon or completed early, the student could receive the next task at the teacher's discretion. 2. If the location wasn't properly prepared or the student was in an unsuitable condition, the student could prepare to redo the task or switch to a different task if the current one was too difficult. Chu Hyuk's face lit up, pointing out that the rules stated it was at Sang-chun's discretion, so he wanted to ask what he thought. Could he move on to the next task immediately? Sang-chun considered this and said that if Chu Hyuk finished early and came to the teacher's room, he thought he could start the new task in the afternoon. Chu Hyuk, satisfied, said he understood and bid him goodbye until tomorrow. He, in turn, amicably wished Chu Hyuk good night. Chu Hyuk left with a sinister smile. Sang-chun asked suspiciously, was Chu Hyuk planning to finish the task early in one day to go to the Forest Eyes? Chu Hyuk immediately confirmed, saying he felt relieved knowing the next task in advance. Sang-chun continued, asking if this task was Chu Hyuk's way of trying to intimidate the students from other schools. Chu Hyuk, exasperated, replied that this was the second task. He meant the first one. He then thought to himself that he had no time to waste. The next day, inside the Yasen Sanctuary in Valhalla, Zook Kuin continued to preside over the competition. He announced he was pleased to see everyone and would now reveal the second task of the inter-school competition. He continued, explaining that today's game will be a mock battle in teams. 5 representatives from each school would face each other in this mountainous region. Because it was held on rough terrain, the audience would watch live through this screen via 3D images. As he spoke, a camera appeared. All the students had arrived except for Chu Hyuk. So John, annoyed, asked when he would arrive as it was about to begin. Right after he said that, Chu Hyuk appeared, indeed late. Seeing him, So John began to criticize him, asking if he knew what time it was. In response to the criticism, Chu Hyuk simply chuckled and said he overslept. So John continued to scold him, saying he should have arrived 30 minutes earlier. Had he forgotten their teacher's advice? Chu Hyuk calmly retorted that he was busy thinking about things and hadn't noticed the time. So John was about to continue scolding him when Chu Hyuk interrupted, apologizing and saying he would take care of everything. So-John, perplexed, continued to speak and criticize him for his lack of understanding. This wasn't an individual competition, it was a team game. Responding to her indignation, Chu-hyuk replied that he knew. So-John, exasperated, pointed at him and said, even though he had won the individual match, both the Heroes and White Lotus teams were targeting them, yet he wanted to act alone. So John asked if anyone had any opinions, but she was met with silence from her teammates. Then suddenly, Azin spoke up. She stepped forward and asked Chu-hyuk if she could go with him, but he flatly refused, saying it wasn't necessary and she should stay. So John was still annoyed. It turned out that Azin's words weren't an opinion, but an offer to accompany Chu-hyuk. After she finished speaking, Chu-hyuk told her to talk less and save her energy, leaving So-John stunned, wondering if she was that bothersome. Without waiting for them to argue further, an announcement came over the loudspeaker. The battle would begin in 5 seconds. Chu-hyuk still managed to add that he had other things to do in the afternoon. The loudspeaker began the countdown. 5, 4. Then So-John asked again what the heck he was talking about. The countdown continued without waiting for anyone. So-John, exasperated, demanded an explanation. She called Chu-hyuk's name and asked him to answer her, but he responded with a cold walk away, accompanied by the words, "You're too loud." The loudspeaker continued counting down 2, 1. Chu-hyuk finally clarified. He had to prepare to go to the Forest Eyes. The loudspeaker announced the start. Before the White Lotus team was ready, Chu-hyuk had already found them. A surprised White Lotus student said it was the guy from Valhalla and told everyone to get ready. Chu-hyuk, still confident, picked up his sword, commenting that their reaction was stronger than he expected. A moment later, the screen displayed a notification that White Lotus had been eliminated. Logan's son, standing in a corner, was stunned, unable to believe what he had just seen. It had only been 10 minutes since the start. He realized that those Valhalla bastards had immediately attacked White Lotus. They moved quickly because they thought they would be attacked first, but who would have guessed? One of Logan's son's teammates spoke up, saying he sensed magic in this direction. Logan's son quickly asked if it was the group from Valhalla, but his teammate exclaimed in surprise that there was only one person. Logan's son immediately ordered his teammates to put up a magic shield, then ordered another teammate to prepare an enhancement spell. A moment later, he gave another order to a teammate to reinforce their shield. It seemed everyone on the team coordinated very smoothly. Melissa wondered if all of this was really necessary for just one person. Logan's son replied that if that person was Chu-hyuk, then yes, all of these precautions were necessary. Ibola added that Melissa didn't understand because she had never fought against that monster. She claimed his skills weren't just at a high school level. Melissa looked worriedly at Logan's son, doubting his abilities. He seemed to understand and immediately said that she couldn't compare him to that monster. Suddenly, one of Logan's son's teammates noticed that the magic was disappearing. He wondered if they had left. Ibola also thought they had retreated after seeing their preparations. But before they could celebrate, Chu-hyuk suddenly appeared from above, carrying his sword, and jumped down on Logan's son, shocking everyone present. Ibola turned around in surprise, but before she could do anything, Chu-hyuk slammed his sword into her, sarcastically remarking that her reaction was too slow. Melissa fearfully backed away, starting to use magic against him, but somehow he dodged it smoothly. He even counterattacked Melissa, knocking her to the ground, and continued his taunts. Regardless of what happened, did you really think you could finish me off with just one magic orb? The two remaining members of Logan's son's team tried to attack from behind, but somehow Chu-hyuk quickly pointed his sword at one of them, sending him and the other flying. Thus, the entire team was down. The screen displayed another notification: Brave Warriors eliminated. Chu-hyuk looked at the screen and said with satisfaction, "Now I can move on to the Forest Eyes mission, right?" His face couldn't hide his excitement. In Valhalla's monitoring room, Zook-kun sternly asked why this had happened. He saw that Chu-hyuk had finished the team match in just 23 minutes. He added that Chu-hyuk had actually spent 20 minutes just walking around, and the battle itself only lasted 3 minutes. He worried, saying that today's schedule was ruined and that there would be trouble soon. Sang-chun ignored his words and brought up another matter. He mentioned that the rules state they can start the next game on the same day if there's enough time. Finishing his sentence, he asked the chairman directly if, should he agree, Sang-chun would discuss starting the game with the other academy instructors. Things seemed to go smoothly as the chairman agreed, only adding that Sang-chun should inform him after the discussion. Sang-chun recalled Chu-hyuk's words from last night and thought to himself that Chu-hyuk said that because he knew this would happen. Truly frightening. Leaving the room, Zek put his hand on Sang Chun's shoulder and said they needed to talk to the White Lotus instructor, while the brave warriors didn't care if they continued the competition. Zek added that after watching the team's match, he was completely convinced. He didn't think the final result would change, even if they waited until everyone had recovered. Furthermore, Zek said he now understood why Sang Chun called Chu Hyuk a monster. Hearing this, Sang Chun smiled faintly, a look of satisfaction on his face, and decided to talk to the White Lotus side first. The scene changed to the Valhalla resting room. Some were resting and recuperating, others were lifting weights to train their strength, and some were idle like Chu Hyuk. So John glanced at him and thought to herself that he was crazy. She didn't expect him to single-handedly end the match like that. While she was planning to step forward since the instructor had appointed her as team captain, she started to frown. She hadn't had a chance to do anything yet. Moreover, in yesterday's individual match, she had lost to Azin. She heard that Chu Hyuk had taught Azin, so perhaps that was why she was so strong. So John gritted her teeth in frustration. She thought that if this continued, she would fall behind, and she decided that she couldn't let that happen. Glancing at Chu Hyuk again, she suddenly wondered if he would teach her if she humbled herself a little. Her train of thought was interrupted by the sound of the loudspeaker, announcing that the game originally scheduled for tomorrow, Survival in the Labyrinth, would now take place a day earlier at 1 p.m. today. Therefore, the students should make arrangements and prepare for the final game. So John thought again. It was exactly as Chu Hyuk had said. Suddenly, Chu Hyuk spoke up. Before they left, he wanted to tell them something. He said he would go to the Forest Eyes on his own, so everyone else had to survive on their own. He added that if they ran into trouble, they could call him. So John thought irritably, was that guy planning on soloing again? They had already won the previous 2 games, so as long as she didn't get the lowest score, she would win. She thought it over more carefully. Although it was called Survival in the Labyrinth, Forest Eyes relied heavily on the environment, so there was no need to worry too much about the monsters. Chu Hyuk noticed she was thinking and spoke up. Do you want to say something, John Little Bird? Faced with this strange nickname, she repeated it, tacitly confirming it with him. Then she continued, asking why he kept making up nicknames. She couldn't possibly be a little bird, but Chu Hyuk cut her off and reaffirmed the silly nickname. Meanwhile, Azin was sitting quietly to the side, thinking to herself that Little Bird was actually quite cute. The scene shifted to Forest Eyes, where everyone was standing in front of the labyrinth gate. Standing separately with Valhalla, Zook Kuin spoke into the microphone, announcing that this was the final game of the competition, Survival in the Labyrinth. He began to explain that, similar to the previous game, the audience could watch them through the screen. Before starting, he wanted to give the students a few more instructions, which were actually the content of the game and the evaluation criteria. He began to explain about Forest Eyes, where today's game was being held. It was a labyrinth, like a forest with massive trees. This labyrinth has a unique environment where the rain never stops falling and the monsters are relatively low level, posing little threat. Therefore, the rain and the dense bushes are the biggest threats. He continued, explaining that the content of the game was to see if one could survive. When students enter the labyrinth, their health will be checked, and after 5 hours, the student whose health is closest to their initial condition will get the most points. Chu Hyuk seemed indifferent to his instructions, even brazenly yawning while he was still speaking. He also reminded them that any form of fighting between teams was prohibited. And finally, the most exciting part arrived. The gate of the labyrinth quickly opened as he said, "The competition begins." At the same time, at the abandoned warehouse in Valhalla's territory, Lisa and I were already there. Suddenly, an announcement rang out, "The students have entered Forest Eyes." Suddenly, Olia appeared wearing a mask. She ordered her teammates, "Let's go in." She continued, adding that there seemed to be some kind of magic blocking the entrance to the labyrinth, and 2 people were maintaining it. But I didn't hesitate, excitedly saying, "Then let's take care of them first." As soon as she finished speaking, a purple light suddenly appeared. Then the assassins disappeared. Immediately after, Sang Chun and the other instructors quickly realized something unusual. The surveillance cameras in Forest Eyes were all malfunctioning. Zook Kuin was also surprised, not understanding what was happening, continuing that such a widespread camera failure seemed very suspicious. He immediately asked if they had contacted the main gate and received the reply that they had, but there was no response. Sang-chun turned to Zuk-kun and said that the students in the labyrinth might be in trouble, so all the instructors present would enter Forest Eyes. Zuk-kun had no choice but to agree to his proposal. Very quickly, the instructors arrived at Forest Eyes, but what awaited them was a pile of rubble, bricks, and stones blocking the entrance. Back with the students, the entire Brave team was sheltering from the rain. Suddenly, Melissa spoke to Logan, saying that Abella didn't look well. Immediately, he turned to look at his teammate and saw that she indeed didn't look well at all. She was sweating profusely and shivering, but she still insisted that she was fine, just drenched from the rain. Logan worriedly added that if she got hypothermia, she might be eliminated. Although they couldn't be first, he still wanted the Braves to get a high score in this round, so he told her to endure it a little longer. He started giving orders to his team members, telling them to build a small shelter from the rain. He divided the tasks among them. Melissa would collect large leaves, while the other two members would gather branches for support. He was thinking to himself that he would level the ground and dig a hole, but something interrupted his train of thought. A purple shadow suddenly appeared. From the shadows, 3 assassins casually emerged. Lisa was annoyed by the rain, while I seemed indifferent, focused only on finishing the job. His eyes glowed red as he advanced towards Logan, saying, "All right, Chuhai you see, die quietly." He suddenly stopped, realizing his mistake. He glared at Olia. "This isn't Chuhai you see." She replied, "I only said I wanted to teleport to a strong magical source. I could only find him by tracking his magic." Logan was confused by these people, then recalled their mention of killing Chuhai Yusi. Seeing dark magic emanating from their orb, he suspected they were malicious. "Don't leave any witnesses. Clean up," Lisa told I. Logan, refusing to back down, unleashed his golden light. He roared furiously, "A student competition isn't a place for you to wreak havoc." I grinned wickedly. He appeared behind Logan, a sharp dagger in his hand, and stabbed him in the stomach. Logan gasped, "How did you get behind me?" I smirked, "Look in front of you." Logan stared in disbelief at 2 identical figures. Before he could react, the other I stabbed him again. "It's called doppelganger," he explained. Logan collapsed. "Is he dead?" Lisa asked anxiously. I chuckled. I made sure he'll die slowly. Suddenly, a scream echoed. The assassins looked up to see Ibullah, shield raised, staring at Logan's body. Lisa panicked, another witness. I remained calm. "We'll take care of her. Just use your concealment skill." Ibullah seemed to understand. "Finish it quickly," she urged. I lunged at her, dagger raised. "I told you I know what I'm doing." He snapped at Lisa. Meanwhile, Chuhai Yusi ran through the forest, thinking about Valhalla's great forest, home of Meizge Izanaza. He needed the village sword to fulfill the requirement. He searched for the house, unsure if it was the one he'd seen initially. All he saw were bushes. Then he spotted Melissa, clutching a pile of leaves, looking terrified. She dropped the leaves and screamed, "No." Her teammates lay defeated around her. Lisa groaned, another one. I sighed, annoyed. "They just keep coming." He stopped mid-sentence. Seeming to notice something, he quickly realized Chuhai Yusi was standing behind Melissa. A smile began to spread across Lisa's face, glad that their target had come to them. I smugly remarked that it seemed Hai Yusi had heard their commotion when he attacked the Braves and came running, and because it was so amusing, he hadn't killed them outright. Hai Yusi thought to himself, "Target, huh?" Then he looked down at the ground. He saw the members of the Brave team lying on the ground, blood staining the earth. After observing for a moment, he gave an order, calling Melissa Blondie and telling her to tend to the wounded first. As for himself, he would take care of the others, saying that they were still alive, not dead yet. He could see that I probably hadn't stabbed them in vital spots to kill them instantly, or perhaps had done so intentionally so they would bleed out, thinking that he had a truly twisted hobby. After a moment of thought, Hai Yusi finally spoke, his first words being that he was in a very bad mood. So they should answer his question, had these assassins snuck in here, so he could end this quietly. His words startled I. He immediately retorted, cursing Hai Yusi as a bastard who didn't understand his own situation, being isolated in this maze. He continued, saying that the only entrance and exit to the maze had been destroyed by them, as well as the surveillance drone. He continued smugly, mockingly asking if the instructors would even notice, and even if they did, they couldn't get in here immediately. Since the entrance was completely collapsed, clearing the rubble would probably take an hour. Hai Yusi remained unfazed, saying that he only needed to wander in the rain in this forest for an hour then, while also finding that thing. Confused by his calmness, I said that although he didn't know what nonsense Hayusi was up to, he should just die. With that, both he and his clone charged with blinding speed, knives in hand. But immediately after this display of arrogance, both eyes lost sight of Hayusi. One of them even stabbed his knife into the ground, confused as to where he had disappeared to. From some hidden corner, Hayusi's eyes glowed red, and by the time I realized it, the hilt of his sword slammed into his nose, sending him flying back towards his companions and crashing into a tree. Lisa was surprised and disbelieving, then also failed to notice that Hayusi was behind her, sword at the ready. He quickly jumped up and, even without unsheathing the blade, swung it, catching the two women off guard with the sudden attack, sending them tumbling to the ground. Hayusi quickly turned to Melissa, ordering her to use her magic to stop the bleeding of the unconscious. He continued, saying that if she couldn't handle it alone, she should quickly run west, as there were Valhalla students in that direction. Melissa bent down, using her magic on one of her team members, saying she would do her best. However, I quickly recovered and got back up, only to be shocked to see his two assassin companions also swiftly defeated. Hayusi interrupted I's surprise, saying he assumed the two women were just his weak companions. Enraged, I charged at him with his knife again, but Hayusi calmly asked, before giving him a beating, "Answer me. You said I'm the target, so who's the client?" I smugly retorted, "What kind of assassin reveals that? I'm not an amateur." Hayusi exclaimed, "Strange, because everyone I've met has spilled everything." I started to feel uneasy. Just a moment ago, he was taken aback, but this time he decided to attack with his clone. Yet, somehow miraculously, Hayusi smoothly dodged both eyes. I wondered how he could have dodged like that. The clone's attack shouldn't have cast a shadow. Hayusi asked, "Why do you keep attacking so sneakily from behind?" He then counterattacked, slamming his sword straight into I's face. This time, I didn't collapse immediately, but he was shocked by the unexpected force of the blow. After that, Hayusi continued to address him, calling him Baldy and asking one last time if he was still refusing to reveal his client. Even with Hayusi right in front of him, with no time to defend himself, I still managed to yell, "Do you underestimate assassins that much?" Hayusi didn't back down, raising his sword again and saying, "Then I'll hit you to my heart's content." He then unleashed an immediate and incredibly powerful blow, creating a force that toppled trees and sent I flying once more. While the situation was escalating, the instructors finally cleared the debris and entered Forest Eyes. Witnessing the injured students with undisguised pity, Jack immediately noticed Logan, who appeared to be the most seriously injured. Logan told his instructor that although he was having trouble moving, it wasn't anything serious. Sang-chun asked what had happened. Logan recalled and reported that they had been attacked by a group of 3 villains, 1 male and 2 females. Sang-chun, suspecting it was Sam-san, asked where they were now. Logan pointed ahead, and the instructors all followed his gaze. Before them, Lisa was lying on the ground, while I was also exhausted, sitting in a corner and bleeding profusely. "Chu Hayusi took care of them all," Logan reported. Sang-chun was astonished. Hayusi has reached this level. The ground around the villains is completely caved in. Logan continued, saying that while he was unconscious, he vaguely saw Hayusi fighting, and it was truly amazing. Hayusi had completely overwhelmed the villains without Logan even being able to land a blow. He then turned to Melissa and said that when Hayusi fought them, he hadn't even used half his strength. Logan had thought he was pretty strong for a high school student, but it seemed he had been too arrogant. Jack encouraged his student, telling him to cheer up because Chu Hayusi was just an exception. Suddenly, Sang-chun jerked around and asked Melissa where the third person was, since she had clearly stated there were 3 of them. Afraid, Melissa confessed that Chu Hayusi had taken the other person away. Just then, Chu Hayusi called out, "Here," and dragged Olia into view. He added that Olia had already revealed who was behind everything and what their purpose was. Seeing his student, Sang-chun asked if he was all right, and Chu Hayusi replied that he was fine. Sang-chun breathed a sigh of relief, assuming everything was settled and that they could discuss the details back at the academy. He also instructed the teachers to take the injured students to the hospital and told the Valhalla students to find by Lien's team and inform them that the inter-school competition was over. The scene shifted to the Valhalla dormitory. Chu Hyu-si, having dried his hair, walked out of the bathroom, and within a second, collapsed onto his bed. He muttered to himself about how exhausting the day had been, wondering if it was because he had done so much. Baek suggested that perhaps it was because he had used magic to attack when capturing the villains, and Chu Hyu-si confirmed that it was possible, adding that since his magic power had increased, he wanted to use it offensively. Having said that, he thought to himself that his hard work had paid off. Suddenly, a notification popped up on the screen, indicating that he had fulfilled the condition of retrieving the gem from Meisuge Izuna's house. Pulling the sparkling blue gem from his pocket, a satisfied smile spread across his face as he thought to himself, "A bit close, but I did it." He began to recall the afternoon's events. Before Olia could recover, he had forced her to stand up. He gently asked her what her ability was, and then began to deduce that, although he didn't know where she belonged, judging by their objective, they were likely a group of assassins. He continued, so, typically, there would be 2 fighters and a support in the rear. Deducing like a god, he continued to speak eloquently, ignoring her stunned expression. In a group of 3, you're the one in the back. Seemingly the support, you probably don't have abilities related to direct assassination, he concluded, finally asking her what her ability was. Naturally, she wouldn't reveal it easily. Suddenly, magic appeared around her, but to her surprise, Chu Hyu-si easily blocked it. While she was astonished, wondering how he could stop her spatial disruption, he quickly deduced that her ability was to create subspaces and move into them through observation. Having said that, he ordered Chin to step in and asked her to use her ability to help him. He continued, "I'm looking for something. If all goes well, nothing will happen." Ending his recollection, he thought back to how, thanks to her spatial transfer ability, he had found the gem within the time limit. Baek started to nitpick. "You said if all goes well, nothing would happen, but didn't you knock her unconscious?" Chu Hyu-si calmly replied, "I asked her which organization she belonged to and who hired her, but she kept her mouth shut, so I had to do it. If she had just talked, nothing would have happened." Despite saying this, he already knew who they were. The trio were assassins known as Samsan, working for the villain Xian Cha, and the one who hired them was Doc Dio. "I was going to leak the attack information to the media like last time, but if I barge in recklessly again, the Vinci family won't know how many stitches they'll need. However, I'm still relieved because I got the orb, and now there's a new mission." The screen displays the next mission, confront my lost memories through deep sleep. I'm puzzled by this mission, slightly dismissive, thinking it's simple since all I have to do is sleep. Baek adds that he thinks so too, because if I retrieve my memories, maybe some of his will return as well, since his notification window popped up again. I think to myself, well then I just have to sleep. Having said that, I turn off the lights. Despite thinking that, with the lights off and the gem lying beside me, I still have my arms crossed, lost in thought. I think about that mission, and it seems like I haven't lost any memories. Finally, I close my eyes, thinking whatever, let's see what appears in my dream. In my dream, I suddenly see a structure slowly collapsing, and I'm in my past life, who know, then suddenly a brick is falling on my head. But strangely, it suddenly breaks into 3, and someone's body appears in front of me, and it seems like this person is dead. Suddenly, a stranger appears before me. He only has 2 glowing red eyes and a body that looks like a black shadow, slowly approaching me. He says he will remember my name and the names of those in the world I protect, then says goodbye and gradually disappears into the red light. Suddenly, Chu Hyu-si wakes up abruptly, wondering if what he just saw really happened, wondering if those were his lost memories. I immediately ask Baek if any memories surfaced for him, but he says disappointedly that there's nothing, because it seems he was a tiger in his past life. Everything seems strange to me. My mind is reeling and more confused than ever. Baek says that it seems he was a tiger in his past life. I imagine he would be very cute, and he immediately refutes it. I ask him if he remembers anything else, and he just says there's nothing special. I start to feel strange because Baek didn't see the thing I saw, the thing that attacked me. I probe further, asking if he remembers anything about the name or knows anything else related to a name, but he just says he's not sure. I'm annoyed. In the end, I only gained a few trivial memories that are useless. Something with a name. It's really too vague. Suddenly, the screen displays another notification. Office at the Ahala Royal Palace, Olive Genie's secret room. Go find the truth about it. Another new mission, and this time, it's at the Ahala Royal Palace to find the truth. I continue to think, is there some secret hidden there? I decide that after today's class, I'll have to ask Lilia about the Ahala Royal Palace. The scene changes to the training room at Valhalla. Chuhai is lifting weights when he suddenly hears someone call him. It turns out to be Sozin. He asked her back what she was doing here. She shyly replied, perhaps he was the same as her. Even though it was a blow to her pride, she wanted to be trained by Chuhai. Chuhai immediately denied that he was like her, saying he often came here to train and Hai had nothing to do with it. Then he started to guess. The reason she wanted to be taught by Chuhai was because she lost to Azin, right? Although she didn't want to admit it, she had to tell the truth. Having said that, she began to recall the fight with Azin. In that match, she attacked first, but Azin's counterattack was just as strong. She held the advantage and then swung her sword horizontally at Azin, but somehow Azin still dodged it, and in return, swung her sword upwards, splitting Sozin's sword energy in two. This made Sozin extremely annoyed, and she decided to swing another blow with great force, but Azin wouldn't be outdone. Her blade cut through all of Sozin's sword strikes. In her rage, Sozin decided to simultaneously unleash a sword attack from 3 different directions, but before she could act, Azin had appeared right in front of her, leaving her with no time to react. Seeing an opening, Azin swung horizontally, throwing Sozin off balance, dropping her sword and tumbling onto the arena floor. Finally, Azin defeated her. Back in the present, Sozin told Chuhai that Azin had become much stronger since the opening ceremony, and she believed it was thanks to Chuhai. Then, glancing over at Azin, she continued, although she had constantly and diligently honed her spell casting and swordsmanship skills, aside from her family, she had never been instructed by anyone else in swordsmanship or weight training exercises to increase physical strength like Azin. Chuhai seemed a bit annoyed. He had listened to her rambling on and on before finally speaking, asking why she was asking him this instead of asking Chuhai directly. Sozin shyly thought that she couldn't just chat idly like last time. Even though it was a little embarrassing, she had to ask Hai today, no matter what. Without further thought, she went over to Hai and initiated the conversation. Hai casually called her rude and asked what she wanted. Despite being very irritated by that, she held back and asked directly if he was training Azin, and that she also wanted to be taught the same way. But before she could finish her sentence, Sang Chun entered, looking for Hai and interrupted her. It seemed he hadn't clearly heard what she said and was only focused on Sang Chun's words. He said he still had some physical training exercises left, but asked again what the coach wanted with him. Sang Chun wasn't in a hurry. He told him to finish quickly and come see him after showering because someone really wanted to meet him. He added that the person was desperate, and if they couldn't meet now, there wouldn't be another chance. Hai was suspicious for a moment, but then agreed with his teacher, leaving Sozin bewildered, not understanding what was happening. She thought angrily that she had been left behind again because of this bad luck. How embarrassing. But contrary to her thoughts, Hai suddenly spoke. He continued to call her rude, but said if she wanted his guidance, she should ask Azin about the exercises he'd given her and follow them. Furthermore, he added, if she did well, he would sympathize with her and might consider teaching her something more. Azin, who had apparently overheard the whole conversation, chimed in, saying she would explain everything to Sozin. She also called Sozin rude, which angered her and made her retort not to call her that. After showering, Chuhai followed Sang Chun. On the way, he asked who he was about to meet, as the coach had said if he didn't meet this person now, there wouldn't be another chance. Sang Chun replied that if he thought about it carefully, there was only one person, and that person was waiting for him in the martial arts hall. A thought flashed through Chuhai mind. Could it be Truong Gizong? Sang Chun suddenly opened the door, and the person inside was none other than Doc Dio, just as Chuhai had suspected. Strangely, Doc Dio suddenly prostrated himself at Chuhai feet and pleaded for help. He begged Chuhai, crying out, "Please save me." Chuhai didn't answer him immediately, but calmly turned to the coach and asked what was wrong with this guy. Sang Chun replied, "Are you pretending you don't know anything?" He continued, "I've discovered that he made a deal with that group of people, the assassins." Doc Joe's face paled. His dry lips trembled as if he wanted to say something, but couldn't. Sweat poured down his temples, soaking his hair. His eyes were vacant, his pupils darting back and forth, as if fear had choked both his breath and his thoughts. As soon as Sang Chun finished speaking, his breath still unsteady, he turned to Chuhai. His eyes were sharp and cold, his gaze stern, but his voice was ready, firm, and unwavering, including the latest suspicions of murder and robbery. He is the mastermind of a total of 2 murders, and this guy hired someone to assassinate you. He didn't know how, but the media had found out, and now they had all the information about this guy and the mastermind behind the Valhalla attack. Chu Hai-Yu-Si remained calm, his expression indifferent, as if everything was unrelated to him. His eyes were quiet, with a hint of amusement hidden deep inside, because it was he who had leaked everything to the press. Chu Hai-Yu-Si shrugged slightly, his eyes still indifferent, and casually put his hands in his pockets. He slowly turned to his teacher and asked in a calm tone, as if the previous events were of no concern, "This guy is clearly under the protection of the Benrick family. The head of the family will surely come and take him away, so why is he asking for my help?" Sang Chun sighed, closing his eyes, and saying, "There was an official announcement from the Benrick family earlier. They decided to sever all ties with Dak Dio." At this point, Dak Dio collapsed, his knees numb on the cold ground, his whole body trembling. His hands clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Sweat poured down his forehead, dripping onto the ground in heavy drops. His eyes were wide open, filled with panic and despair, as if he had just been thrown into a bottomless abyss. His lips moved, but he couldn't utter a word, his throat choked by the pain gripping his heart. Ignoring him, Sang Chun continued, "Not only him, but everyone involved in this, including his father, will be cut off." Hearing this, Chu Hai-Yu-Si remained calm, indicating that he understood. Sang Chun added that the difference here was that the Benrick family seemed to have made no further moves. Chu Hai-Yu-Si seemed to understand the situation. It was because Dak Dio no longer had the family's protection that he was about to be imprisoned. He turned to Dak Dio and asked if that was why he wanted his help. Dak Dio hung his head, then shouted, demanding another chance. He added that the situation had blown up because of Chu Hai-Yu-Si's testimony. So he begged Chu Hai-Yu-Si to make up a story, yelling as if he were the wronged party. Chu Hai-Yu-Si scratched his ear, feigning confusion, then flatly refused, saying he didn't like doing that sort of thing. At this, Dak Dio, who had been kneeling, jumped to his feet and asked if it was because he hadn't apologized yet. He immediately apologized profusely, tears and snot streaming down his face. He added that he wouldn't appear before Chu Hai-Yu-Si again. Chu Hai-Yu-Si bluntly stated that he didn't need his apology. Under Sang Chun's observation, Dak Dio continued, asking if he couldn't apologize, did he need money? Sang Chun was infuriated, gritting his teeth, but decided not to interfere in their affairs. Chu Hai-Yu-Si frankly said he didn't need money, which enraged Dak Dio. Left with no other option, Dak Dio grabbed Zuizia's arm, dragging her in front of Chu Hai-Yu-Si and offering her to him. He emphasized that she was a descendant of British royalty, so having her would certainly elevate Chu Hai-Yu-Si's status. Chu Hai-Yu-Si disagreed, sarcastically asking if she was some kind of merchandise. Dak Dio gave a sinister smile and said that right now, she was his property. He then grabbed her hair and told Chu Hai-Yu-Si to look at her neck. A frightened Zuizia tilted her head back, revealing a glowing runic inscription on her neck, proof of his ownership. Unashamed, he boasted that if Chu Hai-Yu-Si wanted, he would perform the transfer ritual. Sang Chun recognized it as a binding spell, a mark created by magic. It was a domestication spell that prevented the target from disobeying their master, a spell that ordinary contractors couldn't dispel. He looked at Dak Dio with contempt, thinking how dare he use it on a person. After observing for a while, Chu Hai-Yu-Si spoke, saying that there had been people just like him before. People who lived too comfortably and cast binding spells on innocent people. He then placed his hand on Zuizia and began to cast a spell. The runes on her neck began to flow and then disappeared. The binding spell was broken. Both she and Dak Dio were astonished. Having finished the spell, Chu Hai-Yu-Si turned to Sang Chun and asked if he could punch Dak Dio just once. Contrary to his wishes, Sang Chun refused. He said, "Do you think a Valhalla instructor like me would let my students fight amongst themselves?" However, he continued, "If he's a criminal, that's a different story. And besides, Valhalla doesn't care much about the Benrick family members. So go ahead. I've got your back." At this point, Dak Dio's face paled, unable to hide his anxiety. Chu Hai-Yu-Si continued, placing a hand on his shoulder and asking if he could hear him. Then he told him to shut his mouth or lose his teeth. Before Dak Dio could react, Chu Hai-Yu-Si punched him with almost all his might, sending his head crashing to the ground. Leaving the office, Chu Hai-yu-si was strolling alone on the school grounds when Bak remarked that he thought Chu Hai-yu-si would kill Dokgyo, as it wasn't the first time he'd been that angry. Since his reincarnation, Chu Hai-yu-si had also thought that if this were 300 years ago, he would have crushed Dokgyo's head. Because he'd also had a disciple sold into slavery due to that limiting spell, remembering the situation drove him mad. He continued, saying he'd experienced something similar before. Hearing this, Bak couldn't hide his surprise, slowly deducing that Chu Hai-yu-si had also been a slave. Suddenly, a voice called out, interrupting Bak. It was Zuizia, running breathlessly to catch up to him. She said that she had been so surprised at the time that she hadn't been able to properly thank him, and with that, she bowed her head in gratitude. Chu Hai-yu-si scratched his head, telling her there was no need to thank him, and assured her that from now on, she didn't need to worry about anything and should live freely. Hearing these words, tears began to stream down her face. She emotionally replied with a yes, and Chu Hai-yu-si left. The next day, after school, at a cafe in Valhalla, Chu Hai-yu-si was meeting with Liliana to ask about the Ahala Palace, and she coldly replied that it was in China. Liliana, taking a spoonful of ice cream, said, "The Ahala Royal Palace is located in China." She paused for a moment and continued, more specifically, "It's a labyrinth owned by the Chinese White Lotus Society." Chu Hai-yu-si then asked, if it's the White Lotus Society, isn't that where the inter-school competition is held? Liliana nodded slightly. Exactly. Chu Hai-yu-si picked up a soda, lost in thought. A labyrinth owned by the White Lotus Society. Huh, I heard that lately. Unlike before, they've strictly prohibited entry into other people's labyrinths. He felt puzzled. But why would a labyrinth have an owner? Before, even dogs and cows could enter labyrinths without any problem. His eyes suddenly changed. If I wanted to, I could easily destroy it, but it would be inconvenient since it belongs to the academy. Chu Hai-yu-si then asked, is there any way to get in? Liliana looked surprised. Huh. She cupped her face and sighed. Into the Ahala Royal Palace. I understand it's open to White Lotus Society students. Ah, but you need to hurry, no matter what, with this much time. At this point, Liliana suddenly covered her mouth. Chu Hai-yu-si asked curiously, what is it? Why did you suddenly cover your mouth? Liliana, worried about her slip-up, said, I've said too much. She quickly added, by the way, are you just going to sit there and listen? Give me some information. Chu Hai-yu-si was still bewildered. What are you talking about? Liliana held up 3 fingers, her eyes gleaming. Tell me 3 pieces of information, and I'll let you off the hook. Chu Hai-yu-si stood up indifferently. Thanks for the coffee. I'm leaving. Liliana quickly tried to stop him. I'll wait. She then said, I'm only telling you this, so listen and decide. Chu Hai-yu-si obeyed and returned to his seat. All right, I'm listening. His action made Liliana breathe a sigh of relief. She discreetly covered her mouth and whispered, this is a secret, okay? Ahala Royal Palace has been chosen as one of the venues for the World Tournament in the 2nd semester. Chu Hai-yu-si asked skeptically, are you sure this is a secret? Don't all the instructors know? Liliana replied confidently, no, even the instructors don't have information about this. Chu Hai-yu-si continued, then how do you know? Liliana crossed her arms and replied confidently, let's just say I have my sources. Chu Hai-yu-si asked further, is the World Tournament similar to the inter-school competition? Liliana nodded. Yes, she slowly explained. While the competition in Korea is only for students from Korea, China, and the United States, the World Tournament is like an Olympics where academies from all over the world gather and compete. After listening, Chu Hai-yu-si sat in thought for a moment. In other words, it's an expanded version of the inter-school competition, even more unpredictable. And in the 2nd semester, there's still quite a bit of time. He thought for a moment, then asked Liliana, is there any way to get in there earlier? Liliana, who was eating ice cream, was startled by the question. Huh. She rested her chin on her hand, thinking, I don't know. I don't have any connections with the White Lotus Society. Let me see. After a while, she spoke up. I can't guarantee this, but it's probably possible. Then she raised a finger. But I need you to do something for me. Chu Hai-yu-si's face showed a hint of annoyance. What is it? Liliana explained. Come with me to the Global Monster Research Organization. It's just for a day, so don't worry about it. Very quickly, the two arrived at the Global Monster Research Organization in North London, Tottenham. Realizing he'd been tricked, Chu Hai-yu-si shouted angrily, just for a day, my foot. We flew all the way to London. Liliana laughed cheerfully beside him. Well, we got here in just one day, didn't we? Her eyes sparkling, she declared, even so, I'm allowed to stay for the whole week. They even gave me Monday off, so let's have some fun. Chu Hai-yu-si sighed. You're abusing your privileges. Then he asked, so, what do you want to do? Shu Haiyusi was holding a sword, standing before a boar. Outside, 3 people were observing and studying him. Shu Haiyusi calmly stared at the boar. He remembered Liliana's words, "It's not much. I just need you to help me get some headlines." Shu Haiyusi, the renowned monster hunter, faces a challenge at the Global Monster Research Organization. Shu Haiyusi coldly thrust his sword into the boar's head. Before it could squeal, the system logged it out. A voice confirmed from outside, "Nimble wild boar, verification complete. Preparing the mana stone." Shu Haiyusi groaned in annoyance. "There's more." An hour later, he finally collapsed on the sofa, complaining, "This is such a hassle. Why do you ask me to do so much?" He stared at her and asked, "I thought the original plan was just to defeat 3 monsters. Why do we have to verify 10? Liliana immediately avoided his gaze, stammering, "I don't know." "Why is that?" Shu Haiyusi asked, puzzled. "Forget about that. What's with the atmosphere here?" As soon as we walked in, everyone stared. Then they started chuckling and acting rude to us. "Do you have some kind of conflict with this place?" Liliana took a sip of water and explained a reason, saying it was because they were disgusted. A news article had suddenly appeared directly contradicting the monster response strategy that had been in place for decades. Shu Haiyusi, confused, countered, "Even so, isn't the verification method outdated? Just slashing the target with a sword is all it takes." Liliana explained, "Because that's the safest method, the organization's tradition." Shu Haiyusi grumbled, "Well, if it needs to be verified that way, wouldn't it be better if someone else in the organization did it?" Liliana suddenly spoke seriously, "I don't want to let them do it. They're just conservative old men. These articles about monster response tactics are a reasonable strategy to enhance my standing and power. Nowadays, the knowledge-based society is a place where people carve out their own positions by joining forces and playing games with each other." Shu Haiyusi couldn't help but exclaim, "They're truly despicable people. But even so, do you really need to keep writing articles?" Liliana calmly took a sip and said, "The press is just a piece of paper not yet recognized by society. No matter how bad society is, what's more important to me is a proper strategy to deal with monsters. For that purpose, I can endure those cold stares." Shu Haiyusi nodded slightly, "I understand." Then Shu Haiyusi reminded Liliana, "All right, I think I've helped you enough, so now it's your turn to help me." She quickly agreed. "Oh, of course." She said seriously, "It's good that we came here." She's also arrived, the head of the White Lotus Society. She paused for a moment and continued, "I heard that she frequently visits the organization. I think she came by earlier to observe the verification process." Shu Haiyusi was a little doubtful. "Really?" He quickly stood up. "Well then, good. I've identified my target. I want to talk to her before it's too late." Just then, a doorbell rang, breaking the atmosphere. A gentle female voice called from outside, "Excuse me, is student Kim, Shu Haiyusi here? May I speak with you for a moment?" Shu Haiyusi thought to himself, a woman's voice, Loren with fewer tattoos. Then he replied, "Yes, please come in." The woman thanked him. "Thank you." A woman with platinum blonde hair and a dignified appearance smiled and entered. She quickly introduced herself. "Pleased to meet you. My name is Seo Yun, the head of the White Lotus Society." Shu Haiyusi replied, "Ah, yes, I'm Kim Shu Haiyusi. Is there something I can do for you?" She hesitated for a moment, then made a request. "To be honest, I came here to ask you a favor. Could you help me with this person?" Liliana, sensing they needed privacy, grabbed her water and slipped away. "This sounds serious. I'll be going then." Shu Haiyusi nodded slightly, yes. Waiting until she was out the door, Shu Haiyusi continued, "So what do you mean? Tell me more." Seo Yun began to explain, "All right, although I currently hold the position of head of the White Lotus Society, I am essentially a member of the Seo family. Our Seo family was the first to settle in China after the period of destruction. Thanks to that, we were able to elevate our status, establish the White Lotus Academy, and train generations of excellent contractors. Incidentally," she paused for a moment and continued, "in our family, there's a person, no, a young talent, you could even call them a reincarnated prodigy. At the age of 13, this child could defeat average-level contractors, even defeating older siblings and members of our family's association, the Xie Association. Furthermore, even the leader of our Xie family fell at their feet. In the end, perhaps because they thought there was nothing left to learn from the outside world, they shut themselves away in the Xie family's training room, the White Lotus Palace, and never came out again." Shu Haiyusi immediately understood the situation and asked, "So, I have to knock some sense into this arrogant kid?" Seo Yun nodded in response, "That's right. He had a question, I don't mind, but there's something I don't understand." He asked carefully, if it's just about teaching this kid a lesson, aren't there many others stronger than me? Then Chu Hai-Yu-Si pointed toward Seo Yun and said, in terms of magical power, you, the head of the White Lotus Society, aren't weak either. Seo Yun chuckled softly. Good eye, Chu Hai-Yu-Si. I hid that power, yet you still recognized it. She decided to be straightforward. There are two reasons. First, they requested that all combat be purely physical. Second, that person is also 17 years old, the same age as student Chu Hai-Yu-Si here. Seo Yun, having observed Chu Hai-Yu-Si for a while, affirmed, looking at your performance in recent battles, it's clear that you, Chu Hai-Yu-Si, possess remarkable physical strength. If a student like you were to defeat this arrogant girl who believes herself stronger than any other 17-year-old, her pride would be completely shattered. Her voice was sincere. Therefore, I came here to ask you this favor. If student Chu Hai-Yu-Si didn't come here, I would have personally sought you out later. Chu Hai-Yu-Si immediately agreed, but cautiously inquired, all right, I agree, but it's not free, right? Seo Yun calmly replied, of course. Even if I'm only the head of the White Lotus Society in name, how could I hire you without compensation? Seo Yun then suggested, so I'll offer a sum. Before she could finish, Chu Hai-Yu-Si waved his hand in refusal. I don't need money. I have another request. There's a place I want to go. Can you open the door for me? Seo Yun asked in surprise what? Very quickly, the two arrived in China, at the White Lotus Society's headquarters. Chu Hai-Yu-Si was still quite astonished by the journey. This is the White Lotus Society. I can't believe I'm here today, and I even got a private flight. Seo Yun smiled and replied, you said you were available on Monday, didn't you? Isn't it better to resolve this matter sooner rather than later? Chu Hai-Yu-Si agreed. Exactly. Her voice suddenly turned serious, and about the compensation. That it's access to the Ahala Royal Palace, right? Chu Hai-Yu-Si nodded. Correct. Seo Yun's voice was full of confidence. All right, if it's a labyrinth managed by us, it's not a problem. Shall we enter the White Lotus Society now? Chu Hai-Yu-Si immediately agreed. Okay. So Chu Hai-Yu-Si followed Seo Yun inside the society. He and she went straight to the training room. On the way, Chu Hai-Yu-Si suddenly spoke up and asked, I have a question. Seo Yun said cheerfully, what is it? As he walked, he said, during the recent inter-school competition, I felt like the White Lotus Society didn't show any determination at all. Is the person I'm about to meet the culprit? Taiyin immediately replied, you could say that. After facing that kid, many people realized their limitations and left the White Lotus Society, both students and teachers. Chu Hai-Yu-Si listened attentively. Taiyin, looking expectant, continued, so my main goal right now is to break that kid's arrogance. After this is over, the Tai family, no, the entire White Lotus Society will return to its rightful place. Chu Hai-Yu-Si scratched his head and replied, all right, I understand. I hope she puts up a good fight. At this point, Taiyin led him to a magic circle. We're almost there. She carefully explained, as soon as you step into this magic circle, you'll be transported to the White Lotus Palace, the Tai family's secret training room. That kid is waiting for you there. Chu Hai-Yu-Si cautiously stepped inside. All right, like this, right? Taiyin nodded in response. Right? Before leaving, he turned to ask Taiyin, oh, I haven't asked yet, what's their name? Taiyin slowly said, their name is Yanlang. The girl, with a wolf-like appearance, sat arrogantly waiting. She shouted, who are you? Did the Tai family send you here to kick me out? Upon seeing Chu Hai-Yu-Si, Yanlang yelled, I'm not going anywhere. Get lost. Chu Hai-Yu-Si chuckled and said, goodness, you just told someone you've met for the first time to get lost. He immediately took a fighting stance. That's what you call. Chu Hai-Yu-Si dashed towards Yanlang with lightning speed, reckless. Yanlang effortlessly caught Chu Hai-Yu-Si's punch. Chu Hai-Yu-Si was quite surprised by her ability. Oh! Yanlang gathered energy in one hand and struck Chu Hai-Yu-Si's chest with all her might. She said arrogantly, idiot, you didn't even realize the ability of your opponent right in front of you. I can't believe you actually threw a punch. Chu Hai-Yu-Si, completely unharmed, scoffed. Talking to yourself. Yanlang was astonished, unable to believe her eyes. Before she could understand what was happening, Chu Hai-Yu-Si grabbed her wrist. He locked one of her arms and threw a punch. Yanlang tilted her head to dodge. Chu Hai-Yu-Si punched her wrist directly. The punch so strong it made her grit her teeth in surprise. Chu Hai-Yu-Si threw another punch. This time she dodged. Yin Lang clutched her wrist in pain and asked, "Who are you?" "What was that just now?" Chu Hai-Yusi declared. "It seems you can't comprehend the true abilities of a 17-year-old student." Yin Lang jumped high and kicked towards him. Chu Hai-Yusi nimbly dodged to the side. She immediately attacked him with her hand, but he easily dodged again. Yin Lang gritted her teeth in frustration. "Why can't I land even a single hit on him?" She started to anticipate his moves. No, like before. She quickly retreated. "Now he'll attack. I have to back off." Seeing this, Chu Hai-Yusi, quick as a flash, closed in on her and whispered, "Where do you think you're going?" He struck Yin Lang in the stomach with a palm strike, thinking arrogantly to himself, "See." Yin Lang clutched her stomach in pain. Chu Hai-Yusi, seeing this, mused that she must have known she couldn't dodge his previous attack, so she'd moved back to lessen the impact. He smiled, realizing he'd gauged her abilities. That was enough. He'd figured it out after intentionally taking her first punch. Even among his disciples 300 years ago, almost no one at her age could move like that. Yin Lang frowned and thought, a 17-year-old high school student. He's the same age as me. But she smiled confidently. It didn't matter. She was still much stronger than those older than him. "I'll put more power into my next punches," she thought. Seeing her smile, Chu Hai-Yusi understood her intentions. It seemed his little tease wasn't enough to teach her a lesson. Outside, Seo Yun watched the fight through the surveillance cameras. Her assistant hesitantly called out, "A mistress." Seo Yun replied, "Yes, assistant." "What is it?" The assistant spoke cautiously, "Although I know this topic is a bit delicate, is this really all right?" His voice was laced with doubt. Indeed, inviting a student from another school to the White Lotus Palace was unavoidable. Even though he currently has the advantage, can that student truly defeat Miss Yin Lang? He paused, then continued, "My words may be presumptuous, but didn't you, mistress, lose against Miss Yin Lang? It was excluding attacks using magical energy. It was a purely physical match." Seo Yun spoke up. "Yes, I lost to Yin Lang once. And even if magical energy were allowed, I couldn't guarantee I could win against her." This surprised the assistant, who exclaimed, "What?" Seo Yun slowly explained, "Back then, the difference in our mana levels was almost negligible." The assistant, still doubtful, asked, "Really?" Seo Yun continued, "Moreover, that was years ago. She's likely stronger now, both physically and magically." Hearing this, the assistant grew more doubtful. "Then, wouldn't it be even more difficult to win against her?" "I'm glad this student, Kim Chu Hai-Yusi, is even stronger than you are currently, mistress." Seo Yun also seemed to have some doubts about Chu Hai-Yusi's abilities. "I'm not sure. Although he's a student, he's defeated many notorious criminals and even achieved significant victories in tournaments, hasn't he?" But she still had faith in him. "So, Yin Lang won't easily defeat him." She looked at the camera and said calmly, "And even if she loses, it doesn't matter." Back in the fight, Yin Lang lunged at Chu Hai-Yusi. She extended her claws, unleashing her deadliest move. Her hands, like twin swords, aimed for Chu Hai-Yusi's head, but he dodged effortlessly, commenting, "Nice." Then Yin Lang kneed him in the face. A sharp impact. Yin Lang smiled in satisfaction, thinking got him right in the head. But her eyes widened in surprise. "Huh," she gasped, clutching her knee and yelling, "Ow, my knee." She angrily shouted, "Hey, is your head made of rock or something?" Chu Hai-Yusi replied calmly, "I don't know. You suddenly kneed me, so I used my forehead to block. Didn't you think my forehead might be harder than your knee?" Yin Lang, though furious, was helpless. I launched all my attacks at him, but he dodged and blocked everything. I couldn't find a single opening. Seo Yun carefully reassessed Chu Hai-Yusi. Her pride was severely wounded, but his physical abilities were truly superior to hers. "So, Yin Lang," she asked him, "you haven't used any magic power so far, have you?" Chu Hai-Yusi immediately confirmed, "That's right. You said you preferred to fight this way." Yin Lang changed her request, "But now I want to play a different game." Yin Lang displayed her mana. "Against you, I have to go all out if I want any hope of winning." Chu Hai-Yusi smirked, thinking to himself, "It seems I've completely broken her arrogance." He asked Yin Lang, "Are you planning to focus on magic power?" Chu Hai-Yusi immediately displayed his own mana. "As you wish. I suppose I should show off a little too, shouldn't I?" The amount of mana he radiated was even more overwhelming, causing Yin Lang to gasp. "That's the mana of a high school student," she thought, astonished. "This guy is insane." Yin Lang stopped thinking and charged at Chu Hai-Yusi. "I don't need physical skills anymore. I have to finish him with this one punch, combining strength and magic." She clenched her fist, putting all her power into a punch aimed at Chu Haiyusi's face. Her fist stopped a mere millimeter away. Yen Lang, thinking she had succeeded, rejoiced. Got you. Chu Haiyusi quickly leaned back, dodging her fist, surprising her. Huh. He switched to a serious expression. Enough playing around. I'll end this. Then he delivered a critical blow to her stomach. Yen Lang's eyes rolled back as she cried out. Then she collapsed unconscious on the floor. You damn monster. His voice echoed from the doorway. As requested, he carried the unconscious Yen Lang with him. I've defeated her and dragged her out here. Yen Lang, still unconscious, was carried as easily as a basket of fruit. Chu Haiyusi announced, as you asked, I brought her here. Seo Yun, her face full of astonishment, said, You actually did it. I still can't believe you defeated her. She asked him with concern, Are you hurt anywhere? Chu Haiyusi replied casually, I'm fine. I don't know about her. Seo Yun asked further, Was it difficult? Chu Haiyusi dropped Yen Lang unceremoniously onto the ground with a thud. She's strong, but I'm a little disappointed it ended like this. The impact jolted Yen Lang awake. Rubbing her head, she asked what the... She opened her eyes and looked around, seeing Seo Yun in front of her. Immediately hostile, she growled, Seo Yun. Seo Yun spoke calmly. Yen Lang, it's been a while since I've seen you out here. Then she changed the subject. Well, now that that's settled, we should discuss your compensation. She asked Chu Haiyusi, You said you wanted to enter the Hala Royal Palace. Chu Haiyusi nodded slightly. That's right. She smiled and made her offer. I can get you in right now. What do you think? Chu Haiyusi eagerly agreed. Great, let's do it. Yen Lang watched them leave. Her assistant spoke up, reminding her, Miss, we should tend to your injuries first. Yen Lang ignored him, asking curiously, That guy who beat me. What's his name? The assistant quickly replied, Ah yes. His name is Kim, Chu Haiyusi. She murmured, Kim, Chu Haiyusi. Seo Yun confidently declared, I'm telling you, he's one of the strongest people in the world. Her eyes filled with anticipation. I want to fight you again. In another dimension, an indistinct creature, most notably its horns, emphasized just 3 words, the strongest. Chu Haiyusi, having just arrived, immediately complained, What is this place? Is this a maze? He was currently in the maze of the Hala Royal Palace. Chu Haiyusi recalled Seo Yun's reminder. The Hala Royal Palace is a special maze, like a castle. Just watch out for the monsters called living armor, and you can freely explore this place. Chu Haiyusi had asked, How long can I stay here? Seo Yun replied, About 5 hours. If you want to stay longer, you have to come back tomorrow. Chu Haiyusi rolled his shoulders in a light warm-up. Well, 5 hours to explore freely then. His eyes suddenly turned sharp. In front of him was a group of sword-wielding living armor approaching. His voice cold. He said, I should take care of you guys first, shouldn't I? A living armor charged at him with its sword, and Chu Haiyusi met it with his own sword. He easily sliced through the living armor, causing the armor to fall to pieces. Chu Haiyusi sighed in relief. After destroying all the living armor, he looked around, calculating. That should be enough. He glanced around, wondering, where's that room? I've searched over 20 rooms already. The room within the Hala Royal Palace, Alex Zizzoni's secret room, where the truth could be seen. He grew increasingly impatient. The only room that looks like an office is completely unremarkable. Is it here? Bache spoke up, reminding him, Look to your right. The door looks a bit upscale, but it just looks like a normal room. Chu Haiyusi asked doubtfully, Really? But he still opened the door and entered. He saw a painting of a stern-faced man. Chu Haiyusi looked around the room and declared, It really does look like a normal office. He felt puzzled. But is this really Alex Z's? What if it belongs to someone else? Suddenly, Bache spoke up. No, I think it's the right one. Look under the painting. Chu Haiyusi immediately looked down. Bache explained, It says Alex Zizzoni there. Chu Haiyusi asked curiously, How can you read that? Bache wasn't sure. I don't know why, but I can read it. Maybe it's part of the information I remembered. Chu Haiyusi clarified his objective. I need to investigate carefully. I have to find a secret room in here. He felt frustrated and clenched his fists. But searching everything one by one will take too long. Chu Haiyusi punched everything around him forcefully. It's much faster to smash everything and then search. The entire room was smashed to pieces by Chu Haiyusi. Suddenly, he discovered a door. He asked Bache, Is this it? Bache's voice was certain. It seems so. He opened the door, down to the basement. It was pitch black below, forcing him to fumble his way. I can't see anything. This is annoying. While Chu Haiyusi was still annoyed, a notification window popped up. Conditions met. Right in front of him now was a red-haired woman wearing a witch's hat, looking very mysterious. He approached her and asked, "Where's this place? Who are you?" The woman smiled and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'll answer your questions, so why don't you have a seat?" Chu Haiyusi sat down silently. The woman began to speak. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am a guide." Chu Haiyusi exclaimed in surprise, "A guide?" She quickly explained, I apologize. That's not my real name, just what people call me. My name was taken." Chu Haiyusi was also a victim of a shadowy figure who steals names. Hearing this, he asked incredulously, "Wait, your name was taken too?" The guide nodded precisely. Chu Haiyusi, his curiosity piqued, said, "I thought that was nonsense, but when you say your name was taken, I realize it's real. But what does it mean? And how can someone take a name?" The guide immediately explained, "A name holds power. Every living being is bestowed a name at birth. All their actions, their efforts, and their achievements, whether good or bad, are represented in the most meaningful aspect of their lives, their name. A name adorned with glorious feats holds immense power. That person steals names, absorbing the power contained within them." She paused for a moment and then asked Chu Haiyusi, "And what happens when someone's name is stolen?" "I'm sure you already know. They become a constellation." Chu Haiyusi asked, astonished, "If someone's name is stolen, they turn into a constellation?" The guide smiled and replied, "That's right." Her voice suddenly turned somber. "However, there's one exception, if you've been reincarnated." At this point, Chu Haiyusi realized she knew he had been reborn, just like Bache. Seeing his suspicion, the guide added, "You still doubt me. Reincarnated human who receives notification windows." Despite saying so, she herself wasn't certain. "I'm not entirely sure either. In fact, I don't even know when the notification windows will appear." Chu Haiyusi asked curiously, "You see the notification windows too?" His expression then turned demanding. "All right, enough with the cryptic stuff. Explain it to me. The one who sent the Tower of Destruction here, who is he?" The guide quickly explained, "His name is the Maze Lord. As I said, he sent the Tower of Destruction to Earth to steal the names of others and strengthen his power." Chu Haiyusi was irritated upon hearing his name. "So was all him?" The guide replied, "Yes." Seeing his expression, the guide asked, "It's quite fitting, isn't it? Are you surprised?" Chu Haiyusi seemed confused. "It's strange. How could an ordinary Maze Lord send something like the Tower of Destruction to Earth?" He thought for a long time and then suddenly realized the problem. Something on that scale. It could only be something like, "No way." The guide smiled and said, "You finally realized it." She then gave him the answer. "The place you live, the place called Earth, is a maze." Chu Haiyusi was still skeptical. "You think I'll believe that?" The guide replied calmly, "That's your choice. But I have no reason to come all this way just to deceive you." Chu Haiyusi finally understood and asked her, "So, you're saying he sent the Tower of Destruction to Earth to steal names?" The guide nodded slightly. "That's right." Then she slowly explained, "If there's a large-scale crisis on Earth, it's easier to steal names. Everyone is busy fighting monsters and saving people, or taking advantage of the chaos during large-scale crises. So, not everyone can steal names and turn them into power. Only the victors can." Hearing this, Chu Haiyusi pondered, "If that's true, then my disciples have probably all become constellations. At least, in the end, they all got their names back." Chu Haiyusi felt a surge of frustration in his chest. Leaning back, he said, "Damn it. In the end, no matter what I do, I'm still in the Maze Lord's palm." The guide countered, "That's not true. Your reincarnation and arrival here are already a variable he didn't account for. Perhaps I've given the Maze Lord an opportunity." Chu Haiyusi wondered aloud. "He knows I've been reincarnated. Could he be the one who contacted us through the notification window?" The guide shook her head. "No, you're mistaken. The one who gave you the chance to reincarnate and brought us the notification window isn't the Maze Lord." Chu Haiyusi quickly asked, "Then who is it?" The guide rested her chin on her hand. "I don't know either. Because he gave you the chance to be reborn, I assumed he must have some connection to you." He thought to himself, "A connection to me." Suddenly, she conjured something. "In any case, I can't miss this opportunity." She materialized a ring and told Chu Haiyusi, "Take this." Chu Haiyusi asked, bewildered, "What is this?" "A ring." The guide explained briefly, "I don't have time to explain everything right now. This will be the key to our counterattack against the Maze Lord." Chu Haiyusi asked, puzzled, "You don't have time. You can tell me everything right here." The guide explained, "I'm being pursued by the Maze Lord, but it's all right. The conditions have been met, and you'll see me again soon." Chu Haiyusi was dumbfounded. "Huh?" She reminded him, "See you in 2 days. Don't lose that ring." Then, with a snap of her fingers, she reset everything. Chu Haiyusi exclaimed angrily, "What the hell? Great, I'm back at the entrance. He thought about what he learned today. The Tower of Destruction came to Earth to steal my name. He gritted his teeth in frustration. It's so hard to just live peacefully. That damn Maze Lord. Chu Hai Yu looked at the ring in his hand, thinking, I don't know what this ring is, but it seems to be tracking my location. If that's the case, the remaining spirit stones from absorbing magic before the great battle. This time, I'll absorb every single one to increase my power as quickly as possible. He put the ring in his pocket and walked toward the exit. So, even though I'm still weaker in terms of power, in terms of potential, I might reach the peak faster than him. On an island in the North Pacific, a man was reading the news. The news reported that Samsan, a group of monotheistic god assassins, was completely defeated by Valhalla student Kim Chu Hai Yu. He was so angry that he crushed the iPad screen. Then he threw it hard on the ground and cursed, "You idiots! I'm the guild master, Dragon King Han and I Ban." Han and I Ban gritted his teeth and thought, after listening to the constellation, I lost Kim Chu Hai Yu. It turns out this brat defeated Choi Jin Gun, even though that guy also has a contract with the constellation. That's why the son of the Ventric family asked me to deal with him. To be sure, I even summoned Samsan. He sat down, holding his head in frustration. That wasn't enough. They even claimed to be followers of the monotheistic god. Are they really a professional assassin group? Suddenly, a man's voice spoke up. I believe you're having some trouble, Mr. Han and I Ban. The speaker was the first-rank commander, Jot. Han and I Ban stared at him and said, Jot, I remember telling you to call me before coming here. Jot deliberately provoked him. I only came because you looked like you were in distress. He asked Han and I Ban, is it because of Kim Chu Hai Yu? Han and I Ban sighed, you could say that. Jot appeared quite distressed, I understand. We've lost someone to him. Han and I Ban asked back, you mean that bastard who's all over the news? Jot nodded slightly, yes. He explained, I gave him a separate mission and forgot to inform the organization. He didn't do a good job and even revealed his identity to a high school kid. I wanted him to be an informant, gathering information from the Ventric family, but I was afraid he would leak the information he already knew if captured, so I dealt with him before he reached the prison tower. Han and I Ban coldly asked, so, can you also deal with those who are still at large out there? He replied without hesitation, if you wish. Han and I Ban stroked his chin thoughtfully. Kim Chu Hai Yu. Suddenly, Jot spoke up to dissuade him. With all due respect, I advise you not to touch him right now. Hearing this, Han and I Ban angrily asked, what? Jot quickly explained, right now, Igio is watching him. This information surprised Han and I Ban. Igio is looking for him. Aren't they all crazy? Jot confirmed exactly. Even though we're evil, they're on a whole other level. No one knows their motives or purpose. Logan's army, the ones, were all dealt with by them. Han and I Ban said, relieved, I've heard about that. It's a good thing you told me. But if we touch their target, Jot continued, there's a chance we'll become sworn enemies. Han and I Ban said with a serious face, anyway, from now on, I have to wait for the next outcome. At this moment, a group of people in black cloaks were surrounding Chu Hai Yu. Chu Hai Yu coldly asked, who are you? He didn't forget to taunt them. You know this is Valhalla territory, right? Should I call you brave or stupid? Back to the past. The leader was listening to Adelia's orders. Yes, Jaju, head of the family/master. We are ready. Adelia said with an icy face. All right, it took too long. He bowed respectfully. Please forgive me. We needed time to prepare carefully and to make sure Kim Chu Hai Yu was still lingering around the Valhalla area. Adelia asked the leader, why do you need a contractor capable of creating a hidden space? The head butler carefully explained, indeed, we have compiled a list of contractors who can bend space. Also, since those we work directly with are chosen by the Ventric family, it's impossible for them to leak any information. Adelia praised him. Satisfied, you've done well. She sternly asked, so, have you prepared everything I asked for? The butler hesitantly replied, yes, we have. He slowly explained the plan. To prepare for the cathedral's transformation, I've already arranged a lodestone with abundant energy. Hearing this, Adelia said with satisfaction, good work. I should start moving as well. She ordered the head butler, you will also join the intelligence team. And once the hidden space is complete, you will lead the assassination squad. He bowed his head and replied, understood. The head butler, still having some doubts, spoke up, my lady. He asked Adelia, "Is the sanctuary a step in preparation for summoning a constellation?" Adelia nodded in response. "That's right." The head butler, full of skepticism, asked further, "Do you truly intend to do that, my lady?" The head butler's attitude displeased Adelia. What about it? Her body radiated a terrifying energy, her voice full of authority. "Are you terrified of facing a high school boy?" The head butler stammered, "That's not it, my lady." Adelia withdrew her energy and laughed. "It's just a precaution. There's no need to worry." Hearing this, the head butler replied, "I understand, my lady." Her expression suddenly changed. Furthermore, she looked at the yellow control panel that appeared before her eyes. Mask of the Bird Beak told me to explain in detail. She said with some annoyance, "There was an incident recently. A constellation that had been silent suddenly reacted. That's what's bothering me." She was impatient and couldn't wait. "So, if we summon a constellation this time, I want to take this opportunity to question it." Back to the siege, the head butler was deep in thought. The reason why it suddenly reacted like that. Then he shouted his orders, "Intelligence team, prepare for spatial disruption." A group of people immediately placed their hands on the ground, summoning a magic circle. Chu-hai Yu-si remained calm, hands in his pockets, looking at them blankly. He looked around in wonder. "What's this? A hidden space?" Chu-hai Yu-si couldn't help but sarcastically remark to the cloaked figures, "Seriously, whoever came up with the idea of ambushing a high school student is pretty bad at this." "Brilliant, truly." He smirked and asked, "Whose idea was this, I wonder? Could it be the head of the Ventric family?" The butler was so shocked he couldn't speak. He stammered, "How did you know?" Chu-hai Yu-si replied calmly, "Why wouldn't I?" He then explained to the cloaked figures while taking off his backpack, "Among my enemies, 2 groups use dark magic, the rest don't. So, who else could it be but the Ventric family?" He then dropped his backpack to the ground with a thud. At this point, the butler sensed something was amiss and hastily gave instructions. "We're trapped in here too. Continuing to hide is pointless. Call on the assassins." The subordinate replied, "Understood." A large force was mobilized in mere seconds. The cloaked figures blocked the front, and behind, Chu-hai Yu-si, weapons at the ready, prepared for battle. Chu-hai Yu-si scoffed, "No horses. What if students from the academy come pouring in?" The head butler drew his sword, bluntly replying, "It doesn't matter. We're only following the head of the family's orders." Chu-hai Yu-si squeezed his shoulder and sighed. "Is that so? I guess your head of the family doesn't know the meaning of shame." The head butler sharply commanded, "Kill him." The whole group aggressively charged towards Chu-hai Yu-si. Chu-hai Yu-si lightly nudged one of them, enough for him to feel Chu-hai Yu-si's power. He fought with a grin on his face. Before the assassins could even touch Chu-hai Yu-si, he sent them sprawling. The whole group was flung away by him. The head butler, unhurried, still held his sword, looking for an opportunity. He approached Chu-hai Yu-si and swung his sword powerfully, but Chu-hai Yu-si nimbly dodged it. Chu-hai Yu-si mocked him, taunting, "Is that all you can do, old man? Just swing your sword." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 figures flew in from behind. A blade slammed into the ground, stopping the 2 assassins in their tracks. Taking advantage of their confusion, Chu-hai Yu-si promptly knocked them out cold with a kick. He stepped on one of the assassins, confidently saying, "You guys aren't even giving me time to breathe." Seeing Chu-hai Yu-si unguarded, the head butler drew a knife, intending to stab him from behind. He quickly lunged towards Chu-hai Yu-si. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, Chu-hai Yu-si easily dodged. The stunned head butler thought to himself, "This is the ability of a high school student." He still tried to swing his sword at Chu-hai Yu-si, but Chu-hai Yu-si ducked down, avoiding it. Chu-hai Yu-si grumbled in annoyance, "This is such a pain." He grabbed the sword and placed it against the head butler's chest. Chu-hai Yu-si pushed hard on the sword with his hand. The sword, like a conduit for his power, sent the head butler flying. The head butler's face paled, his eyes rolled back, and his body went limp. He thought to himself, what could a high school brat do? But I was wrong. The critical blow caused him to cough up blood. At this moment, he understood Adelia's words. The head of the family was right. The head butler collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Just then, Chu-hai Yu-si saw someone approaching from afar and said, "Finally decided to show yourself, huh? Head of the Ventric family." Adelia slowly walked forward. She looked around at the fallen men. A hint of surprise flickered in her eyes. Most of the assassins, including the head butler, are stronger than the majority of other contractors. Unbelievable. Adelia quickly drew her sword. This can't continue. She radiated a palpable energy as she declared, "Be honored. You will witness the sacred relic of the Ventric family, something ordinary people never get the chance to see." Chu Hai-yu-si chuckled in response. Should I be honored to see a dull knife? The head of a family so shameless as to call out this many people just to capture a high school student. What were you saying? Provoked, Adelia furiously lunged forward. You worthless trash. At that moment, several meteorites suddenly began to glow, causing confusion among the assassins. What's happening? Adelia was also bewildered, unsure of what was going on. What's this? The meteorites are suddenly. Adelia's sword also emitted a similar golden light. She thought in astonishment, impossible. This is... A dazzling light appeared, followed by a notification with an ellipsis. Then it ended with a surprising phrase, Master. The meteorites emitted a sparkling golden light, but also caused everyone to freeze in time. Even Adelia wasn't immune to the meteorites' effects. Only Chu Hai-yu-si remained unaffected. Although unable to move, Adelia was still conscious. What? She grasped the situation, wondering, I can't move. Could the sanctification have been forcibly activated? Compare to me, you still retain your senses, while the other members are frozen, both physically and mentally. She looked at Chu Hai-yu-si, thinking, but how is he unaffected? Meanwhile, Chu Hai-yu-si calmly examined and touched her gold-plated dagger. Just then, a golden notification appeared. 2 words appeared on the notification. Master. Chu Hai-yu-si repeated the words in confusion. Master. At that moment, a figure gradually emerged from the golden light. A person wearing a rather comical bird-shaped mask stepped out. The person removed the mask, revealing a spirited young girl who called Chu Hai-yu-si Master. The two stared at each other. The scene flashed back to their first encounter, when a girl was chained in a dungeon, her eyes filled with hatred. Chu Hai-yu-si, back then still known as Huino, looked at her and said with a smile, Look at this kid's eyes. It seems like she hates all humans, huh? She gritted her teeth angrily and replied, Don't act like you understand me. What do you know about me? Huino, sympathizing with her plight, said, Although I don't know everything, I know enough, because I was also once a slave. The girl was stunned. What? Huino calmly recounted, When I was young, I didn't have any power and was kidnapped by a slave trader. After that, just like you, I live a life of slavery because of the chains that bound me. He paused and then asked the girl, Do you want to be free? Hearing this, the girl asked with discontent, Didn't you say you were also a slave? Huino nodded. Yes. The girl angrily shouted, grabbing the chain around her neck. Then why ask such an obvious question? Because of this damn thing, I can't even dream of freedom anymore. She was helpless and hopeless, deliberately trying to drive Huino away. So stop provoking me and get out. I don't know how you sneaked in, but the slave trader will be here soon. Huino chuckled and said, The wickedness of that chain lies in the fact that it can only be removed by the owner's own hand or when they die. Unfortunately, sometimes even when the owner dies, the chain can't be removed. In your case, it seems to be the latter. The girl's face was filled with astonishment. She asked him, That bastard is dead. She immediately fell into a state of utter despair. Then there's no way now. Huino then smiled and said, What if I said there was? Before she could react, Huino grabbed the old chain. He began to analyze. By deciphering the magic within this chain, I can reverse the spell and slowly remove it. Although this isn't my specialty, removing this chain isn't a big problem for me, because only then could I end my life as a slave. Chu Hai-yu-si crushed the limit spell shackles on the girl's neck. The moment brought tears to her eyes. Broken, the shackles that had tormented her for so long. Chu Hai-yu-si clicked his tongue and stood up. I've removed them. The rest is up to you. Chu Hai-yu-si asked the girl, Now that you're free, what do you want to do next? Find your family. Go home. The girl replied, I don't have a home or family. The slave trader killed my family and burned my house when he kidnapped me. Chu Hai-yu-si hesitated for a moment and said, I will travel and explore. I will crush the skulls of those wretched slave traders, those who buy and sell people, just like I did today. Do you want to come with me? The girl silently thought for a moment, then made her decision. I will follow you. Chu Hai-yu-si smiled with satisfaction. Good. He then instructed her, From now on, treat me as your master. The girl hesitantly replied, Hearing her response, Chu Hai-yu-si sternly reminded her, If you intend to treat me as your master, use honorifics. Don't speak like a barbarian. Slightly unaccustomed, the girl replied, I understand. Chu Hai-yu-si said to the girl, Then let's go, barbarian. The girl stammered, Excuse me, master's name? How should I address you? Chu Hai-yu-si quickly replied, Oh, I am Kim Chu Hai-yu-si. As the girl was about to say her name, his memory was cut off. My name is. Back to the present, with the girl before him. He vaguely remembered. I remember. Just as I thought, she became a constellation. He confidently thought to himself, you could say I understand this kid better than anyone, but he felt a pang of sadness as he thought, I can't remember her name. So that's what the fortune teller meant when they said the Demon King's name would take away the constellation's name. He closed his eyes and thought to himself, TSK, there's no other way. At least I still remember her nickname. He called out to her, Barbarian, it's been a while, hasn't it? Adelia was surprised by his familiar address. Barbarian. He dared to call a constellation a barbarian. The barbarian quickly approached Adelia to retrieve the dagger. Ah, master, before we celebrate our reunion. Adelia was still bewildered. A constellation was touching a sacred relic with their own hands. The barbarian pulled out the dagger and lifted it high. Restore everyone back to normal. Suddenly, Adelia lost consciousness and collapsed. The others fell in a similar manner. The barbarian turned to Chu Hai-Yu-Si for guidance. How should I handle these bastards, master? Should I kill them? Chu Hai-Yu-Si stroked his chin, smiling sinisterly. No, I have a better idea. The next day, the homeroom teacher's jaw dropped in astonishment. He yelled, what the? He looked at the account balance, a number with 9 zeros, and nearly fainted. What the hell is this? The main sponsor was the Vintrick family. Even stranger, with a staggering sum of 5 billion. And it was a personal donation for student Kim, Chu Hai-Yu-Si. The more Li Gun looked, the more something seemed amiss. 5 billion, specifically donated to Kim, Chu Hai-Yu-Si. Sang Chun spoke up, I presume you've seen it too. Li Gun turned in surprise. Headmaster. Sang Chun sipped his coffee. It is indeed strange, a donation at this time. Li Gun offered his speculation. Isn't it because of the atrocities they committed against our academy? We experienced this ourselves last time. Wasn't it Doc Dio who sent those 3 assassins to our academy last time? Sang Chun listened, but remained suspicious. So, they want to cover it up with a donation. It doesn't make sense. He thinks this donation came for a different reason. When Chu Hai-Yu-Si was attacked by the Vintrick family last time, they must have sent the donation to silence him. At that time, the donation was a way to protect Doc Dio and the family's image. However, the Vintrick family drew the line by expelling Doc Dio and kicking him out. If they hadn't drawn the line and expelled him, they would have made a fuss to see Doc Dio out of the detention center by now, but they didn't. This makes me wonder. So my question is, what is the real reason the Vintrick family sent a donation to Chu Hai-Yu-Si? Li Gun continued. Also, we still don't know if Chu Hai-Yu-Si accepted the donation. I think he might refuse it, considering he's currently cursing them and confronting them. Sang Chun took a sip of coffee and said to Li Gun, well, I guess asking him directly will give us the answer right away. Li Gun nodded in response. I understand. At that moment, Chu Hai-Yu-Si was in the interview room. He had a surprising answer. Yes, I accept. Li Gun's jaw dropped in astonishment, thinking he had misheard. Huh, what? Chu Hai-Yu-Si quickly explained. I mean, who would refuse 5 billion won? Li Gun, though agreeing, still felt something was amiss. That's true, but Chu Hai-Yu-Si was eager to leave. Now then, since I said I'll accept the donation, I can go now, right? Li Gun hurriedly stopped him. I'll wait. He asked Chu Hai-Yu-Si, not only did you receive a donation, but Valhalla Academy and the teachers also received a contribution. According to Valhalla's regulations, you can transfer to the premium dormitory. What do you think? Chu Hai-Yu-Si politely declined. I don't find anything uncomfortable about my current dormitory, so you can help me transfer later. Li Gun understood and replied, all right. Chu Hai-Yu-Si left, but Li Gun remained seated, lost in thought. He felt puzzled. What's going on? He refused the money when the Vintrick family's vice-patriarch tried to appease him last time, but this time he accepted. But then he brushed the thought aside, muttering to himself, well, since our academy isn't losing anything, there's no need to pay too much attention to it, right? Chu Hai-Yu-Si walked confidently, hands in his pockets. He thought about his encounter with Barbarian and Adelia. At that time, Barbarian had asked him, should I take care of those bastards? Should I kill them, master? Chu Hai-Yu-Si suddenly had an idea and told her no, wake her up. I have a better idea. She obediently replied, yes, master. Adelia knelt on the ground, trembling. Chu Hai-Yu-Si approached and called out to her. Hey! Adelia startled and replied, yes. Chu Hai-Yu-Si sneered and said to Adelia, I think your constellation will overlook anything I do to these people. So, what do you think I should do now? Barbarian immediately spoke up. I initially made the Vintrick family server so master can do anything to them. Chu Hai-Yu-Si smiled and replied, I know. Adelia, still not understanding the situation, asked again, "Excuse me, Guardian Constellation, could that be the motto, all for one, that has been passed down through generations in my family? Are you now using that motto to command me?" Barbarian, upon hearing this, flew into a rage. "Of course, that motto now means you obey my master. Are you just realizing that now?" Adelia hesitantly continued, "So, this person is really your master, Guardian Constellation?" The barbarian girl with the mask replied, "Yes, although his appearance has changed, his magic power is definitely my master's." Chu Haiyusi interrupted, asking Adelia, "I think you've asked enough. Shouldn't you be more worried about yourself right now?" Honestly, he initially had a different plan in mind. Frankly, when he thought about how much those bastards had bothered him, killing them wouldn't be enough. However, their rank and power were the real deal. But he changed his mind and thought of a more advantageous approach. To live comfortably, he needed to fully utilize these people to work for him instead of killing them. However, managing them himself would be quite difficult. Chu Haiyusi asked Adelia, "Hey, are you still doing well managing the family?" Adelia cautiously replied, "Please forgive me." She slowly recounted, "Although I'm only the deputy head, it's been 4 years since I took over as head of the family. We've managed to regain our declining power and become the strongest family in 4 years." Chu Haiyusi asked in surprise, "Really?" Then, without hesitation, he told her, "Then keep managing that family." Adelia was a little surprised to hear him say that, but Chu Haiyusi continued with a sinister smile, "Support my activities at the family level. Don't ask me why." He didn't forget to issue a warning. "The moment you mess things up again, you know what will happen, right?" Seeing his signal, the barbarian girl immediately confirmed, "Please rest assured, master. I will personally make sure such a thing never happens again." Chu Haiyusi said with satisfaction, "Good." Suddenly, the girl's figure transformed into a golden light and faded. She told Chu Haiyusi, "Master, I think it's time." Chu Haiyusi was still bewildered. "Huh? Where are you going?" The barbarian girl explained, "This place, where constellations directly manifest, often requires a large amount of magic power." Chu Haiyusi exclaimed in surprise, "Really?" The girl carefully explained further, "Yes, you will need a lot of magic stones filled with magic power." Chu Haiyusi now understood. "I see why these people brought a bunch of magic stones here." The girl faded more and more, saying to Chu Haiyusi, "Because that magic power is disappearing, and because I've also used my skill, I'll need to rest for a bit." Chu Haiyusi was a little surprised. "Even though you're a constellation, you face these limitations too." The barbarian girl slowly removed her mask. "But it's true." She smiled brightly and said, "Being able to personally witness Master's rebirth like this is good enough." Chu Haiyusi happily replied, "You two get some rest." The barbarian girl put her mask back on. Before leaving, she wanted to say something. "Oh, Master, I have one last thing to tell you." Chu Haiyusi grunted. She reminded Chu Haiyusi, "Besides me, it seems there are other disciples who have also become constellations. You'll meet him soon, so please excuse me, I'll go ahead." After saying that, the barbarian girl completely disappeared as if she had never been there. Those words kept Chu Haiyusi thinking, "Another one of my disciples has become a constellation too. I suspected it, but who could it be? Maybe all of my disciples have become constellations, but I'll meet him soon. Huh? I've personally met 2 constellations already, that bastard, Bache, who complained about the hassle, and more on back then. There are a lot of questions in my mind that I can't explain yet." The encounter with Bache was avoidable thanks to the notification window, but the meeting with Moron was completely random, wasn't it? Furthermore, there are a lot of constellations now, so meeting each and every one of them individually doesn't really mean anything. At this point, Chu Haiyusi suddenly remembered Bache. "By the way, Bache hasn't said anything since we met the guide, has he?" Immediately, Bache spoke up. "Did you call me, sir?" Chu Haiyusi said irritably, "What's up? Why have you been so quiet this time?" Bache quickly explained, "I was organizing my thoughts. My memory was interrupted right when you entered the secret room." Hearing this, Chu Haiyusi wondered, memory interrupted. Bache then recounted to Chu Haiyusi, "Yes, in my memory, I feel like you walked out as soon as you entered that room. And even then, only a little bit of my memory came back." Chu Haiyusi teased him, "Do you remember how weak and fragile of an existence you were?" Bache replied awkwardly, "How could I remember such trivial memories? I've learned the concept of names, which you should know by now." And Bache suddenly hesitated, making Chu Haiyusi curious. At this moment, Ba Che continued, "The maze lord, that's the one who gave me the name Ba Che." While walking and thinking, they finally arrived at the classroom. Chu Hai quickly took his seat in the class. He pondered, "So, the one who stole your real name and gave you the name Ba Che was also the maze lord." Ba Che affirmed, "Right? He both gave me power and killed me. With the power of the tower's master, that's only natural." Chu Hai asked Ba Che, "Did that power affect your personality?" Ba Che explained, "Back when I was the tower's master, I was a bit rigid, probably due to the influence of the identity and power I received. But my current personality is quite similar to my original one." Chu Hai said in frustration, "How could he just give and take away identities like that?" Ba Che also wondered about that. "I don't know exactly how he does it either." Chu Hai clicked his tongue. This world is a maze big enough for him to exploit identities. That's why he can give and take away other people's identities at will. Ba Che didn't understand what Chu Hai just said. He asked, "What do you mean, sir?" "This world is a maze." Chu Hai angrily scolded, "You idiot. How could you not know such important information?" And so, the teacher and student talked throughout the entire class. Ba Che finally understood everything, so that's how it is. Chu Hai agreed, "Right? I'm also very angry, but right now we're just fish being raised in his pond." His eyes filled with determination. "But since the guide said we might have a chance to fight back, let's wait and see." The next day, just as promised, the guide came to wait for him. Chu Hai exclaimed with a dumbfounded expression, "What?" His tray was still in his hand, empty of any food. He stared blankly at her. The guide curiously pointed at the tray and asked him, "What is that shiny silver thing?" Chu Hai flew into a rage and shouted, "It's a food tray. A tray for food." "Yes, you did say we'd meet again in 2 days, but why did you call me in the middle of lunch?" The guide hastily apologized. "I'm sorry. I should have been more considerate." Chu Hai, not wanting to dwell on it, sat down. "Forget it." The guide then asked him, "Do you have the ring with you?" Chu Hai took out the ring and confirmed, "Yes." The guide smiled with satisfaction and said, "Good. Now we're going to use it." Chu Hai, curious, asked her, "This doesn't look like an item that boosts my stats. How are you planning to counter that guy with this?" The guide chuckled softly and replied, "It's simple. Wear that ring and clear the maze." Chu Hai, surprised, asked, "A maze? Any maze?" He continued with a suspicious tone, "At first, only a few mazes were natural, but all the rest are monitored, right?" The guide calmly replied, "Of course. You can clear any maze. It'll be fun. The maze lord will create the mazes himself." She paused, searching for the right word. "What's the word for it in your world again?" She emphasized 2 words that surprised Chu Hai, monster outbreak, disaster. Chu Hai-Yu's face turned serious as he thought to himself, disaster. When a maze starts to form, monsters pour out and the surrounding areas are devastated. Before I was reborn, that word was everywhere. That's why nowhere was safe back then. After being reborn, things calmed down, and I could finally enjoy life a little. He then asked the guide, "So, where and when will it appear? And what scale?" The guide quickly answered, "About 3 months from now. The scale is still being determined. They say it will happen in a country called South Korea." Chu Hai said with dissatisfaction, "Unbelievable. Even though I live in South Korea, if you don't tell me the exact location, how can I stop it?" The guide explained defensively, "I'm sorry. In case the maze lord finds me, I can only give you limited information." Chu Hai gave a dry laugh and replied, "Seriously." He asked another question. This world was a maze from the very beginning. Why would another maze appear inside it? The guide smiled and replied, "The maze lord intentionally created it." Chu Hai asked irritably, "Is he preparing to create another identity?" The guide nodded in confirmation. "Yes, he must have already decided." Then she revealed something else. "Should I say he's getting everyone accustomed before the Tower of Destruction appears?" Chu Hai asked about the reason for wearing the ring. "So, I have to wear this ring and destroy the maze that appears during the disaster." The guide immediately confirmed, adding, "Yes, to be precise. Before this, how did you usually destroy mazes?" Her question caught Chu Hai off guard, and he let out a surprised, "Huh?" He recounted his usual method. "The monster that appears in the maze is quite difficult to deal with, so I usually ignore it and destroy the maze stone. If I do that, the maze disappears automatically." The guide reminded him, "Usually that's the fastest way, but this time you can't do that." He asked, puzzled, "Then what should I do?" The guide pointed at him and said, "Wear that ring and defeat the boss." Chu Haiyusi, still confused, asked, "Why do I have to do that?" She answered, "There's a reason. Even though your world is just a maze, the Maze Lord can't just randomly create a disaster or a tower of destruction. He has to use the power of the identities he's collected. Simply put, mazes are made from identities." She paused for a moment and continued, "Among the components of a maze created this way, the power of the identity is most concentrated in its boss. If you wear that ring and defeat the boss, you can absorb the identity from the Maze Lord. That will be the starting point of our counterattack plan." Hearing this, Chu Haiyusi suddenly spoke up. "I have a question. That guy has absorbed countless identities, right? We've only absorbed one identity, so how can we fight back?" The guide exclaimed at his question, "Good question." She slowly explained, "Of course, the Maze Lord won't be bothered if only one identity disappears. His purpose, as I said, is to help people adapt before the Tower of Destruction appears, right? Usually, instead of stealing an identity, the key to this plan is to destroy the maze quickly. Then the Maze Lord will realize that the mazes have disappeared before people can adapt and change his tactics. He'll create an event by sending a lot of identities to the world. And this is our chance to absorb a lot of identities, because the identities we absorb will also give us more power." After listening attentively, Chu Haiyusi was a little curious. "Absorb identities and turn them into power? Huh? Let me ask you something." His expression suddenly turned serious. "Then how are we any different from the Maze Lord?" The guide was surprised by his question. "Unexpected. I thought you were the type who wouldn't care about these things." Chu Haiyusi replied without hesitation, "Who do you think I am? I only feel comfortable doing what's right." The guide quickly reassured him. "First of all, we will never harm innocent people to obtain identities. And if your identity is taken by the Maze Lord, that identity will be shackled, preventing you from being reborn or becoming a constellation. That way, you'll be imprisoned. Furthermore," she added, "if you use the power of the identity you absorb, when their identity is no longer shackled, they will also be free." Despite saying this, she still cautioned him, "But if you still feel conflicted, you can do whatever you want. You'll also know what kind of person the owner of those identities is before absorbing them." Chu Haiyusi had no further objections, his face full of anticipation. "All right, now we just have to wait for the disaster to happen, right?" At this point, the guide reminded Chu Haiyusi, "Okay, I'll let you know the exact time and place later. Until then, you should create a team to stop the disaster." Chu Haiyusi, feeling confused, asked, "Don't we just need to defeat the boss and destroy the maze?" The guide carefully explained, "Although the monsters in the maze will die when the maze is destroyed, the monsters that have escaped will still be out there. Shouldn't we stop them? See you later." With that, she snapped her fingers. Chu Haiyusi was instantly transported to right in front of the food counter, his sudden appearance startling the chef. "What the?" Chu Haiyusi cursed under his breath. "That damn guide. I told her to warn me before teleporting." Then he thought about the guide's reminder. She told him to form a team, right? TSK. It's true that he had worked with disciples to handle disasters before his rebirth. Doing it alone would take a lot of time, and he also had to prevent casualties. As he walked and pondered, he suddenly bumped into someone. Should he take on disciples in this life too? Chu Haiyusi ran into someone familiar, Yin Lang. She crossed her arms, smiling confidently as she waited for him to approach. Chu Haiyusi asked her immediately, "What's up? Why are you here?" Yin Lang promptly explained, "After losing to you, I did some reflecting. I wonder why I lost." She held up a finger and said, "And I figured it out." Excited by her discovery, she declared, "It's because you're stronger than me that I lost." Chu Haiyusi stared blankly and said, "Why did it take you so long to figure out something so obvious?" Yin Lang suddenly asserted, "You know what? I thought I was quite similar to you." Chu Haiyusi's face was full of disdain. Yin Lang explained why she thought so. Someone who can overwhelm everyone with just their talent and has never tasted defeat, that's quite rare in an adult. Chu Haiyusi countered her thinking, "If you think I'm like that, your perception is completely wrong. I consider myself someone who works hard and strives." But she had reconsidered that. "So, what I just said was my previous thought, but not anymore." She carefully analyzed Chu Haiyusi's moves. "The techniques you used against us weren't just simple attacks. They were body movements derived from a wealth of experience." From that moment, she realized her own shortcomings. "When I lost, I was very angry. But after calming down, the reason for my defeat became clear. I lacked a lot of practical combat experience. She clenched her fist and affirmed, and then I realized that through the experience of fighting you, I also became stronger. She made a request, so I want to continue fighting you. Yin Lang excitedly pointed at Chu Haiyusi to defeat you. Chu Haiyusi, surprised and confused, asked what? Yin Lang continued to press her request. Fight me. Chu Haiyusi, feeling bothered, tried to avoid her. Don't bother me with your strange reasoning. I'm leaving. Yin Lang grabbed his shoulder and said, what about the fight? Do you know I came all the way from China to fight? Chu Haiyusi replied casually, that's not my problem. Instead of doing this, why don't you spend time properly practicing your family's martial arts? Yin Lang suddenly raised her voice. I don't know. Chu Haiyusi was surprised. Huh. She quickly explained, I received formal training until I was 6 years old. After that, it was all self-taught. Then you defeated me in the lunar year. Chu Haiyusi asked curiously, I defeated you in the lunar year before you took control of the contractors there. Yin Lang nodded in confirmation. That's right. From the beginning, those contractors weren't really my equals. I was the one who acted unilaterally first. They kept excluding me from the family's regular training sessions. So I told them to send people in for me to practice with, so my abilities wouldn't atrophy. But then, out of the blue, they threw adult contractors at me. That's why I always win. Luckily, there aren't that many of them. Chu Haiyusi felt something was off after hearing this. Although what the White Lotus Society leader said resembled Yin Lang's words, the underlying meaning was completely different. He looked at Yin Lang, thinking that she was clearly talented and her love for fighting seemed genuine, but the leader had implied that she defeated anyone she came across. Chu Haiyusi then asked her, so, were you forced to participate in the White Lotus Palace incident? Yin Lang quickly replied, it was partly voluntary. Her tone was slightly lonely. I stayed there because I was tired of being seen as a troublemaker by my family. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm stronger than those adults anyway. She clenched her fist and shouted with determination, but it's all right. Yin Lang pointed at Chu Haiyusi and said, because I found someone much stronger than me, and that's you. Chu Haiyusi chuckled and said, what's so good about that? Yin Lang immediately insisted, as long as I fight you, I can become stronger even without my family's guidance. Right. Chu Haiyusi responded with dissatisfaction. Fight who? Yin Lang pleaded wholeheartedly, acting coy with Chu Haiyusi. Oh, please do it for me. Chu Haiyusi looked at her, puzzled. This is getting a bit strange. She was isolated by her family, which is why she was confined in the White Lotus Palace. So why does Shuiyin want to bring her back? I don't know the full situation, but from the family's perspective, wouldn't it be better to leave Yin Lang in the White Lotus Palace? All right, let go of me. Oh, you're going to fight me. Doing the here on campus is too blatant. I'm heading to the gym, so just follow me. Okay, I'll change and come back. Wait for me. Sure. Chu Haiyusi. Seriously, just wait. Who's the girl you brought here? She's the crazy girl I met at White Lotus. She said she came all the way here to fight me. Really? I was planning on sparring with her anyway. She came all this way. That look in your eyes, you want to fight too? No, not yet. No. Based on her hair color, she could be a member of the Z family. Did she really come all the way from China just to fight Chu Haiyusi? That's pretty wild. Valhalla Stadium. I was sure it would only be me and Yin Lang sparring. Why are you all here? I'm keeping an eye on her to make sure she doesn't do anything weird. I'm following Aaron Choi. Don't mind me. Seriously. I'm looking forward to this. Chu Haiyusi. But I've gotten much stronger since last time. Is that so? Then I'll go all out. Form a team to prevent disasters. Didn't you say you wanted to get stronger? That's right. So, if I win today, you can become my disciple. What? The reason I want to get stronger is to defeat you, you know? Well, then, after becoming my disciple, you can fulfill your wish. Let's begin. I hate having a master, so I have to win. You really have gotten quite a bit stronger. See, you just blocked my attack, but you won't be able to block this one. What is this? What kind of magic power is this? Does White Lotus have this kind of monster? That's a huge amount of mana, even more concentrated than Chu Haiyusi's during the competition. If I can land just one hit, it'll be a fatal blow. Even if he blocks it, there'll still be a massive magical shock. A similar stance. I prefer direct confrontation too. I've increased my mana concentration this much, and I'm still being pushed back. It doesn't seem like Chu Haiyusi has that much mana, does he? He's definitely stronger than before. But it's the same person. I'll only confront him directly once more. The second time, I'll block and counterattack. I can't seem to land a decent hit. From now on, I have another disciple. After the fight, Yin Lang was unconscious. A moment later, she suddenly opened her eyes. Yin Lang sat up abruptly, gasping for air. Chu Haiyusi, beside her, asked with concern, "Are you all right?" She touched the wound from the battle, wincing slightly. Damn it, I lost again. Chu Haiyusi complimented her. You're pretty strong. I thought you'd be out until tomorrow morning. I'm surprised you're already awake. Hearing that, Yin Lang frowned and replied, Is that a compliment or are you making fun of me? He didn't respond, but cheerfully invited her. All right, no more chit-chat. Become my disciple. Yin Lang agreed. I was about to suggest a sparring match. No magic like last time, though the result probably won't change. All right then. She stood up. I'll accept you as my master. Yin Lang pointed at herself cheerfully. So, I'm officially your first disciple, right? Chu Haiyusi hesitated. Probably not. She became slightly angry. What? I'm not the first. Don't tell me you've been recruiting disciples since middle school. It seemed Chu Haiyusi didn't mean it that way. Suddenly, Azin interrupted their conversation. Chu Haiyusi is right. That statement made Yin Lang curious. Azin stated confidently, I was taught before you, so I'm Chu Haiyusi's first disciple. Meow. However, unexpectedly, Chu Haiyusi thought, no, she's not the first disciple either. But he decided not to say it aloud. Forget it, it's too much trouble. Yin Lang's expression was full of anger. Meow, are you doing this on purpose? Are you trying to provoke me? Azin wasn't intimidated and retorted, yes, so what if you're angry? Meow. The two seemed about to clash. Yin Lang reaffirmed, my name is Yin Lang. Don't give me weird nicknames. But Azin seemed to ignore her. What's wrong, Meow? It sounds cute. Unable to argue back, Yin Lang blushed in embarrassment. Who's cute? Do you want to die? Azin calmly replied, the name Meow is really nice. All right, go home. Chu Haiyusi had been watching them argue. Yin Lang's hands clenched into trembling fists. Why should I leave? I haven't learned anything yet. Azin refuted, you already know you're a cute kitten. Chu Haiyusi stood there, lost in thought. Looking at the two, he was slightly amused. This scene makes me feel strangely nostalgic. The scene he was referring to was Yin Lang and Azin arguing. Chu Haiyusi smiled. Even before my revival, watching my disciples gave me this same feeling. He then stepped in to intervene. Meow, stop it. Yin Lang turned around, startled, and snapped, don't call me Meow. Chu Haiyusi explained, the truth is, Azin became my disciple before you. Isn't she your senior? Don't be disrespectful to your elder sister. Hearing this, Azin turned to look at him in surprise. He continued, turning to Azin, you also have a junior sister now, so show her some respect when you speak. But what Azin focused on was the fact that she was being called senior sister, which meant he acknowledged her as his first disciple. She then turned to tease Yin Lang. All right, then this senior sister will be patient, making Yin Lang tremble with anger. Chu Haiyusi spoke up, no more joking around. Let's just consider today's sparring practice done. Let's go home. Yin Lang, slightly annoyed, agreed. I didn't get hurt, so fine. She then asked, by the way, where will I sleep? Chu Haiyusi, puzzled, hummed in response. He asked, haven't you found a place to stay yet? Yin Lang explained, not really. I came here unexpectedly because I wanted to fight you. She recalled, when I asked Shui Yin how I could have a rematch with you, she just told me to come to Valhalla, in Korea. Chu Haiyusi, rubbing his temple, said, so you just came? Without any plans. Then he arranged, the school has provided me with a dorm room. You can stay there for the time being. Yin Lang happily agreed, while Azin was startled by his decision. Azin continued to provoke Yin Lang. Definitely not your type, Meow. Angrily, she retorted, what the hell? Do you really want to die? Chu Haiyusi quickly intervened. Stop it before you both wear yourselves out. As evening approached, Chu Haiyusi walked home, his face etched with annoyance. So tiring. Yin Lang and Azin kept me busy all day. I couldn't get anything done. Chu Haiyusi reflected, anyway, it's all over now. They both seem certain to become my disciples. Sozin is currently focused on physical training. She still has a long way to go before she can learn swordsmanship. And Seiyusi has no interest at all. She's training on her own. So, for now, only those two can prevent the disaster. Just then, his phone vibrated, catching his attention. The screen displayed an incoming call from Adelia. As Chu Haiyusi answered, a voice on the other end said, is this Chu Haiyusi? It's Adelia. She went straight to the point regarding the Chu Haiyusi support fund you requested. In short, I'm almost finished processing everything, including the support fund, so I want to let you know before we meet. He replied, I checked the scholarship fund and the support fund this morning. She asked Chu Haiyusi, so, do you have any other questions? Immediately, he made a request about that. You're announcing the recruitment of contractors, right? Azin, next month, a disaster will occur. Hearing this, Adelia's face was filled with disbelief. What? Where did you hear that? Chu Hai-Yusi replied as he walked. You don't need to worry about that. Besides, I don't know the scale of it yet, but something is coming. Adelia asked anxiously, in Korea? He confirmed yes, seeming to understand. She agreed to Chu Hai-Yusi's request. All right, I'll contact the capable contractors in Vinsik and the guilds in South Korea. He thanked her. If you could, please keep this confidential. She wasn't finished. Oh, Chu Hai-Yusi. He wondered why. He asked hesitantly, could you perhaps put in a good word for me when the guardian star wakes up? Chu Hai-Yusi considered this for a moment. Then he voiced his question, is she still asleep? Pretending not to see you. On the other side, Adelia, while looking at the screen, confirmed, yes, I've tried contacting her, but there's been no response. Chu Hai-Yusi, recalling her image, thought she did mention resting for a while after exhausting her power. Probably a day's rest. The next day after school, inside the Valhalla training room, Chu Hai-Yusi was training, sweat pouring off him. Azin was also training alongside him. Yin Lang, on the other hand, was panting heavily, seemingly overwhelmed by her first training session. After a while, Chu Hai-Yusi stopped, letting out a sigh. He glanced over at Yin Lang. She was lying on the ground, gasping for breath, her face flushed from the heat. Let me breathe, Yin Lang gasped. I feel like I'm about to die. She yelled at the other two. I almost died. Chu Hai-Yusi looked at her and replied, but you're still very much alive. He offered a bit of praise. You're catching on faster than I expected. I thought you'd be done by mid-session. Yin Lang replied confidently, of course. I'm not here to play around. He thought cheerfully, her base stamina seems pretty good, but should she slow down a bit? Suddenly, a voice called out, hey you. He looked over. Seo Jun approached and asked, is Yin Lang here? The woman with white hair and a serious expression waited for Chu Hai-Yusi's answer. Her sudden appearance filled Chu Hai-Yusi with questions. What's with this person? Why does she look so much like Yin Lang and Shui Yin? After waiting a moment without a response, Seo Jun glanced to the side. She walked over to Yin Lang, who was sitting on the ground, and scolded, you came all the way here without telling your mother anything, Yin Lang. However, Yin Lang's face was filled with resentment as she spat out the name Xuen Yanhua. At this point, Chu Hai-Yusi finally spoke. Are you Yin Lang's mother? I thought that mage, Shuel Yin, was her mother. Hearing him say this, Seo Jun realized. So, Chu Hai-Yusi, you're the one who brought our Yin Lang here. A moment later, she looked at him with a determined gaze. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Xuen Yanhua. I am the head of the Shui family, and currently Yin Lang's new mother. Shui Yun, the leader of the White Lotus Society, is my younger sister. Chu Hai-Yusi, remembering Shui Yun's image, understood what she meant. Her gaze lowered slightly as Seo Jun wondered aloud, but it's strange. Shui Yun promised to contact me when Yin Lang left the White Lotus Palace, but she didn't. Instead, she sent Yin Lang here. Yin Lang's face was still full of resentment towards the woman standing before her. She continued, we'll ask about the reason later. Yin Lang, come home with me to the White Lotus Palace. Yin Lang trembled with anger. She said resentfully, you didn't care when I was abandoned or ostracized before, and now you're telling me to go back there. Get lost, and stop treating me like your daughter. It's disgusting. Seo Jun still tried to reason with her. Rejecting you back then was an order from the constellation. Don't you know that? Yin Lang remained firm. Yes, I heard that from a servant, not from you directly, and only very recently. Seo Jun replied, regardless, you've discovered the truth. Moreover, the constellation has instructed me to summon you this time. Hearing this, Yin Lang was puzzled. What? Seo Jun affirmed. This is your chance to be recognized by the constellation. Don't embarrass me, Yin Lang. Yin Lang was astonished. You want to go back right now. So that's why you've been trying to pull me away this whole time. Seo Jun didn't hesitate to answer, yes. The words pierced Yin Lang's heart like 1,000 knives. She stood there, trembling with anger. A moment later, she yelled, get out, leaving Seo Jun bewildered. Standing protectively in front of Azin and Chu Hai-Yusi, she explained, there are students training here, so please leave and don't disturb them. Yin Lang glared at her. And this is Valhalla, not the Shui family estate or the White Lotus Palace, so don't even think about causing trouble. Seeing that she couldn't dissuade her, Seo Jun said, do you know why I came here alone, without any guards? Seo Jun's eyes turned cold. To take you away without being noticed. Her hand erupted with blue energy. The next moment, she struck Yin Lang. The blow sent her flying backward, forcing her to dig her heels in to stop. Her arms, now red, shielded her chest. Yin Lang questioned incredulously, "What are you doing?" Co. Jun didn't hesitate. "Didn't I make myself clear? I won't hold back." Yin Lang's expression hardened. "So that's how it is. Then I don't intend to hold back either." She pushed off the ground and lunged forward. Rage contorted Yin Lang's face. "You remember, don't you? Even the last time you challenged me, I still defeated you." She reached Co. Jun, leaped into the air, and prepared to strike. Her fist shot towards Co. Jun, whose expression remained unfazed. Catching Yin Lang's arm, she calmly replied, "You've certainly gotten stronger, Yin Lang. I'm guessing you weren't just playing around at the White Lotus Palace." Yin Lang didn't deny it. "That's right. I've been training hard because I don't want to be left behind by you in a place with nothing." Co. Jun continued to calmly persuade her, even as Yin Lang's fists continued to fly. "Is that so? You should return to the Shui family and study properly." Then, with a flick of her wrist, Co. Jun sent Yin Lang flying. The sudden action surprised Yin Lang, who thought, "This woman, her skills are this good." She slammed her feet into the ground, then kicked at Co. Jun to free her arm, snapping, "Let go." Co. Jun was pushed back a few steps. "What a powerful attack," she complimented. Yin Lang didn't stop her assault. "Shut up. All I have to do is win." Seeing them fight, Azin turned to Chu Hai-Yusi. "Should we call an instructor to stop them? The head of a Shui family is causing a scene in Valhalla without guards, demanding to take her daughter away." Chu Hai-Yusi countered, "What do you think will happen if we tell the instructors?" Azin didn't hesitate. "There will be chaos." Chu Hai-Yusi knew that, but he disliked Co. Jun. Azin agreed. "Right? She abandoned her daughter, and now she suddenly shows up to take her back because of some urgent need." Her gaze fixed on Yin Lang. Azin watched her furious strikes. She guessed she must be really heartbroken. Co. Jun ducked to avoid Yin Lang's attack, still intent on lecturing her. "Yin Lang, stop this pointless commotion and come back with me before you get hurt." Yin Lang drew her leg back. "Hurt? Who, me?" Yin Lang kicked directly at Co. Jun, who staggered back, clutching her stomach. "You're the one who's going to get hurt." Seeing this, Yin Lang's expression turned gleeful. "I put a lot of power into that kick. Even if she blocked it, she's still going to be hurt." Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Yin Lang, making her cry out. She looked down to see one of her legs encased in ice. Co. Jun approached. "This must be your first time seeing this, I presume." Co. Jun displayed her power as she explained, "This is the power of our family's constellation, the king of the snow domain. While not immediately, once you return to the Shui family, you'll have the opportunity to train this ability through a contract with the constellation." Yin Lang started to feel apprehensive. "I thought you were stronger than before. Are you recklessly borrowing power from the constellation?" Co. Jun refuted her words. "Reckless? There's nothing reckless about this. This is natural, common sense in the current world. If you're a member of a family protected by a constellation, this is what you do. Surely you didn't delude yourself into thinking I was fighting you with just my physical abilities to satisfy your earlier demands." Yin Lang bristled at this. Co. Jun offered her another chance. "You may have changed your mind by now, so I'll ask you one last time." She extended her hand towards Yin Lang. "Will you come back?" Yin Lang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refused. Seeing she couldn't persuade her, Co. Jun sighed in exasperation. So young and foolish. Suddenly, she lunged towards Yin Lang. "Don't think you'll get away unscathed." Yin Lang felt a surge of anxiety. "Damn it, I can't even react with my right leg frozen." Co. Jun's hand reached out. "I'll freeze and shatter your right arm, and you can think about this lost arm later." Yin Lang flinched. "So you'll never dare defy the family and the constellation again." But before she could touch Yin Lang, Chu Hai-Yusi appeared with a fierce expression and kicked Co. Jun's arm away. Seeing him defend her, Yin Lang turned to Chu Hai-Yusi. He looked exasperated. "What are you doing? Were you really about to chop off your daughter's arm?" Co. Jun faltered slightly. "I was just disciplining my daughter as a mother. I don't think this is any of your business." Chu Hai-Yusi responded seriously. "Is this type of education trending these days? I seem to have heard something similar recently." He recalled Azin's words to him. "This is a family matter. Stay out of it." Co. Jun maintained a calm facade, but her thoughts were racing. "I've never heard of such a thing. How did he avoid that? And he wasn't even frozen. My arm is still trembling from his kick. His counterattack actually injured me. Could it be? His counterattack's magic power is stronger than mine." She looked at Chu Hai-Yusi, his stance unwavering. He instructed Azin to take Yin Lang outside, and she agreed. Seeing this, Yin Lang was annoyed. What's the meaning of this? Chu Hai you see. I can fight too. Besides, this is my business. He hit a nerve, but did her right leg still have any feeling? He added comfortingly, before I can teach you anything, if my disciple is injured, as a master, should I just stand by and watch? Then he stepped forward and ordered, back off. Hearing him say that, Yin Lang was moved. This was her master. All right then. Azin looked at her, speechless. Seo Jun channeled power into her hand, slowly questioning, "You're her master. Aren't you a high school student? Interesting. Chu Hai you see, I just want to take Yin Lang away from here, but this matter affects you, and you're even acting like her teacher." Chu Hai you see frankly replied, "I'm not affected at all. We just share the same thought." She was annoyed again. A normal master-disciple relationship wouldn't have this. Well, let's see how capable this master is. As soon as she finished speaking, she charged forward. Chu Hai you see quickly formed a fist, thinking to himself, despite her cold exterior, she's just as aggressive as Yin Lang. Seo Jun was about to reach him. Chu Hai you see continued to calculate. I landed a kick on her earlier, but dealing with her will take quite a bit of magic power. He decided, first, I'll try to dodge and aim for the joints. Immediately afterward, he sidestepped, avoiding her incoming arm. Seeing her attack miss, she glanced over. She then lunged towards him, but with his agility, Chu Hai you see ducked, avoiding the attack. Seo Jun's magic power caused the equipment in the training room to be pierced by ice shards. Every piece of equipment was covered in those ice shards. Chu Hai you see then looked at the previous attack, worriedly thinking, damn, that attack didn't even hit the ground, but it caused this much damage. It seems she can also launch ice projectiles. That's impressive. Why? He turned to remind her, the training equipment belongs to the school. You destroyed it, so remember to compensate before returning to China. She wasn't afraid, and her hand began to gather magic power. Oh really? If you win, I'll consider it. Then, her hand shot straight towards him. Chu Hai you see calmly calculated his next move. Dodging like this is pointless. It'll only let her launch more ice. But if I block, even just blocking these small damaging attacks will consume a lot of magic power. He then shifted his weight back. Fine then. Chu Hai you see decided to directly break her attack. His foot kicked straight into her arm, causing Seo Jun's face to contort in pain. The magic power in her hand froze onto the ceiling. Seo Jun was frustrated. Damn it, the magic power accumulated in my hand. But before she could recover, Chu Hai you see rushed towards her, surprising her. Chu Hai you see then punched her directly, a smug look on his face. Unable to dodge, Seo Jun took the full force of the punch, coughing up blood and crying out in pain. Then, Seo Jun was sent flying with a cry of pain. She looked up at Chu Hai you see's face, which was filled with amusement. Yin Lang watched in astonishment as he overwhelmingly defeated someone wielding the power of a constellation. Azin, understanding Chu Hai you see better, didn't seem surprised at all. Seo Jun, getting back on her feet, offered him praise. You fight well. I understand why Yin Lang came here to become your disciple. However, even if I acknowledge you, I will still take her with me. Her words stunned Chu Hai you see. What? Seo Jun explained, unable to disobey the command. This is the will of our guardian constellation. Even if I fail, thousands who receive the constellation's command will come to take her back. Yin Lang, now bewildered, questioned what's going on. Doesn't my opinion matter? Seo Jun firmly stated, no. The constellation's will is absolute. It is our purpose. Yin Lang, trembling with despair, cried out, do I have to fight my family again, even though I don't want to? She then pleaded, stop this. It's enough, causing Chu Hai you see and Azin to look at her in surprise. Chu Hai you see closed his eyes, his face a mask of frustration. He asked, how can I meet your constellation? Seo Jun let out a surprised, huh? With a serious expression, Chu Hai you see stated, didn't you say they'll keep coming to take Yin Lang because of the constellation's orders? Then I'll just defeat it. Seo Jun, incredulous, responded, defeat a constellation. Do you know what you're saying? She explained, the only way a human can face a constellation is when it appears at the sanctuary, but it requires a massive amount of magical power, so it doesn't happen often. And because you can harm the Ma clan, we wouldn't dare deceive our constellation. You would cause a sanctification. Without hesitation, Chu Hai you see replied, there's another way. The way he spoke of was touching a sacred object and entering the mental world. Seo Jun was taken aback. Even though you have a hunter training organization, it seems you also know about contracts and sacred objects, don't you? It's just as you said. Seo Jun agreed. If you touch our family's sacred object, you will meet the deep-eyed king. Seo Jun added a warning. But unlike this world where original power is suppressed, the mental world is the constellation's domain. Her gaze turned sharp. When ordinary people enter, they are crushed by the constellation's pressure. Seo Jun asked again, do you still want to oppose it? Chu Haiyusi's resolve remained unshaken. I want to meet the constellation. She slowly rose, still clutching her injury. I understand, but I don't think you can do it now. Allowing an outsider to touch the sacred object isn't a decision I can make alone. Seo Jun decided taking Yin Lang back will be postponed for a week. Until then, no one will attack Yin Lang or you, Chu Haiyusi. He acknowledged, all right. A cunning look returned to her face. If you're defeated in the mental world and return here, what will you do? After all, giving you the opportunity to meet the constellation unconditionally puts us at a disadvantage. Yin Lang, annoyed, interjected, that's ridiculous. Chu Haiyusi paused in thought before firmly declaring, the responsibility for victory or defeat rests solely on me. If I win, you will never touch Yin Lang again for the rest of your life. I will take care of her as my disciple. Hearing this, Yin Lang blushed, looking at him shyly. Seo Jun found him arrogant, but agreed to the condition. Fine, I'll return to my family today to prepare. After that, she left, leaving the three of them there. Chu Haiyusi watched her go with a look of resentment. Time passed. A week later, Chu Haiyusi was surrounded by snow and ice. Before him sat the constellation, perched upon their icy throne. The constellation looked down at Chu Haiyusi with an impassive face. Chu Haiyusi stared back, his eyes filled with a cold intensity. Returning to a few days earlier at the Valhalla dormitory, the door opened as if by someone's hand. It was Yin Lang and Chu Haiyusi slowly opening the door. Once open, he stepped in and turned on the lights. Chu Haiyusi told Yin Lang she could stay there, and she agreed to his arrangement. Walking around, she exclaimed in admiration, a dormitory like this. It looks like the house of a wealthy family. As if she couldn't believe her eyes, Yin Lang shyly turned to him and asked, I really get to stay here alone? Chu Haiyusi explained, this was originally my high-class dormitory room, but I requested a different room, and they allowed it. I understand. Her face flushed, and she hesitated as if wanting to say something. Yin Lang wondered aloud, hey, Chu Haiyusi, why are you being so nice to me? Her question puzzled him. She continued, whether it's Azin or the others, it's my family's business. You could have just ignored it. Yin Lang questioned Chu Haiyusi, are you doing this because I'm really your disciple? He scratched his head and replied, that's partly it. To be honest, I don't like things like that. I hate the aggressive, oppressive attitude of my status is higher, so you must obey me. This made Yin Lang recall the image of her mother from earlier that day. So, I was a bit meddlesome, and it made you uncomfortable. Yin Lang waved her hands, denying his words. No, not at all. She shyly scratched her cheek. It's just that it's the first time someone has cared about me this much. I just wanted to thank you. Hearing this, he smiled with satisfaction. Chu Haiyusi teased, what if after training with me, you find it painful and arduous? Will this gratitude disappear? Oh, by the way, I have something I want to ask. She replied without hesitation. Go ahead. Chu Haiyusi wondered, is your family's constellation the Deep Mountain King? She corrected him. It's the Silent Snow King. He continued, what's his personality like? Yin Lang thought for a moment. She analyzed, judging by the attack today, he probably uses ice, but I haven't been close to my family for a long time, so I'm not sure. But even if they use his power, I've heard he doesn't interfere much with our family. So, it seems some members don't even know which constellation he is. Chu Haiyusi, as if he couldn't believe his ears, asked really. He found it very strange. And didn't he tell your family to bring you back? Her expression became slightly worried. I know, maybe there's no connection between me and a constellation. I'm not even protected by a constellation like the other members of my family. Basically, I don't know the details. He decided, well then, I'll hold off and hear the story later. Chu Haiyusi prepared to leave. Get some rest. Wait for your family to arrive, because you have to guide me tomorrow. Yin Lang agreed to his words. Okay, I'll close the door when I leave. Yin Lang remained inside, watching him go. Then, seemingly lost in thought, she blushed. She clenched her hands with determination. In Chu Haiyusi's room in the Valhalla dormitory, he sat on a chair, making a phone call. The person on the other end answered, Adelia here. What's up? He got straight to the point. I need a favor. I just fought the head of the Schweff family. Adelia gasped in surprise. What? Why? He explained she came to take her daughter back, and we ended up fighting. Adelia asked, so their daughter is at Valhalla. Chu made his request. Because of that incident, the school's training equipment is broken. Can you take care of it? Adelia readily agreed. Sure, it's just a matter of replacing it with new equipment. All right, thanks. I appreciate it. She inquired further. Okay, anything else? I have one more question. Do you know anything about the Schweff family's constellation? The Silent Snow King, right? Adelia shared what she knew. I've heard he doesn't interfere in the family's affairs, and the Schweff family themselves are very secretive, so I don't know much more. The information she provided matched what Yin Lang had said. Is that so? He suddenly changed the subject. Is my disciple, Amma, awake yet? Adelia replied. No, there's still no response from her. I see. He thought to himself, this constellation is very clever, but at this level, I doubt the Schweff family and the constellation have even met. Suddenly, Adelia blushed and spoke up. Hey, Chu. He questioned, what is it? She made a suggestion. Could you maybe ask about your disciple's constellation and put in a good word for me? He chuckled slyly. You're quite forward these days, aren't you? Well, I'll hang up now. She quickly responded, I'm sorry. Chu hung up the phone, wondering, why doesn't anyone know anything about him? Suddenly, Ba Che appeared, saying, that doesn't sound like you at all. He asked, what do you mean? He reminded him, normally, you always fight first, no matter who the opponent is. Chu agreed. That's true. He rotated his arm, adding, but even if I get stronger, my power still can't compare to before I was revived. Wouldn't it be foolish to confront someone without knowing their strength? Is that so? And I heard that the mindscape is a personal space where one can unleash their full power. Wait a minute. Chu suddenly realized something. Then why are you weak in a mindscape? Moreover, with your power, your abilities should be as strong as other constellations. Bache offered Chu some advice. If you want to fight in a mindscape, I can share a few secrets with you. He hummed in confusion. Bache explained the key point. Strength in a mindscape has nothing to do with physical strength. Chu asked in surprise, huh? Then what is it? Bache explained. You can use your power based on your physical body. Chu gritted his teeth in frustration. That's physical strength, isn't it? Are you kidding me? Bache remained calm. Ordinary people, whether outside or inside the mindscape, would see it that way. But you're not an ordinary person, remember that. Hearing this, he pondered for a moment. A second later, his expression relaxed into a smile as he replied, I think I get what you're saying. His gaze suddenly hardened with determination. He resolved to do just one thing. Go to the temple and defeat the constellation. Time passed. A week later, in China, at the residence of the Schweff family, a vast and imposing building, Yin Lang led Chu to Seo Jun. Two lines of people stood on either side, forming a welcoming procession. Seo Jun stepped forward. You came. I thought you might run away. Chu replied cheerfully, I'm not that irresponsible. So, am I allowed to touch the sacred artifact now? Her expression turned sour. Follow me. Chu placed a reassuring hand on Yin Lang's shoulder. I'll be back, she responded with trust. Yin Lang then watched as Chu followed Seo Jun into the room ahead. They approached a closed door. A moment later, Seo Jun flung it open, Chu following close behind. The room was filled with an icy chill. He looked around, puzzled. What is this? What's with this room? Suddenly, Seo Jun plunged her hand into the snow as if retrieving something. She lifted a box buried beneath the snow. As she opened it, she explained, after returning to the Schweff family, I wondered what if the constellation loses to you. She turned to him and continued, then I thought, why not make him a servant for our family? Inside the box was a pair of gloves, radiating magical energy. Chu impatiently reached out. You can do whatever you want. Just give me the gloves. Seo Jun held out the gloves. Here, he immediately grasped them from her hand. In the next instant, he appeared before the Silent Snow King, who sat regally upon his throne. He asked curiously, who are you? Chu replied with a provocative smile. You tell me your name first, and then I'll tell you mine. The Silent Snow King stared at Chu for a long moment, as if contemplating something. He stared back, thinking to himself, this guy, he's not my disciple, but he looks so familiar. Have I met him somewhere before? He asked, who are you? The Silent Snow King clenched his fist, causing shards of ice to explode outwards. It's quite interesting to have someone dare to threaten the Schweff family. Chu smiled. It seems you know me. So, how should I address you? The Silent Snow King gathered his magical power, preparing to attack. If you survive this attack, then we'll talk. Chu Haiyu, unafraid, appeared triumphant. From his observation, it was a long-range attack. Then, shards of ice, like arrows, hurtled towards Chu Haiyu. The force of their impact created loud crashes, sending snow spraying everywhere. Silence fell. The Silent Snow King remained seated, observing. Suddenly, he noticed something. After the attack, Chu Haiyu stood unharmed before him. The ice shards were embedded in the ground between his feet. The Silent Snow King exclaimed in amusement, "You dodged it." Unexpected. He recalled Chu Haiyu's evasive maneuver. That attack couldn't be dodged with a simple jump. You must have used magic to jump further, right? The Silent Snow King rose to his feet. All right, it seems you're not just some small fry. He introduced himself formally. I intended to tell you my noble name, but being stuck here for so long has made me forget it. So, I will tell you my title. Outside, they call me the Deep Snow King. The Silent Snow King descended step by step, causing the wind and snow to blow, forcing Chu Haiyu to shield his face with his hand. What's this? Where did this sudden blizzard come from? The Silent Snow King said in a cold voice, "But those who worship me call me the Heavenly Chaos." His gaze turned sharp, while those who fear me call me the Snow Demon. Now he stood facing Chu Haiyu, combining the two nicknames. The Silent Snow King stretched out his hand, displaying his power, making his aura even more oppressive. I am called the Silent Snow King. Chu Haiyu clenched his fist and introduced himself in return. Is that so? I am Chu Haiyu. The Silent Snow King's expression remained calm as he called Chu Haiyu's name. All right, I will remember that name. Finishing his words, he raised his hand as if commanding something. Around Chu Haiyu, shards of ice emerged from the white snow. Chu Haiyu looked around, assessing the situation, thinking to himself, he's blocked my escape route with these ice pillars. Then, the Silent Snow King lunged towards Chu Haiyu, preparing to strike him with a punch. He delivered a swift and powerful blow. The ice pillars followed, thrusting towards where Chu Haiyu was standing. He was momentarily stunned. Ice pillars. Blocking these with bare hands would hurt a lot. Finally, he decided to draw his sword. The Silent Snow King seemed to recognize the sword. That sword is. Before he could think further, Chu Haiyu slashed downwards at the approaching ice pillars, shattering them. The two continued to confront each other head-on. The Silent Snow King used magic from his palm to deflect the ice shards that Chu Haiyu had sent back at him. His eyes held a puzzled look as he asked, "You use my own ice against me. How laughable." The Silent Snow King explained, "All the ice and snow in this place are under my control." Then, Chu Haiyu dashed forward with an amused smile. Is that so? He swiped his sword upwards with a cunning expression. But the Silent Snow King blocked the attack with his bare hand. He taunted, so, using the ice pillars as a distraction to get close to me. The idea is good, but you're still too weak. With a playful expression, Chu Haiyu retorted, "Really? You say I'm weak?" The Silent Snow King's trembling arm, holding back the sword, made him slightly apprehensive. Without waiting further, Chu Haiyu channeled magic into his other hand. He said with amusement, "Then try this and see if I'm still weak." His fist quickly punched straight into the Silent Snow King's chest, causing him to cry out in pain. Then, he poured more magic in his fist, making it stronger. With one palm strike, he sent the Silent Snow King flying. The blow sent him crashing into the ice pillar behind him that he had erected earlier. Chu Haiyu taunted playfully, "It must have been a while since you took a punch like that, huh?" The Silent Snow King clutched his wound, his face grimacing. He realized an attack filled with magic. And that sword too. Finally, he understood. "You're a martial god, aren't you?" Chu Haiyu stood there, head held high. He smiled. "Well, it's just a title my disciples gave me. But yes, that's right." The Silent Snow King thought to himself, "Martial god, Chu Haiyu. Although I don't know much about him, I witnessed his power 300 years ago." He recalled the scene of majestic mountains bathed in a dark sky. "About 300 years ago, I was once attacked by a horde of monsters. Although I fought with all my might, it was an entire army of monsters that I couldn't handle alone. Just as I was about to perish along with them, the martial god suddenly appeared. I was about to ask why he appeared and stood before the monsters. And as he swung that pitch-black sword, all my questions were replaced by astonishment. Back in the present, the Silent Snow King stared intently at Chu Haiyu. That magic just now? Although it looks quite different, it's definitely him." He grinned. "Aren't you coming any closer? Then I'll make my move." The Silent Snow King replied, "Very well, Martial God, I've been wanting a proper match with you for a long time. He slowly stood up. I will fight you. Then the silent Snow King displayed his power, declaring, with all of my strength. Meanwhile, in the reception room, Yin Lang was sitting. Her expression was pensive and slightly worried. A moment later, her eyes sharpened as she looked up. Outside, a line of people stood guard. Their cold gazes were fixed on Yin Lang. She reassured herself, this is exactly why I didn't want to come to the Shui family. Yin Lang suddenly understood Chu Hai Yuxi's words from the previous night. So, you should rest when you arrive at the Shui family, because you'll be my guide when I get there. If it weren't for Chu Hai Yuxi's request. Just then, a sound from outside caught her attention. Two young women appeared before her. One of them softly called Yin Lang. It was the Shui family's eldest daughter, Shui Ti Lam, and the second daughter, Shui Boi Ni. Yin Lang's expression turned serious. What? Do you want to fight? Boi Ni replied hesitantly, no. We heard you left the White Lotus Palace, so we came to see you. Ti Lam added, even if we did fight, it doesn't mean we could beat you. Yin Lang pointed towards the door. Well, if you just came to look at me, you could have stood out there like those shady people behind the door. The mentioned people outside flinched. Ti Lam looked awkward, scratching her head. I feel like there's been a misunderstanding, so I wanted to apologize. A direct apology is better, right? Yin Lang looked puzzled. Apologize? Boi Ni stammered, because you had to go to the White Lotus Palace after our match. We didn't really have time to talk. So now I want to talk to you, even though it's late. I know, it's late, but about us ostracizing you. I'm sorry. Yin Lang was incredibly annoyed. What? After all this time, you came just to say that? She snapped angrily. Are you spitting that out however you can because you're scared of me being here? Startled by Yin Lang's outburst, she began to cry. Ti Lam quickly comforted Boi Ni. Wait, I know it seems like we're just giving a perfunctory apology, but we didn't have any other choice. We tried to see you, but our mother stopped us every time. This information surprised Yin Lang, and she let out a huff. Ti Lam continued, not only that, but removing you from training was also her order. Yin Lang froze. What? She asked. You ostracized me not because you were jealous. I always thought so. Boi Ni explained, honestly, you're right about us being jealous, but we felt more honored than jealous. Because it's good for the Shui family to have someone stronger than everyone else. Hearing that, Yin Lang pondered silently. Ti Lam added, while thinking that, Mother summoned us and said, from now on, don't let Yin Lang participate in training. Ti Lam added, she said that you, Yin Lang, would be a threat to us in the fight for the successor position. That even though she, the head of the family, is backing us, all the other elders would choose you. Yin Lang sat there silently listening. Ti Lam recalled that time. After that, whether we wanted to or not, we had no choice but to agree with Mother and join hand with everyone in the family to isolate you. But she was wrong about one thing. Neither Boi Ni nor I are interested in the head of family position. Ti Lam confessed, not only not interested, but more accurately, we shouldn't be interested. Yin Lang slowly stood up, wondering, what does that mean? Suddenly, the door was pulled open by a woman. She spoke, about that I'll tell you. The appearance of that person surprised all three people in the room. The scene changes to a place where the wind and snow are blowing fiercely. The silent Snow King is preparing for his attack. Behind him are pieces of ice floating in the air. His arm immediately lowered as if giving an order. Ice pillars rushed down to where Chu Hai Yuxi was standing, causing him to run and dodge. Chu Hai Yuxi's feet kicked hard into the ground. Next, he quickly dashed towards the silent Snow King. He didn't hesitate to clench his fist, creating a block of ice with a jagged appearance. A moment later, the ice block created sharp ice blades all around. Those ice tips rushed towards Chu Hai Yuxi, causing him to retreat. Immediately, Chu Hai Yuxi slashed his sword, shattering the ice. He was annoyed. What is this? So troublesome. Next, he quickly dashed forward with his sword in hand, his face full of excitement. Are you trying to distract me with these weak attacks? The silent Snow King inquired. A big attack, huh? Understood. As soon as he finished speaking, a hexagonal ice formation appeared right in front of Chu Hai Yuxi, radiating dazzling light. Next, the ice exploded, sending rocks and debris flying. After that attack, Chu Hai Yuxi had to retreat to avoid it. He complimented, you have skills like that too. I'm surprised. The silent Snow King replied softly, I intended to completely freeze you, but I let you escape with only a touch of snow. As expected of the martial god, Chu Hai-Yu-Si waved his hand dismissively. Don't spout such unbelievable praise. You're making me embarrassed. He looked at him and thought to himself, but this guy is really different. If he was this strong in the previous life, I couldn't possibly not remember him clearly. Chu Hai-Yu-Si's gaze seemed to see through everything. This guy must have been training here. He has made great strides in understanding in ice techniques. This must be the reason why he's stronger than in my previous life. He sighed, interesting. Wouldn't it have been better if I had met you sooner? Channeling magic power into his hand, the Silent Snow King asked, what do you mean? Chu Hai-Yu-Si drew his sword from its sheath. I'm admiring your strength, he said with amusement. The Silent Snow King scoffed at this. Is that so? His feet landed firmly on the ground, rather than just feeling satisfied with your praise. The Silent Snow King's arm was now completely frozen. It grew larger, radiating an incredible power. The Silent Snow King was determined to surpass Chu Hai-Yu-Si. He pulled his arm back, preparing to deliver a powerful blow. Chu Hai-Yu-Si also swung his sword back, ready to fight. In an instant, the two crossed paths. The Silent Snow King chuckled. Forget about surpassing you. He then collapsed, his icy arm shattering. I'm not even close to your level. Chu Hai-Yu-Si glanced at him with a triumphant smile. The gloves, a sacred artifact of the Shui family, hovered in the air, radiating a chilling aura. After the battle, Chu Hai-Yu-Si reappeared from within the gloves. Seo-jun was still standing there, observing him. Seeing him emerge, she thought to herself, that took longer than I expected. Chu Hai-Yu-Si did use that strange magic, so perhaps the constellation was toying with him. But her eyes widened as if she realized something else. Seo-jun looked Chu Hai-Yu-Si up and down, puzzled. What's this? Although only his consciousness was damaged in the mental realm, he looks completely unharmed. Then she called out, Chu Hai-Yu-Si. He turned, responding cheerfully, oh yes. This startled her. Chu Hai-Yu-Si continued, I've defeated your constellation. Seo-jun asked incredulously what. Her face was filled with worry. What nonsense are you talking about? But before she could finish, the system notification appeared. Silent Snow King expresses respect towards Chu Hai-Yu-Si. Looking at the system notification, she couldn't believe her eyes. What? She looked at Chu Hai-Yu-Si, who was standing there cheerfully. Did this guy actually defeat the constellation? Fearful, Seo-jun began to back away. Impossible. The Shui family's guardian constellation can't lose to a high school student. As she retreated, Chu Hai-Yu-Si advanced. He taunted, if you don't believe me, ask the constellation yourself. He placed his hand on her shoulder, reminding her, oh, before that, you said if I won, you wouldn't bother Yin Lang anymore, right? Chu Hai-Yu-Si's face turned menacing. That condition, I think we need to change it a bit. Sometime later, Chu Hai-Yu-Si pushed open the door to the room where Yin Lang was sitting inside. Let's go, he called. Noticing 3 other people in the room, he asked, what are you all doing gathered here? Adelia greeted him. Fancy meeting you here. Chu Hai-Yu-Si, I never thought you'd come here. He replied calmly, aren't you Adelia, the leader of the White Lotus Society? I thought you wouldn't be here. Yin Lang, nearby, asked Chu Hai-Yu-Si, are you done? He replied casually, yeah, I'll tell you on the way. His eyes flicked to the people who had been standing outside the door the whole time. Too many years here. Then the two of them left as dusk fell. Yin Lang spoke first. You came back so quickly, you must have lost, right? Hearing this, Chu Hai-Yu-Si turned to her with a surprised look. She asked with concern, making sure he was all right, saying it must have been hard for him, not having divine power's protection and facing a constellation alone. Chu Hai-Yu-Si replied as he walked, it was. Yin Lang turned to him worriedly. What conditions did she offer if you lost? He answered without hesitation, I have to become the Shui family's slave. She further inquired, so, does that mean you'll be serving the Shui family from now on? Chu Hai-Yu-Si, not showing any distress, cheerfully replied, who knows? He looked at her, thinking to himself, it's funny. I wonder if I should tell her the truth. Yin Lang was full of self-reproach. I should have stopped you. I heard everything from my sister and aunt. She remembered Shui Lian's face. Shui Lian is crazy. She's willing to gamble her life to seize the position of head of the family. She's been aiming for that position since she was young. That's why my aunt, Shui Yun, advised her to give up her greed. Yin Lang added, but after becoming the head, her greed became bottomless. She wants to hold that position for life. She recalled her own childhood. She was always wary of the elders and saw the children she gave birth to as obstacles threatening her position. That's why she monitored us so closely to prevent anything from happening. She was wary of my talent, so she used the clan members and my sisters to isolate me from everyone. Not only that, for some reason, even the constellation protecting the family had the same thought. Hearing this, Chu Hai-Yusi wanted to say something to her. Yin Lang sounded a bit sad. It's ironic, isn't it? I never intended to become the head of this family anyway. Chu Hai-Yusi just smiled. Is that so? He explained. Actually, I was going to let your imagination run a little wilder, but it seems there's no stopping it, so I have to tell you. I defeated your constellation. This information startled her. Huh? Yin Lang stammered. Are you joking? But he was certain. I don't joke about things like this. Chu Hai-Yusi added, this whole mess started because that constellation summoned you after you left the White Lotus Palace, right? She replied, right? But he refuted that. But that's not quite right. For what you said, it seems that Constellation wasn't interested in managing this family. So I asked him myself. As he finished speaking, he remembered the Silent Snow King lying unconscious on the snow. Chu Hai-Yusi had punched him, causing him to cry out in pain and wake up. He questioned him. You're not going to die anyway. Get up. I want to ask you something. He stammered. What is it? He began to recount. I heard you called the young Yin Lang back to the family. Why did you do that? The Silent Snow King answered to the point. The current head of the Xue family asked me to do it. She said her youngest daughter needed my divine powers protection. So she thought she would listen to me, a constellation with power in the family. So I ordered her to call her back. Chu Hai-Yusi was surprised. Is that all? I thought you abandoned Yin Lang before. He looked wronged. This is the first time I've heard of that. I just learned that the youngest daughter of this family's head is named Yin Lang. He was a little surprised. Huh, is that so? This confused the Silent Snow King. His expression turned sly. So you were also used by the head of the family. Listening to the story, Yin Lang seemed in disbelief. What? So that means... He explained clearly, deceiving everyone around them, uttering nonsensical words that confused people. The head of the family manipulated the constellation to her own advantage to achieve her goals. Yin Lang trembled with anger. She gritted her teeth. Xue Yin. She deceived the entire Xue family and the constellation just for her own benefit. Her expression was sorrowful. She even ruined my life, so she could remain the head of the family forever. How disgusting. Chu Hai-Yusi comforted her. That's why I told that constellation to cancel the contract. Yin Lang asked, what contract? He immediately replied, the contract between him and the head of the family. It should be done by now. Elsewhere, a notification appeared. Silent Snow King has reclaimed all the power bestowed upon you. The contract with Silent Snow King has been broken. Seo Jun's face was filled with panic, or rather, fear. Not just the position of head of the family. She'll lose everything. So you don't need to get your hands dirty. Hearing this, Yin Lang's face was etched with speechless astonishment. Then, she shyly and gratefully said, You didn't have to do that for me. Thank you. She lowered her head. Thank you so much. Chu Hai-Yusi sighed at her reaction. All right. The two continued walking down the path. Now that the Xue family matter is settled, you can focus on your physical training, right? I know, Yin Lang replied. Unnoticed, a figure in black was following them, wearing a mask. He reported to someone, Master, should I continue to follow them? From the other side, a person who seemed to be the embodiment of some constellation replied, No need. Find out who his enemies are. That night at a building, inside a secret lair, for people were seated. Two men wore masks. One of them had followed Yin Lang and Chu Hai-Yusi earlier that afternoon. On the other side were a white-haired man and a purple-haired woman. She asked curiously, What's this? Why are we gathered here? The white-haired man replied, Naturally, it's because of the Lord Constellation summons. She responded, I know that, but was it the initial order from the constellation to kill Chu Hai-Yusi first? But why did he suddenly ask us to find his enemies? Did he change his mind? She wondered who received the first order and carried it out. The masked man replied, I did. She then asked further, So, what kind of person is Chu Hai-Yusi and who is the target? The man replied, He's a strange one. He added, I followed Chu Hai-Yusi and investigated him. Surprisingly, I couldn't find any useful information. The only clear information is that he grew up in an orphanage and doesn't know who his parents are. Ultimately, that's all there is to it. It came from a source I trust, so it's very reliable. She asked uncertainly, Really? He explained further. After that, I followed him and waited for orders from the constellation to deal with him. And then he defeated both the members and the leader of the Sone family. This information greatly surprised her. The masked man continued. Then the order from the constellation was to stop after learning he defeated the constellation guardian of the Xue family. Now it's changed to finding his enemies. One of them wondered he defeated the constellation guardian of the Xue family too. He replied while opening a system panel, Yend, the panel displayed, is the holy stone ready? The man replied, Yes, it's ready. Then everyone held a purple stone in their hand. The stones, placed together, radiated a mystical light. A voice emanated from a pile. Have you found his enemies yet? The masked figure reported, yes, 3 organizations have shown direct hostility towards student Shuhai UC. They're the Vintric family, Yusinza, and the Isis sect. Hearing this, the other person fell silent. The white-haired individual added more information. Yusinza and the Isis sect are evil organizations. Vintric is a prestigious and influential family from England. Regarding Vintric, they've suddenly become amicable. Another person chimed in. It seems a secret agreement was made after Vintric's attack. Something happened after he defeated them. So now, we can't tell if they're friend or foe. The purple-haired individual continued, and although no hostile actions have occurred, there's news that an assassin group called Baktrang is targeting Chuhai UC. The white-haired one asked, are they trying to make a name for themselves by targeting him? She agreed, well, probably. Sasami spoke, his voice echoing throughout the room where they sat. The new order is to kill all his enemies. The scene changed to the training room. Chuhai UC had just entered when he received a message. It was a message from Ajin. She informed him, I'm taking a break from training today. I have to go back home to get something. Chuhai UC looked at the screen thoughtfully. Sounds important. What does she need to get? He put his bag in a locker, still thinking. If it's that important, it would be great if she brought back a relic. Maybe Zinga's constellation is her disciple. He saw Yanlang cheerfully greeting him. After fighting the Shui family's constellation, I checked the artifacts the Shui family had collected, but there was nothing special. They began training, still lost in thought, prioritizing the impending disaster and the Tower of Destruction. Every disciple is important, but everything is quite delayed now. Sozin and Yanlang were also training with him. Chuhai UC was still deep in thought. They say the Baklin Society has quite a few relics. Should I stop by? But that, a voice suddenly interrupted his train of thought. You're Chuhai UC, right? He looked over in surprise. It was a man wearing a mask. If it's an animal mask, don't tell me. Thinking this, Chuhai UC still asked, who are you? He didn't introduce himself immediately, but said, it's too conspicuous here. How about we talk outside? He stepped forward and agreed. Well, let's see. He didn't forget to remind the other two, spar while I'm gone. Sozin was surprised. Why should I? Yanlang taunted. Sparring with her is a piece of cake. Sozin was angry. A piece of cake. You don't know who I am to say that. Yanlang laughed with amusement. Just fight and you'll find out. Ignoring their bickering, he opened the door and stepped outside. The late afternoon sky was painted orange. The sunlight shone down on where the two were standing. Black Hat introduced himself. I'm from the market. Chuhai UC said frankly, I pretty much guessed that from the mask and outfit. Doesn't the market value anonymity when someone goes there to trade? He warned, if you keep coming to the school and calling people out like this, it'll damage the market's reputation. Can you handle the consequences? He told Chuhai UC to calm down. I'm just here to deliver a message. Chuhai UC wondered, a message. Then, he took out a letter and handed it to him. Chuhai UC held the letter in his hand, slightly perplexed. What's this, a letter? He asked. Yes, the man replied. A letter sent from the true owner of the market. Chuhai UC recalled a ferocious face with a sinister smile. If it's from the true owner of the market, that's the constellation known as the behind-the-scenes ruler, the one who created the market. The man confirmed, yes. He requests you read the letter and come to the market if you can answer it. Chuhai UC questioned, what do you mean if I can answer it? Black Hat added, yes. The letter was also sent to a few others besides you, Chuhai UC, and the constellation is looking for someone who can decipher it. Well, I don't know the contents or meaning within the letter. So if you, Chuhai UC, can understand it and wish to respond, please come to the market. He reminded him, the constellation owner is waiting for you there. Goodbye. After that, Black Hat left without another word. Bache wondered, a letter from Constellation. Chuhai UC, while opening the letter, replied, that's what he said. Bache, curious, asked, what does it say? I can't see the letter. Chuhai UC was reading intently. Then he decided, I should go to the market. This surprised Bache. Chuhai UC smiled with interest. The characters used to write this letter are something I created. That evening, Chuhai UC walked down the street while looking at his phone. Bache remarked, it seems like you've been going out often lately without needing to announce it every time. Chuhai UC felt that was true. It was because he had negotiated with that white-haired teacher. Bache recalled Lilia's words. Since your previous results were quite good, you only need to report information about the monsters and how to defeat them. He questioned, white-haired. You mean Ms. Lilia. But didn't you say you created the characters used in the letter you received? Chuhai UC affirmed, that's right. Bache was puzzled. Why do you want to go there so badly? That character system is from 300 years ago. There's still quite a few of those characters in existence. Chu Haiyusi thought to himself, should I say it's part of my training and that by going there I might find some things I don't know yet? Something like that, but I'll just skip it. He grumbled threateningly. Anyway, just know that. Let's talk about something else before I enter your mindscape and give you a beating. Bache, slightly scared, conceded, all right. A door opened. It was Chu Haiyusi. He opened the door and stepped inside. He looked at the door in front of him skeptically. A metal door. Without hesitation, he grabbed the doorknob. I thought I wouldn't return to this black market again. Opening this door is like stepping into another world. And now I'm here again. As he walked, Chu Haiyusi thought to himself, thinking about this is a bit troublesome. He looked up at the purple moon. I guess the reason the sky here is purple is because of the constellation I'm about to meet. 300 years ago, the sky here was a similar shade of purple. Suddenly, there were footsteps. A voice called out, Mr. Chu Haiyusi. Black Hat inquired, did you come because of the letter? Chu Haiyusi approached him. Yes. Where should I go now? He replied, please follow me. I'll lead the way. He asked, do I need to wear a mask like you? Black Hat thought it unnecessary. I'll take you through a detour instead of the main market route. A moment later, at the Market Zone 7, Chu Haiyusi stood in a building, looking outside. He glanced around. Is Black Hat here? Bache prompted him, Master, look outside. Chu Haiyusi's eyes widened in surprise as he turned. Bache explained, the yellow parts of the building are all banknotes. Was there a building like this here last time, Master? Chu Haiyusi sounded uncertain. Was there? I don't quite remember. Black Hat returned. There you are, Chu Haiyusi. He asked, do you have the answer to the letter? Chu Haiyusi responded indifferently, I do, but that letter isn't the type you can just answer normally. Black Hat looked confused. What? What do you mean? Chu Haiyusi requested, let me see what it says. Give me some paper and a pen. Black Hat promptly handed him a piece of paper and a pen. Here you go. Chu Haiyusi took them and thanked him. Black Hat watched him right intently, wondering to himself, what's going on? Is he joking? There are 5 people I suspect of selling the ring. 3 of them said they'd answer the letter. Turns out they were all lying. What they brought here only angered the constellation more. After a while, Chu Haiyusi finished writing. He showed it to Black Hat. Here. Black Hat took the paper and examined it. It looks similar to the description the constellation gave, but what does it mean? Chu Haiyusi chuckled, tipping his hat back. It also means no. As he finished speaking, the masked figure's system screen appeared. The screen displayed the words. The head of the underworld replies to the constellation with no. Then lines of text scrolled rapidly across the screen, startling Black Hat. Black Hat bowed. Mr. Chu Haiyusi, you've been confirmed. You should probably go see the constellation as soon as possible. Chu Haiyusi agreed. All right. Suddenly, a scepter with a purple gem appeared in Black Hat's hand. Black Hat explained, if you touch this, you'll be transported to the mindscape. Chu Haiyusi consented. All right. He reached out and touched the scepter. As his hand grasped it, a surge of power erupted. Chu Haiyusi was transported into the mindscape. Before him stood a young woman with long hair. She smiled and greeted him. This magical power, despite the change in appearance, I can sense your magic. Chu Haiyusi replied cheerfully, it's been a while, Lumi. She blushed with delight. Master. Then she knelt. Your disciple is overjoyed to see you again, Master. Chu Haiyusi teased. Why are you kneeling? Get up. She obeyed, rising to her feet. Yes. Lumi asked, but Master, you still remember these characters? Chu Haiyusi replied with satisfaction. You haven't forgotten them either. I created them. He recalled the first time he met Lumi. She was imprisoned in a dungeon. Her clothes tattered, her hair covering her eyes, her lips pressed together in resentment. Chu Haiyusi had opened her cell door, bending down as if to do something. His hands gently brushed aside her hair, revealing Lumi's small face. His eyes flashed with anger. After I took you as my disciple, I realized you didn't know any language or alphabet. You could only express your emotions and thoughts by nodding. You refused to learn any alphabet. Back then, he stood before Lumi. He handed her a blank sheet of paper. I taught you by creating a new language with you. Returning to the present, he was a little embarrassed. I thought if you liked it, you would be more interested in learning. So I did that. Then I could teach you many things, such as martial arts. Lumi was extremely grateful. Thank you, Master. Thanks to you, I can now speak and write. It's all thanks to Master. So you also understood the hidden meaning, right? Chu Haiyusi answered without hesitation, yes. Specifically, the letter said, I miss you so much, Master. If we meet again, will you laugh at me? That's why I replied no. Lumi was confused. Why? Chu Haiyusi explained why. Why are you asking why? I don't have time for such things. We'll discuss it later, but right now, this world is very dangerous, just like 300 years ago. Her expression was a little sad. Yes, I understand. Now, Lumi asked him, but Master, did you see the building outside? Chu Haiyusi recalled the golden building from earlier. Ah, the building covered in money. I saw it. Why? Lumi replied cheerfully, that building is all for Master. From now on, you can live in it. But Chu Haiyusi firmly replied, what? I don't want to. Lumi was a little disappointed. Why? Then she pressed her face close to his with countless whys, startling him. Chu Haiyusi worried, this girl, what's happened to her without me? Lumi was like a little demon, constantly asking why. Her actions annoyed Chu Haiyusi. He thought to himself, right, that's why I named her Lumi, meaning bright. I can't do anything about it. Her face was still vacant, always asking why. Chu Haiyusi brought his hand up to her forehead. Then he flicked her forehead, causing her head to snap back with a cry of pain. Calm down, Chu Haiyusi reminded her. Don't get so worked up. Lumi rubbed the sore spot, feeling wronged. Master, you don't like my gift. It's what you need, Master. He was puzzled by her words. Did I say I wanted you to build a building out of money? She replied yes. Then she recounted a time in the past when Chu Haiyusi was lamenting, I really want to live in a building covered in money. Lumi wondered, a building made of money. He replied, that's right, as big as a mountain. She asked, is that Master's dream? Chu Haiyusi wasn't sure. Is that a dream? Well, isn't it? He added, later, when there's peace, I want to live in a building covered in money. Lumi immediately interjected, that wish is still very far off, Master. He instructed both of them, then hurry up and study and become skilled. End this disaster as if it never happened. Chu Haiyusi said cheerfully, then I'll be able to do what I like. If you understand, then both of you continue your training. They both agreed. Yes. Lumi was incredibly determined, stronger than ever, no matter the cost. I will fulfill Master's dream. She closed her eyes, even though I couldn't achieve it when I was alive. Now, 300 years later, when peace has returned, I have built a building covered in money. Chu Haiyusi replied in surprise, is that so? He pondered, wait, so you knew I would be reborn and had that building constructed? Lumi said cheerfully, yes, Master. Although I didn't know who you would become, I received a notification that you would be reborn. She trembled all over. If it weren't for that notification window. Chu Haiyusi interjected, hey. Lumi's expression became frantic, lightning crackling around her. I would have gone mad. He covered his face with his hand in exasperation. You're pretty crazy already. Chu Haiyusi reminded her, Lumi, now's not the time. She looked slightly surprised. Why not? Currently, peace is still a long way off. Thinking this, Lumi bit her hand in frustration. That's right. The Tower of Destruction will soon return and disaster will strike again. A moment later, her face was filled with burning resentment. The Tower of Destruction will soon return and disaster will strike again. Shouldn't Master be able to rest after being reborn this time? Damn it. Chu Haiyusi looked at her and added, by the way, I'm currently living in the Valhalla Academy dormitory. I refuse to stay here. Lumi looked unhappy but agreed. All right, Master. I can't force you. Could you lend me your hand for a moment? Chu Haiyusi held out his hand towards her, curious. Lumi then took out a ring. It floated above her hand. This is the ownership ring of the market. I got it from the market itself. Lumi gave it to him. With this, you can move freely within the market without being bothered. You can manage all transactions and financial institutions there. Lumi further explained, and it will also help you move around here easily. It will always be effective. Please accept it, Master. Chu Haiyusi took the ring, replying cheerfully, all right, thank you. He thought to himself that he'd been receiving a lot of rings lately. Afterwards, Chu Haiyusi wanted to leave that very day. Lumi agreed, yes. Master, outside, the sky is still that mysterious purple moonlight. Blackout was still standing there. Suddenly, his system window popped up. It displayed Underworld Ruler. Has he left yet? He hurriedly replied, yes, he has returned to Valhalla Academy. The system didn't display anything further. Then, a notification appeared that startled him. Underworld ruler, we should acquire Valhalla Academy. Black Hat wondered, why Valhalla? Does it have something to do with that Chu-Hai you see? He started overthinking. The constellation had easily handed over the market's ownership ring to him. What is that Chu-Hai you see planning? What connection does a 17-year-old like him have with a constellation? He fearfully inquired about that Chu-Hai you see. What is his relationship with you? The notification displayed the word sky. Within her mindscape, Lumi softly said, he is my sky. Where shall I go now? The scene shifted to an island shrouded in darkness. A man was being beaten, his head slammed against a wall, blood flowing from his mouth. Nearby, another person suffered the same fate. A group armed with weapons looked on in fear at the attacker's strength. Who is that? After taking down the previous two, he slowly approached, his hands poised to strike two more. He cursed, "UXIN, you bastard." It turned out to be the sole survivor, Logan. He furiously asked them, "How dare you touch my son?" Without waiting for a reply, Logan immediately lunged forward with his fist. "You're dead." His eyes were cold, devoid of any human warmth. A punch launched directly at them, leaving them terrified and unable to dodge. With just that blow, a massive explosion erupted, sending debris flying everywhere. The entire group was obliterated. With a single punch, Logan took them all down. Not far away, in a corner, two people were observing them. The purple-haired girl wondered, who is he? It seems like he's the sole survivor. Why is he here? The masked figure replied, it looks like he wants to avenge his son, UXIN. A chilling aura emanated from Logan, making them shudder. The masked figure urged, let him deal with these guys. We need to find the leader. The other person clicked their tongue and followed. As if sensing something, Logan turned sharply and asked menacingly, is anyone else there? But when he turned, the two figures had vanished without a trace. Elsewhere, in the shadows, a man was looking around. It was the leader, UXIN's father, Dragon King Haniban. He panicked, where am I? I heard someone had infiltrated, then I suddenly heard an explosion, and then I was here. He fumbled his way forward. This definitely isn't my office. Was I teleported somewhere else? Suddenly, a voice echoed. How annoying, leaving Haniban confused. What? Then, a pair of cold, glowing red eyes, like those of a demon, appeared. Your heartbeat. Without giving him a chance to speak, a beam of light pierced through his heart, causing blood to spill. Haniban looked down at his bleeding wound and cried out in pain. He immediately collapsed to the ground. A hand holding his heart was raised. Don't worry. In this space, as long as I don't allow it. Haniban groaned in pain. The masked figure continued that you won't die. His wound gradually closed. Looking at the figure before him, he thought, this space is strange, and this overwhelming power is absurd. Haniban realized this is the mindscape of a constellation. Besides that, a powerful, crimson demonic aura emanated from the girl. This terrifying and unsettling demonic power, and that goat mask. Haniban cautiously inquired, are you the constellation of the Yu-Gi-Oh clan, Sasami? She complimented him. You recognized me sooner than I expected. Then she admitted, yes, I am Sasami, the guardian constellation of the Yu-Gi-Oh clan. Haniban slowly got up. I heard a loud fight outside. Was it your clan attacking us? But why us? Sasami informed him, it's probably the sole survivor making a ruckus out there because he found out you attacked his son. Haniban recalled Logan's furious expression and thought, so Logan is here. Damn it, what should I do now? Sasami added, even if you weren't directly involved, he would still kill all of you. Hearing this, he was startled. Haniban wondered why. You, and they were also targeting Chu-Hai you see, right? Don't we have the same goal? Sasami replied without hesitation, at first, that was true. From the beginning, he was our target. She then asked Haniban, but do you know what our criteria for choosing a target is? He didn't know. Sasami coldly stated the strongest. We only kill those who boast about being the strongest, regardless of whether they truly are or not. This confused him. What? Haniban questioned. Then why did you kill the previous soul survivor? Because he bragged about being the strongest. Trash like him doesn't deserve that title. Haniban was speechless. A moment later, he cautiously said, well, I don't know anything about that. I've never claimed to be the strongest. Sasami coldly replied, true, but you made one mistake. When your anger flared, you tried to harm the one who is worthy of the title of strongest. Haniban was stunned. We try to harm the strongest. What does that even mean? He looked at Sasami, whose demonic aura was overwhelming. Regardless, if I don't act now, I'll definitely die at the hands of this crazy constellation. Haniban gathered magical power in his hand, emitting a black aura. If that's the case, then no matter how powerful this constellation's mindscape is, I should be able to fight back with my sacred gear and constellation's magic. Henny-ban calculated, then I can find a way out of here. He quickly lunged forward with his attack. Sasami calmly observed, a sacred gear. I presume you always carry it with you, since the concepts have been passed down to the mindscape. Henny-ban charged forward with a furious expression. His attack created an explosion, sending debris flying. Finding that his punch hit nothing, Henny-ban was suspicious. What he had hit was the chair Sasami had been sitting on moments before. Damn it, that constellation dodged. Henny-ban quickly turned around. Then, behind me. But when he looked around, he saw no one, only himself standing there. Henny-ban was utterly bewildered. What's going on? Where did that constellation disappear to? I can't even sense his presence, let alone his magic. His thoughts raced. Is this possible within his mindscape? To conceal such surging magic power? Henny-ban raged. Damn it, where'd he go? Unaware of the glowing red eyes, watching him from behind. Sasami spoke, my strongest, my master. You dare lay a hand on him. Sasami raised her hand, preparing to strike. Once again, she pierced Henny-ban's heart, stunning him. Blood trickled from his mouth, but he managed to glance over. Sasami threatened, so I won't kill you so easily. The next morning, at the Valhalla dormitory, Chuhai-Yusi, fresh from a shower, was looking at his phone. He was surprised. What? Bache also asked curiously. What's wrong? Chuhai-Yusi revealed the shocking news. UX-Science Group and the Yu-Gi-Oh clan have been completely wiped out. Bache was incredulous. So suddenly. He added, think about it, you fought both clans before, right? Chuhai-Yusi replied, that's right. By now. He was sitting on his bed. I was planning to take them down someday when I left, but it looks like I don't need to worry about that anymore. Bache responded, I see. But he quickly caught on. Wait a minute, you're planning to leave Valhalla. You're not going to graduate. Chuhai-Yusi explained, it's because the notification window initially told me to enter this school, so I did. At that time, the message board displayed the information. Find the weapon and the memory. Valhalla Constellation, 3rd basement floor, 5th room on the right. Now I've fulfilled all the conditions of the notification window, so there's no reason for me to stay at this school any longer. Chuhai-Yusi added, well, it's not like I'm leaving right away. I'll leave after the great calamity ends. Bache agreed. All right. The scene changed to the Valhalla principal's office. Inside, Zukan was surprised. Who are you? The person introduced himself. Pleased to meet you. I'm Black Hat, the owner of the black market. He went straight to the point without further ado. I'll get straight to the point. Sell this school to me. Zukan was taken aback. What? He asked, puzzled. Wait, did you just say you're the head of the black market? Black Hat confirmed, that's right. So you know about it. Zukan cautiously replied, I know of it, but I've never been there. He interrupted. Everyone says that the first time. Zukan stated firmly, in any case, I can't sell Valhalla Academy to such a dubious place. Black Hat, unfazed, prepared to snap his fingers. Really, he snapped his fingers without another word. A suitcase of money appeared on the table. How about this? Zukan remained resolute. I don't need money. If you think I'll easily sell this school, you're mistaken. He asked, do you know what I was thinking when I founded this academy? Then Zukan began to recount. An image of a monster being cut in half appeared. The person was Zukan in his youth. Behind him, several others were fighting monsters. When I was a hunter, Korea was too weak against the dungeons and monsters. When humans commit crimes, they can be easily caught by the police, but what about monsters? When there were monster invasions, the government would send letters to the guilds, requesting their hunters to handle them. The government also created an army of contractors to retaliate against the monsters. But they chose people indiscriminately, so in the end, it fell apart, less effective than those guild members. So I decided I would build an academy myself, training hunters and contractors to become strong, on par with other powerful nations. Back in the present, Zukan affirmed, now I'm sitting here managing it. The excellent contractors who graduated from Valhalla are now working as hunters in some guild. There are other fields as well. Thanks to them, the monsters in Korea have been repelled at a breakneck pace, holding the world record for the fastest in this regard. Zukan's eyes were filled with seriousness. So, do you understand why I won't sell it? Black Hat replied, yes, a wonderful story, sir. I'm not saying I'll change your educational methods, Mr. Principal. He explained, the school's educational policies will remain the same, but the true owner of this place will be me. He wondered, how can I trust your words? Black Hat snapped his fingers again. Ah, well then, 2 more suitcases of money appeared in front of him. Black Hat said generously, more money, is that it? Despite seeing that he couldn't be swayed, Zukan remained cautious. No, I've already said, money isn't the issue. Black Hat snapped his fingers once more. How about more? Zukan's eyes were drawn to the money. He hesitated. Seeing him still wavering, Black Hat snapped his fingers again, and even more money appeared. Now his eyes were filled with the sight of money. Zukan exclaimed, so much money. The table before him was covered in suitcases filled with cash. Without hesitation, Zukan, the 62-year-old principal, beamed. Please take good care of this school. I can finally retire. Black Hat held up a sign. This school has a new owner, he announced. Sir, I have acquired Valhalla Academy, as per your instructions. A notification immediately appeared. It read, the Underworld ruler says to create a portal between the building and Valhalla Academy. Black Hat inquired the building. Do you mean the central building of the black market? The notification replied, the Underworld ruler says yes. The Underworld ruler says to also install cameras everywhere. Black Hat was puzzled. Cameras? I thought they were already installed throughout the academy. The notification responded, install more. He immediately obeyed. Very well, sir. Inside the mindscape, Lumi smirked. So, I'm allowed to monitor those who are following Master. Time passed, and the afternoon sun began to set. Students were leaving after school. Bache wondered, the school seems a bit chaotic today, doesn't it? Shu Haiyusi looked around and replied, really? I didn't notice. Bache pondered, guessing it's probably because the teachers are busy with something. Actually, the self-study period today was longer than usual. Shu Haiyusi felt a chill. You noticed all that? I'm starting to get a little scared of you. Suddenly, someone called out to Chu Haiyusi, causing him to turn and look. He saw Ajin and asked, what's up? Are you back from visiting your family? She questioned, I was in class all day. Didn't you see me? Chu Haiyusi replied indifferently, I don't know. I was mostly sleeping. Ajin inquired, are you going to the gym now? He confirmed, yeah. She added, then I'll come too. I have something to show you, making Chu Haiyusi curious. At the gym, Chu Haiyusi, Yin Lang, and Sojin had all arrived. Ajin took something out of her bag. Then she held a sword in her hand. Chu Haiyusi asked, what's this? That's not the sword I've seen before, is it? Ajin confirmed, right? Actually, I went back to my family to get this sword. He looked at her thoughtfully. That sword is radiating a powerful magical aura. The sword Ajin held radiated a vibrant red, magical aura around its blade. She admitted, exactly. This is my family's heirloom. Hearing this, Sojin was surprised. What? Is that the Blue Moon Sword? Choi Jin-as artifact. Ajin said, that's right. Sojin was puzzled. How did you get it? Ajin explained, after successfully passing the selection test within my family, I became the rightful inheritor of this sword. Sojin was dubious. Even so, isn't it a bit much for a high school student to carry something so precious? Ajin said, the head of the family allowed it, so it's fine. She then turned and asked, Chu Haiyusi, is it okay with you if I practice with this Blue Moon Sword? Chu Haiyusi went along with it. If that's what you want, then sure. He made a request. Earlier, could I hold that sword for a bit? Sojin said angrily, that's her family heirloom. It carries the power of an entire constellation, and you want to hold it. Chu Haiyusi was annoyed. Damn, she's so bothersome. But Ajin agreed without hesitation. Sure, here. Be careful. Sojin was frustrated. You're way too easygoing. Chu Haiyusi took the sword and felt it. Strange. The mana emanating from the sword gave him a strangely familiar feeling. Suddenly, he was transported into his mindscape. Before him stood a young man with well-defined muscles. He greeted him, long time no see. It was Choi Jinga, the constellation of protection, Dao Guang. He called out a name, Huino. Chu Haiyusi was surprised that he knew his name. He suddenly remembered. Is it you, kid? The Sword King was exasperated. How long are you going to call me kid? You can see I've grown up now. Wait, let me think. Did I ever tell you my name before? Chu Haiyusi grimaced. You were always too busy charging at me with your sword to bother with names. The Sword King said cheerfully, I'd like to, but I forgot my name right after becoming a constellation. Chu Haiyusi teased. Even if you told me your name, I'd still call you kid. The Sword King was annoyed. Be serious. Chu Haiyusi looked at him and thought, so this kid became a constellation too. Every time I think about it, I find him quite amusing. The Sword King was still rambling. Well, I guess in your eyes, I'll always be a kid. Chu Haiyusi recalled a time 300 years ago when the Sword King stood before him, challenging him. Fight me. At that time, Huino was confused. What are you talking about, kid? The Sword King asked. Aren't you the strongest among these adults? So fight me. A barbarian, standing nearby, looked displeased. Master has just grown up, and this kid is already calling him Mister. Should I kill him, Master? Huino told her to calm down. He asked the boy curiously, but why are you so eager to fight? Do you love fighting that much? The boy looked at his sword. I want to create the strongest swordsmanship, one that can make anyone, regardless of age, size, or gender, stronger. The Sword King recounted painfully, when monsters attacked my family, everyone died because no one knew how to use a sword. He gripped his sword tightly. That's why I want to create the strongest swordsmanship, so no one else has to go through what I did. The Sword King declared resolutely, so fight me. Because the swordsmanship that defeats, you will soon become the strongest. Huino was amused. What a brave kid. But you can't even hold a sword properly, let alone talk about swordsmanship. He made a request. If you call me Big Brother, I'll be your opponent. The Sword King quickly agreed. All right, fight me, Big Brother. Huino laughed. Game on. Then he charged towards the boy with his fist. Just so you know, I don't go easy on kids. Back in the present, Chu Hai-Yu-Si spoke. You were quite the handful back then, always wanting to spar with me every week. Choi Jinga, the Sword King, teased. If I had won even once back then, things wouldn't have turned out this way, right? Chu Hai-Yu-Si said exasperatedly, you wanted to become the strongest swordsman, and you think that was acceptable behavior. He replied with satisfaction, well, I do appreciate you guiding me after every loss. Thanks to that, I was able to create my own swordsmanship. Chu Hai-Yu-Si asked, puzzled, are you talking about the invincible swordsmanship or something? Choi Jinga confirmed, exactly. Chu Hai-Yu-Si expressed a hint of regret. If you had become my disciple back then, I could have mentored you more closely. Don't you think so? The Sword King pondered. Back then, I did consider it. He continued, but if I became your disciple, even if I perfected my swordsmanship, it would still be yours, not mine, right? That's what I thought, so I gave up on the idea. Chu Hai-Yu-Si complimented him. Pretty gutsy, kid. It's been bugging me why Choi Ajin's swordsmanship looks so familiar. Now I understand. The Sword King said proudly, you know, after becoming a constellation, I did my best to teach my contractor my swordsmanship. Chu Hai-Yu-Si, still puzzled, remarked, but it's very different from the swordsmanship I knew. About that, the Sword King explained, you know, nowadays people prioritize mana training over physical conditioning. If they learn my swordsmanship in its true form, their bodies wouldn't be able to handle the strain. So I modified it a bit to make it easier for them to learn, but it's still a long way from being the strongest swordsmanship. Chu Hai-Yu-Si questioned, really? The Sword King looked at him with surprise. But I never expected you to reincarnate into the body of a high school student like this. His words triggered a realization in Chu Hai-Yu-Si. He asked, before you met me, did you receive a notification window? Or something like that? The Sword King replied, no, why do you ask? Chu Hai-Yu-Si began to analyze. That's strange. Lumi said she knew about her reincarnation through a notification window. I couldn't ask Mozo, but Bache also knew I would reincarnate. Looking at him, Chu Hai-Yu-Si continued his thought process, so the notification is only sent to those directly connected to me. That makes sense. The Sword King said, Huino, this could be considered destiny. He then requested, let's fight, shall we? Chu Hai-Yu-Si readily agreed. All right, let's see how much stronger you've gotten. The Sword King, brimming with fighting spirit, responded, all right, it's been a while since I've felt this excited. With those words, Chu Hai-Yu-Si charged forward, sword in hand, a sly smile on his face. The Sword King didn't hesitate to unleash his own techniques. A while later, Chu Hai-Yu-Si returned from his mindscape. He returned the sword to Ajin and said, I had a lot of fun. Chu Hai-Yu-Si advised her, your constellation is a good person, so make sure to train and talk to him often. Ajin agreed, okay. Inside the mindscape, the Sword King, covered in dirt, sighed, honestly, that's not fair at all. He had been defeated by Chu Hai-Yu-Si and was now lying sprawled on the ground. The scene shifted to the Xie family in China. Inside, for people were in a meeting. Xie Yun spoke, esteemed elders, is there something you needed from me? It was the Xie family's 3 grand elders. The old woman explained, you know already, the position of female clan head is still vacant. We called you here because it seems we need to choose a new female clan head as soon as possible. The old man beside her continued, we are thinking of requesting you, the president of the White Lotus Society, to become the female clan head. But according to our traditions, the president of the White Lotus Society cannot become the female clan head. The old woman inquired of Xie Yun, do you have any other candidates in mind? president. Another old man spoke up. Whoever it is, we must choose a better candidate than Xiaoling, the previous female clan head. She was a cunning woman who used the clan's constellation of protection as a tool to protect her position as clan head. Xie Yun remained silent for a moment, thinking. Finally, she smiled faintly and replied, I understand. Her face brightened. The candidate I would like to nominate is... Meanwhile, Yin Lang was preparing to enter a fighting stance. It seemed a fierce battle was about to break out between her and Ajin. Ajin looked seriously at her opponent. Yin Lang was also ready in her fighting stance. Chu Haiyusi reminded her, like I said before, when fighting, minimize the use of mana and rely solely on physical strength. Also, that sword is a sacred artifact, so when fighting, take it out of the box and use it directly. Ajin agreed, I know. Yin Lang turned and asked cheerfully. She could draw her sword, I don't mind. Chu Haiyusi explained, you're fighting barehanded. What if you get cut? Accidents during sparring are troublesome. He turned to Sojin, puzzled. By the way, why are you here? She replied, last time I watched you spar with Yin Lang, you didn't say anything. Why are you asking now? Sojin thought to herself, I'm also curious about Yin Lang, who overwhelmingly defeated me in the last sparring match. Now she's going to fight Ajin. Even though Ajin has become stronger thanks to Chu Haiyusi's guidance and the sacred artifact, can she defeat Yin Lang? Meanwhile, Ajin provoked, listen to Chu Haiyusi, kitten. If I draw my sword, you'll definitely get hurt. Provoked, Yin Lang became angry. Stop calling me kitten. With that, Yin Lang immediately dashed forward, her eyes fixed on Ajin. Ajin's sword and Yin Lang's fist collided, creating tremendous pressure. The aura of both of them was incredibly powerful. Sojin had to shield herself from the gust of wind created by their blows. Yin Lang seemed to be at a slight disadvantage, letting out a cry of pain. Then she knocked Ajin's sword away, forcing her to step back. Yin Lang jumped up, bringing her hands behind her head. Her legs aimed to kick Ajin, but she dodged just in time. The opening in Yin Lang's attack allowed Ajin to quickly swing her sword horizontally towards her. The sword hit Yin Lang's side hard, forcing her to block with her arm. Yin Lang then retreated a distance. Ajin didn't hesitate to swing her sword again. She made a horizontal sweep, but fortunately, Yin Lang ducked to avoid it. The slash cracked the wall behind her. Yin Lang turned back to look, astonished. Her eyes wavered, this pointy-haired girl. Seeing Ajin brimming with magical power, Yin Lang complimented her, strong. Then, Yin Lang lifted one leg, preparing to jump. She lunged forward. Since when did she become this strong? How did they end up in a direct confrontation like this? Yin Lang drew back her hand, preparing for the next attack. I don't know what skill she has. Yin Lang's punch landed squarely on Ajin, but it only pushed Ajin back a bit. She wasn't injured. Yin Lang thought to herself, but I've seen her spar with Chu Haiyusi a few times already. She was puzzled, but she wasn't as strong back then, was she? Ajin charged forward, sword in hand. Her movements were completely different from before. Ajin's expression was deadly serious. In a moment of vulnerability, Yin Lang was struck in the stomach by the sword. A red welt now marked her stomach. She clutched the wound and cried out in pain. Ajin complimented her. You're good at dodging, kitty. Yin Lang retorted, with attacks like that, how could you possibly hit me? She was annoyed. She saw right through all of my direct attacks. My strength is limited. If I keep attacking her head on, I'll be exhausted first, and this fight will become one-sided. I have to brace myself to take one of her hits and then counterattack. Thinking this, Yin Lang took a defensive stance. Ajin did the same. Then, Ajin charged forward, sword in hand. She swung at the oncoming Yin Lang. Yin Lang blocked the blow with one hand. Now, the two were in close quarters. A swift punch followed. Yin Lang struck Ajin, sending her stumbling backward. Ajin's face contorted in pain from the blow, which landed on her chin. She then collapsed to the floor, her sword clattering away. Yin Lang gasped for breath, exhausted. Ajin grimaced in pain, but she got back up immediately, her hand firmly gripping her sword. They were about to clash again, but Chu Haiyusi intervened. That's enough. The sparring match is over. He reminded them, you're both injured, so go get treated. I'll give you my feedback later. Ajin agreed, okay. Chu Haiyusi assessed the situation. Not bad. He looked at Ajin. After forming a contract with the constellation and the sword, it seems like she's been talking to that kid quite often. Her skills have improved significantly in such a short time. Then, Chu Haiyusi glanced in the other direction, where Yin Lang was sitting down to rest. Chu Haiyusi approached her. and asked, "Are you all right?" Yin Lang looked at her hand and frowned. "No pain, no gain. Luckily, I intentionally moved deeper into the path of her sword." She recalled, if it had been the tip of the blade, I wouldn't have even had time to block it, let alone stand a chance. When someone swings a sword, the furthest point near the tip generates the most force. I was only able to block it because I moved closer to the area around the hilt, where the force is less. Yin Lang looked at Ajin curiously. Could the reason she suddenly became stronger have something to do with that sacred object? She suddenly remembered the gloves said to be a sacred object of the Sief family. Yin Lang pondered, a sacred object, huh? Chu Haiyusi announced. Anyway, that's enough for today. Everyone agreed, all right. Time passed, and a few days later, someone said to Chu Haiyusi, I found it. The exact location of the great calamity. The navigator is sitting right in front of you. The navigator announced, I've marked the exact area where the disaster will occur. Chu Haiyusi sat down and asked, where is it? She pointed, it's in Song. That's the name of the place. Chu Haiyusi inquired further, do you know the exact date? The navigator answered without hesitation, 3 weeks from now. Chu Haiyusi affirmed, last time, it occurred around 3 months later, so what you're saying this time seems accurate. Is it to conquer the labyrinth as quickly as possible? She confirmed, that's right. Chu Haiyusi probed, what should I do with the monsters that escape while I'm inside the labyrinth? The navigator questioned, last time, I told you to form a team. Have you found anyone useful? Chu Haiyusi thought about the people he trusted and pondered, seemingly lacking confidence. He said, I think there are people who can help. She asked incredulously, really? Chu Haiyusi offered an alternative solution. Why not hire some contractors in that area? She conceded, that sounds reasonable. The navigator reminded him, however, you're the only one who needs to kill the boss monster in the labyrinth. Remember that. Chu Haiyusi agreed. All right. Then, reaching into his pocket to retrieve something, he said, so let me summarize. Chu Haiyusi pulled out a ring and explained, I'll place this ring inside and quickly clear the labyrinth. Instead of smashing it apart, we'll go straight through it and deal with the boss, right? The navigator confirmed, that's right. Do it that way. Chu Haiyusi then asked, what should I do after that? Suddenly, she used magic to conjure something from her palm. She handed him a purple stone and instructed, use this. He asked, puzzled, what is this? She explained, this is a one-time teleportation crystal. If you channel magic power into it, it will teleport you here. Chu Haiyusi questioned here. Can't you just summon me? The navigator calmly replied, of course I can, but there's a limit to how much outsiders can know about the situation inside. She stated her intention. I plan to carefully observe the boss monster's actions when the disaster occurs. So it's best if you leave as soon as the labyrinth is cleared. Chu Haiyusi readily agreed. All right. She prepared to snap her fingers, then get ready. We'll meet again in 3 weeks. As she snapped her fingers, a pink light appeared. Now, Chu Haiyusi was walking down the street, his expression thoughtful. First, I'll contact Adelia and tell some of the Vincic family contractors to get ready. The kids I'm watching aren't a hindrance at the moment, so I can easily bring them along. Since 3 weeks from now falls on the weekend, I should make plans with them to go out. Chu Haiyusi decided, first, I'll ask Lilia. Thinking this, he picked up his phone and called her. Lilia quickly answered, hello. Chu Haiyusi went straight to the point. I'm calling to ask you out. But Lilia immediately burst into tears. I'm in trouble. Chu Haiyusi asked in surprise, what's wrong? Lilia choked up, unable to speak clearly. She cried loudly. I got fired for Valhalla. Chu Haiyusi responded casually, is that so? She asked, confused, what do you mean by that's how it is? Isn't that too heartless? He replied casually, she got fired because she deserved it. Lilia argued, no way. I might seem a bit clueless in front of Chu Haiyusi, but as an instructor, I'm doing a good job. Even if I'm not top-ranked in evaluations and write a paper about monsters outside of class. Chu Haiyusi seemed to realize something. That's a bit strange. Do they usually fire a regular instructor mid-semester instead of during a break? Lilia continued to complain, even if the chairman changed. This is too sudden. This information surprised Chu Haiyusi. What? The chairman changed. Lilia replied, it's a secret from the students. I don't know why, but I was told to keep my mouth shut, so there haven't been any articles about it. Chu Haiyusi thought to himself, isn't this suspicious? What's the reason for changing the chairman in secret? And if Lilia is fired, I can't use her authority to leave freely anymore. This is supposed to be my break time. He decided, I think I'll go to the chairman's office. While I'm there, I'll try to ask what happened. Lilia tried to stop him. Chu Haiyusi, you don't have to. But he had already hung up. Chu Haiyusi exclaimed in surprise, what? It was a message from Yin Lang. She wrote, I heard I got fired for Valhalla. What's going on? Chu Haiyusi was also confused. What's going on now? Why was she suddenly fired too? He wondered, why are all these things happening so suddenly? It's strange. A lot of events are occurring around me. A moment later, he decided, whatever it is, I should meet the chairman quickly. Scene changed. The sun shone brightly outside. Inside, Black Hat was sitting in the chairman's seat of the academy. Chu Haiyusi spoke. I had a hunch. So it finally came true. He asked, Black Hat, you became the chairman of the academy. Black Hat replied, not exactly. Black Hat explained, I'm just the external chairman. The real chairman is the holy constellation I serve. Chu Haiyusi inquired, then Yin Lang and Lilia. You fire them because of Lumi. Black Hat confirmed that's right. Chu Haiyusi asked why. He received the answer, I have determined and will liberate Master from the vixens who dare to challenge him. Do not hesitate and dismiss them immediately. That's what he said. Black Hat relayed, I also want to expel the student named Ajin Choi. Is that all right? He said. Chu Haiyusi replied, no. Restrain yourself and retract the expulsion orders for those people. He explained, I don't have any particular interest or attachment to anyone. I'm just teaching and using them. But I don't feel good knowing they were fired because of me. Black Hat's notification window displayed the message. The master of the underworld has responded in a voice of extreme disappointment. All right, he said. Chu Haiyusi was still puzzled, but why did you buy Valhalla? Black Hat replied, it was an order from the Holy Constellation. I heard you refused to live in the building at the market. Chu Haiyusi responded, because I'm still living in the dormitory. Black Hat held up a finger. Therefore, if I buy Valhalla, Master can live in that building. He said that when I bought it. Chu Haiyusi was bewildered just for that reason. Black Hat added, and I've connected a room in Valhalla to the building in the market. Only authorized people can enter that room, so you can use it freely. He agreed. All right. He asked further, do you need anything else? Chu Haiyusi thought for a moment, then finally asked, so I can do whatever I want with the academy. Black Hat replied, I don't intend to interfere with the training, but I can. Receiving a satisfactory answer, Chu Haiyusi gave a sly smile. Well then, can you help me with something? 3 weeks later, in Sejong City, Chu Haiyusi looked at the scene before him in astonishment. Wow, what is this? Monsters had appeared, causing the citizens to flee in panic. The invading monsters brutally smashed everything in their path. Now, everywhere in the city, there were shadows of these bloodthirsty monsters, taking pleasure in destruction. Some even captured innocent citizens they happened to see. Chu Haiyusi was stunned, unable to believe it was real. What's going on? He had assumed he was only going down there because of something related to his family, but what were these monsters doing here? Suddenly, a scream rang out, causing him to look over vigilantly. It was a young woman running in terror, a monster catching up to her from behind. A goblin gleefully swung its weapon towards the woman. Just then, Chu Haiyusi rushed forward, shielding the woman and blocking the attack with his hand. Chu Haiyusi's other hand formed a fist. He delivered a powerful punch to the goblin, sending it flying. The blow was so powerful that smoke seemed to linger on Chu Haiyusi's hand. He urged the woman to flee. More goblins will come, so run quickly. The woman finally regained her senses. Thank you. Chu Haiyusi still felt something. It was different. The sensation lingering on his hand felt new. It was completely different from the virtual monsters he fought in simulations. The heavy feeling in his hand with each blow gave him goosebumps, but his gaze became firm. I was able to handle a goblin. However, it was too early to say anything for sure, as Chu Haiyusi was now surrounded by bloodthirsty monsters. But can I handle all of these? Despite this thought, he didn't flinch. Damn it, I have to take down at least half of them. Suddenly, two beautiful figures darted from beside Chu Haiyusi. Yin Lang, with sharp eyes and agile movements, struck down a still-dazed goblin. For Ajin, dealing with these monsters was even easier. With each swing of her sword, several monsters fell. In the blink of an eye, before Chu Haiyusi could do anything, the group in front of him had collapsed onto the ground. Chu Haiyusi noticed someone standing behind him. What? They've already finished them off. So easily. He recognized the two women. Is that Choi Ajin and Yin Lang? Why are you here? Yin Lang pointed behind Chu Haiyusi. I think you should ask the person back there. What? Chu Haiyusi turned around and saw someone approaching with a cool demeanor. Since when were you two at odds? The story goes back 2 weeks. In the Valhalla conference room, the 5 of them stood facing each other. Yin Lang spoke up, full of questions. Why did you call me here? Haven't we already completed the physical training? Chu Hai scratched his head evasively. I called you because I have something private to discuss. Before that, you could see the cat over there, right? The cat Chu Hai was referring to as Black Hat, the owner of the black market. He continued, that's the current chairman of Valhalla. Sozin was surprised. What? Really? She didn't quite believe him. What about the previous chairman, Mr. Deep MEP? Black Hat explained, the headmaster has retired and handed over the position of chairman of the council to me. Sozin was still suspicious. Even so, we haven't heard anything about changes at the academy. Please understand that there's a reason why this was done in secret. Black Hat further explained, in any case, this will be announced to the students after a while, and you're just finding out a little earlier. He formally introduced himself. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Black Hat. I look forward to working with you. Chu Hai got straight to the point. Anyway, the reason the new chairman is here is because I proposed the establishment of a new department and he approved it. He emphasized this is a special class where students have the autonomy to participate in extracurricular activities without having to attend traditional classes. Would you like to join? Yin Lang pointed to herself. So, I guess nothing much changes for me. Huh? That's right, but I called you here to participate. You'll still train, but now you'll also have the opportunity to go out and hunt monsters. This will help you become stronger. What do you think? Yin Lang, with an interested expression, replied, is that so? Then I'll join. Ajin didn't object either. Of course. I'll join if Chu Hai wants me to. Only Sozin was still hesitant. Hold on, I'm not quite following. Sozin questioned Black Hat's identity. First of all, about the new chairman. Is he the owner of the black market? Yes. You know about the black market. She continued, at first I thought the black market was just internet nonsense. I didn't know it was real. How can the owner of an underground market be publicly known like this and become the chairman of the academy? Black Hat considered this quite normal. Well, it's not that strange. I'm a diversified businessman. Sozin was still unsure. Then how is Chu Hai-Yu's proposal to open a special class approved? Or could it be that you knew the new chairman beforehand? Chu Hai-Yu didn't deny it. That's right. Sozin suddenly felt a little afraid of the person in front of her. I know he's ridiculously strong, but he's also close to the owner of the black market. This is beyond the level of an ordinary high school student. Chu Hai-Yu, with a cold expression, asked, will you join too? Sozin didn't refuse. Of course. Who would refuse to participate in a class when they don't have to? Black Hat added, of course, there are conditions that come with being exempt from basic classes and written exams. Chu Hai-Yu's face was full of question marks. Huh. He added, you'll have to participate in events like debates or practical exams that require public appearances. Chu Hai-Yu was also confused. Did they say that? He explained, initially, I thought so too, but after considering it, I realized that I'm also in a position where I need to consider things. Black Hat shrugged. In a way, the students receive the highest privileges, right? So there needs to be something to convince the other students and instructors. His gaze turned towards the three girls. First of all, the first students of this special class must be strong enough to be recognized by the other students and instructors. So in that respect, there won't be any problems, but from the school's perspective. He emphasized to Chu Hai-Yu that it would be a shortcoming to have Valhalla's strongest student in the special class without demonstrating anything. Therefore, I hope you can actively participate in extracurricular activities to enhance Valhalla's standing. Chu Hai-Yu seemed to understand, so I can't just hunt monsters outside, right? All right then, but if I can demonstrate my strength in front of the other students, that's fine too. Black Hat suddenly became more serious. This isn't a request from Black Meow, but rather a request from Valhalla's chairman. Chu Hai-Yu secretly felt puzzled. What's with this guy? Suddenly acting so responsible as chairman. I thought he bought the academy for fun. But he didn't argue further. So, those are the conditions. Anyone changing their mind? Yin Lang didn't object. Well, nothing really changes for me, so I'm still in. But it seems they think the same way. Yes, that's right. Chu Hai-Yu said with a satisfied expression. Good. Then this class's first extracurricular activity will be returning to reality. Chu Hai-Yu calmly walked forward. But it seemed he wasn't the only one surprised. Huh, CUC, is that you? What are you doing here? I'm the one who should be asking that. CUC explained, I came down here for the weekend because my parents live here, and then this whole mess happened. So why are you all here? Chu Hai-Yu narrowed his eyes as if pondering something. Why, you ask? Chu Hai-Yu suddenly gave the order. Ajin, Yin Lang, get ready. Yes, sir. They were ready for a difficult fight. against the incredibly ferocious invading monsters. One monster, unaware of its own limitations, charged towards Chu Hai-Yusi. His expression was terrifyingly calm. "We're here to do this." As soon as he finished speaking, the monster was cleanly sliced in two by Chu Hai-Yusi's blade. Chu Hai-Yusi's strength was still something to marvel at. His swordsmanship was so fast that they could only see flashes of light. Then the monsters fell like dominoes. The monsters that were ferocious just moments ago now lay scattered on the ground. Chu Hai-Yusi lightly rubbed his shoulder. Not too bad, but that caused the people who had been standing behind him to be startled. Yusi couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at the fallen monsters. Kim Chu Hai-Yusi, was he always this strong? Among them were even high-level demons that we've never even fought in the practice tests. And he really took them all down in one blow. Suddenly, the head butler, a subordinate of Adelia, appeared beside Chu Hai-Yusi. The head butler reported his findings. "I've discovered a labyrinth that appears to be the source of this disaster. It's 5 kilometers from here, and the monsters surrounding it are dense." Chu Hai-Yusi wanted to know more about the situation. What about the Vinchik family contractors? They are each evacuating civilians while also minimizing the damage caused by the monsters. Chu Hai-Yusi was puzzled. More is easy. Haven't your constellations awakened yet? The head butler didn't expect him to ask this question. They haven't responded yet. Chu Hai-Yusi thought about her. It's been 3 months since that girl's manipulation, and still no movement. He tightened his grip on his weapon. Anyway, catching monsters isn't that difficult. Well, she's only capable of fighting small fry anyway. Chu Hai-Yusi seemed to have a plan. I see. Tell those Vinchik family members to stop playing dress-up with their cloaks and help with the evacuation by healing the citizens. Why? He smirked. It'll help rehabilitate your family's tarnished image, right? As if understanding, the head butler followed his words, removing the hood of his cloak. Very well. Chu Hai-Yusi slung his sword over his shoulder. So, shall we head to the center of this disaster? Before that, Chu Hai-Yusi delegated tasks. Ajin, Yinlang, both of you go eliminate the monsters attacking the citizens and evacuate them with the others. Understood. Got it. And okay, they replied. He continued. Sozin, clear the path to your house with CUC. Sozin seemed a bit dissatisfied. Why are you pairing me with this muscle-brained idiot? All right. Chu Hai-Yusi was ready for a new fight. So, shall we go to the center of this disaster? Before the supposed epicenter of the disaster, layers upon layers of monsters stood guard. The head butler looked towards a location. That slightly raised area over there looks like the entrance to a labyrinth. The two discussed strategy. There are fewer high-level monsters, but overall, their numbers are still significant. I think the tactic of gathering all our family's contractors and breaking through at one point, with Chu Hai-Yusi following behind, might be effective. He felt uneasy. That tactic is extremely ordinary and will take too much time. However, that seems like the best option. Do you have any other suggestions? Chu Hai-Yusi revealed a confident smile. I do. The head butler was slightly bewildered. Mr. Chu Hai-Yusi. Without letting him finish, Chu Hai-Yusi took a running leap downwards. The monsters sensed something, becoming alert and widening their eyes. Thinking this, CUC didn't flinch. Damn it, I have to take out at least half of these. They saw a figure with a sword in hand, glowing red eyes, descending towards them. A dazzling sword slash flashed before their eyes. For a moment, everything seemed to stop. The sword slash, which seemed to have disappeared, now became stronger and brighter, flying towards the monsters, unleashing a terrifying destructive force that shattered the ground. The head butler, watching from behind, was dumbfounded. What was that? He took down all those monsters in a single blow. His jaw dropped. Now the rumors of a powerful contractor being a high school student make sense. That's, the head butler almost confirmed, a power rivaling a disaster class. Chu Hai-Yusi looked at his sword with satisfaction. Good. He silently thanked his wise decision. I made a contract with Lumi to use her abilities. Quite useful, isn't it? Chu Hai-Yusi calmly approached the entrance of the cave. Well then, let's quickly enter this labyrinth. He remembered something and searched his pockets. All right, he took out a ring. She told me to wear this ring to defeat the labyrinth's boss. Right. Chu Hai-Yusi put the ring on his index finger. All set. He slowly walked forward. Let's quickly destroy this labyrinth. Meanwhile, in the United Kingdom, Vietnam town, scene started inside the Vinchik family's office. A blonde-haired woman, Adelia Vinchik, the family head, intently monitored the situation remotely. It seemed the Korean government had only just grasped the situation, as information about the disaster had only recently surfaced. She pondered. According to the latest update she'd received, approximately 50% of the residents in the affected area had been evacuated to safety, and she'd heard that Chu Hai-UC had successfully guided the group to the disaster's epicenter. Adelia knew what Chu Hai-UC intended. Did he plan to go to the center alone? Did he really intend to single-handedly destroy the labyrinth, the source of the disaster? She glanced at the adjacent monitor. It lit up with a new notification. How much time had passed? Adelia asked. Heavens, Constellation, you're awake. It's been almost 3 months. The monitor didn't respond directly, only displaying the words, Constellation is thinking. The Constellation asked, where's the master? Adelia thought of the current situation. Chu Hai-UC is returning to the battle on the other side. His blade still dances, felling monsters. Chu Hai-UC calmly and coldly swung his sword, dispatching each monster one by one. Ba Che, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. He seems to be swinging his sword casually, but in reality, he's cutting them down mercilessly. Is this the martial forest sect? Chu Hai-UC was taken aback. What? You've been silent for a while, and now you spout this nonsense. Where did you hear that? Ba Che crossed his arms. It seems your disciples, those who climbed the Tower of Destruction when you were its master, used to call it that. Chu Hai-UC was annoyed. My disciples. This, he gestured to the sword in his hand, is just a name they arbitrarily gave to the swordsmanship they used to hunt monsters. The name Martial Forest Sect sounds cheesy. Is that so? Chu Hai-UC assessed the current situation. This labyrinth is bigger than I thought. If I take on each monster individually, I'll be late. He began to gather power in his hand. In that case, Chu Hai-UC closed his eyes. From beneath his feet, rays of light emanated, following the cracks in the ground. Ba Che asked, what did you do? Be quiet. I'm searching for the core of this labyrinth by tracing mana. He closed his eyes in concentration. Normally, the boss of a labyrinth spawns at a location similar to a core. So, wherever there's a large amount of mana, that's where the boss is. Chu Hai-UC suddenly opened his eyes. Found it. He looked towards the location, at the bottom of the labyrinth. Ba Che advised, from what I know, the interior of a labyrinth isn't easily destroyed. Chu Hai-UC raised his sword. Yes, that's why. A powerful energy radiated from the sword. I'll also borrow the power of my disciple. The sword swept across the ground. The ground cracked open. The fissure spread, creating more cracks. Chu Hai-UC shattered the ground and jumped down. He looked up ahead. It's you, isn't it, the boss? Before Chu Hai-UC stood a figure clad in brown armor, with 2 antennae-like protrusions on its head, holding a weapon that blocked his view. A murderous aura emanated from a boss. A battle seemed inevitable. Facing the boss, Chu Hai-UC remained undaunted. He silently assessed his opponent. A boss, huh? Using a spear as a weapon. His sword shone brightly. If we're talking about weapon reach, he mused, I'm at a slight disadvantage, but using sword skills or my abilities should even the odds. However, he glanced behind the boss. The most important thing is destroying the labyrinth's core. That core stone is probably behind this guy. In an instant, Chu Hai-UC formulated a plan. A counterattack would be more effective than mindlessly swinging his sword. The boss shifted, pulling his spear back slightly, preparing to strike. As predicted, the boss thrust his spear with full force towards Chu Hai-UC. Chu Hai-UC watched warily as the boss charged. He nimbly dodged to the side, evading the attack. Getting closer to maximize your attack's power, are you? The boss's eyes glowed fiercely. He swept his spear, imbued with astonishing power, towards Chu Hai-UC, forcing him to retreat several steps. Good heavens! Chu Hai-UC was on the defensive. That spear's range is nothing to laugh at. It's like attaching a magic sword to a staff for extended reach. Unable to reach Chu Hai-UC, the boss growled in frustration, but he immediately launched another attack, this time with genuine anger. The boss unleashed a barrage of deadly spear thrusts at Chu Hai-UC. I'm at a disadvantage. Damn it. Even when attacking, he keeps enough distance to prevent me from retaliating. The boss finished his assault, focusing his power at the spear's tip, thrusting it straight at Chu Hai-UC. With his vast experience, Chu Hai-UC leaped back to maintain distance. But the boss used the debris from his previous attack to his advantage, launching it at Chu Hai-UC. Chu Hai-UC was forced to deflect the incoming projectiles with his sword. The boss suddenly stopped, bracing himself with one leg and swinging his long spear at Chu Haiyu with both hands. The powerful blow radiated an immense red energy. Fortunately, Chu Haiyu managed to block the spearhead with his sword. The boss pushed against the spearhead. The tip slipped past Chu Haiyu's sword, sweeping an arc, forcing Chu Haiyu to retreat further, preventing him from attacking. The boss's power astonished Ba Che, his master being pushed back. Are you kidding me? But I wonder if this is all part of Chu Haiyu's plan. There's a reason I'm letting him do this. His target was behind the boss. Chu Haiyu smirked, and that reason is to lure him away from that labyrinth core stone. Chu Haiyu gripped his weapon. All right, in situations like these, he took a stance, ready to draw his sword. Instead of using Constellation's power, should I deal with you my own way? Unable to anticipate Chu Haiyu's next move, the boss remained motionless. In a flash, Chu Haiyu was before him. Now, it was Chu Haiyu's turn to attack. His sword strikes were so swift they left only streaks of light in the air. But upon closer inspection, his sword remained sheathed. The boss stood still immobile. The boss still hadn't realized anything, and at this moment he was horrified. He screamed as Chu Haiyu's attack landed on his weak spot. He immediately vanished before Chu Haiyu's eyes. At the same time, the ring on Chu Haiyu's finger glowed. A stream of black energy was sucked into the ring and disappeared. Back expressed surprise, feeling like something had been absorbed by the ring. What do you think it is? It seems to be absorbing something, like what the navigator mentioned. You wouldn't have understood this before, but now. Chu Haiyu's expression turned frightening. Wait, what did you just say? Something about me being pushed back. Has it been so long since you've been beaten that you're asking for it? Back felt a chill down his spine. I apologize. Chu Haiyu stopped teasing his disciple. All right, let's get out of here before this place collapses. Huh. Following Chu Haiyu's gaze, the boss's spear lay abandoned amidst the rubble. Chu Haiyu picked it up. The boss's spear. Why wasn't it absorbed by the ring earlier? Looking at the spear in his hand, he pondered, should I take this with me? Meanwhile, elsewhere, in a hall, a black-cloaked figure was speaking to someone behind a curtain. He reported, Master of the Labyrinth, the calamity has ended. The one called the Master of the Labyrinth spoke in a gruff voice. Is that so? How many days did this calamity last? The subordinate reported, only 2 hours. 2 hours. The Master of the Labyrinth was surprised. How long did the previous calamity last? 5 days, sir. The other person seemed surprised. Has the time been shortened so drastically? He pondered, I believe the overall difficulty level of the calamity has increased, thanks to the creation of those bearing the names of constellations and copying their powers. The black-cloaked figure replied, Indeed, sir. The master seemed to have figured something out. Did anyone play a special role in ending this labyrinth calamity? Actually, the labyrinth disappeared too quickly before I could even react. The master of the labyrinth temporarily set the matter aside. Very well, we'll investigate that later. He ordered his subordinate. Now we need to accelerate the plan a bit. His ambition was vast. We will disperse the names, spreading them far and wide. This will make the subsequent calamities even more magnificent, thanks to the gathering of the names of the strongest constellations. He commanded, I will disperse them using a completely different method than before, so that the Awakened Association won't be able to cope. So, prepare yourselves. Yes, Master. Their plans seem to be aiming for something quite important. I'm looking forward to it. The Master of the Labyrinth was quite eager for the plan's success. The day I get to savor the taste of the strongest. In a dark room, a white-haired man with a strange symbol on one eye sat silently behind a screen. It could be said that from the moment the calamity occurred, he had made many discoveries, especially when he saw Chu Haiyu's face appear amidst the battle with the monsters. So, right after dealing with the assassination squad, he also ended this dungeon calamity. This made him even more excited. Excellent. He was Bok Trang, the leader of the Enche Mixed Zone Guild. He silently planned, truly the perfect target, very suitable for raising the guild's reputation. Then he looked at the man in the iron mask sitting opposite him. I think we'll hit the jackpot if we can handle him. What do you think? The other man agreed. You're right. However, it will be quite risky if we don't prepare thoroughly. Bok Trang stroked his chin. Of course, this guy has definitely been on guard since the first time he noticed him. He pondered if from the festival and the school competition, Chu Haiyu's reached rank, then now he's almost reached rank S, right? Bok Trang's next word surprised the masked man. I guess I'll have to handle this mission myself. He gave the order, gather the guild members. We'll begin the plan to eliminate Chu Haiyu's. Meanwhile, at the Valhalla dormitory, Chu Hyusi returned to his room after a tiring day. He breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Hyusi threw himself onto the soft bed, complaining, "I'm so exhausted." But today he had reaped quite a lot. I've completely absorbed the power within that stone. And now my power has increased considerably since I first entered the school, but it's still too far from my peak. Chu Hyusi stared intently at his hand, low magical storage capacity, and limited energy output every time I use a skill. He pondered, this is why I get exhausted quickly even after handling just one dungeon disaster. I still have a long way to go. Chu Hyusi thought about the previous battle. Dealing with the disaster's labyrinth boss this time was easier than expected. I wonder if he was even one of those named by the labyrinth lord. He was quite weak. Chu Hyusi continued to ponder, but anyway, thanks to the abilities of my disciples, no major problems occurred. I think I understand why the people of this era are willing to pay a high price to make a contract with a constellation. He was silent for a moment. When a name is given to someone, that person can have the power of a constellation. Back, seeing his master lost in thought, said, "Master seems troubled. Is it because of those things called constellations and names?" Back guessed, "I guess he went straight to the navigator after defeating the boss." What did she say? After the battle, the navigator knew that Chu Hyusi would come looking for her. She greeted Chu Hyusi, "There you are. Did you handle that disaster?" Chu Hyusi held the spear in one hand and the purple crystal in the other. "Yes, I defeated the boss quite easily and completed it properly." The purple crystal in his hand gradually disappeared. "It's all right. That stone was only single use anyway." She pointed at the spear he was holding. "And what about that spear?" "This spear," Chu Hyusi explained. "It dropped from the dungeon boss. For some reason, the ring didn't absorb it, so I brought it with me." "Really? That's strange." She wanted it from Chu Hyusi. "Can I see that ring?" He gave it to the navigator. "Sure." She held the ring, and it emitted a faint purple light. She returned it to its owner. "Good. It seems to have absorbed the correct name. Here you go." The navigator spoke seriously to Chu Hyusi. "This is just the beginning. As I said before, names can be passed on to different individuals." Across from him, Adelia reminded, "There's a high probability that the higher-ups will be used by the labyrinth lord right away. When that happens, many strong opponents will appear. I'll try to find out exactly who they are." She rested her chin in her hand. "But most likely, they'll come from the Tower of Destruction, the place you once visited." Many faces flashed through Chu Hyusi's mind. "Those bastards. It's annoying. I'll have to clash with them quite a bit now." He unconsciously rubbed his head. "Thinking about those guys makes my head spin. Come on, you can do this." The conversation came to an end. "All right, we'll meet again soon. Before those names spread too far, I hope you can diminish their power." Snapping out of his recollection, Chu Hyusi repeated the guide's last words. As she said, "It's possible that the names of those stronger, higher-ranking individuals will be passed on again." Bache nodded. "I understand. People from the Tower of Destruction. I was once in that tower, but I don't understand why I don't remember anyone there." Chu Hyusi lazily replied, "On the first floor, they're only basic monsters." "That's right. Those people probably don't have any names to lose." Bache stroked his chin. "It's possible those people will come from the second floor or higher." Chu Hyusi continued, "Right? And from now on, the number of those annoying bastards will increase when they're given names." Suddenly, he thought of something. "Wait a minute." He voiced a thought that startled Bache. "If those guys from the Tower of Destruction descend, won't you turn into a labyrinth boss like them?" "What?" Bache stammered. No. Didn't I tell you that I was forced to become a member of that tower?" "Damn it, that stammering only makes me more suspicious," Chu Hyusi challenged. "Try saying Labyrinth Lord, you damned thing." Bache forced out the words, "Labyrinth Lord, you damned thing. Labyrinth Lord, you damned thing." No need to repeat it a second time, but fine, you pass. Bache breathed a sigh of relief. Despite this, Chu Hyusi was still full of suspicion. Something's still not right. Even if he was forced, why doesn't Bache have that power? Chu Hyusi's mind raced through his disciples. Looking at all my disciples and the other constellations, even if they can't directly influence this world, they can still provide a portion of their power to the person who made a contract with them, right? But this disciple is the only constellation without any power. He pondered seriously. Come to think of it, I heard that my name was stolen by the Labyrinth Lord. That's why I reincarnated instead of becoming a constellation, and those who knew me before still call me by my old name. Chu Haiyusi closed his eyes. Whatever. This problem can't be solved just by thinking about it anyway. He silently made up his mind. Right now, training is still the top priority. Once my power returns to its previous level, I'll find the answer to this mess. In the dormitory, the lights gradually dimmed. The next day, after school, at the Valhalla gym, CUC was walking, holding his gym bag. The fight yesterday was so spectacular that he couldn't stop thinking about it. Kim Chu Haiyusi, you landed every blow precisely against the monster. The sight of the monsters falling like dominoes was also a rare sight. CUC tightened his grip on the strap of his bag. I know he's strong, but even so, I still don't want to acknowledge that power. But the battle also made CUC reconsider. After witnessing what Kim Chu Haiyusi did in the disaster dungeon, even though he couldn't help him, he had to admit Kim Chu Haiyusi was exceptionally skilled. Yesterday's battle wasn't just about one more star. It wasn't just about Kim Chu Haiyusi. Even the 3 people trained by Kim Chu Haiyusi could defeat monsters. He clenched his other fist. If only Kim Chu Haiyusi would train me too. CUC threw open the gym door and shouted, Kim Chu Haiyusi. But he didn't see Chu Haiyusi. Only Yanlang was there, wiping off her sweat. Their eyes met, and neither of them spoke. CUC stared at Yanlang in surprise. She looked startled as well. Their gazes locked in mutual embarrassment. Half an hour earlier, Yanlang had been focused on her running. Chu Haiyusi told her, you can stop here. Chu Haiyusi thoughtfully handed her a towel. Thank you. Chu Haiyusi and Ajin had also just finished training. So, you're not complaining about not being able to keep up anymore. Of course not. I'm ready for the next, higher level of training. He teased her. You were complaining quite a bit when we first started. That's because I didn't know the results would be this amazing. Ajin, her face dripping with sweat, looked over at Sojin, who was lying on the floor. I don't like this, but it looks like the grumpy kitten has caught up. Sojin, exhausted but exhilarated, said, that was an insane workout, but it was incredibly exciting. Chu Haiyusi, with one hand in his pocket, asked, when you were watching our training, you didn't know it would be like this. I didn't think it would be this tiring. If you don't feel like you're improving, it's better to give up and go back to where you were. Sojin sat up when he heard him say that. Her eyes were determined. Even if it's tough, this place is much better. I'll try my best to keep up with everyone. Hearing this, Ajin discreetly clicked her tongue. Did you just click your tongue? Did you hear that? Yanlang and Chu Haiyusi listened to their argument. Just you wait. I'll leave you in the dust soon enough. Chu Haiyusi quickly interjected. I was originally planning to help you review your fighting style after the sparring match. But the accumulated fatigue after you exited that state is still there. So it's best to maintain your current training level and combine it with rest. Right, I understand. Ajin turned to Chu Haiyusi. So, what are you going to do next? I'm going back to the dorm to practice magic. Me too, then. Yanlang watched them attentively as they spoke. Chu Haiyusi went first. Ajin acted annoyed. You don't have to copy everything I do. Do what you want. I'm going to start training my upper body, so I think you guys should train on your own for now. Will that be all right? Yanlang listened to them as they left. Since we're the only ones using the gym, you guys can just train. When I'm free, I'll observe and point out any areas you need to improve on. All right, Sojin spoke up then. I think I should leave too. Sojin turned to Yanlang. Are you staying to train more? Yes, I'm not too tired yet. I think I'll continue training. She was surprised, but still offered enthusiastic encouragement. That's great, but don't overdo it. See you tomorrow. Okay, everyone left, leaving Yanlang alone. Lost in thought, Yanlang stared at her hands, a realization dawning on her. She felt undeniably stronger since training with Kim Chu Haiyusi, especially in her focus state. Monsters that once posed a challenge now seemed pathetically weak. Her eyes lit up, but Kim Chu Haiyusi was still on a completely different level. The image of him fighting flashed through her mind, and she clenched her fists. She'd never seen anyone dispatch monsters so swiftly and cleanly. A confident smile touched her lips. He'd grown so much stronger since their match. His progress was astounding. Suddenly, she froze. Wait a minute, she wondered, bewildered. Why had she become Kim Chu Haiyusi's disciple instead of striving to surpass him? Her gaze became troubled. She admitted he was incredibly strong. Staring at her hands, she pondered. Honestly, she could still feel the pressure from their fight. Training to become stronger than him on her own seemed impossibly difficult. Yanlang searched for a justification. That's why she became his disciple, she reasoned, to learn from him. A blush crept up her cheeks as she remembered Chu Hai-yu-si helping her deflect her mother's attack. She defended her reasoning resolutely. After all, he'd helped her resolve the inheritance issue with her family. He'd even provided her with a hiding place, safe from their control. And thanks to his special training, she'd achieved so much in just a few days. Clutching the towel in her hand, she affirmed her decision. That's why she continued to be Kim, Chu Hai-yu-si's disciple. Lost in thought, she dropped the towel. Her face burned crimson. This wasn't good. She cradled her head, feeling dizzy. Her heart raced whenever she thought about him, and the faster it beat, the more she wanted to see him. Embarrassed, she covered her face. It wasn't that she wasn't serious about training alone, but she just wanted to train with Kim, Chu Hai-yu-si. She pondered, trying to compose herself. Calm down. They would train together again, right? She wasn't a pervert, so she needed to stop these thoughts. The image of Chu Hai-yu-si's gentle smile filled her mind. Frustrated, she ran her fingers through her hair. She told herself to stop, so why did she keep thinking about him? Then she noticed something. Chu Hai-yu-si's towel, left on a chair. Flustered, she stared at the towel, her blush deepening with each glance. Snatching the towel, she justified her actions. She just wanted to wash it for him, that's all. Still blushing furiously, she continued her internal monologue. No one else would even think to wash his towel. She was just helping him out. Holding the towel, Yin Lang wrestled with her embarrassment. Looking around, she muttered, "No one's here, right?" Her gaze fell back to the towel. "I'll just wipe my face a little." She lifted the towel to her nose, inhaling. Just then, CUC appeared before her. "Yin Lang," he said. Startled, she stammered, Did you see?" Mortified, she hung her head. "Did you see my shameful act?" His confusion deepened. "Shameful act?" Yin Lang, with tears welling up, swung her fist and punched CUC. He saw it coming. Struck by the blow, he cried out in pain. The punch nearly made CUC cough up blood. The girl gritted her teeth, watching him lying on the ground. Then, with tears still in her eyes, Yin Lang cried out, "Oh my God," and ran away as fast as she could. Evening had fallen, and the lights were on in the Valhalla dormitory. Chu Hai-yu-si was meditating in his room when he suddenly opened his eyes. His phone was ringing, puzzling him. What the hell? Who would call at this hour? He answered the phone. "Why are you calling at this hour?" Adelia. On the other end of the line, Adelia spoke hesitantly. "My apologies. It must be late at night in Korea, but there's something I need to tell you. Master, your disciple has awakened." Chu Hai-yu-si was surprised by the news. He replied, "That's good news. Are you free today?" "Yes," Adelia responded. "I can make time if you need me, Master Chu Hai-yu-si." Chu Hai-yu-si continued, "Then take the sacred relic and wait for me." Adelia asked, confused, "Excuse me?" Chu Hai-yu-si smirked with excitement. "It's been a long time since I've seen my disciples." Warning messages flashed repeatedly. "The ruler of the underworld is angry." Blackcott broke out in a cold sweat. "Master, is the CCTV footage from earlier making you so angry?" The response was another barrage of warning messages, leaving Blackcott flustered. He cursed under his breath. It shouldn't have been displayed on the screen. Outside, the night sky was serene and full of stars. Rewinding about 10 minutes, Blackcott was working in Valhalla's chairman's office. He was focused on his work when he sighed. Looking out at the dark sky, he realized it's already nighttime. Being the chairman of an academy is so tiring. Blackcott snapped his fingers and a blue screen appeared. "Well, let's check the school facilities one more time and then go home." He remembered Lumi's words. It was what his master had said right after acquiring the school. Regularly check the CCTV. Blackcott stroked his chin in understanding. "Does she mean I have to check the whereabouts of the woman tailing Kim, Chu Hai-yu-si? She's probably just overreacting." Just then, he saw someone on the screen. Who's in the gym?" Blackcott lightly touched the screen. "Is Kim, Chu Hai-yu-si still there?" "No, that's CUC lying unconscious on the floor." He was startled. "A dead body?" "No, he seems to just be unconscious." Looking closer, he saw CUC lying motionless. "Isn't that CUC?" At that moment, a message appeared. "The ruler of the underworld says to replay the CCTV footage." Fine. He tapped the screen and rewound the recording. He scrolled back a considerable amount, but still saw CUC lying motionless. Blackcott patiently scrolled further. He's getting up. Let's see what happened. A message appeared. "The ruler of the underworld says, I understand." The footage showed Yin Lang and CUC. "Is that Yin Lang?" The next moment, the screen showed Yin Lang swinging a towel and walking straight towards CUC. Then, Yin Lang threw a punch that startled him. Finally, CUC was knocked unconscious onto the floor. He held his head in confusion. Why did Yin Lang suddenly attack CUC? There's no sound, so I don't know what happened. A message appeared. The ruler of the underworld says to replay the part with Yin Lang. All right. The more Lumi watched, the angrier she got. So that woman dared to steal Master's sweat-soaked towel and secretly sniff it when no one was looking. Blackcott also understood. It seemed she was caught afterward by CUC and felt offended. Messages appeared on the screen. The ruler of the underworld angrily declared, "I'll tear you to shreds." Blackcott put his hand to his forehead. Not again. Her anger is becoming more frequent. He was bewildered and speechless. In the past, she had gotten angry many times for no reason at all. Recently, she'd become even more easily angered when something happened related to Kim Chu-Hai-UC. Blackcott rested his chin in his hand. Wait, didn't she say she knew Kim Chu-Hai-UC very well? And she even called him master. Is Kim Chu-Hai-UC really her master? He was dumbfounded. But didn't she exist even before the student Kim Chu-Hai-UC was born? No, what's more important is now. Blackcott looked at the spam messages. I have to find some way to quell her anger. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard a voice from outside the door. Blackcott, are you still here? He was startled and determined. I must live. Yes. Chu-Hai-UC opened the door and entered. Sorry to bother you at this hour, but could we go for a walk? Huh. Chu-Hai-UC stepped into the room. What? Are you talking to someone? Yes, but never mind. Chu-Hai-UC spoke urgently. All right, then use your skill and bring me over here for a bit. Where are you going? Chu-Hai-UC said excitedly, England. The sky outside is full of twinkling stars right now. At the Alchemist Zone headquarters, 5 members of the guild were meeting and countless henchmen stood guard behind them. Bok Trang, the leader of the Alchemist Zone, clasped his hands. How's the plan coming along? The man wearing a mask with a square hole reported with a gesture. Yes, there are about 200 protective magic circles preventing intruders from entering Valhalla. He looked at Bok Trang. About 100 of them are placed in Kim Chu-Hai-UC's dormitory. Really? He cheerfully rubbed his chin. No problem. They'll become useless against the constellation's power anyway. The man wearing a mask with 3 round dots sounded confident. Right. The leader's invariable alchemist constellation is essential for magic and defense capabilities. Another man also relaxed. Once the leader disables all the magic circles, you and the 4 of us will head straight for Kim Chu-Hai-UC. Then we'll cast a spell to conceal our attack, and the remaining members will deal with Kim Chu-Hai-UC's friends. You mean the students who participated in stopping the dungeon disaster? The man with the square-holed mask confirmed. Right. If we not only take care of Kim Chu-Hai-UC, but also those guys, we'll be famous worldwide. Bok Trang's face was sinister. Well, we'll be labeled cowards for only targeting high school students. But for villains like us, that's a compliment. He grinned. So, shall we begin? Bok Trang looked forward with relish. Operation: Assassinate Kim Chu-Hai-UC and his companions. At this moment, a pair of eyes was watching everything. I knew it. In the blink of an eye, the heads of his subordinates were severed. A masked woman entered. I was planning to watch a bit longer and wait for the right moment, but now you're saying we're going to assassinate him. The 5 guardians approached and stood before Bok Trang. The purple-haired masked woman held a staff in her hand. We should have killed you a long time ago. Forget about the surveillance and all that. The man wearing a mask with a square hole smirked. Well, we were planning to kill you anyway, as the constellation dictated. Let's just move the plan up to today. Bok Trang's face was drenched in sweat, utterly panicked. Why you? The masked woman raised her hand. Can't you see? She brushed her hair aside, revealing a scar on her neck. Bok Trang's eyes widened in terror. The venomous serpent. Can it be? That Gil for real? The purple-haired masked woman grew impatient. What's wrong with this guy? Is he really that stupid? The man wearing a mask with 3 round dots said calmly. Well, then there's no helping it. The man wearing a skull mask leaped, swinging his blade down towards Bok Trang's head. A red light flashed. A brilliant golden light flared. Bok Trang's golden shield blocked the skull mask blade. The man wearing a skull mask was bewildered. A shield. My attack should have easily pierced through such a mediocre defense. Bok Trang stood calmly beneath the blade. I don't know why you want to kill me. Magic power erupted from him, blasting the man wearing a skull mask back. The force was so strong that he had to slam his blade into the floor to stop himself. Bok Trang remained unfazed. I'll show you. He flew into a rage, activating his magic power. The difference between the power of an S-rank constellation. Bok Trang narrowed his eyes. I will show you the power of an S-rank constellation. He twisted the ring on his finger, emitting a powerful light. Unable to contain his anger, he clenched his fist and lowered his stance, preparing to attack. The purple-haired masked woman was surprised. An S-rank constellation. The man wearing a mask with 3 round dots shielded his eyes from the light. That's right. The constellation he made a contract with is the Immutable Alchemist. Bok Trang was taken aback, unsure how they knew. The man wearing a skull mask spoke up. Surprised that we knew about your constellation. But whether we knew or not, you're still quite famous, you see. What? The man wearing a mask with 3 round dots calmly explained. The sacred relic you're currently equipped with, it's a relic from the decaying era, isn't it? Bok Trang gripped his ring in alarm. The purple-haired masked woman looked at her companions. So all the S-rank constellations we've been searching for, and all the trouble we've gone through was all for nothing. That's right. After all, sacred relics from the decaying era are famous for having powerful constellations residing within them. They looked at Bok Trang. Plus, that alchemist, John, accidentally became famous for stumbling upon a sacred relic and becoming an S-rank constellation. That's why the demand for decaying era relics has skyrocketed in the market. The man wearing mask with 3 round dots sounded disappointed. But even though he received such a powerful constellation, all he does is basic stuff like creating an evil guild. Bok Trang scowled angrily. He summoned power into his hand. I don't want to hear that kind of talk from bastards like you. He swung his hand, creating a blinding flash of light. 5 magic circles appeared above the venomous serpent members. A barrage of sharp, spear-tipped chains rained down. They quickly dodged the powerful attack. The purple-haired woman hefted her weapon. What is this magic circles? Did he set up these things at this base? Bok Trang, with a cold expression, spread his hand, summoning his magic power. He clenched his fist again. A magic circle appeared behind the woman. She quickly dodged the spike chain aimed at her. Dodge it. This move is dangerous. She looked at him with disdain. This bastard, how many magic circles has he set up in his own lair? How troublesome. Seeing this, Bok Trang started to panic. These monsters, can they sense incoming attacks? He frowned and tilted his head. I don't know what kind of skills they possess or what power their constellations hold, but I guess I still have the upper hand. There are approximately 1,200 magic circles I've set up in this mansion. He stood looking at the group in front of him. They won't be able to dodge them all. A confident smile spread across his sinister face. And the Immutable Alchemist's absolute defense skill, too. With this, I won't lose to their magic, and I won't die at the hands of these people. His hand gathered magic power again. If it weren't for this critical situation, I would never use this. He swung his arm and punched hard. But doesn't matter anymore, Dai. This time, the whole group stood still, staring at him. The purple-haired woman raised her weapon. You plan to kill us with those magic circles. But why don't I feel any pressure? Bok Trang questioned his reality. What happened? I clearly activated the magic circles. The masked man calmly explained. I detected a magic circle you placed the moment I stepped in here. He looked at Bok Trang indifferently. There are about 1,200 small magic circles containing a simple spell, blood chains. The masked man scoffed, and I've blocked and neutralized all 1,200 of those magic circles. Bok Trang clenched his fists. What are you talking about? If all those magic circles were neutralized, I would have known. The masked man looked at him with disdain. It's not neutralization, but blocking them from activating. The purple-haired woman drew her weapon. Well, it's time. She seriously unleashed her power. Shall we get started? A bright light flashed as she lunged at Bok Trang. He was frightened by her attack. A shockwave of this level can be blocked with absolute defense. His hands were injured from the impact. Bok Trang cried out in pain as blood flowed from his hands. The woman looked disappointed. Not quite enough power. The cloaked figure raised their sword. I suppose so. It needs a little more power. Bok Trang panicked. What just happened? Absolute defense isn't working. He looked at his wounds, breaking out in a cold sweat. While he was in a daze, a knife slashed past, bringing him back to his senses. Although he dodged quickly, the knife still grazed his cheek. The attack came from the cloaked figure. Bok Trang, enraged, clenched his fists, radiating magic power. He threw a punch towards his opponent, colliding with the other man's counterattack. The cloaked figure used their sword to keep him from being thrown back. He's better at fighting with pure strength than I thought. I assumed he only relied on his constellation's power. Bok Trang was sweating. These bastards are too strong. I almost managed to attack them, but they retreated and defended in time. His face crumpled as he gritted his teeth. Besides, if my absolute defense isn't working, I have nothing to counter them with. He suddenly spoke, surprising the purple-haired woman. You didn't think I'd last this long, did you? What? Bok Trang looked at the corpses on the ground. I don't know exactly why you're targeting us, but isn't this enough? You've slaughtered so many. Aside from me, all 100 members of the White Regiment are dead. He stood amidst the rubble. If you're dissatisfied with me becoming a villain, I'll stop. I have nothing left now. What do you think? The masked man spoke again. Perhaps you're misunderstanding something, but whether you become a villain or not isn't important. Because you mistakenly tried to assassinate someone you shouldn't have, we're here. Hearing this, Bok Trang's face paled. His eyes turned fierce. The most recent assassination plan was the one targeting Kim, Chu Hai-Yu-Si today. He gestured with his hand. So they came here because I dared to touch Kim, Chu Hai-Yu-Si. Just for a measly middle school kid, the worst criminal organization came all the way here. The ring on his finger glowed. It's useless. They're not the type to be swayed by words. Bok Trang swung his arm forcefully. This is the only way to survive. Seeing this, the masked man's group was surprised. What the hell is this amount of magical power? The masked man observed. Perhaps it's an emergency prayer. Bok Trang grimaced, focusing all his magical power into his hand. An immutable alchemist has answered your plea. Bok Trang raised his hand, the ring on it glowing. Using a large amount of magical power to create a sanctuary and summon a constellation is the only thing I can think of and do right now. There's no other way. The immutable alchemist will permanently take away your magical power and life force in order to be summoned. Bok Trang was resolute. Even if I have to sacrifice my life and magical power, I have to summon a constellation right here if I want any chance of winning. The masked man watched calmly, his focus intense. He chuckled softly. I apologize for bothering you while you're so busy, Your Excellency, Alchemist. He continued casually, there's a message from our holy body constellation, Duji. This bastard alchemist tried to harm him. The alchemist flinched at these words. The immutable alchemist is asking if this is true. Bok Trang was terrified. No, Your Excellency, holy body constellation. He trembled. I only plan to assassinate a Valhalla Academy student named Kim Chu Hai-Yu-Si. This is so unfair. The immutable alchemist was furious. This stupid bastard. That is saying that he will stop the summoning. The alchemist finished speaking and quickly vanished. The immutable alchemist has canceled the contract with you. After disappearing, the alchemist left a message for the horrified Bok Trang. I will take back the alchemy I bestowed upon you. The man wearing the skull mask didn't forget to crush his hopes. Congratulations, Alchemist John. The holy constellations have just declared that they will personally deal with you. A constellation in the shape of an armored warrior with a goat's head and blazing red eyes radiated immense pressure. Chu Hai-Yu-Si was shocked, unable to believe what he had just heard. What? Black Cot remained calm. However, sanctification alone doesn't solve everything. That's because the contractors of each constellation are required to perform the sanctification themselves, without any assistance. This process consumes a significant amount of the performer's magic power. Of course, there's a way for a contractor with a holy covenant to summon their constellation by sacrificing their own spiritual power, but that method is unorthodox and rarely used. Chu Hai-Yu-Si listened intently. Is that so? He immediately thought of the staff and the knife. What if I hold both artifacts at the same time? Wouldn't that allow me to meet both constellations simultaneously? Adelia expressed her concern. That would be quite difficult. First, holding an artifact and meeting a constellation means your mind will be transported to the constellation's thought realm. She looked at Chu Hai-Yu-Si. This thought realm refers to a sacred space within the artifact, a unique sanctuary exclusive to that constellation. Therefore, the spaces of two holy relics cannot overlap. She worried about his idea. Furthermore, while constellations possess immense power and can bestow it upon their disciples, they're fundamentally bound to the artifact that contains them and its power. So, as long as the constellation within the artifact doesn't disappear, it cannot transfer to another artifact. Ultimately, even if you hold both artifacts simultaneously, Kim Chu Hai-Yu-Si's soul is singular. It can only travel to one thought realm within the constellation's domain. Chu Hai-Yu-Si became increasingly confused as he listened. He frowned. What's going on? This is the first time I've heard of this. Ba Che found this amusing. Yes, I thought you already knew, as it's part of the curriculum. Chu Yusi retorted. Then you should have told me before I came here. You'd better prepare to be beaten in the spiritual world. He turned and asked again, anyway, if meeting both of them is impossible, I can still have a conversation with both of them, right? Black Cot hesitated. Actually, at the same time, Adelia blurted out, to be honest. They both looked at him. There have been many notifications popping up since you arrived. Me too, but I've ignored them and haven't read them carefully. Really? Black Cot recalled the image of Lumi. My holy support constellation said, long time no see, kid. That's what she said. Adelia also remembered the barbarian. My holy constellation, it's been a while. You crazy girl, they said. They continued relaying messages from their constellations, giving Chu Yusi a headache. My holy body support constellation again. Now, my constellation. Chu Yusi was a bit speechless. Right? They don't have a good relationship, do they? I thought I had taught them well, but they're back to their old ways. He interrupted their relaying. Stop fighting and listen to me for a moment. Okay. Chu Yusi's face was serious. Both of you know a little about Mojiji and Banwang, but the one who put us in this situation is trying to manipulate this world. He continued to emphasize, I've discussed this issue with everyone before. The recent disasters were also caused by that bastard. Chu Yusi stood before their bewildered gazes. Now, something even worse than before could happen. Up until now, it's all been a prelude. He hasn't truly started wreaking havoc. He smiled faintly. So, until I regain my original power, I'll borrow everyone's strength. Is that all right? Adelia relayed the barbarian's words. Our holy constellation, of course, master, she said. Black Cot also saw Lumius appear, clutching his face in excitement. My holy constellation as well, of course, master. This humble disciple is always ready to help, he reported. Chu Yusi breathed a sigh of relief. Good, he said, a thoughtful smile on his face. Now, there are only 3 disciples left. Before the labyrinth lord attacks again, I'll have to find the remaining disciples. Chu Yusi pointed at Black Cot. Black Cot, you've linked the academy and this place with a spatial passage, haven't you? I might have to come here often in the future. All right. He then pointed toward the exit. The passage we came through is still open, right? Yes, it's still connected to the entrance. Chu Yusi gave his instructions with satisfaction. Then I'll return to Valhalla first. You two get to know each other in the meantime. You are contractors of my disciples, so you'll be seeing each other often. All right, I understand. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yusi disappeared, leaving the two of them standing awkwardly, looking at each other. Adelia spoke first. It's a bit embarrassing to ask like this, but are you Black Cot, the owner of the marketplace? Black Cot introduced himself. Yes, but in the current situation, I'm the director of the Valhalla Academy Center. She couldn't help but be confused. I heard about that from my secretary, but why are you the director of Valhalla? Black Cot explained. It's probably the same reason a member of the Vanderzik family is serving Master Kim, Chu Yusi. They both understood each other. I see. That's a convincing reason. In short, it's because of the constellations we serve. Thank you for understanding. Night fell, quiet and still, upon a peaceful neighborhood. Inside a house, the 5 guardians were in a meeting. The first guardian looked at the pile of magic on the table, waiting. A voice emanated from the magic. I presume most of the enemies have been dealt with now. Yes, sir. The 100 pages have completely disappeared. The mysterious person gave an order. Then, this is the next command. The 5 guardians sat seriously, listening intently. You must protect him, the person emphasized. This is an order. The man wearing the eye patch stroked his chin. So the order is to protect the target while staying close to him. He voiced his thoughts. It's quite difficult when we have to reveal ourselves like this. He won't suspect us at all. The mysterious person spoke again. It's not necessary. Just appear and act when protection is needed. The purple-haired woman frowned. So we just continue to conceal our presence and follow him. That's all we have to do, right? The mysterious person bowed their head in thought, then spoke softly, you may reveal your identities if that person says a certain word. The cloaked figure frowned in confusion. What word? The mysterious person continued, relaxing their clasped hands as they uttered a mysterious word. The first guardian stammered in surprise. Are you sure it's that word? The mysterious person smiled confidently and firmly yes. The next day, at the Valhalla Gymnasium, the sun was already high in sky. Chu Yusi clutched a towel in his hand, his eyes wide with surprise. What the hell? Okik, what happened to your face? Okik's face was bruised and bandaged. Don't worry about that. Instead, he pointed resolutely at himself. Please accept me as your disciple. Chu Yusi stared blankly. What? Okik, his face battered, spoke clearly. please accept me as your disciple. Chuhayusi wiped his sweat and said casually, I don't want to. Okuk was bewildered. You don't want to? Chuhayusi replied nonchalantly, right? Hearing the answer, Okuk paused in thought, then said, just as I thought, the rumors are true. Hayusi, puzzled, asked, what rumors? Okuk quickly explained, there are rumors that you're trying to create a harem by only accepting female disciples. Upon hearing this, Hayusi became furious. Which bastard spread that nonsense? He gestured towards the two girls, explaining, from the beginning, these two came to ask me to teach them. He also clarified that Yin Lang was the only one he had accepted as a disciple, causing her to blush. Hayusi gritted his teeth, warning Okuk, that's why, if you don't want to die, don't say I'm creating a harem. Okuk stammered fearfully, I just heard rumors. Hayusi spoke seriously, moreover, I'm busy taking care of these three. Do you think I have enough time to worry about you too? Okuk said regretfully, is that so? Hayusi pondered, but it's a shame. I have to refuse because I have to prioritize these three. But having more people to fight against the monsters would be good, as our side would become stronger. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He said, Yin Lang, you teach him. Yin Lang was startled, stammering me. Hayusi continued to explain, using the whole body, fighting with combined strength is good. So you need more Shijan, actual combat. Yin Lang said shyly, right, I know that. After she finished speaking, Hayusi announced, now I will train first. You two exchange what needs to be said. Okuk, without waiting, replied, okay. Before leaving, Hayusi also advised, get to know each other, then training will be effective. Okuk, sweating, looked at the silent Yin Lang and replied yes. He left, leaving Okuk silently looking at Yin Lang. Yin Lang, seeing Okuk staring at her, asked defensively what do you want to say? Okuk recalled his misfortune and accused, you stepped on my face while I was unconscious. You probably did that because you were embarrassed. Okuk looked at her and asked, were you embarrassed about wiping my sweat? If so, I'll be more careful from now on. His question surprised her, Yin Lang cupped her blushing cheeks, thinking to herself, that's a relief. He doesn't know what I did back then. That's good. Thinking so, she felt more at ease. Then, Yin Lang patted Okuk's shoulder and reminded him, right, be careful from now on. Okuk hesitantly replied, all right. Yin Lang became cheerful. Good, now follow me. I'll show you the daily training schedule. Hayusi, while lifting weights, was eavesdropping on the conversation between two people and broke out in a sweat. He only heard Okuk reply, okay. Suddenly, Azin called out, Hayusi. He asked confused what? Azin then asked, we have a holiday next week. Are you planning on going anywhere? Hayusi responded with an and then continued, it's already time for the holidays. We haven't had our finals yet, have we? I think we only took a multiple choice test or something. Azin replied, that was the final. She explained, usually the final exam focuses on practical combat skills, so the written test was a bit too simple. Besides, we're not in a time of actual combat. Hayusi was bewildered. So the final practical is actual combat. Azin replied, yes. That's why those of us who pass the labyrinth dungeon don't have to take the practical combat test. Hayusi smiled. I see. I remember now. While lifting weights, he said, but even so, nothing really changes. I'll still come here and train. I want to train a bit more. Azin looked at him. I understand. Then I'll do the same. Hearing her say that, Hayusi immediately reminded her what? Try having your own opinion. You can do whatever you want except when we're training together. But Azin simply said, I'm doing this because I want to. I want to train and become stronger like you. I'm only doing this because I want to. Hayusi didn't know what else to say. Is that so? Azin became determined, but I still have to go back to my family because there are some classes for heirs that I have to attend. Hayusi agreed, as long as you're comfortable with it. Azin stammered, I'll also stay here and train, you hear. 1 week later, at the Hero Academy in America, the chairman of the Hero Academy, Black Hot, sat facing a sword radiating black energy, lost in thought. He suddenly remembered not long ago, when he had just opened the door and was surprised to see Logan holding the sword, looking out the window. The destroyer, Logan, turned around and saw Black Cot. You're here. Black Cot asked, did you come here to see your child before the holiday? Logan immediately denied it. No, seeing him would only distract him further. He also announced, by the way, I've recently eliminated all those who were bothering me. Black Cot said casually, I heard about that. He continued to inquire, I heard you wiped out a group of villains called the Doomsday Cult, right? Logan didn't hide it. Yeah, they weren't anything special. He also casually admitted, besides, their leader was torn to shreds before I even arrived. I don't know why. Black Hot was surprised. What? Was there infighting among them? Logan pondered, who knows? I don't know the reason why. It's a shame. Blackcott asked, a shame you couldn't kill him yourself. Logan's eyes changed, becoming sharper. That's one thing. I attacked to see if I could find any clues about Blood Envoy, but there was nothing. Blackcott silently thought, Blood Envoy, a mysterious villainous organization that killed Logan's father. Blackcott was curious. And what about that sword? Logan looked at the sword he was holding. He explained, I brought it with me because it caught my eye. It's called the Kung's sword. Blackcott was astonished. The sword that made its user slaughter the entire Blood Moon Guild. I thought it had disappeared. Logan was puzzled. For some reason, it reappeared in those bastards' hideout. He looked at the sword. Well, it seems like this sword has been connecting with my mind a lot lately. Blackcott suddenly stepped back, suspicious. Don't tell me it's bewitched you. Logan calmly replied. If it had, this school would already be destroyed. Logan pensively looked at the sword. I'm still perfectly lucid. It's just a bit annoying that it keeps talking to me. He told Blackcott, TSK, that's why I came here to ask if I could store it in the Hero Academy's relic vault. Blackcott immediately agreed, of course, but I have a question. He wondered, what did the sword say to you? Logan pondered for a moment before answering, find my master. Back in the present, Blackcott speculated, I tried putting it in the relic vault, but the constellations within the other relics reacted violently, so it was impossible. He recalled the sword's words, find my master. So that means the constellation inside that crazy sword has a master. Suddenly, Blackcott heard a loud noise. He jumped up in surprise. What was that? Looking towards the source of the noise, Blackcott's eyes widened. He exclaimed, an explosion from classroom near the garden. Was it an accident? It's currently break, so there shouldn't be any students there. Suddenly, a fiery red, malevolent figure appeared behind Blackcott. It was a monster, entirely crimson, with sharp claws and pointed horns on its head. Its appearance startled Blackcott. The demonic being was blood red, with flames flickering around its body. Blackcott asked fearfully, who are you? Are you the leader of the group that attacked the academy? The demon stuck out its red tongue and sharp teeth. Huh, what group? I'm alone. Blackcott thought suspiciously. He attacked the Hero Academy alone, bypassing the security and all the protective wards. He analyzed. Furthermore, his appearance isn't human. He then asked, what are you? The demon scratched its head in confusion. Ah, are you asking for my name? It looked at Blackcott. Well, normally I'd kill you just for that question, but I'm in a good mood today because I just got my name back. Should I tell you? Blackcott thought suspiciously, got his name back. While he was bewildered, he heard the demon continue. This body is the reincarnation of Lester. Hearing this, he suddenly remembered reincarnation. I've heard of that group of demons before. The demon laughed loudly and boomed. My true name is Zich Kui, Red Devil. Blackcott feigned composure. You say Red Devil. That's not a name you hear around here often. As he spoke, he casually took off his coat and tossed it aside, confusing the Red Devil. In that case, allow me to introduce myself as well. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing the bracelet on his wrist. I am Blackcott, headmaster of the Hero Academy. He clenched his fist, and a green aura emanated from his hand. Blackcott declared excitedly, and I'm in my prime. His eyes sharpened, looking almost crazed. Before the Red Devil could understand what was happening, Blackcott was right beside him. He punched the demon in the stomach. The energy upon contact seemed to pass right through. But he was surprised to hear the Red Devil's voice. Astonishing. You've made a contract with a constellation capable of such explosive power. He looked up to see the Red Devil completely unharmed, laughing loudly. You know what I'm capable of? Blackcott was shocked. He's completely unharmed. He's no ordinary opponent. Just then, the Red Devil launched a counterattack. Blackcott, unable to react in time, took the full force of the blow to his stomach. Fierce flames erupted from the Red Devil's hand. The previously intact windows of the building shattered as Blackcott was sent flying through them. As he flew, he thought, I feel like I'm about to lose consciousness. But before he could catch his breath, the Red Devil flew after him. It raised its leg, then stomped down hard on Blackcott. The impact sent him crashing painfully to the ground. Blackcott lay there in agony. Before he could get up, the Red Devil landed. Blackcott struggled to sit up, thinking he's incredibly strong. What kind of monstrous power is this? The Red Devil laughed. Oh, you're still alive. Pretty resilient. It spoke excitedly. You're different for the trash lying over there. At this point, Blackcott looked around. He was horrified. Could it be that the reason no one has come here, despite such a major incident, is because they've all been killed by him? He gritted his teeth in anger, then channeled a powerful surge of energy into his hands. cursing the Red Devil. "You bastard." Black Cot slammed his energy-charged fists into the ground. The energy spread like a fuse towards the Red Devil, then detonated in a massive explosion, surprising him. But Black Cot continued to channel more energy, thinking he's probably still unharmed after that, but my goal is to obstruct his vision. Then he launched another attack. This is the real attack. After 2 attacks, Black Cot was exhausted and breathing heavily. He was startled to hear the Red Devil's taunting voice. Not bad. The smoke cleared, revealing the Red Devil completely unscathed. "But if you want to satisfy me, you'll need a much bigger explosion." It reached out to attack. Black Cot raised his hand to block. But unexpectedly, the skin that came into contact with the Red Devil's hand immediately blistered. Then it exploded, the pain causing him to collapse at the Red Devil's feet. It laughed, looking down at Black Cot, writhing in pain. "Oh, you're still alive." It mocked. "Even when I was a constellation of rebirth, I never encountered such a strong contractor." How interesting. Black Cot was stunned. "What?" Grasping the key point, Black Cot asked, "You're a constellation." The Red Devil laughed. "Yes." It proudly declared, "I am a constellation known as the Tyrant King." At that moment, Black Cot's status screen appeared. The words on the screen repeated continuously. "The violent art enthusiast is shocked." Black Cot thought in astonishment, what kind of constellation reaction is this? Don't tell me he really is a constellation. The Red Devil looked at its hand. "Because right now, I have nothing to play with." Then it reached out, grabbed Black Cot's face, and told him to die. Just then, a voice rang out, "Hey, you horned freak." Chu Hai Yu Si suddenly appeared from behind, one hand in his pocket, the other casually carrying a sword on his shoulder, looking incredibly nonchalant. This surprised both the Red Devil and Black Cot. "Stop bullying him. Fight me." Black Cot, lying dying on the ground, struggled to sit up and squinted at the young man before him. Who is that young man? He looks familiar. A sudden thought flashed through his mind, making his eyes widen. Wait a minute, don't tell me. When he got a clear look at the young man's face, he couldn't contain his surprise. Kim Chu Hai Yu Si of the Valhalla Academy. Contrary to Black Cot's reaction, the Red Devil scoffed and looked at him with disdain. "Who are you? Are you here to die too?" Chu Hai Yu Si laughed, responding provocatively. "What nonsense. I'm here to defeat you." He confidently observed the Red Devil's confusion. "Oh, and by the way, I think I know who you are." Hearing this, the Red Devil narrowed his eyes. "Huh." Chu Hai Yu Si's eyes focused on the horns. Those oversized horns. He continued to observe, his gaze sweeping over every detail. Those jagged teeth and that red skin. Chu Hai Yu Si smiled confidently and declared, "You are the Red Devil, the one who failed on the 2nd floor of the Tower of Destruction, right?" Hearing this, the Red Devil became enraged and roared, "Failed? Who the hell are you?" He laughed confidently, shouldering his sword. "Idiot, take my attack, and you'll soon remember who I am." A powerful blue light suddenly emanated from Chu Hai Yu Si. The Red Devil frowned, looking at him. That magic power seemed strangely familiar, but rage consumed him, and he charged at Chu Hai Yu Si. "I don't care." His wrinkled, ugly clawed hand, barely raised, was blocked by the small sword. The Red Devil let out a surprised "oh." But Chu Hai Yu Si didn't let him wait another second. Laughing loudly, he launched his attack, swinging his sword powerfully at the Red Devil. Only after this blow, clutching his arm in pain, did the Red Devil realize this feeling. "Now I remember." He felt the intense pressure. "You're the martial god." The Red Devil stared in surprise at Chu Hai Yu Si's confident face. "I never thought you'd be reborn in a new body." Chu Hai Yu Si's expression turned serious as he gripped his sword tightly. "Really, I never thought the losers I defeated would be running around pretending to be constellations." The Red Devil retorted haughtily, "You're the one saying we're pretending. After we lost our names and bodies, people called us that and worshipped us." He grinned widely. "But now that I have both back, things are different." The Red Devil pointed at Chu Hai Yu Si. "After taking your hit, I realized." He sneered. "Compared to back then, you've become weaker, martial god." Facing the Red Devil's taunt, Chu Hai Yu Si remained strangely confident, stating the obvious, "Aren't you? I'm still a high school student, didn't you know?" The Red Devil smirked. "Is that so?" He then gathered magic power in his hand. "If that's the case." The Red Devil quickly lunged forward, his hands brimming with magical energy. "Then, this is my chance to take your life." Chu Hai-Yu-Si reacted with lightning speed, drawing his sword to block the attack. He calmly observed, then suddenly noticed something unusual about the countless flames appearing in the Red Devil's hand. A deafening explosion sent a thick cloud of smoke billowing outwards. Seeing this, Chu Hai-Yu-Si quickly retreated to evade, but the smoke had already spread everywhere. The Red Devil, seizing this golden opportunity, lunged forward menacingly, but Chu Hai-Yu-Si simply watched him calmly. The attack cracked and shattered the ground. The Red Devil, thinking he had landed a hit, let out a delighted cackle. He advanced steadily, looking at Chu Hai-Yu-Si. "Are you going to keep running?" Hearing this, Chu Hai-Yu-Si frowned and thought, "I'm still a long way from my former strength." He recalled his previous attack with a tinge of sadness. "When I fought the Shui family's constellation in the mental realm, I could fight because I had almost all of my previous power there, but fighting a materialized constellation in reality is a bit difficult." He watched the Red Devil approaching to attack, lost in contemplation. Putting everything else aside, if a loser from the second floor can give me this much trouble, dealing with the rest will be even more of a hassle. Seeing his pensive expression, the Red Devil mistakenly thought he was afraid and laughed triumphantly. Running is useless. The distance between the attack and Chu Hai-Yu-Si closed rapidly. The Red Devil roared, his face contorted as he unleashed his technique. "I'm going all out." As soon as he finished speaking, he caused a massive explosion that destroyed everything, sending smoke everywhere. The sheer destructive power astonished Black Cot. Just how large was the scale of that explosion? Was he not fighting me seriously before? Black Cot watched the Red Devil, his heart in his throat as he thought of Chu Hai-Yu-Si. It's hard to say if he's been able to dodge those attacks so far. Just then, a powerful voice rang out. "I suppose I should stop being stubborn and rely on my disciple a little." A sword strike of terrifying power descended, and to everyone's astonishment, it sliced cleanly through the Red Devil's arm. In an instant, his arm was severed and fell heavily to the ground. The Red Devil screamed in agony and immediately collapsed. A series of ringing sword sounds followed as Chu Hai-Yu-Si raised his sword, letting a drop of blood fall. The Red Devil clutched his arm in pain, bewildered. "How were you not in that explosion? You shouldn't have been able to dodge it." Chu Hai-Yu-Si smirked provocatively. "Well, I didn't dodge it. I just sliced it away." This calmness enraged the Red Devil, filling him with both fury and terror. He gritted his teeth, looking at Chu Hai-Yu-Si thoughtfully. "Suddenly, I can sense a different magical power. Is he borrowing someone else's strength?" The Red Devil clutched his wound, his face wary. Realizing he couldn't possibly fight back, he turned tail and fled, much to Chu Hai-Yu-Si's surprise. He gritted his teeth, muttering to himself, "I have to run. It'll take time to reclaim my title. I can't die before I accomplish anything." By now, the Red Devil's face had darkened. He rallied himself, thinking, better to live in shame than die in glory. Where there's life, there's hope. Watching the Red Devil run away in fear, Chu Hai-Yu-Si scoffed in annoyance. Honestly, what a strange bastard. After destroying the school and killing almost everyone, you run away just because you have a feeling you're about to die. Without wasting a second, Chu Hai-Yu-Si channeled his power into his sword and continued to sneer. "That's why you're a loser." His eyes, red with fury, stared intensely at the Red Devil as he cursed, "You damned Red Devil." He excitedly swung his sword with force. The Red Devil, not having gotten far, was struck by the next attack. Chu Hai-Yu-Si's strike split the Red Devil's face in two. The Red Devil could only scream in agony. Damn it. The blow caused him excruciating pain. Not only his face, but his entire body was cleaved in two. Chu Hai-Yu-Si calmly shouldered his sword and walked away without a backward glance. After the fatal blow, the Red Devil was completely defeated with no ability to resist. Chu Hai-Yu-Si immediately approached and held out the ring in his hand. The Red Devil gradually transformed into demonic energy, being sucked into the ring. His large body slowly vanished. Chu Hai-Yu-Si looked curiously at the ring in his hand and wondered, it can absorb even this guy. Suddenly, a groan startled him. Only then did Chu Hai-Yu-Si remember Black Cot. He gasped and bent down to check on him. "I was so focused on that guy that I didn't protect you. Are you all right?" Black Cot clutched his stomach in pain and groaned, "I'm still alive." Chu Hai-Yu-Si immediately pulled out his phone. "My healing abilities are still weak. Let me call emergency services." Black Cot, touched, replied, "Thank you." Suddenly, he asked curiously, "You're Kim, Chu Hai-Yu-Si from Valhalla Academy, right?" Hearing this, Chu Hai-Yu-Si moved his phone away before answering, "Yes. Even the teachers here know my name." Black Cot struggled to sit up. "You're that famous, huh?" Shuhai said with concern. It'll take a while for the paramedics to arrive, so please lie down, okay? Black Hot looked at him. It's all right. Although my introduction was a bit delayed due to the commotion, my name is Black Hot, chairman of the board of this Hero Academy. He bowed his head slightly and sincerely expressed his gratitude. And I should have said this sooner. Thank you for dealing with that thing. Shuhai shook his head in response. No, it's more like I arrived a bit late. He suddenly stood up, catching Black Hot's eye. They said help will be here soon, so don't worry. Black Hot smiled. Thank you. Seeing that Black Hot looked better, Shuhai straightened up. Well then, I'll take my leave. Black Hot was taken aback, dumbfounded. Huh. Shuhai opened a magic portal and walked through casually, putting his hands in his pockets for added coolness. I have no further business here. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped into the portal and disappeared. Black Hot watched thoughtfully, lost in his own thoughts. Suddenly, a voice called out, startling him. Black Hot. The voice belonged to Logan, who rushed towards him. What the hell happened here? Seeing Black Hot lying on the ground, he rushed over in alarm. I came here as soon as I heard that the Hero Academy was attacked. Are you okay? Black Hot called out Logan. He looked at the arriving ambulance and said sheepishly, since the ambulance has arrived, I'll tell you the details later. That afternoon at the hospital, the scene was peaceful. Those from the Hero Academy who were seriously injured were receiving long-term treatment. Compared to the others, Black Hot felt incredibly fortunate. Everyone was seriously injured, but thankfully, most survived. It was all thanks to Kim Shuhai, who dealt with that guy quickly and called for an ambulance in time. Logan walked over to his bed, crossed his arms, and ordered, now, tell me what happened. Black Hot was flustered, not knowing where to begin. Suddenly, everything went quiet. Suddenly, Logan exclaimed in surprise. Kim Shuhai from Valhalla Academy showed up and took care of an official constellation. Black Hot nodded, his hand on his chin, confirming that's right. I don't know if he's a true constellation, but he possesses incredible intelligence and overflowing magical power. Logan stepped closer and continued. Well, it's true that powerful contractors can handle low-level official constellations, but isn't he only 17? Black Hot casually replied, that's right. Do you know him? Logan recalled Shuhai face and responded absent-mindedly. He's the one who defeated my kid in that duel, wasn't he? What else? He's also apprehended a lot of villains. Probably all the top contractors know his name. Suddenly, Logan remembered something else. Also, the difference between villains and constellations is like night and day. So what happened? Black Hot awkwardly rubbed his chin. About that. A few seconds later, he spoke uncertainly. I could sense a strange magical energy from that boy right before he finished off the constellation. I think it probably belonged to the constellation he's contracted with. Logan responded with disbelief. A 17-year-old student has already contracted with a constellation. Isn't that a bit young? However, Black Hot contradicted him firmly. It's true, and that powerful magical power felt quite familiar. Logan, upon hearing this, couldn't believe it. Familiar. Black Hot closed his eyes and thought. If I'm not mistaken, suddenly, his eyes snapped open, his face serious. It's exactly like the magical power I sensed at the market. Logan looked bewildered. I heard the constellation who created that place is called the Unnamed Leader. Does that mean he's contracted with her? Black Hot just shook his head. I'm not sure, but it's the same magical power I sensed. Logan pondered for a moment, then spoke up again. Where is he now? He wasn't entirely certain, but he answered anyway. He must have returned to Valhalla Academy. Logan's eyes widened in surprise. Returned already. He continued to wonder, isn't Valhalla Academy in South Korea? How could he come and go so quickly? Black Hot was equally puzzled. After a while, he realized I think he used instantaneous movement. Logan was stunned, his eyes wide. Instantaneous movement. Black Hot nodded rapidly. That's right. The moment Kim Shuhai returned, a linear space opened up and he stepped into it. He looked up and said, he's probably able to teleport due to his constellation's ability. Suddenly, a wave of killing intent emanated from Logan, surprising Black Hot. Logan seemed to snap out of it, retracting his killing intent. Very few contractors can use instantaneous movement. Black Hot frowned. I know, not many constellations possess that ability. Logan's hand clenched. Don't tell me. He furiously shouted. Kim Shuhai is involved with the organization I'm looking for. I have to go investigate right away. That evening at Valhalla Academy, in a certain room, Black Hot stood as if waiting for something. Suddenly, a spatial gate opened. Shuhai sighed as he stepped out of the portal. He was startled to see Black Hot right in front of him. What the hell? Were you waiting for me? Black Hot quickly replied seriously, yes, sir. He stared intently at Chu Hai Yu Si before speaking. Your constellation ordered me to support you in any way possible, so I watched your battle just in case. Black Cot's words surprised Chu Hai Yu Si, who then stepped forward and asked, "You watched my fight?" Black Cot didn't hesitate to approach and explain, "Yes, I created a linked space and watched you fight through it." Hearing this, Chu Hai Yu Si clicked his tongue in embarrassment. Damn, the thought that you can do something like that is terrifying. Black Cot responded with surprise. We can quickly detect attacks from other constellations on the market or this academy thanks to that ability. Chu Hai Yu Si suddenly recalled the guide's words. Oh, right. He remembered the guide's warning. Next week, someone with a title will appear. Intrigued, Chu Hai Yu Si immediately asked someone with a title, "You mean those from the Tower of Destruction?" The guide rested her chin on her clasped hands. That's a strong possibility. Her answer made him widen his eyes in bewilderment. A strong possibility. Compared to last time, your answer is a bit more vague. The guide smiled, admitting her fault. My apologies. The Labyrinth Lord surveillance has become stricter. She kept her eyes fixed on Chu Hai Yu Si. Although he hasn't noticed my existence yet, it seems he's been very cautious about gathering information lately. The seriousness of the situation prompted Chu Hai Yu Si to quickly speak. Really? The guide continued with further hints. That person will appear at the Hero Academy in America. You know that place, right? He replied awkwardly. I've heard of it, but I can't look up the location once I leave here. She firmly advised, just keep an eye on that place, and if a constellation appears, take them down quickly like last time. Chu Hai Yu Si smiled with amusement. All right. Just then, the guide continued hesitantly, and after today, meeting each other will be a bit difficult. He looked at her, asking, because of the surveillance you mentioned. She clasped her hands and chuckled softly. Yes, we have to hide ourselves well, so we can continue scheming when needed. The guide watched Chu Hai Yu Si's flawlessly handsome face. In return, I'll teach you how to use the ring I gave you last time. Can you take it off? He quickly handed the ring to her. The guide raised 2 fingers and spoke softly. The ring has 2 uses. The first is to convert a constellation's title into a stream of energy and turn it into your own power. The second is to utilize the skills transformed from that title. She then raised a finger and added, each method has its limitations. With the first method, you can't convert all the power from the title into your own. Because we aren't the Labyrinth Lord who can fully absorb a title, we can only obtain residual power from it. Those titles are obtained when we defeat evil constellations. The limitation of the second method is that you can't improve the skills you already have. Hearing this, Chu Hai Yu Si curiously asked, even you can't. She pondered, putting a hand to her chin. That's right. For example, if you absorb the title of a constellation, that with the ability Hydro Slash, when you use that constellation's ability, regardless of how strong you are or what your abilities are, the current power and pressure from the shot will only be equivalent to when the constellation uses it. It all depends on how effectively you utilize this ring. Maybe in the future, you'll be able to break through that limitation. Chu Hai Yu Si listened thoughtfully, looking at the ring in his hand. At this moment, Chu Hai Yu Si was still engrossed in contemplating the ring without responding. His eyes sharpened. His goal was to quickly attain ultimate power. Chu Hai Yu Si smiled confidently, looking at the ring on his hand. Then a surge of energy emanated from him. That's why I will continue to absorb the power of the constellation's titles into my own. The silver ring on his index finger suddenly flared with a blue flame, then quickly extinguished. Chu Hai Yu Si looked at the flame in disappointment, thinking, that's it. He spread his hand, wondering, have I really become stronger just by wearing this ring? Nothing has changed. Suddenly, someone spoke, startling him slightly. Excuse me, Chu Hai Yu Si. Hearing this, Chu Hai Yu Si quickly replied, oh, I'm sorry. I was lost in thought. Black Kite cheerfully responded, it's all right. Chu Hai Yu Si went straight to the point. So, why did you call me? Black Kite didn't bother hiding anything. You defeated Red Devil at the Hero Academy, right? The technique you used to defeat Red Devil was Spatial Slash, wasn't it? He recalled the scene of Chu Hai Yu Si's attack as he analyzed. Chu Hai Yu Si readily confirmed, yes, that's it. Black Cot thought with a flicker of happiness, just as I predicted. Then he nervously stated his intention. Could you demonstrate it for me again? Chu Hai Yu Si was puzzled. Huh. Then he wondered, you also signed a contract with that constellation. Can't you do it? Black Cot didn't hide it. Yes, that's right, but he stammered, explaining it's embarrassing, but honestly, I'm not as good at using Spatial Slash as you are. If you don't mind, could you teach me that technique? Chu Hai Yu Si was a little hesitant. You should ask your constellation, but whatever. Black Cot bowed his head upon hearing this. Thank you. Night quickly fell. Chu Hai-Yusi and Black Hot walked through the trees. Upon seeing their destination, Chu Hai-Yusi softly assessed, "This place is good." Then they both walked over. Chu Hai-Yusi held his sword and said, "Spatial slash." Black Hot, seeing this, started to sweat. Chu Hai-Yusi gripped his sword tightly and instructed, "First, focus your magic power into the sword." Then he raised his sword, slashed, and said, "Then swing the sword and simultaneously release the energy slash." After he swung his sword, an attack with a purple light flashed through the air. The wind immediately picked up, shaking a large tree in the forest. The wind quickly died down, and at that moment, a very deep slash appeared on the tree trunk. After demonstrating his ability, Chu Hai-Yusi said casually, "Well, that's about it." He lifted his sword and confidently asked, "Easy, right?" Black Hot, after watching Chu Hai-Yusi's demonstration, felt a wave of helplessness. He sighed internally, frustrated that when his constellation taught him spatial slash, the instructions were vague. That's why he asked Chu Hai-Yusi, the owner of his constellation, to teach him, but it seemed like the student was no better than the teacher. Chu Hai-Yusi, seeing Black Hot's lack of reaction, asked, "Is something wrong? Do you need me to demonstrate again?" Black Hot quickly declined, No, it's fine." But as they were talking, a loud noise from behind caught their attention. They turned to see the mountain split apart from Chu Hai-Yusi's earlier slash. Chu Hai-Yusi stared, dumbfounded. Black Hot was shocked. "You cut through the space of the mountain behind us too." Chu Hai-Yusi responded, bewildered, "Yes, but..." Black Hot thought in alarm, "I only intended to cut through the forest, and I even adjusted my magic power, yet the mountain was still split in two." Chu Hai-Yusi looked down at his ring, suspicious. "Is it because I absorbed the title from the ring?" He became excited. "Just absorbing the residual power made me this strong." Snapping out of his thoughts, Chu Hai-Yusi turned to Black Hot. "Let's stop here for today. Next time, I'll definitely show you the correct posture." Black Hot agreed. "All right, let's head back." As they walked back along the same path, Black Hot said wearily, "Next time, I'll definitely clear these bushes." But Chu Hai-Yusi was no longer paying attention. He stared at his ring with fascination. "Although I was doubtful at first, I've definitely gotten stronger, haven't I?" "Excellent." A sinister smile spread across his face. "You bastards from the Tower of Destruction, I'll absorb all of you if you dare come down here." Under a large, ancient tree with a hollowed-out entrance, a man holding a long staff gazed intently at a glowing red orb called the Reincarnation Gear. He continued to watch as shimmering lights began to appear on the orb's surface. As he remained captivated by the orb, someone called out Sylvia Law, startling him. It was a man in a black cloak. He spoke Breadlot. The other man, removing his cloak, asked irritably, "Have you finished arranging the titles?" The cloaked figure, whose hair was white, quickly replied yes. He rotated the red orb in his hand, appraising it. "Well, you've distributed the second-rate ones quite evenly, haven't you?" He glanced down at the other man's hand. Then with a sarcastic tone, he added, "Is that why you keep clinging to that spear?" Seeing Sylvia Law remain silent, he frowned and barked, "No answer." The white-haired man remained calm. "You don't need to know the reason. You have your weapon too." Breadlot rested his hand on the sword at his hip and pressed further, carrying another weapon while clinging to that one. The other man quickly and firmly replied, "To me, they're all the same." Contrary to Sylvia Law's indifference, the red-haired man seemed furious. He cursed inwardly. He was just chosen by the Maze Lord 300 years ago, and he dares to speak to me as an equal just because we share the same position. This ungrateful bastard. Glancing at the man beside him, he couldn't help but feel envious. "If it weren't for the Maze Lord's favor, I would have killed you long ago." Suddenly, the orb flashed. The red-haired man wondered. A title suddenly disappeared. The white-haired man calmly replied, "It seems like it came from America." Breadlot, growing irritated, asked, "Are you sure you arranged the titles correctly?" Sylvia Law responded indifferently, "I followed the Labyrinth Lord's instructions." The red-haired man, touching the orb, questioned, "While it's true some disappear, isn't this a bit early?" He then warned, "I have to report this to the Labyrinth Lord first. I'll deal with you later." He left abruptly, leaving Sylvia Law alone, staring pensively at the orb. Her hand still gripped her spear. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Black Hot calmly spoke, looking at Logan standing before him. He asked, "What can I do for you?" Logan, with his captivating brown hair and blue eyes, stared at Black Hot, waiting for his question. Black Hot maintained a formal and serious demeanor. What brings you here, Soul King Logan? Logan crossed his arms, displaying his seriousness, and clearly stated his purpose. I'm here because I have a question for a student at this school. At this, Black Hot pondered. Had Logan come because Chuhai UC had defeated that constellation at the Hero Academy. He had thought he'd contained that information, but it had somehow reached Logan. After a moment of thought, Black Hot stood and suggested, "This conversation might take a while, so why don't we sit down first?" The two men sat facing each other on a pair of black couches. Logan, arms crossed, was utterly serious. Let me get straight to the point. A student named Chuhai UC attends this school. Did he previously go to the Hero Academy? And did he defeat the constellation that attacked the place? Black Hot listened intently and didn't deny Logan's claims. Logan remained tense, his demeanor unwavering. I have many questions, but I primarily want to know two things. 1. How did Chuhai UC know about that constellation and how to counter its attack? 2. How was he able to travel directly from here to America before? Not giving Black Hot a chance to speak, he continued, "Don't even think about dodging the question. I heard Black Hot say earlier that he sensed the black market's magic. Answer me, Black Cat, master of the black market." Only then did Black Hot regain a role in their dialogue. I understand. Since Black Hot sensed the magic and told you, I'm sure you've already guessed. It's true that the Constellation Lord used her power at that time. Hearing Black Hot's explanation, Logan frowned. The stage master, correct. Black Hot didn't deny it. So Logan pressed on. So, did the stage master and student Chuhai UC have a contract with each other? Black Hot calmly replied, not exactly. It was only a temporary contract. I can't give you the details due to personal circumstances, but I know what you're most curious about, Logan. Black Hot seemed to have grasped Logan's primary concern and didn't hesitate to expose it. You must be wondering if Chuhai UC is a member of the Blood Messengers, aren't you? He seemed surprised by Black Hot's assessment of him, but didn't deny its accuracy. If you understand that, then our conversation will be much easier, Black Hot said, his cat-masked face impassive. I've also investigated the Blood Messengers' past activities due to their connection to the market's operations. I initially thought they were just another group of villains, but it turns out they have an indirect connection to you. Logan tilted his head back slightly, recounting his villain-hunting exploits as he replied. That's right, those bastards killed my father. After I gained some power, I dedicated myself to eradicating all villains to find them, but I couldn't find a single leader. It was as if they vanished overnight. The only thing I discovered, Logan, who usually closed his eyes while reminiscing, suddenly opened them, revealing a look of pure hatred. Every member of the Blood Messengers is a contractor capable of instantaneous teleportation. Black Hot nodded in agreement. That's what I found as well. Just like you, I couldn't track them down. But Chuhai UC isn't a member of the Blood Messengers. He can travel to and from America quickly, but that's just the power of the constellation I serve, the power of the Stage Master. He asked. Black Hot nodded. To be precise, it's a fraction of her power. One of her abilities is the capacity to detect a constellation's attack faster than anyone else. Logan leaned back in his chair, his expression still dangerous. So that's how it is. Do you think I'll let you off the hook just because you said that? He pointed directly at Black Hot, unafraid. It's also possible that your market is part of the Blood Messengers, isn't it? Black Hot, in his black cat mask, maintained his professional composure. That assumption is a bit much. Even though we run a black market, we're different from villains who kill for a living. Logan sat with his arms crossed, defiant. Assumptions are reasonable suspicions, aren't they? He reached for his glass of water, but continued to explain his suspicion. I'm sure you understand that there are very few contractors in this world capable of instantaneous teleportation. Black Hot agreed. Logan took a sip of water and slammed the glass down on the table. So, it's only natural for me to be suspicious. He pointed at Black Hot suspiciously. But it seems the owner of this black market is backing one of his students. I can't think of a more plausible reason for you to help him than that you're both members of the Blood Messengers. Black Hot remained calm. If that's what you suspect, you can hire a detective agency to investigate. Our relationship is indeed special, but as I said before, we are not Blood Messengers. Furthermore, I think you're crossing the line. At this point, Black Hot's tone indicated he was no longer amused. He issued a warning. Logan frowned, making the atmosphere tense. After giving his warning, Black Hot explained, I'm trying to answer your questions politely, Logan. I even went into great detail about the Constellation Master's abilities. But if you're going to corner us based solely on your suspicions, things will get complicated. I would appreciate it if we ended things here today. Let's talk again when all your doubts have been cleared. Black Cot stood up, facing Logan, who was leaning back in his chair, and gestured for him to leave. And I would also appreciate it if you didn't mention the information I've revealed here today, especially anything related to the Constellation Master's abilities. Logan, hearing this, cursed Black Cot internally. He had worked hard to get here, and he wasn't satisfied with Black Cot simply dismissing him like this. What if I don't want to? Black Cot stood by the window, tilting his head as he looked at him. Then, of course, we'll have no choice but to kill you. Hearing the threat, Logan scoffed. You want to kill me? I admire your courage. If you can do it, then try. Black Cot didn't deny his inability to do so. Of course I can't kill you. You're the Soul King, the strongest contractor among all contractors. However, if you continue to cross the line, the Constellation Master will personally kill you. Hearing about the Constellation Master, Logan was slightly surprised. Black Cot relayed Lumius's words. She sat regally, her face displeased. If you've gotten your answers, then leave. If you cause any more trouble, I won't let you off the hook. Manage your contractors better, you damned fool. Seeing that Logan was about to retort, Black Cot showed him a message board. On the board appeared a warning. The destroyer of all things says go home and don't cause trouble. Seeing this, Logan looked slightly surprised and apprehensive, then stood up. Fine, I'll leave today. Next time, I won't leave empty-handed like this. As Logan left, Black Cot breathed a sigh of relief, muttering to himself. Next time, I need to control the information flow better. Just in case, I should tell Anderlia Vink about what happened today. The setting sun cast its light into the apartment. At that moment, in Chu Hai-Yu's room, he was sitting and cultivating a blue light emanating from around him. After a while, he sighed in relief. He looked happily at the glowing blue flame in his hand. After using the cultivation technique to regulate my mana flow, I can tell how much stronger I've become. Just by cultivating mana properly, I've immediately gained 30 days worth of experience, more than before. Chu Hai-Yu rolled his shoulders. But my physical strength is only slightly stronger than my mana, so it's hard to feel the change in my body. I need to focus on training my physical strength again to balance my mana and physical strength for optimal condition. If only one aspect becomes stronger, I'll have a harder time fighting tough opponents. After thinking it over, he called Red Devil to inquire. Hey, Red Devil, did you feel anything unusual when you met that Zich Kui last time? Red Devil maintained a calm demeanor. Are you still suspicious, Master? He clasped his hands behind his head, closing his eyes in relaxation. I'm just asking as a precaution, in case the Maze Lord's brainwashing magic suddenly resurfaces. There's a chance you could become the Tower Master again. Red Devil denied it. I don't have any power now, so I didn't feel anything. Anyway, did you sense anything at the Hero Academy? He asked, a hint of suspicion in his voice. Anything besides Zich Kui? Red Devil nodded in confirmation, recalling the building shrouded in a dark, crimson aura. Yes, I sensed a very familiar magical presence within that school. He brought a hand to his chin, rubbing it thoughtfully. Something familiar. Red Devil continued, we share some senses, Master, so I'm quite certain about it. He smiled slyly. Well, in that case, it looks like we'll have to return to that Hero Academy soon. In a tranquil setting on an island surrounded by water, the moonlight reflected on the surface, making it appear as if the island was encircled by liquid crystal. Within the abandoned school, a large group of people had gathered. A merman was walking toward a vampire and a person with two long horns. Now they could see the merman's face clearly, with its grotesque, fish-like features, yet possessing human legs. His entire body was blue, and he seemed to be presiding over the meeting. He rested his hand on the surface, expressionless. Is everyone here? Where's that guy? The horned figure, whose hair covered half his face, crossed his arms. It seems everyone's here, except for a few. Hearing this, the merman inquired about the absentees, and the white-haired figure replied, Zich Kui is missing, the one who caused the recent chaos. At the mention of Zich Kui, the merman recalled the incident and cursed in frustration. That foolish idiot. After 300 years of silence, why did he suddenly cause trouble and then die? Hearing the merman's question, the white-haired figure paused. He must have underestimated his opponent and let his guard down. Truly pathetic. The horned figure pointed a finger towards the sky. If we die here, we'll return there and wander for another 300 years, nameless. The white-haired figure remained calm. Of course, we were sent here to wreak havoc. We can do that as easily as turning our hands, but that fool went too far. The merman began to ask for more information. Besides him, is there anyone else in special circumstances who can't be contacted? Hearing this, the horned figure immediately mentioned Hoa Tra. The merman flinched. Hoa Cha, that corpse-loving guy. The merman sighed, expressing helplessness. I hope he didn't die prematurely from boasting like Zich Kui. At this moment, the horned figure fell silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke. We just received news from Hoa Tra. The merman quickly asked what Hoa Tra had said. He'll cause chaos at the all-clans competition. In another scene, inside a gym, Chu Hai Yusi was lifting a large weight with one arm, his physique incredibly well-defined. He glanced at Azin, Latrick, and Zozan, who were diligently training. He thought to himself, everyone was present except for Yin Lang. Speaking of which, he remembered the message Yin Lang had sent him, saying that she was going home to visit her family for a few days. But he was a little skeptical about that, since the relationship between Yin Lang and her family had never been good. He pushed the thought aside, figuring that if she wanted to, she would return on her own. Chu Hai Yusi put down the weights and signaled for everyone to stop. Everyone, take a break, he said. Everyone was a little surprised that he called for a break earlier than usual. He wiped the sweat from his face with a towel when suddenly someone called his name. It turned out to be Azin. She was wondering about the missing person. Where's Yin Lang? She asked. He didn't hide the reason. She went home for a few days to take care of some personal matters. Azin, wiping her sweat, questioned, we promised to train together, but she just disappeared. Shouldn't she have told me beforehand? He countered Azin's question, didn't you do the same thing? You skipped training to go home for a few days. Hearing this, she looked a bit embarrassed, but before she could say anything more, he instructed, we're going to spar, so go get ready. She nodded in understanding, then went to tell Latrick and Zozan. He watched the three of them talking from afar, a feeling of amusement bubbling up inside him, a slight smile playing on his lips, which Red Devil found strange. Why do you look so proud all of a sudden, Master? He heard Red Devil ask. He chuckled inwardly, communicating with Red Devil through their thoughts. Isn't it funny? Even though I've been reincarnated, I'm still teaching disciples. Red Devil agreed. But before he could react further, he expressed his dissatisfaction. However, I'm still a little disappointed. I wish my previous disciples could gather and chat comfortably like this. But unfortunately, the Star Lords can't meet each other. Red Devil fell silent, thinking for a moment before replying. Actually, in the past, the Star Lords were able to gather together. He was a little surprised to hear Red Devil say that. Red Devil reminisced about the distant past. It happened a long time ago. A door suddenly opened in the illusory realm. Back then, when I was trapped in despair, I wondered what that door was. So I got curious and opened it. Red Devil continued the story, recalling the scene of himself after opening the door and meeting the Star Lords, who were also startled to see him appear. Chu Hai Yusi interrupted Red Devil's reminiscence. All the Star Lords were there. Red Devil put his hand on his chin and nodded. I quickly left because I was afraid someone would recognize me as the previous master of the tower. It seems that all the Star Lords there had gone through a door that appeared in their own illusory realms. Everyone there had the same surprised expression, not just me. After hearing Red Devil's story, he felt curious. But what happened to that door? Red Devil wasn't sure, but still answered his master. After about 2 days, it disappeared. Perhaps that space disappeared along with it. Chu Hai Yusi was extremely grateful for the information. That's quite useful information. Thank you. His words made Red Devil feel a little bewildered, unable to understand the issue. But at this moment, Chu Hai Yusi smiled, showing his interest in this matter, thinking to himself that he must learn more about it. Meanwhile, at the White Lotus Society, Seo Jun was sitting on a chair carved with dragon motifs, a cheerful expression on his face. This is a surprise. I didn't expect you to contact me so proactively to meet Yin Lang. What did you want to discuss before? It turned out that Yin Lang had returned to the White Lotus Society to look for Seo Jun, and now the two were talking. Yin Lang intended to call Seo Jun by the name Snow Lotus, but she suddenly stopped. Snow Lotus. Sir, I want to see the sacred relic of the Tuet family. Seo Jun maintained a calm and cheerful demeanor as he replied, all right, let's return to the Tuet family estate then. The afternoon sun cast long shadows as the two walked together towards the Tuet family estate. Yin Lang pondered for a moment before finally asking, what happened to Tuet Van? Seo-jun calmly replied. You probably know that she was forced to leave the position of family head because the contract between her and the constellation was broken, and she was expelled from the Tuet family. Hearing this, Yin Lang was startled. She was expelled. Seo-jun continued, recalling the events. Tuet Van became the family head by deceiving the constellation and suppressing others with force, and everyone in the Tuet family found out. Thanks to Chu Hai Yu-si, a student who met the constellation directly, the truth about Tuet Van manipulating the constellation was revealed. Because of him, the Tuet family elders agreed to expel her. Hearing Chu Hai Yu-si's name, Yin Lang seemed to blush slightly. I see. Seo-jun continued. Since that incident, the position of family head has remained vacant. Yin Lang seemed a bit speechless. Still, you haven't taken the position. Seo-jun looked at Yin Lang with a gentle gaze. Oh dear, in the Tuet family, if you're already the president of the White Lotus Society, you're not allowed to be the family head. Anyway, we have to quickly find a new family head. If we delay. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud noise suddenly interrupted them. Yin Lang pointed ahead with a panicked expression. Because over there, the Tuet family building is. Before their eyes, flames engulfed the tower. The two quickly regained their composure. Seo-jun ran and gestured for Yin Lang to follow, seeming worried. It seems your worries have become reality. Let's go. The two ran towards the burning tower, but Yin Lang still didn't understand. What's happening? It seems like you know something. Seo-jun was silent for a moment, then revealed, you know our family is the largest in China, right? However, because Tuet Van oppressed other families while she was family head, when they heard about her expulsion, some families started taking action to seize the #1 position in China. I thought they would attack our family members the way Tuet Van did. The two ran towards a door, but when it burst open, amidst the black smoke and raging flames, the ground was littered with corpses, and those remaining were still fighting each other. The two stared at the horrific scene in disbelief. Seo-jun regained his composure. Cruel bastards. A masked man, his sword dripping with blood, looked at Seo-jun with terrifying eyes and laughed. There are still a few left. He was about to kill them both when another person called out, stopping him. Wait, that hairstyle. It's from the main Tuet family line. The masked man didn't understand what the other was explaining. Authentic Tuet family style. Does that mean they're connected to Tuet Van, the one who ruined us? Good riddance, let them die like these guys. Yin Lang's face darkened as she listened to the two filthy men rambling about Tuet Van killing their people. Did the Tuet family force other families to surrender by killing their people? Seo-jun immediately explained, no, she single-handedly attacked and subdued some people from the families, forcing their surrender, but no one died. Hearing this, Yin Lang became furious, her hands clenching into fists. I really thought I wouldn't care about the people of this family anymore, because I didn't like them, but this is too much. Finishing her sentence, she charged straight towards the masked men, ignoring Seo-jun's calls. She lunged at the masked man, catching him off guard. He hastily swung his long blade at her. Yin Lang decisively punched the descending blade with her bare fist, startling the masked man with her method of defense. Before he could react, Yin Lang glared and, using her strength, delivered a powerful punch. A blue light emanated from her fist, striking the two masked men and sending them sprawling to the ground. The bald man standing nearby watched in astonishment as Yin Lang blocked the attack and then knocked down his two subordinates with her bare hands. What? She took down 2 of our men in one hit. Before he could react, she appeared before him with a look of hatred, moving like a bullet. She kicked both men, sending them flying several meters away, surprising even Seo-jun, who was standing nearby. She was taken aback by Yin Lang's strength, not expecting her to have become so much stronger. She wondered what kind of training Chu Hai Yu-si had put her through. Lost in thought about why Yin Lang had suddenly returned to check on the sacred relic, Seo-jun was almost caught off guard by a masked man who appeared behind her and swung his blade in a sneak attack. But Seo-jun didn't give him the chance, using her talismans to push him away. She thought to herself, once this is over, I'll immediately appoint her as family head as originally planned. At the same time, the Tuet family's eldest daughter, Tuet T. Lam, and the second daughter, Tuet Boy Ni, were surrounded by men in black. Tuet Boy Ni was even injured, a cut near her eye, causing tears to stream down her face in pain. Tuet T. Lam wearily looked at the men surrounding them. Because they attacked by surprise, we were completely unprepared. From a quick glance, it seems they're from different families. Did they know we don't have a leader and came to attack us? Although the elders could escape to safety while we buy time, it looks like Boy Ni is exhausted. She gritted her teeth in determination. Damn it, I don't want to die like this. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to the sound of intense fighting. It turned out that Yin Lang was using her fist to knock down the men in black amidst the chaos, while Seo Jun used her magic to attack them. Seeing Seo Jun and Yin Lang, Tuet T Lam and Tuet Boy Ni were stunned, but Tuet Boy Ni quickly grasped the situation, tears streaming down her face. Auntie Yin Lang. Yin Lang, clench her fists. I'm sure you have a lot to say, but save it until we've dealt with these bastards first. Tuet Boy Ni wiped her tears. Tuet T Lam smiled. Who would have thought the strongest person in the Tuet family would come to our rescue? What a relief. She brandished her fist confidently. Let's get our all. She punched directly at the masked man. She lunged, landing a punch squarely on the man's face, sending a spray of blood onto her hand. At that moment, Tuet Boy Ni drew her sword, assuming a fighting stance, and slashed decisively at the attackers. But just as another attacker swung a sword from behind, Yin Lang leaped in, saving Tuet Boy Ni with a well-timed kick from midair. Landing, Yin Lang turned away, but couldn't hide her concern. Are you all right, Boy Ni? I mean, sister, are you okay? Boy Ni wiped her tears. I'm fine, thank you. The attackers, momentarily stunned by the sister's affection, were interrupted by an irritated voice. What's the matter? Scared. A hand clamped down on the masked man's head. It was the bald leader, furious. Instead of attacking, are you just going to stand there and watch? These bitches are running around because you're all so pathetically weak. As he spoke, he squeezed the underling's head, killing him with a sheer force. The four women were shocked, Tuet Boy Ni even bursting into tears. Seo Jun spoke up. Although he's masked, judging by his size and strength, I think I know who he is. He's the family head of the Tien family. The bald man cursed. Damn it. So the mask is useless now. Huh, that's right. I am the family head of the Tien family. You've probably noticed all these men are from the Tien family. We're gathered here today to reclaim our position as the dominant family in China. Yin Lang calmly replied, but you're not just gathered here. You've been causing chaos and killing people everywhere. He responded calmly, we're just doing what your family head did to us. Don't like it. But since I admire your fighting spirit, I'll offer you a proposition. If you become slaves of the Tien family, we'll stop and withdraw. Yin Lang's face hardened. After our family head scared you so badly you couldn't lift a finger, you come back and do this. Aren't you ashamed? Get lost, Baldy. The bald man chuckled. You arrogant bitch. You're right. Your family head certainly made me suffer. But now, without your family head, the Tuet family is nothing. He channeled his energy, a red light gathering in his fist, preparing to strike. A loud bang erupted, accompanied by a spray of blood. Seo Jun smiled contemptuously. How foolish. Let me tell you, that girl is much stronger than the previous Tuet family head. Yin Lang was seen delivering a powerful blow, sending the bald man stumbling. With her fist ablaze with red fire, Hong Hao's sharp eyes locked onto his opponent. Yin Lang gritted her teeth and retaliated. Time seemed to stand still, anticipating an earth-shattering impact. Suddenly, Yin Lang's eyes widened in surprise. Seeing Hong Hao's movements, Yin Lang wondered what's going on. He's standing still like a statue. She looked at his clenched fist and realized with a start, no, it's not that. He's just moving incredibly slowly in my eyes. I can perceive his movements to some extent, but not this slow. Yin Lang quickly thought of Chu Hai Yu-Si, chuckling to herself, is this the result of training with Chu Hai Yu-Si? This is amazing. After a moment, the slow punch finally drew closer to Yin Lang. She quickly dodged and countered, landing a blow on Hong Hao without a scratch. He took the hit directly, spitting out a mouthful of blood and pain. Finally, he collapsed unconscious on the ground. Everyone who witnessed this scene was utterly shocked. One of them stammered in fear. She defeated the family head. Another stuttered in disbelief then. They couldn't help but flee, shouting, everyone run. Yin Lang clenched her fists, angrily shouting, you cowards. Are you running because you can't beat me? Turning to her sisters, she said, elder sister, second sister, let's go help those who have fallen. Tuet T Lam quickly replied, yes. Then, with a relieved sigh, she addressed Tuet Boy Ni, Aunt, now I understand why you nominated Yin Lang to be our family head. Tuet T Lam happily agreed, I concur. She then gave a thumbs up to Tuet Boy Ni and asked, "You think so too, right, Boy Ni?" Tuet Boy Ni nodded in agreement. Yes. Seo Jun remained silent for a moment before speaking with satisfaction. I understand. As she finished, her eyes slowly opened, revealing a look of determination. Yin Lang continued to help the injured out of the fire. The scene shifted to a snowy mountain range, where Seo Jun and Yin Lang were walking together. Looking around in confusion, Yin Lang asked, "Where are we?" "Weren't we just inside the house?" Seo Jun replied, "This is probably your first time here." Yin Lang, clutching her fan, she explained, "This is the Constellation Chamber, where our Tuet family's sacred artifacts are kept. This snowy plain is a unique barrier to protect them." Yin Lang hesitantly replied, "I understand." Seo Jun observed their surroundings and announced, "It seems we've arrived." She immediately poked the snow with her hand and pulled out a wooden chest buried in the thick snow. When the chest was opened, a glove emitting a mysterious blue light was revealed. Seo Jun introduced it. "This is the sacred artifact of the Silent Snow King, the Lord of the Constellation." Yin Lang looked at the item with some doubt. "This is it, but it looks just like an ordinary glove." Yin Lang wondered, "If I have this artifact, will I become stronger faster?" She immediately blushed, lost in thought, and, "If I become stronger, Chu Hai Yusi will watch me train more. He and I will be able to be together in the special training class, right?" Seo Jun chuckled softly, as if understanding something. She then asked, "Yin Lang, you like this artifact, don't you?" Yin Lang, still lost in her thoughts, stammered yes. Seo Jun quickly saw through her and said directly, "I know you contacted me not just because you wanted to see this sacred artifact, but because you need it." Yin Lang immediately stiffened. After a moment, she stammered, "No, I really just wanted to see it. I'll go back to Korea now." Seo Jun interrupted her. Yin Lang. She gently consoled her, "Your face already says what you want to say, so you don't need to lie to me. I'm not going to scold you anyway." Seo Jun then asked, "What is your purpose in coming here?" The girl, her cheeks flushed, mumbled, "You're right, Aunt." Yin Lang once again mentioned the item in the box. "It might sound abrupt, but do you want to make a contract with the constellation inside this sacred artifact? I don't know the details, but I know it's the only way for me to become stronger." Seo Jun, hearing this, questioned, "Haven't you become strong enough while training with Chu Hai Yusi?" Yin Lang couldn't help but feel nervous. "Yes, but I'm talking about a different kind of strength, and that's all I can tell you, Aunt." Seo Jun, unable to wait any longer, quickly voiced her thoughts. "Yin Lang, I have a suggestion for you. Do you want to try it?" Seo Jun elaborated, "Would you become the head of the Tuet family?" The girl gasped at the suggestion. "What?" Yin Lang hesitantly asked, "What are you talking about all of a sudden, Aunt? I've never thought about becoming the family head." Seo Jun quickly explained, "Yin Lang, do you know what kind of promises you can make with a constellation?" The girl replied, "Blessings and contracts, right?" Seo Jun affirmed, "Correct." She began to analyze, "But there are two types of contracts, common contracts and true contracts. Actually, three." Yin Lang quickly remembered, "Oh, I heard about that at Valhalla. Unlike common contracts that can be made with many people, only one person can make a true contract, right?" Seo Jun smiled slightly, right? Then, she continued to explain, "And you can possess unparalleled power that no common contract can match." Yin Lang, surprised, stammered, "Really?" Seo Jun then explained, "So, if a family has a guardian constellation, that guardian constellation usually makes a contract with the head of the family. You said you wanted to become stronger, right?" She brought the box closer to Yin Lang and presented the responsibility. "Then becoming the family head and making a contract with the Constellation Lord is the fastest way to become stronger." Yin Lang hesitated slightly, "But isn't it too early now? I'm only 17 years old." Seo Jun quickly replied, "You might think so." She seriously stated, "But the Tuet family is currently facing some threats with the position of family head vacant. The attack today is one of them." Seo Jun, no longer hesitating, advised, "As a member of the Tuet family, I can't stand by and watch this situation continue. That's why I want to nominate you as the family head, Yin Lang." Seo Jun continued, "Besides, your sisters have all agreed with me." The girl's eyes widened in disbelief. "My sisters?" Seo Jun offered words of comfort. "If you're worried about the family's affairs, you don't need to be. A 17-year-old should be enjoying their youth, not necessarily shouldering all the family responsibilities. I'll help you with that. However, I do hope you'll attain the qualities and strength to become the head of the family. That's why I suggested it to you." Yin Lang closed her eyes, silent as if in thought. Then, she quickly made her decision. "I'll do it." Seo Jun, hearing this, was very satisfied. Yin Lang resolutely promised, I will become the head of the Tuet family. Seojun, reassured, replied, well then, what could be better? She immediately urged, please take this sacred artifact, go to the Forbidden Zone, and receive the Constellation Lord's recognition. Yin Lang cautiously reached out towards the artifact, nervously replying, all right. Then, she touched the artifact, which was radiating a strong aura. Suddenly, she was transported to an unfamiliar place. Yin Lang immediately looked up. A strange face, with an air of authority and importance, appeared before her. It was the snow god. She hesitantly took a step back from him. Seeing this, the snow god laughed with amusement. The scene shifted back to the familiar snowy mountain landscape. Seojun was intently watching Yin Lang as she slowly examined the artifact in her hand. Suddenly, a look of surprise flashed across her face. Yin Lang seemed to have returned from her trance and quickly picked up the glove. She turned and nodded, indicating her success. Seojun was overjoyed. Time began to pass, and a few weeks quickly went by. In the United States, the familiar scene of the Hero Academy appeared. Chu Hai-Yu-Si stood silently in the middle of the arena, beside him, Azin carrying a weapon on his shoulder. By now, the spectators filled the stands. All around, cheers and shouts erupted, anticipating the upcoming spectacle. The Academy students waved excitedly, while others were tense with anticipation. Chu Hai-Yu-Si wore a bored expression, thinking, this is such a hassle. Who would have thought they'd hold a world championship? He looked intently at the crowd above, somewhat listless. Right at the start of the school year, the scene shifted to a few days earlier. In the quiet room, only two people were present, Chu Hai-Yu-Si and Black Hat. Chu Hai-Yu-Si initiated the conversation. What's up, Black Hat? It's vacation time, and I'm busy training. Why did you call me here? Black Hat didn't hesitate for long and immediately made his request. Sorry for calling you while you're busy, but I have something I need your help with. Chu Hai-Yu-Si, with his hands in his pockets, casually replied, need my help. Black Hat quickly answered yes. Black Hat calmly inquired, do you know that the school year starts next week? Chu Hai-Yu-Si scratched his head hesitantly. Oh, really? I forgot to check the date. Seeing him stammering, Black Hat clasped his hands together and mentioned, actually, the World Championship will also be held that week. Chu Hai-Yu-Si, seemingly realizing the event, replied, the World Championship. I think I've heard of it. Black Hat immediately responded, it's similar to the competition you participated in before I took this position. He continued to explain, but since it's the World Championship, besides the 3 major academies, students from all over the world will also be selected to participate. Black Hat compared it to the Academy's competition to choose representatives. Among the first-year students, Chu Hai-Yu-Si questioned, first years, not second or third years. Hearing this, he honestly replied, I only learned about this after becoming the director. But it seems they've decided not to choose second or third-year students, as those students often go to guilds for hunter training. Chu Hai-Yu-Si quickly realized and agreed with his opinion. Right, this academy is also for hunter training. From there, Black Hat continued to analyze, well, anyway, the academy's goal is for students to become hunters and graduate, so if they're chosen as representatives too often, it'll be a distraction. But first-year students can participate in many competitions to attract hunter recruiters from guilds or companies. Having said that, Black Hat made a suggestion, so do you plan to participate in the World Championship I just mentioned as a representative of Ahala? Chu Hai-Yu-Si boldly asked, is that what you wanted to ask me? He pondered for a moment, then curiously asked, where is this tournament held? Black Hat quickly revealed at the Hero Academy in the U.S. Chu Hai-Yu-Si's face was full of suspicion. He hesitantly replied, there wasn't that place just attacked and destroyed not long ago. He directly explained the situation. I heard it was thanks to you that there wasn't much damage and the academy has been rebuilt since then. Black Hat announced, it seems they will hold the World Championship on a fixed date in the U.S. It's a long-standing tradition, even if it means they had to race against time. Chu Hai-Yu-Si said indifferently, is that so? Seeing his reaction, Black Hat had to reluctantly give up. Well, if you don't want to be a representative, I'll ask another student in the special class. Chu Hai-Yu-Si immediately interrupted with a decisive voice. I'll participate. He exclaimed in surprise, what? He reiterated his purpose. I agree to participate because I also want to visit the Hero Academy. Bache, from within his consciousness, suddenly voiced his guess. Is it because of the familiar magic you sensed before? Chu Hai-Yu-Si immediately agreed. That's right. It might also be related to my disciple. Black Hat quickly got down to business, directly asking, I understand. So, do you want to bring another student along? Hearing this, he began to consider another student. Black Hat hastily explained, well, at the World Championship, each academy will send 2 representatives. If you don't go, I was planning to choose 2 students from the special class. Do you have anyone in mind? Chuhai UC thought of a potential candidate and suggested, if so, could Yin Lang go? Besides me, she's probably the strongest. Black Hat was forced to refuse, saying, although she studies in the special class, she's not a student of our Valhalla. Then, he quickly offered a solution. Then I'll go with Azin. She's been performing very well in battles these past few days. Black Hat had no reason to refuse, so he readily agreed, I understand. Chuhai UC pondered a few things. Besides that, I'm still a little worried about some things, so I might bring Moji's abilities as well. Rummaging through his memories, the guide urgently shouted, we're in trouble. Chuhai UC sat on the ground, anxiously shouted, What's going on? Why did you suddenly call me like this? He immediately stood up, his mind full of questions. Didn't you say it would be difficult for us to meet for a while? Were you wrong? She, breathing heavily, hurriedly said, this is urgent, so there's no other way. I'm sorry for coming here so abruptly. The guide, still panting, continued, the Red Devil isn't the only one who appeared last time. She urgently announced, all the names on the 2nd floor of the Tower of Destruction have appeared. Chuhai UC sighed slightly upon hearing this. If it were before my reincarnation, those bastards showing up wouldn't be a big deal, but now it's a bit tricky. The guide frowned and offered her conjecture. Perhaps they won't cause trouble all at once. The Maze Lord must have ordered them not to. Having said that, she quickly added, but since they're all here, I can't predict what they'll do next. It'll be difficult for me to warn you like before, so be careful. Chuhai UC replied with a confident expression, careful. I don't think you should say those words to me. He, in turn, cautioned her, you should be careful, guide. Don't overexert yourself and get caught by the Maze Lord. After hearing this expression of concern, the guide's mood brightened considerably. She smiled faintly and exclaimed, it's been a while since someone cared about me like this. Now calmer, she offered her farewell. All right, I'll be careful. See you later. Returning to the competition area, Chuhai UC felt an inexplicable sense of unease. The attack. At least I quickly made a temporary contract with Moji and gained some additional abilities before coming here. But was I overly worried? Suddenly, a pleasant voice called out, snapping him out of his thoughts. Chuhai UC. He turned to Azin for a moment and asked, what is it? Azin, her cheeks flushed, gratefully said, I heard the director say that you nominated me to represent Valhalla Academy with you. She sincerely added, thank you, Chuhai UC. I'll do my best not to be a burden. Chuhai UC smiled back and confidently told Azin, it won't be difficult, so just relax. We'll win anyway. She agreed, yeah. From behind, Logan Khan and Melissa were carefully observing Chuhai UC. First-year student Logan Khan silently confirmed his prediction. Chuhai UC, just as I guessed, he's here. Logan Khan intently watched Chuhai UC and mused, if he's here, Valhalla will be a strong contender for the championship. Suddenly, Logan Khan spoke up, we still have unfinished business with him. Melissa quickly replied, that's right. She smiled slightly. I'm just grateful that he rescued us in the great forest of eyes. Otherwise, we would have died at the hands of that villain. Logan Khan quickly added, actually, me too. I just want to use this tournament as an excuse to talk to him. Logan Khan watched Chuhai UC nearby and honestly replied, I want to know how he can be so strong. Suddenly, a voice boomed from the microphone, echoing throughout the hall, greetings. Beck quickly introduced himself. It's a pleasure to meet all the students and spectators who have come to attend the World Championship. I am Beck, chairman of the Council of Hero Academy. He briefly outlined the recent situation. Before this tournament, our academy was attacked, so I understand that many people are feeling anxious. Of course, my current appearance is also a result of this attack. Beck also reassured everyone. However, the main culprit of the recent incident has been dealt with, and the damaged buildings have been rebuilt. Furthermore, during the tournament, we have prioritized security, so the number of security personnel has been increased to 200. He hastened to calm the public. Therefore, please rest assured. Meanwhile, Chuhai UC quietly fell in a deep thought. Beck proactively announced, now, I would like to explain the details of this tournament. The image of Beck intently explaining was projected onto a screen in another room, his voice echoing. The World Championship will take place over 2 days and 1 night. The task on the first day will be to solve the maze. Logan quietly watched the screen broadcasting Beck's speech live. He suddenly frowned, staring seriously at the image in front of him. Suddenly, a woman's voice interrupted Logan's thoughts, causing him to look up. "Hey, Logan." Lania proactively inquired, "Why are you here?" Logan crossed his arms, not answering immediately but instead retorting, "I should be the one asking that." "What are you doing here, Lania?" Lania seemed a little disgruntled. "I'm working, of course." She offered an explanation. "I heard that Hero Academy was attacked by a suspicious person a few days ago. Naturally, they can't let something similar happen when so many students are gathered here. So they hired security companies." She continued, "We won the contract, so we're here." Logan replied, "Is that so?" Logan quickly stated his intentions. "I'm here because there's someone participating that I need to keep an eye on." Lania guessed, "Your son." Logan refuted, "No, someone I'm interested in." Before Logan could finish, a series of chaotic sounds suddenly erupted. "Dachu." Logan anxiously asked, "What was that sound?" Lania ran towards the source of the strange noise. "It's coming from outside the stadium." The two ran like lightning to the balcony, looking down below in unison. Lania's eyes widened in horror as she exclaimed, "What is that?" Below, the area was now teeming with monsters, each bearing sharp teeth, ready to snatch their prey. A vast horde of monsters had suddenly appeared, roaring and echoing throughout the desolate landscape. Logan and Lania, from the balcony, looked down, their jaws dropping in unison. She stammered in fear, "What are those things?" From Lania's walkie-talkie, an urgent voice called out, "Captain! Captain!" She quickly pressed the walkie-talkie to her mouth, speaking urgently. "Hey, didn't I tell you to keep watch? You should have reported this first." The voice in the walkie-talkie sounded apprehensive. "The thing is..." The blonde, bespectacled young man hesitated, unable to speak. "These things," he replied in shock. They suddenly emerged from the ground. Lania gritted her teeth and said, "What?" She quickly vaulted over the railing, urgently saying, "Logan, I'll deal with these zombies." Logan, grasping the situation, replied, "Understood." Lania jumped down, landing directly in front of the savage horde. Channeling her power, she directed the others, "Don't panic. We have to stop these monsters at all costs. They can't be allowed to harm the students." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes." The monsters wasted no time, lunging forward with roars. Lania pummeled the monsters relentlessly. She reassured everyone, "These monsters have incredibly low endurance, so don't be afraid." Everyone quickly agreed, right? Looking at the teeming mass of monsters, seemingly undiminished, Lania felt a surge of unease. Even if their endurance is weak, this isn't ending. Has a calamity occurred? She urgently asked, "Do you see anything that looks like a labyrinth around here?" The short-haired woman in the squad quickly replied, "No, ma'am." Lania frowned in disbelief. "Impossible. This many monsters appearing without a calamity." She speculated, "They're coming from underground, which means the situation inside the stadium must be dangerous." Time is running out. The scene descended into chaos. Students scattered in panic, while Chu Hai Yu-si exclaimed in confusion, "What the hell?" He stood his ground, calmly stating, "What's with these monsters?" The zombies continued to swarm and attack him. Suddenly, Beck's voice boomed urgently from the loudspeakers. "The competition is canceled. All students and spectators, please evacuate immediately." He repeated frantically, "Hero Academy guides will direct you to the emergency exits. Please evacuate quickly." Beck's mind raced. What's happening? First the Constellation attack, now a calamity. He berated himself. "I stubbornly pushed for this competition when it should have been postponed. This is my fault." Zach urged, "Chairman, you need to leave here. Please go down." Beck commanded, "Go to the entrance and help the students evacuate." Zach responded with a questioning, "Yes, sir." He rolled up his sleeves, his eyes filled with determination. "I will destroy these monsters until every student and spectator has evacuated." Beck began to channel his power, slamming his fists together. Energy crackled around him like thunder. He unleashed a powerful uppercut, catching the monster off guard. A blinding flash of light erupted from the blow, sending a shockwave that blasted the monsters backward. Witnessing this from afar, Chu Hai Yu-si analyzed the situation. Explosive power. I understand how he could fight the Red Devil. A sense of unease settled over him. Something about this seems familiar. It feels like they can't be stopped this way. A moment later, Chu Hai Yu-si realized what was wrong. I remember now. The monsters continued their relentless advance, growling menacingly. Azan, his gaze calm, gripped the hilt of his sword, ready to strike. As he drew his blade, the sharp sound of metal against scabbard rang out. With swift, decisive strikes, he cut down the approaching monsters. Severed limbs and body parts rained down upon the ground. Azan's eyes were cold as he slowly stopped moving. Lania frowned, thinking, I've taken care of quite a few, but there are still this many. Chu Hai-Yu-Si walked up to her and explained, don't waste your energy. These bastards will just keep appearing endlessly. Azan recognized him immediately and called out, Chu Hai-Yu-Si. Chu Hai-Yu-Si quickly summoned a treasure and confidently declared, all the corpses buried in this land will be returned to where they belong. Chu Hai-Yu-Si swiftly planted the treasure in the ground, and the monsters, like lamps that had run out of oil, melted away simultaneously. He smirked, praising her silently, truly the power of that idiot. This is the best way to deal with these things. After a long while, Beck was still diligently focusing all his magical power on the attack. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, instantly detecting the anomaly. The monsters in front of Beck had, at some point, melted away like ice. He stared intently at the scene below, stunned. What is this? The monsters are melting. Beck quickly turned around, silently searching for the person responsible. None of the guides have this kind of power. Who did this? He gradually started to suspect. Don't tell me. It's Chu Hai-Yu-Si again. Chu Hai-Yu-Si proactively advised. Actually, this is just a temporary solution. They'll reappear soon. So don't overuse it and deal with them moderately. Hearing this, Beck calmly agreed. Lania suddenly voiced her concern. What about you? What are you going to do next? Chu Hai-Yu-Si smiled casually and replied, well, he immediately pulled off the ring on his finger and declared, time to catch the bastard who caused this incident, don't you think? The scene shifted to Hoa Tra's hideout. He began to hesitantly speak. Strange. Hoa Tra placed his hand on the map and wondered, impossible. I can sense the demons. Inside the arena, there's still movement. We have enough materials, so there's no way. There's a shortage of heads, is there? He was somewhat puzzled. Is there a powerful contractor there? But dealing with that number is still very difficult. Hoa Tra showed no sign of wavering. Well, if he's no longer alive. He gradually became frantic and shouted, before he becomes the one who is named, I will make him beautiful and adorably insane. Chu Hai-Yu-Si suddenly appeared, directly destroying Hoa Tra's hideout. You perverted bastard, you've been hiding here all this time, haven't you? Hoa Tra hadn't yet recovered, only slowly turning to look in the direction of the voice. Chu Hai-Yu-Si stared directly at Hoa Tra, then mocked him, tried to provoke him. He suddenly lunged from behind, aiming to attack Hoa Tra. Hoa Tra asked in astonishment, what? How did you get here? Chu Hai-Yu-Si calmly held the treasure in his hand and confidently said, how else? Chu Hai-Yu-Si swiftly kicked Hoa Tra hard in the stomach and replied, the disgusting black magic led me right here. Hoa Tra hadn't yet recovered and could only cry out in pain. Clutching his stomach with one hand and clawing at the ground with the other, he groaned in agony. He growled, you bastard. Hoa Tra immediately pressed both hands to the ground to summon the monsters. Furious, he commanded, my monsters obey my command. The monsters quickly emerged, roaring hideously. Chu Hai-Yu-Si gripped his sword, looking down at Hoa Tra. Filthy bastard, he said, swinging his sword with a casual flick of his wrist. The swarm of monsters was helplessly flung back. Try to overwhelm me with numbers, because you can't beat me yourself. Hoa Tra froze, watching his monsters repelled. They shrieked in unison. Suddenly, Chu Hai-Yu-Si's sword flashed forward, its tip stopping a hair's breadth from Hoa Tra's face. As the blade came within an inch, Hoa Tra recoiled, crying out in fear. Instead of frustration, Chu Hai-Yu-Si chuckled. Still as nimble as ever, I see. He then revealed Hoa Tra's true name. Hoa Tra, he stated. The other man was stunned into silence. After a moment, he stammered, the nickname of a constellation. No, how do you know my real name? Don't tell me. Hoa Tra trembled, pointing a finger at Chu Hai-Yu-Si. A look of realization dawned on his face. Now I remember. That way of speaking, that magic power. He stared at Chu Hai-Yu-Si with certainty. You're the martial god. Chu Hai-Yu-Si smiled calmly. Precisely, you necrophiliac. Without hesitation, he swung his sword again, his face alight with battle lust. Took you long enough to figure it out, didn't it? Hoa Tra desperately tried to block the blade with his bare hand, a cry escaping his lips. The razor-sharp sword sliced into his flesh. Chu Hai-Yu-Si cleaved Hoa Tra's hand in two. The agonizing pain made Hoa Tra scream. He stared at his severed hand lying on the ground, fear creeping into his eyes. Before Hoa Tra could recover, Chu Hai-Yu-Si pressed his attack. He cocked his elbow, preparing a devastating blow. He slammed his elbow down, striking Hoa Tra directly. With one hand already mangled, Hoa Tra groaned in agony. The powerful blow completely severed Hoa Tra's other arm. Chu Hai-Yu-Si watched him gasp for breath. "Damn, how long are you going to keep dodging?" He sneered, taunting him. "If you keep dodging, your arms will end up just like that Red Devil's." Hoa Tra weakly replied, "Red Devil? Could it be? The reason we couldn't contact Red Devil, the one who came down here first, is because you defeated him." Chu Hai-Yu-Si answered calmly. "That's right. He suddenly appeared and started causing trouble, so I killed him." Hoa Tra was speechless with rage. He suddenly mustered his remaining strength and summoned another, larger monster. The hulking monster appeared, its back supporting Hoa Tra. He quickly gave instructions. "We're going down." Not to kill them, Hoa Tra finished. The monster slammed its mountain-like fist forward. Hoa Tra sneered. "It's useless." Chu Hai-Yu-Si effortlessly dodged the attack, moving like the wind. He summoned his sword once more, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Useless. Chu Hai-Yu-Si plunged his sword into the monster's heart, making it roar in pain. He channeled a strange, blue magic power into the blade. Hoa Tra secretly noticed something unusual. What? A magical force, completely different from the martial gods, was spreading out and being drawn back in. The monster instantly melted like wax, filling him with questions. The monster gradually merged with the ground. Hoa Tra could only collapse in bewilderment. He thought in a daze, what? My lovely ghoul, is it dead? Could it be that the others also died this way? Chu Hai-Yu-Si, appearing and disappearing, swiftly attacked him from behind. With a single flash of his sword, he swiftly finished off Hoa Tra. Still clinging to a sliver of consciousness, Hoa Tra hastily assessed him. "Just as I thought, you are very strong. However, not as strong as before." Chu Hai-Yu-Si crouched down and taunted him. "Tenacious, aren't you? Every time I cut you down in the past, you'd always make a fuss. Still the same, huh?" Hoa Tra chuckled and said, "But there's a limit to this resignation. This body will soon disappear." He continued indifferently, "But it doesn't matter. My title will once again resurface." Hoa Tra threatened, "And then one day I will return, along with the Red Devil you killed first when you arrived here." Chu Hai-Yu-Si quickly stood up, his expression unconcerned as he replied, "Oh, is that why you said talking to me was a waste of time?" He then posed a question. "So, where do you think the Red Devil is now?" Hoa Tra, slightly doubtful, but still confident, responded, "What? I'm sure he's ascended." Chu Hai-Yu-Si gestured with his ringed finger and calmly said, "Here." Hoa Tra had a suspicion. "What do you mean? Don't tell me." He exclaimed, "You absorb his title." Chu Hai-Yu-Si calmly explained, "Well, I heard this thing mimics the absorption method the Labyrinth Lord uses, but honestly, I don't really know how it works. But who cares?" He continued indifferently, "Your fate will be the same as that Red Devil anyway." Hearing this, Hoa Tra broke out in a sweat, incredulously replying, "What?" He didn't hesitate to absorb Hoa Tra into the ring, despite his pleas. "No, please don't absorb me." Hoa Tra's soul was gradually sucked into the ring on Chu Hai-Yu-Si's finger. Chu Hai-Yu-Si looked at his spoils and smiled. He calmly focused his attention on the treasure on his hand. This scene was displayed on a main screen, and Black Hat and Adelia were observing him. Suddenly, he turned to her and asked for her opinion. "What do you think?" Adelia, her eyes bright with admiration, exclaimed, "I can't believe it." She appeared astonished. "Unbelievable." Black Hat, hearing this, asked doubtfully, "Which part are you referring to, Mississippi?" She regained her composure and replied, "You can just call me Adelia." More importantly, she emphasized, "Did you see Chu Hai-Yu-Si use our constellation's special skill just now? He seemed to have an inkling." "You mean the way the monsters melted?" Adelia speculated, "Normally, a constellation's abilities aren't revealed to outsiders. But since we're allies, I'll let you know. Our constellation's power is poison." Black Hat hesitated. "You said poison." She confessed, "That's right." Adelia explained, "Actually, it converts magic power into poison and can be used either directly or by applying it to an object. The potency of the poison varies depending on the contractor." He was a bit confused. What would happen if an ordinary contractor used that ability? Adelia explained to Black Hat. Their opponent would be poisoned and collapse or experience excruciating pain, but wouldn't die instantly. It's usually used as a supplementary attack. She added specifically, Even I, who have a direct contract, have to land a direct hit to make them melt from the inside. He seemed apprehensive. I understand. Observing the situation, she affirmed, that's why making a monster completely melt with poison is on a whole different level. Black Hat realized, is that so? Adelia pondered further. Moreover, he only has a temporary contract. Yet, he can melt the entire enemy without even touching them. She chuckled softly. This is the first time I've seen Chu Hai-Yu-Si in action, and I'm very impressed. He admitted, me too. Suddenly, a message appeared on the screen. Constellation asks, still not clear. She seemed a bit perplexed. Constellation. The barbarian spoke up. Although poison is my specialty, it's the master who helps me improve it. In terms of application, he's definitely on a different level. Adelia exclaimed, you're right. I was mistaken. She speculated, if Chu Hai-Yu-Si returns, I want to ask him for a favor. Black Hat was puzzled. A favor. She elaborated, I want to ask Chu Hai-Yu-Si to be my teacher. The scene shifted to a desolate wasteland, focusing on a collapsed building. Lania thoughtfully observed the ruins. She quickly instructed those present, those who aren't injured, please tend to the others and make a preliminary assessment of the damage. They immediately obeyed. Understood. Lania put her hand to her chin, pondering. What just happened? There haven't been any labyrinths around here recently, yet those creatures kept swarming in, and then they suddenly stopped. Lania recalled, after Chu Hai-Yu-Si appeared, a horde of screaming zombies charged forward. And I had a hard time dealing with them. Lania swung her fist powerfully at them. The whole group tumbled over each other. Then, unexpectedly, more hands started climbing up. An even larger horde of zombies approached. Lania breathed heavily. The current situation worried her. No matter how many we take down, there are just so many of them. Lania bit her lip. What's worse is that my speed punch skill isn't suitable for dealing with large numbers of enemies, as it consumes too much magic power each time I use it. She frowned, wondering these creatures must have come from somewhere. But where? Suddenly, Lania's eyes widened. Chu Hai-Yu-Si stood calmly amidst the zombies. Lania was even more astonished. What the? Where did he come from? A school uniform? No way. Is he a student? She shouted a warning to him. Hey student, get out of there. But he simply grasped his sword and smiled faintly. Immediately afterward, Chu Hai-Yu-Si plunged his blade into the ground. A blue light emanated from the fissure. The zombies began to melt. Not just one, but many were annihilated. Lania was stunned by Chu Hai-Yu-Si's display of power. She thought to herself, at first, I was confused because I didn't know who it was, but it turns out it was Chu Hai-Yu-Si, the guy who's been making a name for himself lately. He resolved everything in a single blow. Lania wondered, could this be real? The invading monsters disappeared right after Chu Hai-Yu-Si took action. Logan approached and asked her, Lania, are you all right? Lania then asked, is everything okay inside? He nodded. Logan recounted, when I went in, the students, Valhalla and Beck, had already taken care of everything. Lania took the opportunity to ask, you mentioned you were interested in a particular member, right? He admitted that's right. She said directly, that person is Chu Hai-Yu-Si. Logan was slightly surprised. You're right. Lania then posed a hypothesis. If I told you that he was the one who ended this whole mess, would you believe me? He was stunned. What? She had to recount the situation. He rushed alone into the middle of the horde of zombies, stabbed his sword into the ground, and caused all the monsters to melt. After that, the zombies completely stopped attacking. Logan started to calculate melt. The ruler of the underworld, who is said to have made a contract with Chu Hai-Yu-Si, doesn't have that ability. He recalled Black Hat's words. I hope you won't reveal this information to anyone. Please be especially careful with our constellation's abilities. Logan quickly asked, where did Chu Hai-Yu-Si go after that? Lania confessed, I don't know. He said regretfully, there's no helping it. I want to take this opportunity to ask him a few things, but I guess I'll have to wait for another time. Logan instructed, I'm going inside. Remember to tell Beck and then head back. Lania hurried after him. Where are you going? Aren't you looking for Chu Hai-Yu-Si? He gave a cursory explanation. I'm curious how this incident was resolved, but I don't intend to delve any deeper. It's not something I want to know. Lania was puzzled. No, isn't it obvious? We need to investigate what he has to do with the zombies. Logan advised, Lania, I usually don't interfere in other people's business, but he specifically warned, don't try to go any further. Logan's words surprised Lania. You'll lose your life. She tried to get to the bottom of it. What are you talking about? Explain yourself, Logan. As the dark night descended and the moon rose high on an island, Kuk Dak hesitantly spoke. This is. He quickly reported, Hoa, Tra has been captured. The other person expressed interest. Captured. Isn't that a bit too fast? just like how Hong Ghi failed. Cut Doc worried. Perhaps he was too complacent, relying only on the zombies. The other person chuckled. It's understandable. The demon stated, I don't care whether that pervert lives or dies, but both Hong Ghi and Hoa Tra failed too quickly. At this rate, our purpose of descending will become meaningless. The group discussed, everything is becoming chaotic because we're acting individually. Then someone else appears. That's right. They laughed loudly and suggested, let's act together. That'll guarantee those bastards will be defeated. Chu Haiyusi and Azin walked down the street. She sighed a little. In the end, the tournament was canceled due to the monster attack. It's a shame to have to return without accomplishing anything after going to all the trouble of coming all the way to America. He tried to cheer Azin up. It wouldn't have helped us to stay here either, so returning quickly is fortunate, right? Was there anything unusual in the stadium? She recounted, monsters did appear a little while later, but we dealt with them without any serious casualties. They stopped appearing soon after that. Chu Haiyusi, hearing this, was relieved. Really? That's a relief. Azin asked, Chu Haiyusi, did you stop them? He replied casually, you could say that. When I saw that monster, it looked quite familiar, so I thought it might be what I was looking for, and I went to catch it. Azin was suspicious. Familiar. Chu Haiyusi quickly made an excuse. It's nothing important, don't worry about it. He thought to himself, I've told him everything so freely already. Azin inquired, where are we going? Chu Haiyusi. If we're going to the airport, we need to wait for the bus right up ahead. He confessed, they said that because the tournament was suddenly canceled today, it's difficult to find a direct flight back, so it'll take us longer to get back to Korea than it did to get here. She thought to herself, I think this is actually better. Chu Haiyusi offered, I know a faster way to get back, so follow me. I've received permission from the chairman to share this information with the special class students. He walked ahead, considering, I think it's around here. A door caught Chu Haiyusi's attention. Found it. He grabbed the doorknob and pulled it open. Both of them stepped through the door. Azin looked around, assessing. An old warehouse. Chu Haiyusi told her, this warehouse isn't what's important. He remembered Blackheart. We could go to the marketplace from any country, right? He acknowledged that's right. There are gates to the marketplace all over the world. He was curious at the time, so we can use these gates like teleportation gates. Blackheart replied, it's possible, but the distance between the gates is quite far, so it's difficult to go directly to another country. He suggested, the method I recommend is to enter the marketplace and go to the central tower in Area 7. From there, you can go to the gate connected to another country through the tower again. Blackheart instructed Chu Haiyusi, if we use that method, there won't be any issues for the special class students using it. We'll use a secret passage to enter and exit the tower so that ordinary marketplace users won't feel uneasy seeing school uniforms. He nodded. I understand. Before Chu Haiyusi left, he added, if you want to come back here, you can do so directly from the tower. Chu Haiyusi replied, Chairman Blackheart, you connected the tower and Valhalla last time, right? Then I understand. Back in the present, Chu Haiyusi noticed something. He directed Azin this way. She was a little surprised. What? Azin stared ahead, surprised by the current scene. Night had fallen on the building. Within a closed gate, Chu Haiyusi led Azin out. He instructed her, you did a good job today. You go ahead. I'll report on the special class's activities to the director. She indicated understood. Azin blushed again, bidding him farewell. You worked hard too. Chu Haiyusi replied, see you tomorrow. She then turned and left. Chu Haiyusi searched his pocket for something. He then pulled out a ring. He thought to himself, with this is the third time, including the master of the first labyrinth. Those at that level feel noticeably stronger each time I absorb them, so I'm a little excited. He mused, I'll check it out later. For now, I should go meet Blackheart, since I told him I'd wait up for the report. At that moment, at a closed door, Chu Haiyusi opened it and called Blackheart. The other person immediately recognized him. Chu Haiyusi, welcome. Thank you for your hard work. Adelia unexpectedly bowed her head in greeting, surprising him. Chu Haiyusi was bewildered. Isn't that Adelia? What are you doing here? She politely replied, just call me Adelia. I'm bowing to ask you a favor. He quickly responded, first, please raise your head. What is your request? Adelia hesitated. Well, it's like this. She intended to ask him for help. Could I ask for your guidance? Chu Haiyusi was surprised. Suddenly, what makes you want that? She confessed, actually, we've been following Chu Haiyusi's achievements. He understood. You're saying you've been watching me. That's a bit creepy. Chu Haiyusi questioned, this is his idea again, isn't it? Blackheart. He hurriedly explained, no, last time we saw it was the constellation. Blackheart had been startled when he saw the system notification. The master of the underworld will be enraged and dispose of you without a trace if you speak of it. He asked him what. Blackheart quickly denied it. Nothing. Adelia also spoke frankly. Anyway, I saw Chu Yusi use the constellation's unique skill to capture monsters, and I was really impressed. She earnestly requested, "Could you teach me too?" Chu Yusi couldn't help but complain. Last time it was Blackheart, now it's you. Can't you learn from Lumius and Baktrang? Me teaching you wouldn't be any different. He pointed out, both you and Blackheart learned how to use your abilities when you signed the contract with the constellation. The way you utilize your powers is the same as mine. Chu Yusi further explained, the only difference is that I don't rely too much on borrowed mana. I enhance my abilities by adding my own magic power when activating them. He sounded a bit regretful. But these days, kids only focus on increasing their own magic power, so their mana control is very poor. So, even if I teach you any methods, your low mana capacity will only make you tire more easily. Adelia thought to herself, kids these days. Both of them then asked, so, even with low mana, you'll still teach me. I'd also like your help. Chu Yusi agreed. Lately, I've been busy and haven't been able to take care of the kids I'm teaching. You two have signed contract with my disciples, so out of responsibility, I should consider helping a little. He directly stated, first, the most urgent thing is to train your physical strength, so if you have time, come to the training room tomorrow. They both thanked him in unison. Chu Yusi instructed beforehand, Blackheart, after today, let's discuss how to approach the constellation again. He had to agree. He recalled, it was because of the familiar magic power you sense from the building you mentioned, right? Chu Yusi thought to himself, that's right. This time, things got messed up because of the fire truck, so I just caught that guy and left. I haven't had a chance to enter the school building yet. He made up his mind. Next time, I'll definitely find out no matter what. The moon rose high. In the dark night, at a building in America, the Contractors Association. On the upper floor of the building, lights were still on. Logan thoughtfully looked at the report in his hand. He couldn't help but frown for a long time. Logan looked down again at the information about Chu Yusi. He wondered, Chu Yusi, just who is that guy? He crossed his arms. Constellation Lord, do you know the Master of the Underworld? Because it seems like the Master of the Underworld knows him. Constellation Lord. The other party replied to Logan, yes. A warning appeared on the screen. Be careful of the moon eclipse fanatics. He was confused. Moon eclipse fanatics. The thought made Logan wary. He then decided to look into these moon eclipse fanatics, just like he had done with Chu Yusi, but he couldn't find any information at all. Logan worried. The more he investigated Chu Yusi, the more he felt like he was falling into a maze. Just who the hell is he? If he has nothing to do with the Blood Hunters, then there's really nothing left for me to find. Just then, a demon appeared before him. Beggy appeared, holding a mace. Logan coldly asked, who are you? Why is a hideous thing like you following me? He immediately showed his attitude. Beggy, gripping his weapon, exclaimed, you really are? As he spoke, he was about to attack him, the top-ranked contractor. But Logan blocked it with his bare hands. Beggy swung his mace again, sending him flying. Logan retreated, his eyes cold. He thought to himself, this monster is quite intelligent. Is he the same type as the monster that single-handedly attacked the Hero Academy last time? Logan began to activate his power. I can't underestimate him. Beggy grinned slyly. Are you focusing your magic power? He charged, then try to block this. The mace and Logan's fist were about to collide. Two opposing forces clashed. Then Logan landed a devastating blow. Beggy laughed even more excitedly. You're pretty strong, aren't you? He replied with disgust. I don't want to be praised by a monster like you. Immediately after, Logan delivered a decisive blow. The force of his punch created a huge shock, and the association building lit up. Lania, in the association office, also experienced the tremors. What was that? What was that tremor just now? She wondered. An earthquake? No, that tremor came from upstairs. Lania became worried. Don't tell me. Something's happening in Logan's office. The dust gradually settled. He clenched his fist. He was a little doubtful. I clearly hit him with a very powerful blow. Looking around the rubble, Logan wondered, but where did he disappear to? The mace suddenly struck Logan from behind. Beggy took advantage of his unguarded moment and struck down. Logan stumbled and fell back. His whole body crashed into the chaos. Logan lay on the ground, cursing under his breath. He's too strong. He thought to himself, at least I know he's not an ordinary monster. If he were a low-level monster, I could have dealt with him already, even if he were a Constellation's incarnation. Beggy then taunted, what's this? Is this all the top-ranked contractor can do? He sprang up. Shut up. I haven't even used half my power yet. Logan gritted his teeth, thinking, I can't use large-scale destruction, or this building will collapse. He decided, I have to make direct contact with him to fully activate it, but I can't even touch him. Just then, a voice called from outside. "Logan, what's going on in there?" Lania asked worriedly, "Are you alright?" I heard a loud noise and brought the association security here. She couldn't help but worry. It's still early morning, so I'm the only association member in the building. That's why I came over here myself. Seeing Beggy before her, Lania exclaimed, "What the hell is that?" Beggy's malice flared. I wanted to play with him slowly, but now there are bugs crawling everywhere. "Oh well." He then lunged towards them. "I only need one move to finish you all off." Seeing this, she quickly ordered, "You're no match for him. Fall back." They understood and retreated. Lania had already gathered her magic power to confront Beggy. She unleashed a powerful attack. Beams of energy pierced through Beggy. However, Lania was terrified. He dodged my blasts. I aimed directly at his trajectory. She focused her power into her fist, changing her tactic. Well then, Lania charged forward resolutely. Now neither of us has a way out. Her fist connected with Beggy. I hit him. White light flashed through the space. Lania was utterly surprised. "What? How is that possible?" Beggy had a mace ready for her. Then he swung the mace down forcefully. Fortunately, Logan intervened just in time to save Lania. She cried out his name in panic, "Logan." He strained against the mace and explained, "He didn't dodge your attack just now." Beggy pressed the mace harder against Logan's arm. He created an illusion and only revealed himself when he attacked. Hearing this, Beggy sneered. He saw through my illusion eye. He decided, if that's the case, I'll retreat and use illusions to conceal myself. Then I just need to target them again. However, Beggy quickly broke out in a cold sweat. Logan's foot had stepped on his. He taunted, "What's wrong? Can't run anymore." Beggy struggled to break free. Logan's eyes became resolute. "Try to withstand this blow of mine." Immediately after, he channeled his magic power and counted one. Beggy frantically tried to retreat, but it was useless. My fist, and then his fist was launched towards Beggy. Logan suddenly froze. "What? My body suddenly can't move." Another Beggy gradually materialized. "No matter how useless you are, you were too careless this time, Beggy." He realized Hooky. The newcomer taunted, "If it weren't for my petrification eye, you'd have a hole in your stomach right now." The two demons spoke casually back and forth. "It won't be that easy to deal with me. Try taking one of his hits and see what happens." Lania was shocked. Another monster just like him. Was he hiding nearby from the beginning? Logan. Hooky wondered, who should we kill first? Just in case, I've already paralyzed the woman next to him. You can kill whoever you want. Lania, confused, thought, since when? Beggy sneer, really? Then I'll go first. Just then, Chu Hyusi appeared, saying, "Good idea." He powerfully thrust his sword downward, dealing Hooky a critical blow. Chu Hyusi finished him off, surprising both Beggy and Lania. Beggy was startled to see him take down Hooky. He stammered, "What the?" Logan exclaimed, "Chu Hyusi." Lania's hand began to move. She quickly told Logan, "Try to move." He did. Chu Hyusi addressed Beggy. "Back then, you lot were always causing trouble together. Hooky always had the eyes of killer, and you attacked me with your mace." He continued, "So, back then I took care of Hooky first. Remember?" Beggy frowned, a memory surfacing. He demanded of Chu Hyusi, "What are you talking about? Wait, how do you know my name? And how could you have fought us before?" Logan approached. "You're Chu Hyusi. I'm Logan. I don't know how you got here, but thank you." He recalled Blackheart's words. "Someone's been looking for you lately, Chu Hyusi." "It's Logan, the top-ranked player of the Contractor Association. You might run into him if you barge into the building that was just attacked, so be careful." Chu Hyusi thought, "So this is the person who was looking for me. I'm sure I haven't made any enemies with him, have I?" Beggy, losing patience, shouted, "It doesn't matter who you are. How dare you speak to me so disrespectfully?" He swung his mace, creating a powerful shockwave. "Stop your nonsense." Logan asked Chu Hyusi anxiously, "For what you said, you know these two monsters. Do you have any strategy to defeat them?" He thought to himself, "I spoke without thinking again." Chu Hyusi replied, "Did I say that? A strategy?" He pondered, "I remember that to defeat him, you have to react the moment he attacks and destroy him before he turns into an illusion." Chu Hyusi guessed, if I'm not mistaken, when Hooky died. "That guy Beggy complained, could it be?" Beggy then promptly ran away. "He's running." Lania was bewildered. "What the heck? You're running away." Logan was also confused. Why is he running when he was overwhelming us on his own? Shouldn't we chase him? Chu Hyusi observed, "What's running is just an illusion. His real body will be somewhere near this illusion." He gripped his magic-infused sword. "I can make that illusion disappear just by releasing light. But I can't use my disciple's magic power right now. I want to fight with the power absorbed by the ring, so I haven't even made a temporary contract." He frowned. "No choice. It'll be a bit troublesome, but I'll just slice through this whole building. Chuhayusi glanced over. Constellation, what's going on? Logan, seeing the notification from the Constellation of Destruction proclaiming martial god, exclaimed, "Who is that?" He sighed. "I was wondering why I felt a familiar magical power emanating from you, but now I understand." Logan called out his name. Chuhayusi turned around. "Long time no see, Trung. You're here too. I'm in a hurry, so let's make a temporary contract. Does your contractor have a sacred relic?" On the screen, it clearly shows, yes, the Constellation of Destruction is urging me to hand over the sacred relic. They even told me, "Logan, hurry up. I'm searching for it. It should be in here." Lania speaks up. "I don't know what's going on, but hurry up." She shouts a warning about Beggy. That guy escaped through the window. Chuhayusi urges, "The sacred relic. Where is it? Hurry up." Logan hands it to him here. Immediately after, Chuhayusi puts it on his wrist and rushes forward. All right, Beggy is still fleeing hastily. He curses under his breath. Now I know why Hoa-cha and Hong Ghi died so quickly. Beggy thinks fearfully the martial god has returned. Even though he seems to have been reborn as a kid, that magic power is definitely the martial god's. He calculates, since I can't transmit information continuously like Hoa-cha, I have to quickly inform them about the martial god's revival. At this moment, Chuhayusi has already channeled magic into his arm. He smiles slightly and throws a punch. A blinding light appears behind Beggy, and he explodes under Chuhayusi's attack. Beggy cries out in pain as Chuhayusi approaches him. They both look down at the shattered window. Lania asks, "Logan, is this your Constellation's ability?" He replies, "You mean my Constellation's ability is as destructive as a cannon, making everything in its path disappear?" "No way." Logan clarifies, "But that attack truly carried the power of a constellation. Is there anyone who can use an ability to this extent right after forming a contract?" He appraises Chuhayusi. "Chuhayusi, you always surprise and intrigue me." At this moment, dawn breaks, and numerous emergency vehicles arrive at the building. Logan is being treated by medics. Chuhayusi says goodbye to Logan. "Well, I'll be going now." He's slightly surprised. "You're leaving already?" Chuhayusi admits, "Yes, I've achieved my purpose here. Besides, I want to avoid media attention." Logan is puzzled. "Achieved your purpose? Was stopping those monsters your purpose?" Chuhayusi rubs his head. "You're not wrong." Thinking to himself, this is troublesome. Chuhayusi considers, if I just ignore him, will he come asking about Valhalla again? But I also want to handle this quickly and leave. Suddenly, an idea comes to him. Wait a minute, according to Blackheart, isn't he the top-ranked contractor of the association? Having him on my side will definitely be beneficial in the future. Chuhayusi replies casually, "I'm tired today, so let's talk another time." Logan politely responds, "All right, I apologize." However, Chuhayusi adds, "When the time comes, I'll come to the Hero Academy to answer your questions." He even makes a friendly suggestion, "I'll give you a specific time. Since you're Trung's contractor, you should be grateful." Then Chuhayusi leaves. "I'm going now." Logan persists, "Wait." Suddenly, the system screen appears. The Constellation of Destruction says, "Let him go," making him even more suspicious. Constellation. It further clarifies, "You should also use honorifics with him." Logan hesitates slightly. "Honorifics?" "Yes." Just then, Lonnie arrives and calls out to him. She points into the distance and says, "I was about to hand this over to the police, but I don't see the monsters' bodies anywhere. Do you know where they are?" He wonders you didn't see. A moment later, they turned into smoke and disappeared. Lania expressed her frustration. "This is just all sorts of monsters. Proving this to the insurance company is going to be a hassle. I need to find the CCTV footage." She then asked, "Chuhayusi left already. Who is he anyway?" "The monsters we encountered today weren't ordinary. They were too strong for normal contractors." Logan muttered to himself, "Who is he?" Watching Chuhayusi's retreating figure, he speculated, "We'll find out soon enough." Meanwhile, Chuhayusi walked alone through the dense forest. Seeing someone ahead, he was surprised back. Chuhayusi asked curiously, "Do you think the magic I sense from Trung is similar to what you sense from the heroes?" Back disagreed, "No, it's different." Chuhayusi, relieved, continued on his way. "That's a relief. I was worried I'd have to go through the trouble of meeting that Logan guy, but it seems it wasn't in vain." Back replied, "Yes." Chuhayusi thought regretfully, "It's a bit disappointing. We met today, and I taught him once, but he's not my disciple." He sighed, "I wonder where Sosi is." Just then, a cloaked figure appeared. The first protector knelt respectfully on one knee. Chuhayusi, bewildered, asked, "Who are you?" The figure explained, "I am from the Izo clan. It is an honor to meet the clan leader." Shu Haiyusi, still confused, replied, "Are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else?" The figure assured him, "Absolutely not." He continued, "Our esteemed constellation, Tugi, has instructed that if you, Chu Haiyusi, mention that word, I am to reveal myself according to plan." Chu Haiyusi started to understand. That word, don't tell me. Night fell. Amidst the scattering embers, Sosi's instructions echoed. When that person says a specific word, you are to reveal yourself and your identity. The first protector listened intently. What is the word? Sosi uttered a single name, Sosi. Shu Haiyusi removed his cloak and laughed. All the protectors simultaneously revealed themselves and bowed respectfully. They all chorused, "It is an honor to meet the clan leader." Shu Haiyusi asked the first protector, "Do you have his sacred relic?" He replied, "Yes, we do." When Shu Haiyusi commanded, "Give it to me," the gauntlet relic appeared. "Here it is." He took the item and smiled faintly. Immediately afterward, the protectors vanished, leaving him alone. The path ahead became dark and ominous. In a deserted ruin, a sign displayed 3 words, "Martial God Sect." Shu Haiyusi exclaimed, "Martial God Sect. It's been a long time since I've seen this sign." He corrected himself. "It's been a long time since I've been here." As he called out for Sosi, he was surprised once more. Shu Haiyusi called out again, "Sosi, are you here? Stop hiding, come out." Finally, she appeared, kneeling respectfully before him. Seeing this, Shu Haiyusi approached her and helped her up. "You haven't changed a bit. Stand up." He also noticed, even your aura is the same as our training hall 300 years ago. Sosi spoke nostalgically, "To us, the Martial God Sect wasn't just a training hall, it was our home." Shu Haiyusi touched his forehead. "I didn't know it meant so much to you." He reminisced, compared to the present world, the world 300 years ago. Shu Haiyusi, in his past life, had roamed freely with his companions in a chaotic world. He had witnessed the battles between ordinary people and demons. The people, upon witnessing this scene, were horrified. Those ferocious demons were baring their fangs and claws again. One young man was so scared he started to cry. But suddenly, flashes of a blade swept through. Shu Haiyusi swiftly dealt with them, protecting the civilians. The corpses of the demons lay scattered on the ground. He and his companions had arrived just in time. The people were grateful to him. In such a chaotic world, someone like me, who only knows how to hunt monsters, could actually survive. By protecting merchant caravans, in return, they would pay me, or I would take on monster hunting quests or destroy labyrinths. He set off with 2 girls, and he even treated them to a meal. The world back then was filled with suffering, but I live in that world without any complaints. Suddenly, he noticed something. A group of people huddled in a corner. A man had a child with him. In those times, people bought and sold others as slaves. The cloaked figure carefully assessed the girl, even parting her hair to examine her. Then he gave a malicious grin. Although it was becoming increasingly rare, human trafficking still continued to occur. Accepting the gold that the other 2 craved, they pushed the girl forward. The 2 took the money, overjoyed. Poor parents would sometimes sell their children, hoping to receive a large sum. Just then, Shu Haiyusi arrived. I truly hated that. Disgust was evident in his eyes, because as a child, I too had been subjected to slavery against my will. The slaver raised a knife to defend himself. Shu Haiyusi put all his strength into his punch, sending him flying with a single blow. Everyone was surprised when he took action. That's why I didn't just attack slavers with my disciples. If I encountered them, I would deal with them myself. He turned to look at the man who had disowned his child. The heartless parents immediately ran away. Shu Haiyusi looked at them, filled with anger, then suddenly noticed something. The girl had somehow clung to him. Shu Haiyusi was gentle with the child. During that time, I took in several homeless children as disciples. The door slammed shut. That's when a small problem began to arise in the life I had planned. He closed his eyes. Initially, I had intended to work diligently as a hunter while I was young, save enough money, and then retire. I would train just a few disciples to continue the fight against slavers, essentially setting up an automated hunting system. Shu Haiyusi led to 3 children with a hint of regret. However, although being a hunter provided enough to live on, since I started raising disciples, I could hardly save a penny. He brought his hand to his chin, pondering, and because I had taken in enough disciples, I decided to give them a chance to prove themselves. At that time, many noble families and martial arts schools were vying for power. Then the name Martial God Sect was proposed. After discussing it with my disciples, we decided to first give our school a name. The sign was raised with both hands. He and his disciples looked at their accomplishment. The martial god sect sign was hung, and so we founded the martial god sect. He smiled faintly. We established the martial god sect to properly raise and train my disciples, and because I wanted to profit from them. The two girls were cheerful. Although I'm strong, I started my journey learning skills that weren't suited to me, and I didn't have any natural talent. So I quickly reached my limit. But my disciples are different. Under my tutelage, they were able to learn skills that suited them, and all of them are incredibly talented. He glanced at his disciples. So I decided to train my disciples to the point where they wouldn't need my instruction anymore, so that when they grow up and spread our school's teachings, they'll be able to take on new disciples. Chu Hai Yu chuckled with amusement, and I'll take a reasonable cut of the donations and the profits generated from the total donations. At that time, I thought I could just sit back and relax, enjoying my old age. He couldn't help but frown as he reminisced. But no, right when my disciples had grown up and were about to expand their influence, before his eyes was a terrifying tower. The Tower of Destruction appeared again. The tower stood tall in the gloomy darkness. Chu Hai Yu furrowed his brows, and then returned to the present as he looked forward. The sign on the door made the two of them contemplative. He hesitated. I'm sorry for spacing out like that. It reminded me of the past. Sosi replied, It's all right, master. He was curious. After becoming a constellation, what did you do? And how did you find me? She confessed, I knew Master would be reincarnated. Sosi recounted, after I became a constellation for a short time, a notification appeared. Chu Hai Yu surmised, just as I guessed, even Sosi. She continued, so I chose a human who could become my subordinate as my first contractor. Then I established ISO and continued operating with 4 members. Sosi added, I named the organization ISO to signify that Master is the only one I recognize as my leader. Chu Hai Yu was startled. She declared resolutely, so I dealt with everyone who claimed to be the strongest, except for Master. He was curious. You dealt with all of them. Sosi readily admitted it. She also explained, of course, I didn't handle people indiscriminately. When someone received the title of strongest, we would observe them carefully, and as soon as they revealed that title, we dealt with them. Chu Hai Yu was slightly confused. Then how did you find me? She pointed out, we used a similar method. Chu Hai Yu felt relieved. If I had said one wrong word, I might have been dealt with by my own disciple. That was close. Sosi also talked about the previous incident. So we dealt with those who claimed to be the strongest swordsmen, like Chosen, and a wicked organization called the Blood Hunters who only targeted strong contractors. He exclaimed, You've dealt with a lot of people. She simply thought, I believe that through this method, I was able to meet Master again after reincarnation. Chu Hai Yu was surprised. What? Sosi assessed, among us, Master is definitely the strongest, but you're also very humble and never boast about your strength. Hearing that, he scratched his head and chuckled. I'm not really being humble, I just don't want to say much because the truth always prevails anyway. Chu Hai Yu calculated, currently, we have you, Mokin, and Lumius. She was a little surprised. You've met the other sisters already. He was surprised in turn. You didn't know. I thought you knew. You put in so much effort to find me. She confessed. I knew all 4 of us became constellations, but we could only see through the eyes of our contractors. Sosi added, so I knew Master had met people from the Vinci clan in the black market, but I didn't know they were the contractors of the other sisters. He admitted that's right. Then Chu Hai Yu remembered, but your arrival is quite timely, Sosi. He sincerely requested her help. I might need your help soon. Sosi was surprised. Having said that, Chu Hai Yu prepared to leave. Let's end our conversation here today. I'll invite your contractor to meet with the contractors of the others, so we'll talk later. Behind her mask, Sosi blushed. The moon rose high in the dark night. A few days later, at the Superhero Academy, the scene shifted to the meeting room with Logan there. Chu Hai Yu was surprised. You're here already. He stammered. No, I just arrived. Thinking to himself, who are those people? Black Hat's appearance made Logan suspicious. The owner of the black market and the director of Valhalla, Black Hat, the person I met last time. Adelia's simultaneous appearance made him bewildered. That person must be the head of the Vinci clan, Adelia Vinci. Logan also recognized, in that mask. Now don't tell me it's. He recognized Izo. Chu Hai Yu then turned to him and asked, aren't you going to sit down? The first protector replied, no need, I'll stand behind you. He went straight to the point. So, where should I begin? Chu Hai Yu suggested, actually, even you guys don't know what I do, right? This surprised the other two. Adelia countered, "Aren't you the master of the constellations we serve?" Logan was once again astonished when he admitted it. Chu Hai cleared his throat and continued, "Recently, I've learned what happened after I died. To put it briefly, my story is, night fell and darkness enveloped them." Adelia and Black Hat listened to his story, Logan equally surprised. The first protector was speechless, just like the constellation said. Black Hat spoke first. "You mean you, Chu Hai, destroyed the Tower of Destruction and saved the world 300 years ago?" He replied, "It's a bit embarrassing to say it like that, but yes." Adelia was stunned. The era of destruction did exist. It was the time when the tower suddenly appeared and caused the world to decline. Black Hat added, "But the records only say the tower collapsed after releasing monsters all over the world. So we didn't know you, Chu Hai, were the one who destroyed it." Chu Hai was surprised. Mokin and Lumius didn't say anything about this. She admitted, "Actually, except when they're with you, Chu Hai, the constellations never communicate with anyone." He also recounted the story, and Lumius, the ruler of the lower realm, had once said indifferently, "The Tower of Destruction. I only remember going there with Master." Hearing this, he put his hand to his chin thoughtfully. "Is that so? It seems even my disciples don't remember anything from before they became constellations. Well, since they've met me, they'll gradually regain their memories." Chu Hai told them, "By the way, all the famous people back then became constellations, so the constellations only started appearing after the era of destruction." Adelia speculated, "So that means all the constellations died around that time?" He replied, "Perhaps not all of them, but most of them." Black Hat also realized, "I understand. That's why the constellations react so strongly to artifacts from the era of destruction." Chu Hai calculated, "And I mentioned this last time, but the one who created the Tower of Destruction is causing countless disasters and sending constellations here." He affirmed, "Therefore, the Tower of Destruction will definitely appear again." Logan asked worriedly, "It will reappear?" He replied, "Yes, but we probably still have 4.5 years." He listened intently as Chu Hai laid out his plan. "I'm gathering my disciples to prevent that, and I'm also increasing my power by dealing with the invading constellations." He resolved, "This time, I will definitely eliminate the Tower of Destruction and minimize the damage, so that the name era of destruction will never be mentioned again." Logan was a little apprehensive. "Actually, I find it hard to believe." Chu Hai acknowledged, "I know that. I understand." Logan hesitated slightly. "My constellation also told me that 300 years ago, Chu Hai was known as the martial god." Logan recounted, "You also saved the constellations and passed on the first authority." Chu Hai, hearing about himself from others, was vague. "I don't remember the details very well." Logan suddenly fell into thought for a long moment. Logan called out, "Chu Hai." He proposed, "If you really are the martial god from 300 years ago, could you spar with me?" Chu Hai readily agreed. Of course. Clouds drifted lazily across the sky, sunlight filtering down onto the green trees. The two were ready for a fight. Adelia was doubtful. "I don't really understand what's going on right now." Black Hat explained, "Logan probably finds this absurd. Suddenly discovering a high school student is actually a hero from 300 years ago and the master of his constellation." He speculated about Logan. "Logically, if there's solid proof, this is understandable, but emotionally, it's very difficult to accept." Chu Hai, on the other side, was also determined to fight, so he wanted a direct confrontation. Logan, now having accumulated magic, thought, "Let's see if Kim Chu Hai is truly more than just a strong high school student, but someone from that era." He threw the first punch. Chu Hai also powerfully launched an attack. The two opposing forces created a powerful shockwave. Logan focused his power into his fist. On the other side, Chu Hai was also prepared. Their fists collided, instantly exploding. Its pressure forced those watching to narrow their eyes. The first protector calmly observed the fight. Elsewhere, at the Superhero Academy, in the chairman's office, Black Hat shuddered. He wondered, did that sound come from the stadium? Surely we're not under attack. Black Hat recalled Logan's words, "I'm bringing some guests to the Superhero Academy today." He had asked guests, "Who are they?" Logan simply replied, "That's a secret." He'd given a warning, "And don't panic if you hear any loud noises. It's probably me." Black Hat looked out the window. "Logan, I trust you, but..." A menacing aura enveloped the building, making him suspicious. "Who did you bring here?" Chu Hai smiled faintly. Two fists collided, testing each other's strength. Logan's body trembled. He realized he was being pushed back. This can't be the strength of a high school student. Logan gritted his teeth. You're not just borrowing the power of the constellations to fight monsters, are you? Forced back, Logan suddenly called out Chu Hai Yu's name, surprising him. He asked seriously, can I use magic? Chu Hai Yu exclaimed, you haven't been using magic this whole time. He agreed, sure, go ahead. Chu Hai Yu added, but I'll continue fighting without using magic. Logan's power surged. All right, he stomped hard on the ground. Immediately, Logan swung, forcing Chu Hai Yu to retreat. He exclaimed, intense. Chu Hai Yu thought to himself, did I oversell the no magic thing? I'm actually feeling a bit of pressure now. He mused, using magic would make me stronger thanks to absorbing the constellations. But my physical strength is still lacking. Since it develops with my body, there's not much I can do. Chu Hai Yu reasoned, but fighting a top-tier player using the power of a constellation is good practice, right? He declared, this purely physical battle ends here. His foot slammed down. Logan threw another powerful punch. While he was distracted, Chu Hai Yu moved swiftly. He asked Logan, did the dojo teach you that? Not bad. Chu Hai Yu nudged him, but you need to put more force into it. He chuckled, adding, because it's meant to finish your opponent in one blow. He then propelled Logan backwards. Logan's jaw dropped in astonishment as he crashed to the ground. As the afternoon sun set, he remained unconscious. Then, Logan finally came to. Chu Hai Yu asked him, you're awake. He explained, I thought you fainted, so I brought you here. I was seriously considering taking you to the infirmary. Logan realized, I understand. I'm fine, thank you. Logan lowered his head in thought for a moment. He asked Chu Hai Yu for confirmation, are you really a regressor? Chu Hai Yu was surprised. Didn't I already tell you? Logan pondered, sorry, you did say that, but he trailed off, I understand. Chu Hai Yu stated frankly, I know some people need to experience it themselves to believe it. He added, your supporting constellation is quite benevolent. Logan asked curiously, you said you're looking for disciples to stop the Tower of Destruction, right? He admitted it. He's made up his mind. So I'll help you, Chu Hai Yu. He sounded slightly pleased. Really? Thanks. The first protector was also calculating. I know, I don't have a right to speak, but this is a rather interesting group, isn't it? He saw that she was also hesitant. The head of the Vinchik clan, Adelia Vinchik. The first protector also saw Black Hat, owner of the black market. Logan added, the top player of the Contractor Association, Logan. He crossed his arms. And everyone from ISO. Chu Hai Yu suddenly spoke up. Now that I think about it, I have a question. Logan was startled. Go ahead. He probed. Have you seen anything resembling my disciple here? Logan hesitated. Resembling your disciple. He replied, like a sacred relic or something. Chu Hai Yu put a hand to his chin. The reason I wanted to meet today is because I sensed a familiar magical aura last time. But now that I'm here, there's so much magic in this place that it's hard to pinpoint the location. He acknowledged, because this is an academy that produces many hunters. There are many sacred relics here, so it's hard to tell. Logan recalled, please find my master. He was startled. Then he told Chu Hai Yu, there is one. Logan quickly added, there's a sacred relic that told me to find a master for it. Black Hat was surprised by Logan. He asked, have your guests left yet? Logan replied, no, we're still in a meeting. Black Hat was curious. Just who is this guest? He replied, it's Kim, Chu Hai Yu. Black Hat was confused. There was a loud noise outside. What the hell are you guys discussing? Logan confessed, I'm sorry, but I can't go into details. You can ask them later. Logan suggested, could you give me the Tin Kwang sword I entrusted you earlier? Black Hat remembered. That sword. He recounted, honestly, it's been giving me a headache. Logan was doubtful. It's giving you a headache. He immediately pressed a button. Behind the bookshelf, things began to shake. It revealed a hidden mechanism. Both of them stood before the door. Black Hat spoke seriously. The Tin Kwang sword can't be kept here. The sword, currently hanging in a corner, emanated a powerful aura. Black Hat said to Logan, this Kwang sword, he emphasized, cannot be stored here. Cracks appeared on the wall. The sword remained in place. Logan was stunned. What the hell? The Kwang sword caused this. Black Hat guessed, seems like it. He wondered, didn't you say you were going to store it with the other sacred relics? That place should be secure enough to block magical power. Black Hat recounted, of course I planned to store it there, but he had once taken the sword and left alone. At a closing secret chamber. Logan pressed the button on the mechanism. Black Hat was stunned. I can't. Logan was worried. Why? He explained, the Sacred Relic Guardian released magic to block the entrance. Black Hat also realized, and the Kwang sword started emitting unstable magic, as if reacting to that magical power. He said seriously, so I had to bring it here. Black Hat was still concerned. But even this place can't withstand the sword's light. The magical power, or rather, the dark energy. The sword is still resting in the corner. He told Logan, the aura emanating from the sword is causing the storage room to gradually collapse, even though it's enveloped in a sealing magic circle. So I wanted to discuss with you how to deal with it, and you arrived just in time. He then asked Black Hat, have you ever heard the phrase, find my master, that I mentioned before? He then remembered, I haven't heard anything like that since the Tin Kwang sword became like this. Logan pondered, is that so? Black Hat, still confused, called out to him. The sword continued to emanate a powerful aura. Logan took the hilt of the sword in his hand and lifted it to examine it. The sword gradually retracted its aura. Black Hat was surprised. The Tin Kwang sword's magic is fading. Logan, what's going on? He also wasn't sure. I don't know either. He suggested, then let me take it back. Black Hat was surprised right now. I thought you had a meeting. Logan nodded. That's right. I'll bring it to the meeting. Black Hat was puzzled. He inquired, what kind of meeting is it? Logan didn't answer. He opened the door and left. Sorry, Black Hat. You'll understand everything soon. Black Hat smiled. He's still going solo as always, but he always keeps his promises. I trust you, Logan. He returned and told Chu Hai-Yu-Si, I brought it. He noticed something strange. Chu Hai-Yu-Si was puzzled. I can't sense any magic from a sword. Logan recounted, it became like this when I held it. He added, actually, it was the same when I brought it to the academy. Chu Hai-Yu-Si didn't understand. Really? Logan was thoughtful, that's right, but Logan remembered, I often hear a voice saying, find my master. Chu Hai-Yu-Si started to close his eyes. The sword in his hand reacted slightly. He opened his eyes wide in doubt. What's this? Chu Hai-Yu-Si realized, I can't enter the astral realm. Adelia was surprised. What? He couldn't understand. I don't quite get this. Is this normal? She suspected, that's right, entering the astral realm requires consent from the constellation. Adelia further explained, so if the constellation refuses, you won't be able to enter. Chu Hai-Yu-Si tightened his grip on the sword. Refusal. He suggested, Bache, do you sense the magical power you mentioned earlier in the sword? He replied, yes, although it's faint, I can definitely feel it. Chu Hai-Yu-Si asked, so there's no other way to handle this. Bache thought of something. Actually, Huino, do you remember what I said last time? He pondered, what do you mean? Bache mentioned, a door once appeared in the astral realm. Chu Hai-Yu-Si remembered, you mean that? Bache went to a gate in space. Chu Hai-Yu-Si was curious. You said that behind the door is where the constellations gather, right? Bache nodded, that's right. He pondered, now that I think about it, there wasn't just one door in there. Bache continued, behind the constellations are many doors leading to the astral realms where they reside. He suggested, if I'm not mistaken, when you step through the door to enter that place, you can also enter the astral realms of other constellations by using their doors. Chu Hai-Yu-Si agreed. That makes sense, but there's a problem. Bache was curious. What problem? He looked at the two people opposite him and thought, after learning about the door, I tried gathering information from those people, but they didn't know anything. Bache pondered, it's understandable. Since it happened so long ago and the time frame was short, some constellations probably don't know about it. Besides, no one alive today has experienced this. Chu Hai-Yu-Si wondered aloud. So, is there anyone who could know about this? Suddenly, he thought of something. Wait, there's someone. Chu Hai-Yu-Si told the others, since there's nothing else to do today, let's go back. The two agreed. Logan also followed his arrangement. Chu Hai-Yu-Si then asked, you, the Izo, what's your name? He replied, we are merely nameless guards of our master. The master can call me whatever he pleases. Chu Hai-Yu-Si recalled something. No, wait. They once said, Izo greets master. He decided, all right, from now on, your former guard. The man replied, understood. Chu Hai-Yu-Si instructed, you should also go back and talk to Adelia and Black Hat today. I'm sure Sosi would like to talk to her sisters as well. He readily agreed. As dusk settled, everyone decided to head back. In a dimly lit space, at a small cabin a few days later, the guide greeted him, long time no see. How have you been? Chu Hai-Yu-Si replied, forget about that. I know the second-tier constellations have descended, so I'm a little worried. I'm trying to absorb everything I can find. She chuckled, my apologies. He looked at his muscles, but because of that, I've become stronger. I'm grateful. Chu Hai-Yu-Si added something she didn't understand. We've met at just the right time, guide. He asked her, do you know about the door where the constellations gather? She remembered the arena, right? The name surprised him. The guide explained, right after creating the constellations, the Maze Lord created a special space. She described, this space can be accessed through doors that appear in the constellation's astral realms. Chu Hai-Yu-Si was curious. Why create such a space? The guide explained it was created for the constellations to fight each other. Even though they lost their original names, epithets were still given to the constellations. Shuhai Yusi understood, like the Lord of Hell, or something like that, right? She honestly replied, "That's right, epithets are like that." The guide pondered for a moment. They eventually became part of their names, so they carry power depending on the constellation. And the Maze Lord opened the arena to amplify the powers within those epithets. He was suspicious. It seems like the arena disappeared very quickly, right? She admitted, yes, it seems the arena didn't go as the Maze Lord planned. I still don't know the exact reason. Shuhai Yusi asked seriously, if the Maze Lord created the arena and then closed it himself, there's a problem. I was going to ask if there was a way to reopen the arena, but it seems like doing so would mean dealing with the Maze Lord, right? The guide disagreed. That's not a problem. The arena is opened by a constellation commanded by the Maze Lord, using their own power. He was surprised. She offered, also, the reason I called you today is because I found that constellation along with all the other second-tier constellations. Shuhai Yusi perked up with interest. Indeed, everything is happening at the right time today. I want to hear everything. In the darkness that cloaked the building, the keykeeper complained, these idiots. He grumbled and complained. Why are they just standing there doing nothing? At this rate, we'll all disappear. The keykeeper sighed. Even though I hate it, I'll have to go back with the name I received from above. I wonder if it'll be all right. Sometimes they come down here. He bit his trembling fingernails. Wandering for hundreds of years with only my name. That would be terrifying. Don't they know? Several shadowy figures moved in the darkness that enveloped the building. A light flashed. Because we are incorporeal, we can't feel anything but despair as we drift. We're forced to circle some kind of tree, conscious but unable to do anything. The blue light flared again. And sometimes, for some reason, we see a constellation, just its name hanging in the air, becoming that tree. This process can repeat itself every day. He worried. Around that time, I wasn't a tree. Right after becoming a constellation, my body was taken away, leaving me to drift. After manifesting, I could finally come down here, but will I disappear again? The keykeeper frowned. If Becky and Huck GHI had succeeded, things wouldn't have turned out like this. The scene shifts to an island a few days later. Huck Rock muttered, "This is complicated." He reflected, Becky and Huck GHI are dead. The demons were stunned. What? The fish demon gasped, they're dead. But they weren't weak at all. Huck Rock agreed. It seems that even in modern times, there are still people who can defeat us. Moreover, their deaths have made things difficult. He was puzzled. Why? Huck GHI asked, do you know how we exist? They began to talk about the past. Isn't it because of the names we received that we can manifest? That's right. But what I want to ask is how we maintain our existence. The fish demon continued by using magic power to fill these fragile and easily broken bodies of ours, right? Huck Rock agreed. Exactly. He hypothesized if we were alone and didn't do anything, we could maintain our existence through the magic power we absorb. But since we've gathered like this for our plan, there naturally isn't enough magic power. That's why the Maze Lord told us to gather on this island. Huck Rock's next words stunned them, because a large floating magic stone is buried here. The others began to murmur. No wonder we can sense such a large amount of magic power. So that's the reason. The keykeeper was also there. A large floating magic stone. They discussed amongst themselves, but what's the problem with that? Huck Rock pointed out, well, the fish demon stammered with. He explained, originally, that magic stone would run out of magic power in 2 months at the earliest. If we transfer magic power into it, or just leave it as is, it can absorb magic power from nature. Then the amount of magic power it has will increase again, but there are many constellations here that like to devour magic power. Huck Rock assessed the situation. Based on the orders the Maze Lord gave us, 2 months is an extremely short period. So our plan is to get another magic stone and place both of them on this island to help circulate the magic power. Huck Rock emphasized, and that role was to be handled by Becky and Huck GHI. Upon arriving, they understood. Were they entrusted with that responsibility? Huck Rock confirmed, indeed. I used my investigative abilities to find out. He asked the fish demon, do you know where they went? The fish demon admitted, I don't know. Huck Rock explained, they went to the Contractors Association. He recounted the entire situation, Tracking information about humans isn't a pleasant task. But recently, a company supposedly collaborating with the association discovered a large floating magic stone, causing a stir in the media. Huck Rock's words surprised the keykeeper. So they went to the association to kill the members there and steal the magic stone, but they failed. They continued discussing, what should we do now? Huck Rock suggested, for now, we'll have to halt all activities until we find out where the new magic stone is. Suddenly, the keykeeper dashed off. He berated them, you're all idiots. The keykeeper sat in a corner. The magic stone is one thing, but what happened to Becky and Huck GHI is still at large. They were so strong, yet they were killed. How can we not be in danger? He thought to himself, if we stay put, we'll run out of magic power and disappear. It's a good thing I left that place. Suddenly, a surge of power flashed by, surprising the keykeeper. He fearfully watched Chu Hai Yusi step out of the void. In return, Chu Hai Yusi smiled at him. The keykeeper asked cautiously, what's this? Who are you? But Chu Hai Yusi directly revealed his identity. You're the keykeeper, aren't you? Upon hearing this, the keykeeper immediately ran away. He gritted his teeth, thinking, it's him. He's the one who defeated Becky and Huck GHI. How else could he have found me? I have to run. Suddenly, Chu Hai Yusi blocked his path. I only said one sentence. Why are you already running? The keykeeper pleaded, spare me. I haven't killed anyone since becoming a constellation. A sword pressed against his neck frightened him. Chu Hai Yusi pointed his sword at him. Chu Hai Yusi was taken aback. What's this? He's even more boring than I thought. Observing the keykeeper's appearance, Chu Hai Yusi thought, I only threatened him a little. I haven't even worn the ring to check what kind of constellation he is. But like this, I probably don't need to absorb him. He asked, you said you've never killed anyone. The keykeeper stammered, that's right. He recounted, since becoming a constellation, I've only used my power to open the door to the spiritual realm once. Chu Hai Yusi told him, all right, I won't kill you. So do me a favor. The keykeeper asked, what favor? Chu Hai Yusi said something that surprised him. The door you created led to the arena. Correct. He smiled slightly. Can you open it again? In the dark night, Chu Hai Yusi realized, so in short. He concluded, you can't open it yourself, can you? The keykeeper admitted, you've probably figured it out, but I don't have enough magic power right now. Chu Hai Yusi surmised it seemed so. He confessed that with his meager magic power, he couldn't open the spiritual space door of all the constellations and connect the virtual spaces. His next words caught Chu Hai Yusi's attention. Many artifacts are needed for me to expand my power and increase my magic capacity to accomplish it. Chu Hai Yusi inquired, artifacts? He pressed, so that means you can't do it now, correct? The keykeeper nodded repeatedly. Chu Hai Yusi admitted, rubbing his ears in frustration, if that's the case, even if I absorb him and use his power along with the ring, I still can't do it. Because the ring only allows me to use the inherent power of the constellations. The keykeeper was also deep in thought, grinding his teeth. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The keykeeper asked Chu Hai Yusi, we've never met before, so I don't know for sure, but you're very powerful, aren't you? Chu Hai Yusi affirmed this. The keykeeper proposed, then help me retrieve something. Once everything is ready, I can open the arena door. Chu Hai Yusi asked, retrieve what? The keykeeper stated firmly, the artifact. It fell here with me. The scene changed from night to a bright day at a temple in China. Yin Lang breathed a sigh of relief. She stretched her limbs. It's been a while since I've been able to move like this, hasn't it? Yin Lang rolled her shoulders and stepped forward. A horde of living skeletons stood in her way. She swung her fist, shattering the skull of the first skeleton. Yin Lang continued her assault, single-handedly defeating all the skeletons. She smiled slightly. What's this? She mused, intrigued. So forming a contract with a constellation grants this much power. Yin Lang looked at the skeletons in the distance. I only used a little bit of strength, and they've already shattered. Unbelievable. She assessed, just like Chu Hai Yusi said. Yin Lang felt a tinge of regret. If only he were here. The scene shifted from Yin Lang under the clear blue sky to the Valhalla training room. Yin Lang called out excitedly, I'm back. Everyone turned to look at her. The three contractors were also present, and she greeted them enthusiastically. Yin Lang quickly asked, why are there so many strangers here? And what's with this strange atmosphere? Did I come a bad time? Chu Hai Yusi reassured her, no, you came at the perfect time. But why did it take so long? She explained, I had some family matters. Chu Hai Yusi remembered, you became the head of the Tai family, right? Yin Lang was surprised. How did you know? He simply replied, I never miss any important information. She was a little embarrassed. It's a long story. Yin Lang recounted, my aunt told me to become the head of the family. He recognized the White Lotus Society leader. Yin Lang confirmed, that's right. Shu Haiyusi was curious, but I'm wondering, I thought you said you weren't interested in becoming the head of the family. Yin Lang looked troubled. People change. It's normal. Suddenly, she noticed something and immediately glared at Azin. She asked bluntly what? Want to fight. She thought to herself, actually, I became the head of the family partly because of her. I didn't expect signing a contract with the family's constellation would make me this strong. Yin Lang thought to herself, even if I can't use the constellation's power yet, I'm confident I can beat her. She challenged, looks like you really want a beating. Shu Haiyusi quickly intervened. Both of you stop. Now's not the time to fight. The two reluctantly agreed. He then asked Yin Lang, are you free? She replied, I am. Yin Lang added, since I just became the head of the Tai family, my grandfather takes care of everything. I usually just focus on hunting monsters to raise the family's prestige. He mused, I see. She also added, and my grandfather also manages all the documents and records for me. Shu Haiyusi praised, he's really good. Suddenly, Yin Lang asked Azin, what are you so worried about? She simply replied, nothing. Shu Haiyusi spoke up again. By the way, it's a good thing you're here. We need your help with something. Yin Lang was puzzled. A good thing I'm here. He got straight to the point. We're planning to conquer the labyrinths. Shu Haiyusi asked, have you tried using your skills after contracting with the constellation? Yin Lang admitted, not yet. He considered, I was planning to divide everyone into groups of 2 since there are so many labyrinths to deal with. But with your current power, you could probably handle one by yourself. He assessed the energy around Yin Lang. After contracting with the constellation, your magic power has increased significantly. She was hesitant. My magic power has increased. I haven't really noticed, so I don't know. Shu Haiyusi explained, the weakness of the monsters inside the labyrinths is magic attacks, and magic is your forte. Besides, I've been having a headache over the labyrinths in China. That's the most suitable place for you. He encouraged her, just use plenty of magic while fighting to get used to it. Yin Lang agreed. Shu Haiyusi instructed, there won't be any bosses in the labyrinth, just the labyrinth crystal, and there might even be relics inside. She was surprised. Relics? He told her that's right. Just take the relics and bring them back here. Yin Lang blushed, thinking, if it's groups of 2, who will Shu Haiyusi pair up with? A bevy of beauties crossed her mind. Lost in thought, Yin Lang suddenly snapped out of it. What am I even thinking? Traces of ice began to appear on her fists. Back in the present, Yin Lang charged at the skeletons, punching one directly in the face. The force she exerted sent it flying. Ice and snow sprung up. Yin Lang, breathing heavily, muttered, all right then. She glared at the skeletons and roared, today, I will crush every single one of you. The scene shifted to a desert in the United States. Shu Haiyusi equipped his gear and set off. CUC also joined this expedition. Logan read the information on the card. Then he asked them, are we there yet? Logan replied, not yet. Shu Haiyusi realized, even though we have the coordinates, satellite images, and maps, they're still not as effective as light energy. Huh. Logan had an idea, Light. You mean the Underworld Lord's ability. He reasoned, only a few special organizations know the exact location, so the detailed location isn't recorded. Logan calculated, right now, the public believes that the association is the only force that knows where the giant magic stone is, so this place is definitely a secret. Shu Haiyusi sighed. I feel sorry for them. They just abandoned it and pushed this difficult task onto me. He doesn't think so. They don't regret it. After all, it's just a reserve magic source. With this technology, they can create it themselves. Understanding dawned on Shu Haiyusi. I see. Thanks for explaining. Shu Haiyusi recalled the Keykeeper's words. Please find the artifacts that fell with me. He had asked, were they now? The Keykeeper had replied, they're probably scattered throughout the labyrinths. The Keykeeper added, unlike me, the artifacts emit a strong magical scent, so you should be able to find them easily. Shu Haiyusi agreed. The Keykeeper then said, one more thing, please find the giant magic stone for me too. Shu Haiyusi knew what it was. Isn't that just a larger version of a normal meteor rock? When it's full of magic, it floats in the air and explodes if handled incorrectly. The Keykeeper acknowledged, you're right. He then explained, creating a door in the astral realm requires a massive amount of magic, so much that it could obliterate me if I try to do it myself. He hesitantly admitted, I'm scared. Shu Haiyusi reassured him, don't worry. He promised, "I'll find both for you." Reflecting, Chu Hyusi wondered, why did I say that? Finding even one is so difficult. Logan's sudden exclamation startled him. "We're here." Logan gasped, "We've arrived." However, a giant stone monster blocked their path. "What the hell is that?" A loud noise echoed. Chu Hyusi and Logan stared in astonishment at the monster before them. The monster, with red eyes and a massive body, stared back. Logan couldn't believe his eyes. An ogre. Chu Hyusi, still gaping at the abnormally large ogre, wondered why it was there. Before any of them could react, it swung its fist at them. All three simultaneously leaped back, dodging the attack. They narrowly escaped, their expressions grim as they faced the monster. Chu Hyusi looked down in horror at the spot where they had just been standing. The ogre's fist had created a deep crater. The ogre retracted its fist, debris raining down. Chu Hyusi, his face tense, remarked to Logan that the monster seemed to be more than just large. Logan, removing his sunglasses, agreed. The ogre looked at its fist, then attacked Chu Hyusi again. Logan, enraged, cursed at the monster and thrust his left hand forward, flames erupting around him. He roared and swung at the ogre. Their fists collided. Chu Hyusi was stunned. "Is that one punch?" Logan continued to grapple with the monster, their fists locked. A cracking sound echoed. The ogre's fist began to shatter. From the cracks, the monster's hand broke into pieces. The ogre crashed to the ground, its massive body creating a powerful tremor. Chu Hyusi's face was filled with astonishment at Logan's strength. He gaped at the fallen ogre, wondering if the power that shattered its left hand with a single punch was the power of destruction. He looked at Logan, thinking that he truly lived up to the image of a solipsistic contractor. Chu Hyusi's eyes still held a grave expression. He was grateful that Logan was on his side, but what surprised him even more, he glanced towards Chu Hyusi. Even Logan spoke of Chu Hyusi with respect, which made him wonder about their relationship. Chu Hyusi replayed the image of Chu Hyusi in his mind. He had thought he had been sent to America. He glanced back at Logan, grateful that thanks to Chu Hyusi, he could witness the power of legends like Logan. Logan's expression was serious. "Something strange," he said. He looked at the monster lying on the ground, his voice full of wonder. "With the impact from that blow, it should have shattered, but its body is still intact." Chu Hyusi, holding a sword, walked towards them. He theorized that the monster's sheer size prevented the impact from shattering its core. Logan agreed. Chu Hyusi smiled, his whole body tensing with power. He leaped onto the monster, raising his sword and plunging it towards the monster's chest. The sword struck the monster's chest with a loud clang. Chu Hyusi gasped, looking at the point of impact. The sword was stuck in the monster's body. He was surprised that even light shot couldn't pierce it. The monster's crimson eyes suddenly lit up. It raised its head to look at Chu Hyusi standing on its body. A golden light quickly enveloped its broken arm. The monster's shattered arm was restored. Chu Hyusi turned his head to the right. The monster's fist was already in front of him. A young girl commented, just as Mr. Chu Hyusi said. Chu Hyusi quickly raised his sword to block the attack. The force of the blow sent him stumbling backward. He planted his right hand and sword into the ground, sliding back, his expression cold. "I understand," he said to the other two. "It seems that stone monster absorbed the large magic stone earlier," he continued. The other two were stunned by his words. Chu Hyusi continued, "Were you supposed to place a magic spell to block the existence of the magic stone?" Logan explained that they had a contractor cast a spell on it. Chu Hyusi stated that it was an incredibly difficult task, as the amount of magic power it possessed made it impossible. Logan was surprised, as he hadn't sensed any magical power. It's possible the contractors didn't want humans to detect it, Chu Hyusi explained, resolving Logan's doubts. Logan remained silent, looking towards Chu Hyusi. Chu Hyusi calmly continued, "It's different from other magical creatures. It can sense even the faintest traces of magic." Before he could finish speaking, the monster slowly rose, golden light surrounding its body. Chu Hyusi were still discussing the monster. They believed it had killed all the other monsters to absorb their energy. Even so, Chu Hyusi was surprised by its size. The monster was charging towards Chu Hyusi. He regretted not bringing his disciple's skills with him. Chu Hyusi borrowed a relic from Logan, saying he would show them a true one punch. At the same time, in England, inside a cave, Gasps could be heard. The masked figure, who was Black Hat, asked the blonde-haired woman if she was all right. Adelia said she was fine, just that it had been a while since she'd gone all out like that. Usually, the Adelia family servants would take care of the monsters. Black Hat understood this, as Adelia was, after all, the head of a large family. Black Hat was also a bit tired, having not fought in a while. He raised his hand and removed his mask, revealing a handsome face. Adelia looked at Black Hat in surprise. Black Hat took off his cat mask, revealing his handsome face, and sighed. Then he glanced to the side. Adelia also looked at Black Hat. He seemed a little confused. Then, Black Hat seemed to realize there was a misunderstanding and wanted to apologize. Sorry, I got a little heated. I'll put my mask back on. Adelia was slightly startled and raised her hand to indicate he didn't need to. No, wait. She hesitated for a moment, then cautiously asked, "Is it all right to take off your mask?" She thought Black Hat might react strongly, but he didn't. He calmly replied, "It's fine. I have a responsibility to conceal my face as the owner of the black market, but I'm not acting as the owner here today." He held his fist in a rather masterful pose and continued to explain to Adelia, "Besides, in a way, we're fellow disciples, aren't we? I think it's all right between fellow disciples." She finally understood why he usually wore a mask and stammered, "I understand." Adelia lowered her head slightly, suddenly remembering what Chu Hai-Yu-Si had told her. "Actually, I felt conflicted when Chu Hai-Yu-Si told me to enter the labyrinth. He said it was an extension of the practical combat training, but this moment has erased all of that." It seemed she was rather taken with Black Hat's face. Adelia blushed slightly, poking her cheek shyly. Then, from now on, could you show your face more often? He stared at her, seemingly surprised. The two stood facing each other, neither saying a word. Then, he smiled slightly, agreeing with Adelia. "All right, I'll keep that in mind." Suddenly, an orange system message appeared, saying, "Can't you two hurry up?" A similar system message appeared on the other side, with the underworld ruler angrily saying, "Shouldn't we be carrying out our master's orders instead of flirting?" Adelia looked at the system message, silent. Black Hat, flustered, stammered, "When did I do that?" "All right." Both sides were incredibly embarrassed. He had to speak up to break the awkward silence. "It seems we've rested for a bit too long." As soon as he finished speaking, she agreed. "That's right." Black Hat put his mask back on and, with a swift movement, said to Adelia, "Well then, let's go." She replied, "Okay." The scene changed to a place with a fierce and terrifying red-eyed stone statue guardian, surrounded by red energy. Chu Hai-Yu-Si was dodging deadly punches from the stone monster. This forced him to retreat slightly and increase his vigilance. The two people behind him were also extremely cautious. Chu Hai-Yu-Si called out to Logan, "Pay attention, Logan," causing the surprised Logan to focus. Chu Hai-Yu-Si smirked confidently, his eyes filled with determination, his fist clenched in a ready stance. This is how you use the one-inch punch. The stone monster was equally formidable, its colossal body shaking the ground with each step, scattering debris. It prepared to strike Chu Hai-Yu-Si with its fist. The stone monster immediately launched its fist towards him. Did it actually hit Chu Hai-Yu-Si? Logan's jaw dropped in astonishment. The man beside him was equally wide-eyed. It turned out that with just one blow of his ultimate fist, Chu Hai-Yu-Si had obliterated the stone monster's upper body, leaving only its feet behind. He admired his handiwork, looking at his fist and clicking his tongue in satisfaction. Just as expected, the power of this fist technique is truly immense. It's been a while since I've thrown a real punch. Logan couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. He thought to himself, was it the ultimate fist? He completely destroyed the golem and the mountain behind it. So this is the true power of destruction. Chu Hai-Yu-Si handed the wooden beaded bracelet that generated the immense power back to him. Here, it's quite useful. Logan accepted the precious bracelet with both hands. "My honor." He looked at the wooden beaded bracelet in his hand, a thoughtful expression on his face as he pondered. Could it be that I haven't fully utilized my own potential power? Logan then called out to Chu Hai-Yu-Si, who was rotating his wrist after dealing with the stone monster. "Chu Hai-Yu-Si." He responded with a sound of acknowledgement. With a serious expression, he made a request. "If you plan to return, could you teach me that fist technique?" Chu Hai-Yu-Si looked at Logan for a long moment without blinking. Finally, a playful grin spread across his face. "No problem." He pointed and said to Logan, "If we find another, larger magic stone, I'll teach you." Logan brought his hand to his chin, closing his eyes in thought at the request. Another one, huh? Of course. The alliance on the association side has one, so we just need to get theirs. Chu Haiyu put his hands in his pockets, speaking casually. Good. So if all goes well, I'll return one. Logan seemed somewhat incredulous. If all goes well. Logan understood what he meant. Goodwill reciprocated. I understand. As I said before, I think we can replace it with an artificial storage system. Chu Haiyu gestured back, one hand on his hip, urging them to continue. All right, let's continue digging the hole that the golem dug earlier and find a magic stone. I had a feeling this would happen, so I brought along some people who can work up a sweat. Both of them replied in unison. Understood. All right. At a seemingly abandoned house a few days later, the night sky made the house even more eerie. The keykeeper looked young, but there was something frightening about him, with jagged teeth, thick glasses, and a chain lock around his neck. Chu Haiyu called out to him. Hey! He carried a small sack, a faint smile on his face. He told the keykeeper, I brought the treasure and the giant floating magic stone. The enormous purple stone lay between them, the keykeeper still standing behind it, his expression surprised. Did you really bring all of them? And all 3 stones? He replied without hesitation, I brought 3 just in case. Chu Haiyu was meticulous. Then he brought his hand to his chin, lost in thought. 2 are for Logan, and 1 is thanks to Sasami. They said that stone is used to relay commands from Sasami or something. Chu Haiyu immediately handed the sack to him. Here, these are the treasures. Looking at the gray bag, the keykeeper seemed to remember something. Right, he said as he opened the bag. The objects inside glowed with a faint golden light. Everything is here. I really didn't expect you to gather everything so quickly. He also accepted Chu Haiyu's previous proposal. All right, this is enough to open the arena. A hint of joy appeared on Chu Haiyu's face. Really? The keykeeper's eyes narrowed slightly, his hand tightening around the bag of treasures. To explain, the term arena was coined by the Labyrinth Lord. In reality, it's just a large tomb. I will prepare to open the door connecting the illusionary realms. He gestured towards the purple stones, expressing his gratitude. And thank you for bringing extra stones. But looking at the amount of magic each one holds, I think 1 is enough. The keykeeper glanced at him briefly. Don't worry about them. They have their own uses. With just 1 sentence from Chu Haiyu, the keykeeper froze. Other star robbers have come down to conquer under the Labyrinth Lord's orders, haven't they? The keykeeper lowered his head, saying nothing more. Chu Haiyu couldn't let him maintain that attitude forever. If you're remaining silent to show loyalty or something, don't bother. Do you think all I know is your location? In truth, even the keykeeper had his secrets. Well, there's no other way. Chu Haiyu persuaded him. I'll use that to deal with them. The giant purple power stone radiated power. Besides that, the keykeeper still had some doubts. A giant floating magic stone. No longer bothering with further ado, Chu Haiyu pointed at the stones, expanding his command. Then hurry up and connect the arena to the illusionary realm. The keykeeper, holding the belt on his chest, said all right. Chu Haiyu glanced back, calling out, Nguyen Ho Fap. Nguyen Ho Fap appeared within seconds. Yes, Nguyen Ho Fap replied. As clan leader, Chu Haiyu gave his orders. Order the other guards to keep watch on him until the door is open, and prepare for Sasami and me to make a preliminary pact. Nguyen Ho Fap bowed his head respectfully. Understood. Chu Haiyu didn't forget one thing, adding in a low voice, if there's any sign of him contacting other star robbers, eliminate him. Nguyen Ho Fap maintained his usual calm demeanor. Understood. The scene shifted. A dark green hand slammed a fist down, cursing. Damn it. The monster shattered the large wooden table. When are we getting out of this place? He bared his hideous teeth, his face contorted in rage. If this keeps up, we'll die without accomplishing anything. The monster turned to another, presumably Huck Doc, for information. No news from the Labyrinth Lord. He crossed his arms, his face darkening. No, since we came down here, there's been no news. The monster gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face. All the others have died in vain. We can't let that happen to us. The Authority King seriously proposed an idea, also eager to escape this place as quickly as possible. I agree with him. We can't just stand here and wait for death, right? Beside him, Huck Doc remained silent. The Authority King continued. What do you think, Huck Document? I think we should go out and kill a bunch of them right now. What do you think? Huck Doc still crossed his arms and sighed deeply. Suddenly, a man's voice rang out. I think your idea is utterly stupid. The monster growled, gnashing its teeth. The Authority King widened his eyes, baring his sharp fangs. Chu Haiyu placed his sword on his shoulder, his other hand on his hip, leaving everyone stunned and bewildered. He chuckled, taunting them. "I've been standing here for 10 minutes, but you haven't noticed me at all," just kept on chattering. Hukdok seemed not to hear clearly, or perhaps pretended not to. What? A protagonist's aura radiated around Chu Hai-Yusi. His eyes gleamed slyly, and his lips curled into a sneer. Chu Hai-Yusi's words sounded like a farewell before departing from this world. "Don't worry about disappearing naturally, because I'll make you disappear quickly myself." The monster growled, asking about his identity. "Who the hell are you? Where did you come from?" The Authority King, with one eye open, found Chu Hai-Yusi very strange. "I haven't sensed any magic power until now. Is that why we didn't detect you?" Chu Hai-Yusi remained nonchalant in the face of the Authority King's somewhat threatening words. "Who are you to speak so recklessly? Do you want to die before we deal with you?" Chu Hai-Yusi lowered his head, murmuring cheerfully, "Sasami's ability is excellent, but there's one problem." He continued his monologue. "When I'm cloaked, you can't sense any magic power. So you keep babbling without knowing who you're talking to." Chu Hai-Yusi's face revealed a murderous intent as he gripped his sword, preparing to strike them down one by one. "You'll know when you're defeated, you bastards." This caught all three of them. The monster, the Authority King, and even Hukdok completely off guard. Suddenly he roared, lowering his sword and swinging it, shaking the very earth. Chu Hai-Yusi used his sword to create magnificent swirling patterns. The monster was helpless, unable to attack or defend. In this perilous situation, Hukdok suddenly recognized Chu Hai-Yusi and told his companions, "Even though his appearance has changed, I still recognize him." He emphasized each word. "This is the martial god." In the blink of an eye, only the three of them remained. The Authority King sensed the unfavorable situation. Chu Hai-Yusi had vanished within the radius around them. Where did he go? "I can't sense him anymore." Hukdok explained that martial god said he cloaked himself. Everyone in the building was on high alert, weapons in hand. Then he must be somewhere in this building, after erasing his presence. With a swoosh, one life was extinguished. Chu Hai-Yusi was as fast as lightning. One by one, they fell with a single, simple move. Hukdok realized he had been tricked. His hand ignited with black flames. "Damn that bastard. He's toying with us." He placed his hand on the ground, creating a formation. In moments, a ghostly square box appeared. The monster beside him asked, "Where did you just go?" Hukdok calmly replied, "I used my ability to create a shield around this building." The king thought this was pointless. What good is a barrier against a martial god? Isn't this just locking ourselves in? He twisted his hand slightly. This defiance has to be effective. Hukdok looked at the two corpses sprawled on the floor and posed a question. "Do you still not understand why these two are dead? The martial god killed them." He clenched his fist, his frustration boiling over. "Of course, even if we die, it doesn't matter. Only our bodies die. We will be reborn. However, I won't be able to carry out the labyrinth plan anymore." Before he could finish, something strange whizzed past Hukdok's head. He immediately blocked the attack. The king, looking slightly panicked, asked, "Are you all right, Hukdok?" Hukdok knelt down, twisting his arm. "I'm fine. It seems he hasn't gone anywhere. Just some useless illusion." He scoffed. "I anticipated this. So even if he's cloaked, the barrier will still be effective. Surely, everyone can sense that, right?" Hukdok stood up, his voice firm. "The martial god is weaker now." The horned monster agreed. "That's right. He's no longer in his original form, but in a new body. He must have been reborn or something. He hasn't regained his full strength yet." He continued, believing his previous points were entirely correct. "Besides, if he were still as strong as before, we wouldn't have the chance to even talk like this. We'd be dead already." Unbeknownst to them, Chu Hai-Yusi was above the king, preparing a sneak attack. His sword slashed across the king's face, blood splattering everywhere. He felt something was wrong. Indeed, a pool of blood spread before Chu Hai-Yusi. He had been hit by the king's attack. The king gloated, "So you revealed yourself because of my clone, martial god." Behind Chu Hai-Yusi, a group prepared to attack, eager to take his life. Hukdok, his hands still burning with black flames, urged the others, "It's time. Focus all your power on the exploding clone." They attacked him from above. He reassured them, "He's weakened, so we can stop him." Hukdok even gave an order. "I've created a barrier, so make the ground explode." Booming sounds and the smell of burning filled the air as fire spread across the area. The group above unleashed a barrage of earth-shattering explosions. Finally, exhausted, Hukdok gasped for breath. Once again, a voice echoed from an unknown source. Well done, Horn One. The real Chu Hyuc was behind him, aggressively grabbing his long horn. He mocked their foolishness. You should have said contain, not kill. A normal person would have called them stupid, but not Chu Hyuc. He praised them. I'm impressed by your tiny, foolish minds. You knew you couldn't kill me, even weakened. Hukdok, his head gripped painfully, wanted to curse. Chu Hyuc, without further ado, addressed the horned Hukdok, his face radiating murderous intent. Normally, I would let you go. A sword pierced through Huck document. The method of killing was unique. Chu Hyuc sat on him, delivering the fatal blow. Hukdok coughed up blood, splattering it everywhere. Then a massive explosion lit up the surrounding area. Chu Hyuc, cold-bloodedly, plunged his sword deeper into Hukdok, a satisfied smile on his face. The monster stammered, trembling. Huck document dead. The king still felt his assessment was correct. He's clearly weaker. Or is it just an illusion? Chu Hyuc stood up after striking the man down. He sighed. Calmly and clearly, he addressed them. Actually, it's true that I'm weaker. Back then, one blow from me could have wiped out all four of you. This silenced them. He picked up his sword, preparing to act. Besides, dealing with you one by one is such a hassle. So, with a snap of his fingers, he said, snap. Chu Hyuc was filled with anticipation for this scene. I prepared a gift for you. Above their heads, bright purple lights flashed. The king turned his head, curious. What the hell is that? Why is it suddenly glowing up there? His gaze fixed. Those were the two purple stones Chu Hyuc had painstakingly prepared. He looked up at the two stones, extremely satisfied. Magnificent, aren't they? Giant magic stones floating. Chu Hyuc even bothered to explain to them. They used to be common because mana could easily be channeled through them. It makes sense, but I hear they're not used anymore. The beautiful purple stones shimmered with color. Chu Hyuc stood below, smugly watching them stare at the stones. Continuing from before, when filled with enough magic power and the core inside is impacted, it will explode. The monster guessed his intention. Martial god could you be? Before finishing them off, Chu Hyuc didn't forget to taunt them. It's been a while since I've seen you bastards. Such a nuisance. He clenched his fist, signaling goodbye. In a dark forest, there was a secret room built inside the trunk of a very large, ancient tree. The room contained a large, glowing red orb placed on a pedestal designed like a giant chalice, with strange symbols around the rim. The guide hesitantly opened the door and slowly entered the room with an uneasy expression. She recalled the conversation between herself and Chu Hyuc. So, in short, yes, except for the keykeeper, everyone else is gathered on the island. From what I know, that's correct. I can't assess the situation down there in real time, but the location shouldn't be much different. Thinking they had finished their discussion, Chu Hyuc stood up to leave. All right, I'll go. The guide called him back, as if she had something else to remind him of. Oh wait, can I borrow the absorb names? Chu Hyuc asked to confirm. Lend you the absorb names. Then he rummaged in his pocket and pulled out a small metal ring. I absorbed them immediately to become stronger, so I'm not sure if there are any left. Having found what the guide was looking for, the last one remaining, Chu Hyuc handed it to her. She accepted it with satisfaction. Thank you. I believe there's still one. Wondering what she needed it for, Chu Hyuc continued. Good, but what are you planning to do? As soon as she held the object, it emitted a blue, smoky light that enveloped the guide. Immediately afterward, the light disappeared. You're planning to face all the constellations, right? Without hesitation, Chu Hyuc replied, and then voiced his concern. Right? It'll be troublesome if too many constellations disappear suddenly. The guide, after absorbing the name, she returned it to Chu Hyuc and then spoke about her plan. I will use the absorbed names to deceive the Labyrinth Lord. The scene shifts to the secret room containing the red orb. The guide approached, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. She knelt before the orb, frowning as she stared intently at it. Then, she gently blew a jet of pitch-black smoke into the orb. The black smoke spread, forming a large vortex around the orb. Satisfied, she smiled slightly. Good. With this, we can avoid surveillance for a while, although there will be signs after the constellations are captured. Suddenly, a young man's voice rang out from behind, startling her and causing her to turn around. Who are you? He held a long staff weapon with a sharply pointed purple stone tip and ran quickly towards her. Taking a defensive stance, he asked, "I've never seen you before. What are you doing?" She seemed worried, not expecting this to happen. "Impossible. I can't believe I was caught." She raised her hand to block the sharp stone tip pointed at her. "Calm down," she said to the young man. "Calm down. I'm not doing anything. Look, nothing has changed." He looked around, observing carefully and thinking for a moment, then continued to point the sharp stone tip close to her face. "I don't know how you got here, but this isn't a place just anyone can enter. First, I'll take you to the labyrinth lord. Go and explain your identity and purpose to him. The Lord will decide your fate." Seeing that things weren't going according to plan, she began to feel uneasy. "This is bad. My actions will be restricted if I meet the Lord now. I have to get out of this situation." Having thought that, she quickly pleaded, "Can't you pretend you never saw me? I'm just an unknown constellation who wandered in here by chance." His expression remained unchanged, still stern. "My duty is to guard this place and report any unusual activity. Stop pretending and follow me." Seeing that escaping now wasn't feasible, she sought another way to ensure her safety. "All right, your loyalty is admirable. Why don't you put down your spear first?" Uncomfortable with the word loyalty, he frowned, staring at her and repeating the word irritably, loyalty. Angrily, he slammed his staff down on the floor. "I don't have that. Don't make assumptions about me. I don't do this willingly. It's just a duty ever since I was bestowed this title 300 years ago without any memories." Hearing 300 years, she seemed surprised. He lowered his voice, looking down at the floor as he confessed. "But the truth is, I'm not strong enough to refuse this duty, so I'm just holding on to it." But he paused, his brows furrowed with hatred. He didn't dare speak it aloud, only thinking to himself, holding onto a weapon, "Those words keep haunting my memories." Regaining his composure, he looked up at the red-haired woman. "Never mind, forget what I just said. Follow me." She spoke with an empathetic gaze, as if seeing through him. "You're confused about yourself, aren't you?" Slightly surprised that she had seen through him, he frowned and asked, "You just read me." She replied calmly, "Yes, I have that talent. Don't you want to know who you really are?" So he didn't even know who he was in this world, didn't know why he existed. Only after hearing her say that did he realize and wonder, "Who am I?" The atmosphere gradually became more relaxed. She explained while gesturing with her hands. "You said you suddenly received this duty 300 years ago, right? I can introduce you to someone who might know your identity. But in return, you mustn't tell the Labyrinth Lord about what happened today." He lowered his head, lost in thought. Several days later, on a gloomy evening in a dilapidated old building, Chu Hai-Yu-Si stood with Adelia and Black Hat. Before them stood the key keeper and a mysterious wooden door, with black and purple light swirling together like a large flickering fire behind it. Finally, the door to the arena. Not quite trusting the key keeper's words, Chu Hai-Yu-Si asked suspiciously, "It looks like an ordinary door. Are you sure opening it leads to the arena?" Chu Hai-Yu-Si's question wasn't quite accurate, so the key keeper corrected him. "No, not exactly. This door leads to another door that can open to the arena." "Is it a passageway, then?" The key keeper continued to explain. "I discovered during my research that there's no direct connection to the arena." Hearing this, the other three were enraged, raising their hands as if to teach the key keeper a lesson. He looked back at them fearfully, caught in their combined glare. "Hey, does that mean everything we've done was pointless?" The key keeper stammered, "No, let me finish. There's still a space that the Labyrinth Lord calls the arena that hasn't disappeared. However, its location isn't here but above. Simply put, it's where the Labyrinth Lord resides. Remember when I told you the arena only connects to the constellation's illusory realms? I believe I'm also up there, and the constellation's illusory realms are also up there, which makes a direct connection possible. But after descending the constellations, and I need to use a passage to reach the main hall. However, thanks to the artifacts and the giant floating magic stone, I've enhanced my abilities. When we open the door to the passage, a door to the main hall will also open in the constellation's illusory realms." After hearing the key keeper's thorough explanation, the three calmed down, relaxing again. "Is that so? Good, then let's go." Just as they were about to depart, the key keeper hesitated. About that, it's a passage that twists time and space. So, there are many awakened monsters along the way. So, what I'm trying to say is, seeing his fear and hesitation, Chu Hai-Yu-Si nodded slightly. "All right, I understand." He smirked slightly. You want me to escort you, right? I will. So open the door. Hearing exactly what he wanted, the keykeeper was overjoyed, smiling gratefully with slightly teary eyes as he stammered his thanks to Chu-Hai Yu-Si. Chu-Hai Yu-Si turned back and called to Adelia and Black Hat. They responded immediately. He continued, if a door opens in the illusory realm, tell your constellations not to enter. Hearing the command, they bowed before Chu-Hai Yu-Si, confirming their understanding. This is great, isn't it? The giant floating magic stone. Chu-Hai Yu-Si turned towards a former Dharma protector and requested, tell Sasami as well. Understood. Then, to the keykeeper, open the door. Yes, his commands were obeyed without question. The open door revealed a formless space. The wind from behind the door was so powerful, it made even Chu-Hai Yu-Si exclaim, it's incredibly empty in there. Chu-Hai Yu-Si turned around and called, Keykeeper. Yes. He smiled and continued, stay close to me if you don't want to die. The keykeeper, a little scared, stammered, oh okay. Chu-Hai Yu-Si instructed, let's go, and both of them resolutely ran into the undefined space. Just as he stepped through the doorway, Chu-Hai Yu-Si encountered two monstrous creatures. One of them slammed a foot down to block their path. Immediately, Chu-Hai Yu-Si drew his sword, preparing for battle. With a single stroke of his sword, he dispatched both monsters. Their bodies fell near the keykeeper, startling him. Chu-Hai Yu-Si turned back and warned, don't just stand there. Follow me if you don't want to die. He agreed immediately. Yes. Chu-Hai Yu-Si then led the way, his sword drawn, a confident expression on his face. With a single blow, he obliterated the group of monsters blocking their path. Chu-Hai Yu-Si watched with satisfaction as their bodies fell. Then, he announced, all right, let's run. The keykeeper quickly followed. Right? Suddenly, Chu-Hai Yu-Si's eyes widened as if he realized something. Before him was a door with countless codes. Chu-Hai Yu-Si wondered aloud, that door. The keykeeper immediately confirmed, yes, that's the door to the main hall. As he finished speaking, he noticed something that startled him. From above, the legs of a monstrous creature were descending in front of the door. A large, ferocious wolf landed before them, growling menacingly. It displayed its anger at their intrusion. Chu-Hai Yu-Si looked at the beast before him, puzzled. What is this? I've never seen a monster like this before. The keykeeper quickly explained, it's because of this tunnel. It distorts space and time, so the creature has mutated. Hearing this, Chu-Hai Yu-Si became even more excited. I was worried my disciple's power would collapse this tunnel, so I didn't prepare anything. But destroying it seems interesting too. He instructed the keykeeper, step back. Seeing Chu-Hai Yu-Si's intention to fight, the monster prepared to strike first, raising a hand into a fist. A moment later, the fist shot forward. It punched directly at Chu-Hai Yu-Si, but he quickly dodged to the side. Now, he prepared his own attack, a confident look on his face. As quick as lightning, Chu-Hai Yu-Si slashed his sword at the monster's hand. Its arm, severely wounded, caused it to cry out in pain. However, it showed no fear and lunged forward to punch Chu-Hai Yu-Si again. He quickly dodged the blow and even taunted it. Your regenerative abilities are quite impressive. I thought a few strikes would be enough to chop you into 100 pieces. Boring. Chu-Hai Yu-Si channeled magic power into the arm holding his sword, deciding to end it. Enough of this. Chu-Hai Yu-Si's entire body radiated a murderous aura, a cunning look on his face as he watched the monster. Suddenly, his sword slashed down, creating a sharp, clean cut. The monster, unable to dodge, took the full brunt of his attack. It howled in pain. Without pausing, Chu-Hai Yu-Si brought his sword back. He swung it again with a sinister smile. The sword flashed past the monster's head, giving it no time to react. With a single stroke, Chu-Hai Yu-Si cleaved the monster in two. Its massive form collapsed. Witnessing Chu-Hai Yu-Si's incredible power, the keykeeper's face was etched with astonishment. He took it down so easily, it seemed even stronger than the ones I've killed. Looking at Chu-Hai Yu-Si, the keykeeper wondered, is this guy even stronger than the constellations? Finished. Chu-Hai Yu-Si turned and called to the person behind him. Hey, keykeeper, your turn. He asked the keykeeper to open the door, and the keykeeper agreed. All right. The keykeeper then stepped forward in front of Chu-Hai Yu-Si, facing the closed door. Suddenly, a giant key appeared in the keykeeper's hand. Without hesitation, they inserted the key into the lock, preparing to open it. The keykeeper turned the key to activate it. As expected, the door opened. The keykeeper announced, "It's open." Now, in another location, the constellation Mosey, the bird-faced, suddenly realized something. A closet suddenly appeared before him. Similarly, for the constellation Lumius, master of the underworld, the same thing happened where the constellation Sasami, the warrior soul, was sitting. Within the space where the constellation Ba Che was, a closet also appeared before him. It seemed Ba Che had been anticipating this for a long time. Seeing its appearance, he sighed, "It's finally open." A while later, several newspapers reported that after returning from the tunnel, the world had become chaotic. My disciples and acquaintances all knew about the door opening, so they weren't too surprised, but the other constellations were astonished by the sudden appearance of the hall. I tried to enter the illusion with the light sword afterward, but failed. For some reason, even when I managed to enter the illusion, the door would disappear as soon as I stepped inside. While my disciples used the door to enter the hall and gather in a single illusion, I couldn't even enter the illusion, let alone the hall. I even asked the keykeeper. Chu Hai Yu Si recalled that moment. The keykeeper timidly replied, "It's probably because the hall doesn't accept you, as it was created by the Labyrinth Lord." Back in the present, he looked at the sword in his hand. "But to find out more, I'll have to ask for guidance, thanks to that damned Labyrinth Lord. The biggest obstacle of my life. I can't even gather with my disciples in one place, and I don't even know who's inside the light sword. Even someone as unfeeling as me isn't allowed to see all my disciples. Moreover, I originally planned to enter the hall and find the door leading to the illusion of the constellation inside the sword to see if he was my disciple." Thinking about this, Chu Hai Yu Si realized something. "Wait, all my disciples can enter the hall, right?" He gave a sinister smile and decided, "Then I'll try a detour." At this time, in the hall that Chu Hai Yu Si mentioned, Mosey had just stepped through the door. Suddenly, someone spoke, "You're late, kid," causing her to look over. It was Lumius and Sasami. "We're already here." "Hello, senior." Suddenly, she stepped in front of Lumius and scolded, "You kid, is that how you talk to a senior? Are you crazy?" Lumius retorted irritably, "Senior my foot. You only became a disciple a few weeks before me." Mosey continued to taunt, "So, you want to taste the skills of the first disciple who arrived just a few weeks before you?" Hearing this, Lumius retorted provocatively, "I dare you. I'll slice through space and shorten your height a bit more." Sasami witnessed this heated exchange and didn't know how to intervene. Mustering her courage, she spoke up, "Stop it. This isn't the time to argue." She reminded them, "We have to complete Master's orders." These words brought the other two back to their senses, and they stopped. Mosey also agreed, "She's right. Though timid, her words make sense." By now, the noise the three of them made had attracted the attention of everyone inside the hall, and all eyes turned towards them. Lumius agreed with the other two. "I agree. According to Master's orders." With that, she took a step forward. Mosey suggested, "Should we tear these guys apart?" This greatly amused Lumius. "Good idea." Scene change, a few days earlier. Chu Hai Yu Si asked, "How are things, Sasami? Is everything all right over there?" Mosey was looking towards a door that had just appeared. Opening the door revealed a blinding light, making it impossible to see where the door led. Then, the door closed. As she passed through the door, Mosey overheard the conversation between Chu Hai Yu Si and Sasami. Sasami replied, "I think it's all right, but I don't know what's happening." Then, Sasami walked through the door, breathing heavily. Seeing Mosey, she bowed, "Senior, it's been a while." Mosey confirmed, "Indeed it has." Adelia's notification window displayed the message, "Bird Face has arrived." She informed Chu Hai Yu Si, "It seems she's arrived." He replied that he already knew. Meanwhile, Mosey wondered, "But how did you find your way here? It would be very difficult to get here just relying on the transfer gates." Sasami explained, It wasn't that difficult. I concealed my presence, so I could easily move around the hall." She added, "Moreover, I know all of Senior Mosey's magical energy signature." This surprised Mosey, who let out a gasp. Sasami continued to explain, "Once the decree reached a certain stage, I had a feeling that all 4 siblings would become constellations, so I used other members to search for them. I couldn't find everyone, but I could still find Senior's sacred artifact. From then on, I memorized your magical energy signature and searched within the hall. That signature led me here." Finally, Mosey understood, "I see." Outside, Chu Hai Yu Si inquired, "So Sasami is in the illusory realm with Mosey, correct? Adelia, lend me your sacred artifact." She agreed. "All right." Chu Hai Yu Si gripped Adelia's sacred artifact tightly. His entire body radiated a golden magical energy. But strangely, Chu Hai couldn't enter the illusory realm. He was extremely puzzled. What? Why can't I enter the illusory realm? Chu Hai asked directly, Mosey, are you refusing my request? This made her flustered. No, I would never. Adelia's notification window displayed again. Bird face. Even if I wanted to do that, I couldn't. Mosey looked at her hand, feeling strange. There's something odd here, like something is preventing me from summoning you. There wasn't a problem last time. The notification panel displays further, indicating there seems to be a source of power. Some great power is interfering. Chu Hai, seeing this, wonders some great power is trying to stop me. Then, he turns to Sasami and asks, you said you couldn't sense the presence of others, right? She immediately corrects him, oh no. I believe they will become constellations, but I can't find them on my own. Sasami explains, if they were active and influential constellations, I would definitely find them. However, it's like they're hidden, so I don't know anything. I've searched for sacred artifacts similar to the weapons they use, but haven't found any results. Chu Hai asks her, so, have you checked my light sword? The notification panel appears. War Demon. The light sword was once a very influential sacred artifact, but no one uses a long sword anymore, so I couldn't find anything. Chu Hai says, even if I wanted to check now, I couldn't because I can't sense the light sword's magical energy. Hearing this, Chu Hai understands the problem. He tells everyone, although we don't know who is hiding within the light sword, if there's a possibility of finding something new, we should check again. Perhaps it will be helpful. Sasami worries, but Master, the main hall has countless constellation gates leading to the illusory realm. How can we find a light sword's gate when we can't even sense its magical energy? At this, Chu Hai gives a sly smile. There's a way, and his way is to defeat all the constellations in the main hall. Then we can go through any door we want. We can do it, right? All three of them, Mosey, Sasami, and Lumius reply in unison, understood. The scene changes. Now, the three of them are standing in the main hall. Mosey starts giving commands. Take them all down. Lumius excitedly replies, sounds great. Their enthusiasm is interrupted by Sasami's voice. Wait a moment, seniors. This makes the other two turn to her in confusion. Sasami raises her hand as she explains, first, we need to let them know whose disciples we are. The entire main hall immediately begins to shake, and from the ground, a gate slowly rises. Moments later, the complete gate stands proudly on the ground where the three are standing. Lumius, seeing this, exclaims, oh my, you can do that even in the main hall. Our memories with Master are flooding back. Sasami happily recalls, once, when I came to the main hall, I tried to create a domain like the one in the illusory realm. I used magical energy in the same way, and it worked. Mosey joins in. That sign makes me feel nostalgic. Sasami returns to the main issue. So, the first constellation we need to deal with is... The other two look confused. She continues, ever since I became a constellation, I've kept track of all the constellations who dare to speak ill of Master, whether through contracts, directly, or secretly in the main hall. Even though their constellation contracts are gone, I still haven't been able to acquire that constellation itself. Mosey cheerfully praises her. That's right. You're very timid, but you're the only one who pays attention to everything around you. Lumius, with a sly and excited expression, says, well then, let's destroy that first constellation. Elsewhere, people are quite noisy. Wait, do you see that? Another person replies, yes, it's that sign. Martial God's Gate. When did that building even appear? Someone wondered. A masked figure scoffed. The martial god died 300 years ago. Why would they build something for him now? Makes no sense. He'd barely finished speaking when someone's foot slammed into his face. It was Lumius's group. Mosey was grinding the man's face into the ground with her foot. The surrounding people were startled. The man in the black hat stammered, what? Why? Wait. His eyes widened in recognition. I know you. Followers of the martial God's Gate. Lumius gathered magical energy in his hand. Followers, please. How dramatic. He wore an amused expression. We're simply his most accomplished disciples. Then, in a single move, he obliterated the man. Sasami, witnessing this, was impressed. That's a variation of dimensional severance, isn't it? Amazing. Lumius preened. Thanks. It was Sasami's turn to show off. She darted forward, annihilating a group of constellations in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Mosey summoned her weapon. Determined, she thought, I can't let them show me up. She spun her weapon. Moments later, she slammed it into the ground. Lumius looked over, curious. Is that poison? Are you trying to kill us all? She didn't rush to answer. Just watch. In moments, the others were writhing in agony, poisoned. Lumius caught on. So you can target your poison attacks. Impressive. Mosey confirmed. Yeah, but it's tricky. And look at the one you just took down. Hearing this, Lumius looked over, puzzled. Mosey explained, their wounds are healing. Looks like constellations can't kill each other. Lumius sighed. Seems that way. Mosey stood up and followed him. Well, it's not all bad. We can still demoralize them, scare the hell out of them. Lumius agreed. Good point. A chaotic battle erupted. Someone outside observed the scene. A guardian constellation watched, perplexed. What in the world? Aren't they Chu Hyuse's disciples? They're fighting other constellations. Another figure approached, placing a hand on his shoulder. Looks like it, he said, drawing the guardian's attention. It was the Osun family's constellation, the Fist King. He greeted the other cheerfully. Long time no see, in your true form, Sword King. The Sword King returned the greeting. Indeed, it has been a while. Calling me Sword King feels a bit strange, though. The Fist King was flustered. Well, what can you do? We've forgotten our names and only have these titles left. The Sword King sighed. It's a bit backwards, isn't it? He looked at the brawl. So, who are those constellations causing all the ruckus? The Sword King explained, they're Chu Hyuse's disciples. You don't know them. He answered his own question. Of course not. You've never met them. Have you heard of the Martial God's Gate? The Fist King confirmed. Oh yeah, I have. Isn't that the sect founded by the Martial God? He elaborated. The Martial God you're talking about is Chu Hyuse, and these are his disciples. The Fist King finally understood. Ah, I see. Then, he began to discuss the matter. I've definitely heard stories about the Martial God. They say he was the strongest of our time, right? I heard he handled most of the calamities himself. The Fist King added, and all his disciples are supposed to be incredibly powerful too. But this is the first time I've seen them in person. The Sword King suddenly remembered. Oh right, you were stuck out in the countryside back then. That's right, the Sword King said, boasting cheerfully. The one who taught me the basics of swordsmanship was none other than the Martial God. Thanks to him, I created my own technique and traveled everywhere to prove myself. And that's how I met that fist-obsessed idiot in the countryside. The Fist King retorted, hey, I don't want to hear that from someone who only knows how to use a sword. He planted his sword in the ground and continued, I was really surprised. While I was wandering around, teaching people how to defend themselves against monsters, you established a martial arts school and taught warriors. And on top of that, you even taught them hand-to-hand combat techniques, right? The Fist King, feeling praised, scratched his head shyly. Cut it out. It's embarrassing. His expression turned somber. Thinking back, we failed. He reminisced. Back then, when the magic flood erupted, monsters poured out everywhere like crazy. All we could do was, we faced that endless wave. But in the end, we were exhausted and died. Hearing this, the Sword King remained silent. The Fist King continued. The martial arts we were taught were meant to help people fight monsters and protect their lives. But since both of us died, haven't we failed? The Sword King agreed. I concur. That's why, even as a constellation, I still dedicate myself to training, to create the perfect sword technique. The Fist King affirmed, me too. I discovered that after becoming a constellation, he trailed off, then continued. How can we become stronger? At this point, he grinned. Besides, he said, glancing at the three fighters, I'm interested in them. The Sword King looked puzzled. You're interested in them. Seeing the misunderstanding, he corrected. Not in that way, you idiot. I want to fight them. The Sword King immediately backpedaled. I was momentarily mistaken. While I would advise against it, it's best not to get involved with them. They're completely insane. But before he could finish, the Fist King jumped up and announced, I'm going. He leaped in front of the three. Pressing his advantage, he challenged them. I've heard the stories. You're the martial god's disciples, right? Let's fight. Seeing this, Lumia scoffed. What's with this hot-blooded idiot? Mosey also seemed unsure of what to make of him. Sasami, from behind, explained, he's the Fist King, one of the guardian constellations of the 5 great families of Korea. Lumius questioned, so, Sasami reminded him, we've never clashed because he wasn't relevant to us. But after becoming a constellation, he grew stronger and became the protector of the Osun family, helping them secure their position as one of the 5 great families. Lumius looked at the man before him, puzzled. We're planning to subdue all the constellations anyway. So why did you come here on your own? The Fist King pointed at them provocatively. To challenge the disciples of the martial god. I've heard you're very strong. After becoming a constellation, I haven't had many opportunities to fight strong opponents, so I thought this might be my chance. Lumius demurred. Compared to Master, our skills aren't even equal to a speck of dust on his fingernail. Sasami, with a cold look, agreed precisely. The word strong can only be offered and used to describe our master. The Fist King, unafraid, continued his provocation. Oh really? This is the first time I've seen someone get mad about being called strong. He practically voiced his desire. So will you fight me? Show me what the martial god's disciples are capable of. By now, Lumius found him incredibly insolent and was about to tear him in two. But before he could finish his sentence, Mosey intervened. Hold on, I'll handle him. This surprised Lumius. What? She explained, he's not one of the martial god's followers. He knows we're Master's disciples. If we avoid him or deal with him half-heartedly, it will tarnish Master's reputation. Mosey channeled magic power around her body. Of course, with Master's teachings, I'll win. But I'll show him something because I am his disciple, the martial god style. Seeing this, the Fist King quickly entered a fighting stance. Orange magic power radiated around him. He accepted the challenge. Good, that's more like it. The two faced each other, the battle about to begin. Lumius and Sasami watched from the sidelines. With a brute like him, we could just take him down with poison from a distance. No need to even lift a finger. She's too kind, taking this seriously. Sasami, standing beside him, was a little worried. Honestly, I'm a bit concerned. I don't doubt her abilities, but we can't ignore the weight difference. Since I'm used to unarmed combat, I should have been the one to step up. Lumius calmly reassured her. Don't worry. His gaze was serious. I may not like her, but, well, no, that kid. Even without weapons, she's strong. Mosey was now brimming with energy, yellow magic power surrounding her body. Suddenly, she stomped her foot, cracking the floor. In the next instant, Mosey appeared before the Fist King with a swift punch. He observed and commented, a punch after a foot stomp. The crushing fist. But with that small frame, even with the foot stomp, the punch won't be strong enough. Plus, there's almost no magic channeled into the technique. I should just take it head on. Thinking this, the Fist King took a defensive stance, preparing to block Mosey's incoming fist. Her fist collided with the Fist King's defense. He smirked. What's this? This much. Before he could finish his thought, Mosey's fist changed direction, striking him in the face. The impact sent him flying. Injured, the Fist King was bewildered. I was careless. It was clearly the crushing fist, but the moment it touched me, it became a close-range fist. Instead of using the stomping foot for the crushing fist, she shifted the power to her other leg. She used not only her weight, but also the ground itself to amplify her strength. Looking at the small figure before him, the Fist King exclaimed, her sense of martial arts application is insane. Then, he turned, his face filled with excitement. Good, that's more like it. The Fist King now unleashed his true power, his voice full of certainty. I've grasped your strength, and I'll go all out too. He slammed his hands forward. Take this. Instantly, a large explosion erupted in front of the Fist King. A figure appeared before a closed door. Back hesitated, wanting to push the door open. From the side, Chuhai Yusi urged him back. How are my disciples? Back, feeling guilty, answered vaguely, I haven't checked yet. Hearing his reply, Chuhai Yusi couldn't help but get annoyed. I had to ask you because I couldn't look after them myself. Are you looking for a death wish? After being scolded, he was drenched in sweat. Back still stood outside the door, not daring to enter. He trembled, so scary. Back thought, Master Hayusi's disciples have already started causing a ruckus in the main hall. Then he imagined Chu Hayusi's disciples looking extremely frightening. Back shuddered. They won't consider me an enemy, will they? He clicked his tongue. Everything I did as the supervisor of the Tower of Destruction was forced upon me. Back slowly opened the door. Still, it was a crime. He hesitated, and unlike before, I don't have any strength left now. Chuhai Yusi was still urging him. Aren't you going to check yet? Being reminded, Back replied, I'm doing it. He placed his hand on the door. The door stood firm. Then Back slightly opened the door and peeked inside. An earth-shattering explosion was what greeted him behind the door. Chu Hai anxiously asked, so how are they? Back tried to report to him, they're still as strong as ever. I can barely see the fight clearly. He added, it seems most of the constellations have been taken down. Before him was a battlefield, bodies scattered on the ground. Hearing this, Chu Hai praised them. Oh, so they're doing pretty well then. Back sweated and tried to observe more carefully, and if I'm not mistaken, in front of him were all of Chu Hai-Yu's disciples brawling with each other. He remarked, they've gotten stronger. Back observed and thought to himself, I know constellations can get stronger through training. Then he thought, but those are rare cases, this is incredible. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Oh, Lumius said, sarcastically greeting him. Long time no see, you piece of trash. Sasami stood nearby, sweating. It seems second senior sister has. The masked Mosey, standing next to Sasami, finished her sentence. Oh no, she's found back. Mosey remembered Chu Hai-Yu's instructions. Master specifically told us not to touch back yet. She wondered, does she know? Back tried to reply to Lumius. You know me. I've never met you before. Lumius, seething with rage, threatened, really, Mr. Former Supervisor of the Tower of Destruction. She added, I remember quite clearly the one who looked down on us from the top of the tower, as if we were mere ants, right? At this, Back became somewhat panicked. Did I do that? Lumius's face hardened, staring at him. I'd really like to deal with you like those constellations behind me, but Master asked us to restrain ourselves. She immediately delivered a direct kick to his face, so just stay hidden in your little room. And then he was sent flying out the door. Back sprawled on the ground, looking extremely pained. Lumius stood by the doorway and called out, we'll remember this door and definitely won't enter. Before closing the door, she threatened Back, but if you dare to come out, even if I can't kill you, I'll make you wish you were dead. The door slammed shut. Back sat there dumbfounded, so scared he was almost in tears, surrounded by fog. Chu Hai tried to call out to Back. He tried to ask him, what's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? Have you met my disciples yet? A voice suddenly interrupted his train of thought. Hey. The group of three, Black Hat, Ajin, and Yen Lang, appeared and approached him. Yen Lang spoke up, puzzled, why did you call us specifically to this island? She looked around and asked, and what happened here? Around the group were ruined buildings, looking utterly desolate. She asked, the buildings are destroyed, the ground is shattered. Was there a war here or something? He replied, yeah, something like that. Chu Hai raised his hand and addressed everyone. Ajin wondered, the reason I called you here is to teach you the next step. The next step, he assigned a task to Black Hat. Black Hat obeyed. Black Hat, I called you here for a different reason, so just watch. Understood. After that, he turned to the remaining two. Both of you have something in common. You've both made a sacred covenant. And now, you're both keeping up with my training regime. Ajin and Yen Lang focused intently as he spoke. At this level, I think it's time to make better use of the constellation's power. So I'll set a goal. Chu Hai turned to Ajin and asked, Ajin Choi, you're carrying a Chonghun Gudo blade, right? Show it to me. Okay. She then handed him a sword. Here. All right. He took the sword and turned to walk away. Chu Hai looked at the scene before him. Then he closed his eyes, focusing as he drew the sword. Seriously, this isn't my style of swordsmanship, but Chu Hai stood in a stance, sword drawn horizontally at his hip. To commit to the performance, I must be serious. His hand gripped the hilt tightly, a bolt of lightning running along his arm. Ajin shielded her eyes from the bright light. She thought to herself, this is my family's attribute, lightning. I guess Chu Hai can do that with just a covenant. Then he drew the sword and slashed. The slash was so powerful that it cut through the mountain opposite him. The wind-splitting slash cleaved the mountain in two. It left a reverberation that caused the water to churn. After that, Chu Hai sheathed his sword satisfied. It's a little different from Lumius's ability, so it's not as smooth, but use that as your goal. The entire mountain peak just collapsed. Black Hat marveled. Has he gotten stronger since performing the dimensional slash? He turned to Ajin and returned the sword. All right, calculate the amount of mana needed along with the perfect timing with your constellation and practice in that forest. Okay, then he turned and called to Yen Lang. Yen Lang, you also have a sacred relic, right? Show it to me. When she was addressed, she replied, all right. Then Yen Lang handed him a glove imbued with icy power. He took it and thanked her. Here, thanks. Chu Hai put on the glove. Your constellation uses ice. It's a bit tricky to use, isn't it? Then he and Yen Lang went to a location. Come to this building. Okay, they step on a huge pothole on the way. Yin Lang wondered aloud, while he reminded her, the ground here is a mess. Is this the scene of an explosion? Don't worry about that. Chu Hai Yusi used the ice glove to enhance his fist. Watch closely. Then he punched the ground hard, instantly freezing the ground into a strip. Ice pillars rose from the ground, then intertwined with each other. Gradually, a range of jagged, sharp ice walls appeared before the two of them. Finishing his work, Chu Hai Yusi said, "This is your goal." Yin Lang looked up at the ice wall with her mouth agape. Yin Lang looked at Chu Hai Yusi's handiwork. The surroundings were covered in ice and snow. Forget creating a few blocks of ice. Did he cover the entire building with snow and ice? There's even snowfall, just like winter. Yin Lang praised him. Amazing, Chu Hai Yusi. He calmly took off the glove and returned it to her. What are you so surprised about? This is your constellation's power. Chu Hai Yusi encouraged her. Yin Lang confidently told him, if I train enough, I'll be able to do this in no time. Really, it's fine to set high standards. Then he turned his face, thinking about Black Hat. All right, it's time to ask Black Hat about that. The scene shifted to Chu Hai Yusi's disciples. Sasami, seeing what was before her, cried out in astonishment, "Senior, I think I've found it." Before her was a chaotic and dark space. She recognized this place, the sorcerer's illusory space. In that space was a severely destroyed building of ancient architecture. Lumius and Mosey, standing behind her, were equally curious. Did he find the illusory realm? Really? The three of them looked up at the large, destroyed building. Lumius mused, yeah, he likes things that are red and black. Mosey added, even the scent of this illusory realm is very familiar, though we still need to confirm it for sure. The group posed a question, so we'll have to go through this wall. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Lumius's mind, and she turned to look. She glanced at a dog hole in the wall. Can we squeeze through there? Mosey declared, probably. Let's go. The group crawled through the dog hole and stooped to go through a narrow passage, Lumius panting. She grumbled, but Mosey retorted, if I knew we'd have to bend over like this, I would have just made a hole from the start. But it seemed someone wasn't bothered at all. Do you want to die? Suddenly, Mosey saw the scene before them. At the end of the path was a person in red clothes, sitting with their back to them. The person in red radiated a powerful aura. Sasami whispered softly to Mosey, Senior's sister, that red outfit. Yeah, it's Junior Brother. The person in red turned around. It was Back. He asked, what's up? The trio stood there, looking at him for a moment. To break the silence, Lumius greeted him. Long time no see, Junior Brother. What's with this illusory realm? It's all red and black. He stood up, not forgetting to tease her, making her furious. Someone like you shouldn't say such things, second senior sister. What are you talking about? Back turned back around, rubbing his stomach. How did you guys get here? Aren't you all constellations now? Mosey replied, the main hall opened, and we came through there. He scratched his head. The main hall. The arena. Back said to the trio, it's been a long time. I haven't wanted to see anyone. He continued thoughtfully, I fell into despair after becoming a constellation, but after learning of Master's rebirth, I was overjoyed. Suddenly, he became angry. However, I couldn't find Master for 300 years. Then Back recounted how he searched for his master. Because it's very difficult to search for Master in the real world as a constellation, I try to find a way through the sacred relic I reside in. I ordered those who possess me find my master. Back thought about those who wielded the relic, cutting down everything in their path, and felt anger. But instead of listening to him, they reveled in his power. Mosey said it was probably because his will and power were too strong, and he should have remained silent for a while. He remembered Logan, who managed to control that power. Just as he began to hope, someone appeared who could withstand it. But then, he couldn't hold on for long, and abandoned him in a basement. Back tried to drive the trio away, so he gave up and decided to rot in silence. Go back, he said. Mosey raised her hand, as if to remove her mask. Well then, she said, you'll be surprised why we came here. Mosey delivered the final blow. We came because Master ordered us to find you. She said the relic is already in Master's hands. Hearing this, Back was utterly astonished. What? He trembled as if he couldn't believe it. Lumius urged him. Mosey had to tell you again. So Master has returned. Yes, that's right. Calm down. Suddenly, he knelt down and cried out, Master. Back continuously cowed out. His actions made Sasami wonder, is he always like this? Mosey replied, yeah. Mosey then added, that's why Master nicknamed him Back. Weird. True to his name, Back kowtowed until his forehead bled, yet he could still laugh heartily in joy. Mosey turned to poke Lumius. Lumius denied what she said. I still don't understand why she gave you that nickname, Junior's sister. Shut up. What does it have to do with me? A long while later, Back seemed to have exhausted himself. Mosey asked him, "Are you done?" Back honestly replied, "Yes, that was refreshing." He regained his composure and rubbed his forehead. "Thank you, senior sister. I'll clean up and prepare to meet master." Mosey bid him farewell. "All right, we'll be going now. See you later, junior brother." Under a clear blue sky, at the Contractor Association headquarters, Logan was astonished. Before him stood Chu Hyuc and Black Hat. Chu Hyuc said, "I told you if it went well, I would return it." Behind them was a gigantic purple crystal. "This," Logan exclaimed, looking at the crystal. Chu Hyuc wasn't being polite. "Thank you, but it's twice the size of the one you received. What's done is done. I suggest you just take it." Then he turned to look at the crystal. Indeed, rewinding to when his group was still on the island, Black Hat asked him, "Chu Hyuc, have you called yet?" "Yes, come with me." At this point, he was seriously channeling his magic. "If I'm right, this island has a giant magic stone buried within it." He thought about the characteristics of the constellations that had descended into the real world. It was obvious. He imagined several dangerous-looking individuals, all brimming with magical power. He continued to think, if these physical entities constantly emitted magical power like this, they should have dissipated already. He was still concentrating on his spell, yet they all gather here without dissipating. There's only one reason. Chu Hyuc deduced, somewhere on this island, there must be a giant magic stone suspended, providing a stable flow of magical power to the constellations. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. "It's here." Then he gave an order to Black Hat, who nodded in compliance. "Black Hat, move this landmass that's radiating magic power." "Understood." He added, "Be careful. You know what happens to a magic stone that's mistreated, right?" Black Hat froze for a moment after hearing that, then said, "Right, it could explode." Back at the association, he proudly looked at the stone, while Logan was amazed. It was moved safely and intact. How'd he bring it here? Black Hat looked at the notification screen, slightly surprised. Then he called Chu Hyuc. "Chu Hyuc." He reported to him. After hearing the report, he was very satisfied. "It seems the constellations have found your disciple." "Indeed." Chu Hyuc turned and asked him. He replied with certainty. "So it's the one from the Radiant Sword constellation." "That's right. It's your disciple." Then he instructed Black Hat, who agreed. "All right, don't tell me who it is yet. Since there are no other disciples who use a sword, I want to confirm it myself." "Understood. Shall we go?" He turned to Logan. "Logan, we're leaving. Visit Valhalla if you want to learn a punch or two." Upon hearing his name, Logan turned. Yes. Thank you." Chu Hyuc and Black Hat turned and walked into the portal. Then the portal closed. The scene shifted to Valhalla Academy. The sky outside the academy was pitch black. Inside Black Hat's office, the portal opened. Chu Hyuc and Black Hat stepped out. Suddenly, Black Hat noticed a stranger. He asked, "Who are you?" Before them stood a tall man with blonde hair. He looked at them with sharp eyes. Suddenly, Jiang Che appeared, facing Black Hat and Chu Hyuc in the quiet room. Black Hat warily asked Jiang Che, who shouldn't be there, "Who are you? This place doesn't welcome strangers." His expression darkened. He looked at them seriously and said, "My apologies. I should have introduced myself sooner." He placed his hand over his left chest, revealing black armor matching his suit, and formally introduced himself. "My name is Jiang Che. I am the Commander-in-Chief of the Knights Organization." Commander-in-Chief of the Knights Organization. Fifth Great Awakened, Jiang Che. Black Hat was surprised to hear about his organization and said, "The Knights Organization. I've heard of it. It was recently established, wasn't it?" He calmly replied, "Indeed." He added, "Worried about the impending danger. You must be aware of what's been happening recently, right?" After the constellations gathered, some guilds and families started forming alliances or turning on each other. Even the contractors in Asia are awaiting instructions from the constellations. He continued, "Unlike the United States, in England, the major families hold the most power. We plan to act based on the movements of the guardian constellations of those families." According to my information, 9 major European families have contacted each other and formed an alliance. They've also amassed a considerable workforce, enough to rival even the United States or our association. Regarding leadership, he mentioned the leadership of his family's constellation. The head of that alliance is my Zomulet family, serving the king of Knights constellation. Therefore, we established the Knights organization. Mentioning this, Jiang Che spoke with disappointment before the two, while they both listened silently to his story. The Finchik family in England refused to join the organization, but I don't understand why you're here. He ignored his question, closing his eyes and touching the hilt of his sword. All right, actually, I came here not only for the alliance, but also to find a sword belonging to a constellation. Black Hat was surprised by his intention, and Jiang Che also wondered about the sword. As I said, most of my family members work for the Night King constellation, so we're all accustomed to offering him a good sword as tribute. With that duty, we've collected swords from all over the world. Earlier, I received some intel. Jiang Che became wary and emphasized the danger of what he was about to say. It said there's a sword that can cause its wielder to become obsessed with killing. The sword he spoke of has a fiery red sheath surrounded by a mysterious black aura, demonstrating its outward danger. This is something no one wants. And that sword is in the hands of the supreme lone monarch, Logan. At that moment, he was showing his respect to him. Jiang Che bowed sincerely, worried about the past, to ask for the sword back. We, the Knights Organization, and the U.S. Contractor Association believed in that top-ranked contractor. However, he disappointed us by carelessly handing the sword over to someone else. After that, it was passed to the chairman of Valhalla Academy, the owner of the black market, Black Hat. He quickly showed his anger as the surrounding air grew cold. I can't sit still while the sword is in the hands of someone like you. The aura around him grew stronger. He emphasized his threat. So, I suggest you hand over the sword to us, the Knights Organization. What do you say? Black Hat was no less defiant. He quickly unleashed his power, furious at being targeted. I tried to be respectful, but it seems you've crossed the line. Chu Hai quickly stopped Black Hat. Stop, Black Hat. He turned to look at him, surprised by the interruption and worried about what he was about to do. Chu Hai. The two looked each other in the eye while Jiang Che looked at him suspiciously, but he looked back at him with disdain. His eyes narrowed, looking straight at him, smiling as he spoke. Hey, old man, you got the wrong person. I'm the one holding the sword. He was quite surprised, smiling seriously as he spoke about him. So you're Chu Hai. I've heard a lot about you. Your achievements are admirable. You've caught several criminals, prevented disasters, and played a crucial role in stopping the monster invasion. You know a lot. Are you following me? Jiang Che's gaze hardened and lowered. He started trembling with anger. His Korea, that short-staffed, he stared at him in astonishment, as if looking at a strange creature. His hand clenched, showing anger and regret, and tears streamed down his face as he said furiously, "Why did they let a kid do so much? What a tragedy for a nation." Jiang Che slapped him hard on the shoulder and reminded him, "I understand why you had to use that cursed sword." He looked at Jiang Che's actions with a strange expression, his eyes darkening. "Don't worry. From now on, I'll help you." He tried to suppress his emotions. His eyes narrowed, looking at Jiang Che's hand and the veins on his face, then thought, I met so many fools like him. Sigh, I really want to cut him down. What should I do? Jiang Che delicately wiped away his tears and squeezed his shoulder tighter, while he just stood still. Should I keep my distance? Yes. He closed one and knocked Jiang Che's hand off his shoulder, angrily saying, "Hey, old man, don't get ahead of yourself. I haven't made any contract with the sword yet, but it's mine." Jiang Che reacted seriously, looking at him with a dangerous and warning expression as he continued. "If you want to take it, you'll have to defeat me first." Jiang Che was surprised to hear his proposal. He habitually raised his hand to his chin, pondering the offer. He cautiously said, "As a knight, I can't attack a child." That night, in the training hall amidst the forest, Jiang Che and Chu Hai stood facing each other seriously in the arena. He glared at Chu Hai, warning him, "Student Kim, Chu Hai, I will restrain myself and not use a sword." How about that? Behind Chu Hai, Black Hat stood still, watching him and Jiang Che facing each other. "Don't regret this. I won't go easy on you." Chu Hai smirked. Before that, Chu Hai whispered to Black Hat. "Black Hat." He was surprised and quickly replied, "What is it, Chu Hai?" Chu Hai turned his head angrily, his aura exploding, and glared at Black Hat, who had brought some disciples along. "Teach that Night King a lesson for me." Black Hat fearfully replied, "Understood." After they finished talking, Jiang Che stepped lightly, preparing to draw his sword. "I'll go easy on you. Don't lose too quickly." Suddenly, a sword appeared in Chu Hai hand as he stepped forward. Black Hat, behind him, began to contact someone silently. I'll go easy on you too. With the sword still sheathed, Chu Hai-Yusi attacked Jiang Che, shouting, I won't forgive those who disturb me. Jiang Che reacted quickly, using both hands to block Chu Hai-Yusi's attack with difficulty. So strong. He was surprised by Chu Hai-Yusi's current strength, thinking he's only using a sheathed sword, yet he's this powerful. Chu Hai-Yusi spoke calmly while effortlessly using one hand to maintain pressure on the sword, pushing against Jiang Che. You blocked it, as expected of the commander-in-chief. Jiang Che's expression was strained as he struggled to withstand the attack. This kid. The sword slammed into the ground, causing the earth to crack along its path. Jiang Che said angrily, I am the commander-in-chief of the Knights organization, Jiang Che. He continued, simultaneously using his own power. A golden aura enveloped Jiang Che as he rose into the air. Did you think the vanguard of a family would be so weak? Jiang Che held his sword at an angle and moved. He swung his sword horizontally at Chu Hai-Yusi, creating a wave of sword energy that flew towards him at high speed. Chu Hai-Yusi calmly watched the sword energy approach his neck and thought, sword intent. That's a lot of magic power. A lot. He smirked, revealing his teeth, and thought with amusement, how ludicrous. He raised his sword high, bringing it down with a terrifying glare, the most frightening anyone had ever seen. As the sword struck, the ground shattered in a large radius, and multiple explosions erupted around him. He looked up at him. You're the most dreadful one. He lunged towards him, and he quickly assumed a defensive stance. Chu Hai-Yusi raised an eyebrow, lowered his sword, and said, You talk too much about knightly spirit and this duty to save the world. He slammed his sword forward powerfully. Jiang Che, struggling to block his attack, recoiled into a defensive corner. But just as he was about to lose, he flung a coin filled with magic power at a young boy. Trash! He quickly placed his other hand on the sword's hilt and channeled magic power into it. Due to the collision of the two powers and the resulting backlash, Jiang Che was flung backward, losing his grip on his sword. He crashed hard against the wall, cracking it, and then slammed into the ground, thinking, damn it, his magic power sent me flying. Astonishing. He sat down hard, thinking, it's going to be difficult to retrieve the sword now. I need to contact the constellation. Suddenly, a window popped up before his eyes. Night King's name, that crazy bastard. He was surprised by the message from the constellation. He stared at the system message in astonishment and asked fearfully, Your Majesty, what do you mean? Suddenly, Chu Hai-Yusi's voice rang out, laced with danger. He was surprised to hear his voice. It seems they found him. Launching himself from the air, he drove his knee straight towards him, but he managed to narrowly dodge the attack. The wall caved inward where his knee struck, but he nonchalantly turned to him and said, Don't bother dodging. It's only a matter of time. Jiang Che stared at the shattered wall in fear and astonishment. He continued to stare, warily eyeing the wall and thinking. He crushed the wall with a single kick. If it hits us, we're in trouble. Fearfully, he addressed the now-prepared Chu Hai-Yusi, asking, What do you mean they've found him? He casually placed a hand on his shoulder and said, Who knows? Normally, I'd explain everything in detail. He laughed maniacally, drawing his sword back in preparation to strike, and yelled, But with someone like you, I have nothing to say. He swung hard towards him, but Jiang Che managed to block it with difficulty, quickly stumbling back a considerable distance from the force of the blow. He thought with difficulty, not only could I barely block that, but I can't even land a hit on him. If only I could borrow the constellation's power but from that message, the constellation has stopped responding. What's going on? I can't understand. Elsewhere, a suit of armor trembled in fear. Looking closer, Lumius had made a sudden and bizarre appearance in the dilapidated room. Strangely, the bizarre figure was pinning Jiang Che's constellation to the ground. Rewinding a few hours, Lumius paced in a room full of doors, biting her nails and thinking. Master ordered us to beat up the Night King's constellation. She pondered intently. Could he be one of the guys who already got beaten? She approached him, asking his name, and he replied, King of Knights. She responded, right? Lumius stood with her arms crossed, watching the man answer after she had used a certain method to reach him. He wasn't among the group we dealt with before. Lumius asked curiously, Do you know that constellation? She quickly recalled information about the constellation. He's the guardian constellation of the Zomulet family of Germany, the one who possesses the Holy Sword artifact. The loyal knights who transformed into his constellations, he commands them as his subordinates. Lumius, surprised, replied to her story, It seems you know him quite well. The man stated plainly, Although not directly involved, I've always kept an eye on all the famous constellations of Europe. Come to think of it, someone named Jiang Che under that constellation's command passed through here recently. The man suddenly asked, but why are you bringing him up? She answered seriously, master's orders. Beat up the King of Knights constellation. Thoroughly. She quickly crossed her arms, adding slyly, after gathering all the disciples. The man excitedly and naturally released his aura, saying, all right, let's head to the virtual realm. The two went to the virtual realm together and spoke to someone, presumably Sasami, I understand. Next, Sasami and the two continued on to meet someone, presumably Black Hat, and explained the situation to him. He suddenly replied, what? In the great void, the holy land of the knights, someone suddenly burst out in anger. I said already, I don't want to associate with this guy. Another person, presumably with a shaved head, appeared, also angrily continuing, me neither. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. If the weapons had been delivered on time back then, my family would still be alive. The shaved-headed person angrily said, shut up, Jia Tut. If it weren't for the traitor, the weapons would have been delivered on schedule. Stop your nonsense. Why did you join the alliance? It turned out that a core meeting was taking place in the Knight's Holy Land. Everyone was listening to the shaved-headed man slam the table, saying, because I didn't know you were here. Suddenly, a person clad in golden armor intervened. Silence. You're standing before the king. A person in a robe coldly replied, king my ass. Do you think we came here to play knight like you lot? The shaved-headed man continued, pointing at the knight, exactly. We came here to form an alliance, not to become your subordinates. Suddenly, at the center of the table, the person facing everyone angrily said, you're too delusional. After he finished speaking, the ceiling suddenly cracked and fell, and at the same time, Black Hat's figure leaped down right behind the constellation's chair. He turned around in surprise, watching Black Hat's figure land, cracking the floor. Black Hat landed, emanating a red aura, and whispered you. His voice grew louder. The constellation looked up, realizing he had lost control. He gritted his teeth, still growling angrily you. Dare, defy master. Everyone immediately stood up cautiously. A female knight quickly grabbed her weapon and said, who are you? She looked warily at Black Hat and continued, wait, that aura and attire. She closed her eyes, her memory flashing back. Impossible. Tematman alt te va tun mun. Black Hat gathered power in his hand and charged forward the moment she said, butcher. He grabbed the female knight's face, stopping her from speaking further, and slammed her head against the corner of the wall, causing everything to collapse. Black Hat repeatedly slammed the female knight onto the knights, and the King of Knights watched him warily. He returned to normal, turned his head, wiped his drool, and asked, are you the King of Knights? The King of Knights quickly replied, I am. But in an instant, Black Hat leaped forward and slammed the king's head into the ground, yelling, don't you know how to manage your contractor? He continuously forced the king's head down with all his might. Suddenly, Black Hat jumped up, ready to pounce on the King of Knights. Don't you know how to manage your contractor? The one residing inside him must have already recruited and established an entire alliance. Sasami bowed her head slightly. I guess this building was built similarly to how I created the Vo than Zhao. Judging by its size, it must have taken a lot of people to build this. Then she quietly asked, so when are we going in? Currently, it's likely only our junior disciple inside. Hearing this, Lumius turned and calmly said to her, he's still agitated. It's best to wait until things calm down before entering. Then she bit her finger, extremely worried. I didn't do anything to Master, yet I'm called a mad dog. How infuriating. That guy's even crazier than me. The man turned sharply and asked her, no kidding. Then the man bowed his head slightly and said, it seems quieter now. Let's go in. The trio immediately landed on the tower in front of Black Hat. He glanced at the group. Oh, you're here. Senior sister. I'm almost done interrogating him. Black Hat was still pinning down the King of Knights. He interrogated him roughly. Why did you order the seizure of the Quan Kim? Did you really establish an alliance full of Vo than Zhao fanatics? The knights, seeing this, froze in place. The man seized the opportunity and rushed forward. Look, there are still a few cowardly rats left. A knight with a sword emitting a golden light shielded his chest. Another knight with a purple sword did the same. Nearby, Sasami jumped down behind the two burly-looking men. She growled at them. I know you two aren't knights, but if you dare interfere in our business, I can't guarantee your safety. The two burly men replied nervously. As you command. Towards the King of Knights, he said with difficulty, "Wait a minute. What do you mean by seize? Aren't you here to crush our alliance?" Lumius, holding a sword to a knight's throat, answered him, "Partially true. But you're the one who ordered your contractor to search for the sword, right?" He stammered, right? Black Hat, losing his patience, growled, "So what is your contractor actually planning to do?" He glared. "He's provoking us. He's saying the Vo Than Jiao is all about that Quang Kim. Guang Kim? So that's the name of that cursed sword. But you said, order to seize. I never gave such an order." The King of Knights pleaded. On another front, Chu Hai Yusi charged forward with his sword, then kicked Jiang Che in the gut, making him cry out. Jiang Che fell sprawling onto the floor, while Chu Hai Yusi held the advantage. Jiang Che cursed under his breath. Damn it, the King of Knights isn't responding. Moreover, he suddenly started cursing right before the connection cut off. Jiang Che slowly sat up, thinking, how could such a dignified ruler utter such vulgar words? Suddenly, his notification screen lit up. He immediately recognized it. Oh, His Majesty! The notification displayed. The King of Knights, enraged, exclaimed, "When did I order the immediate seizure? I wanted both sides to sit down and negotiate." The King of Knights commands, "Relinquish the Quang Kim and surrender." Jiang Che was utterly shocked. He tried to salvage the situation. What about our knight's pride? On the King of Knights' side, he wasn't faring much better. Threatened by Black Hat, he shouted at Jiang Che, "Shut up, apologize to them, and surrender." Upon receiving this command, Jiang Che immediately kowtowed and apologized. "I apologize." Chu Hai Yusi asked curiously, "What's going on? Is that an order from your constellation?" Jiang Che honestly replied, "Yes." Chu Hai Yusi then crouched down, looking at him. How humiliating, surrendering so easily. Seeing this, Chu Hai Yusi spared him. "Forget it. I initially wanted to fight, but now it's no fun. Get up, Jiang Che." Jiang Che replied, "Thank you." Suddenly, Chu Hai Yusi spoke up, "But you still have to take one hit." Jiang Che was stunned. "What?" Chu Hai Yusi put away his weapon and assumed an attack stance. "If people like you keep causing trouble like this, it's going to be incredibly annoying." He then empowered his fist. "So, you have to take one punch." He reminded Jiang Che, "After this, remember to deal with those on your side who are looking for a fight with me." Seeing the situation getting worse, Jiang Che raised his hands in a gesture of peace. "About that, I can reprimand them." Impatient, Chu Hai Yusi didn't listen to his explanation. He was ready to punch him in the face. "I've had enough." Immediately, Chu Hai Yusi delivered a powerful punch to Jiang Che, as if trying to pierce right through him. Jiang Che gasped, his eyes wide. He then fell face first onto the floor, looking utterly pathetic. After this, a satisfied Chu Hai Yusi called out to Black Hat. "Black Hat." He replied, "I'm here, master." Chu Hai Yusi ordered, "Return that idiot to where he came from. I'm going to inspect the Quang Kim." Jiang Che lay motionless. Black Hat acknowledged the order. "As you command." Outside, the sky was dark and ominous, with a rustling wind blowing through. Before him was the long sword, surrounded by a dangerous red energy. Chu Hai Yusi calmly walked towards the sword. "The magical flow has been restored. Now I know what it is." He then gently placed his hand on the hilt of the sword, the one residing within this sword. Chu Hai Yusi said excitedly, "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" The sword transformed into Black Hat, who now bowed respectfully before him. He then looked up joyfully and called out, "Master, Master, it's been so long." Noticing the wound on Black Hat's forehead, Chu Hai Yusi said, "You still have the habit of banging your head on the ground like before. It's bleeding. Wipe it off." Black Hat gently touched his forehead. "Oh." Chu Hai Yusi looked down at Black Hat with a caring expression. Yes. So, he suddenly thought, this is a big problem. It seems this guy doesn't remember his real name after becoming a constellation. He stared intently at him and thought, calling him by his nickname is a bit embarrassing, but why did I nickname him Blockhead? I mean, he really is a blockhead. But, as if understanding his thoughts, Black Hat cheerfully said, "Are you troubled because you don't want to call me by my nickname? It's okay to call me Blockhead like before." He continued, "Or you can call me by my constellation name, Butcher, for example." Hearing this, he interrupted, "I'll call you Blockhead. Get up." "But why did you suddenly choose a sword as your sacred artifact? Haven't you always fought barehanded?" Hearing this, Black Hat retorted, "Oh, are you talking about Red Fong?" He excitedly replied, "You mainly fought with a sword in the beginning, didn't you? So I also wanted to choose Red Fong as a trophy of my life." Speechless, he replied, "I understand." Chu Hai Yusi scratched his head and said, "If you can use the sword to help me find a crude sword, that would be good. I'll use it when I have the opportunity." He spoke gently, Thank you. Just a single word of thanks was enough to move Black Hat to tears. Master, I'm the one who is eternally grateful to you. As soon as he finished speaking, he knelt before him. Back to the past, more than 300 years ago, in front of the ancestral hall gate, Huyin O, Chu Hai Yusi's previous life, was standing with his arms crossed, asking a starving boy kneeling before him, "Boy, what's the matter?" The boy trembled and said, "Please, sir." Then the boy lifted his face and spoke with immense determination, "I beg you, please teach me martial arts, so that one day I can make those who bully me regret it." Lumius looked curiously out the gate. She hesitated and said, "Master, the food at dinner is ready." She looked straight ahead and wondered. A dirty boy was shouting at Chu Hai Yusi as if to prove himself while wearing filthy clothes. "Please teach me martial arts so I could take revenge on those who bullied me." The man in a masked boy with a ponytail quickly ran outside and asked Lumius, "Junior sister, what are you doing? We're ready to eat. Why haven't you called master?" She replied softly with a surprised expression, "That boy is back, master." The man asked hesitantly, "Which boy?" Hayusi crossed his arms and looked at the boy seriously and said, "I don't know what you're talking about. You want me to teach you martial arts?" "Impossible." Looking closer, the boy's face and hands were bruised. He struggled to speak, as if showing his determination. Why? He angrily pointed at the sign above the gate and said, "What about that sign? Isn't this a martial arts school?" Hayusi replied, "No." The disciples hung it up without asking. He then seriously said to the bruised boy, "Of course, I will open a real martial arts school in the future, but I can't accept disciples now." The boy sadly lowered his head and said, "No way. What should I do then?" Then he clenched his fists and tears started to flow. "I've knocked on the doors of many martial arts schools because I want to learn martial arts. Everyone just glanced at me and didn't want anything to do with me." While the boy was still speaking, Hayusi, embarrassed, made an excuse, rubbing his head and saying, "That's because I haven't received any hunting or escort requests lately, so I've been quite free." The boy raised his head with a determined look amidst the commotion. "Please, teach me." Then he slammed his head hard on the ground, startling everyone and pleading with Huyin O martial arts. "Please, take me in. Hey. Meanwhile, the boy continued banging his head forcefully, persistently begging, "Teach me, please." All right, I'll teach you. Stop banging your head." The boy smiled, revealing a gap-toothed grin and a bruised, swollen eye. He looked up excitedly and said, "Really?" Lumius bit her fingernails in exasperation. "If you just ask master while banging your head like that, he'll agree. Maybe I should try that too." Jiangche looked at her with disdain. "Are you crazy?" Lumius rubbed her head in frustration. "Earlier, another kid came and said he wanted to spar with me to create a sword technique. Now this kid wants to learn martial arts. This isn't something I can teach in a day or two." Ueno looked down at the boy appraisingly. "Well, I suppose I could show him a few things." He asked the boy, who was covering his wounds with one hand, "Do you know where those who beat you are?" The boy quickly replied, Yeah. Huyano, intrigued, stretched his arms and smiled like an older brother, lead the way. Looking towards a corner of the village, they saw 3 people who had been the bullies. One of them, wearing a black cloak, was holding a heavy bag. When he opened it, they were surprised to see a pile of gold coins. The 3 huddled together, grinning smugly. The bald man said, "Wow, we're rich." Another chimed in, "Yeah, that beggar-looking kid had a lot of money. I wonder what kind of bag that brat was carrying. Who knew we'd hit the jackpot? If he has that much money, he should share it with those of us who aren't fortunate enough to live comfortably." The cloaked man said as 2 figures approached quickly from a distance, "That kid put up a good fight. Didn't you guys hit him a bit too hard?" The woman in the group of thieves said, "Yeah." As they got closer, Huyin-O and the boy came into view. Huyin-O stopped and asked the boy calmly, "Are those them?" The boy said seriously, "Yes." Huyano was looking at the bag of gold as the other 2 looked back at him in confusion. "So what they're holding is," the boy angrily replied, "all my belongings. The money I saved up from doing chores." "What? Isn't that the kid we beat up?" He brought another adult with him because he's angry about losing his money. Facing the 3, the boy showed fear, but also a bit of courage. The boy pointed angrily and shouted, "You cowards. You ganged up on me and stole my money. Show yourselves. Aren't you ashamed?" The bald man glared at the boy angrily for being insulted, but the woman in the group quickly intervened. "What a little brat. Wait a minute." She looked suspiciously at Huyano. "That person next to the kid looks familiar." Her expression turned grave, and she started sweating. "I remember now." She pointed at Huyin-O, who was looking at them sternly with his hands on his hips. "He's the master of the Vothenmon." The bald man said nervously, "I've heard of him. Isn't he from around here?" The sign's still hanging there, but they're not taking disciples, and the few they have are all women. Plus, they all look strange and really young. I hear they're strong, but it's all just rumors. Laughing Cloak is getting ready to throw a punch too, like what's the big deal? He doesn't look that special. He continues, sneering at Chu Hai You See. Look at our clothes, man. You can see how rough we have it, right? We gotta rob to survive. He keeps taunting, so go easy on us growing kids, yeah? That's what grown-ups do. Chu Hai You See retorts angrily. That's if you're actually decent kids. He tells the bullies about his own past. When I was a kid, I was really poor. Totally broke. Chu Hai You See continues, his anger rising. Even so, I managed to survive by doing all sorts of odd jobs. Didn't matter if it was running errands, farming, chopping wood, or even hunting. He glares at them, but I never took advantage of anyone. As he continues his story, the boy looks up at him in awe. Of course, I wanted easy money too. I thought about taking it from others. The woman in the group looks increasingly uncomfortable, unsure how to stop him. But in that moment, I was afraid that all my struggles would be for nothing. Chu Hai You See steps forward, his gaze fixed on the three thieves. The tension thickens. If what I just said makes you leave that money and go, I'll let you off. All three look ready to attack, their eyes glued to him. But if not, I'll teach you a lesson, one by one. The woman, looking scared, backs away. I'm out, she says, surprising Laughing Cloak. What? She turns and runs, leaving the other two stunned as Chu Hai You See and the boy watch. He smirks, cracking his knuckles, ready to fight. He says to the boy, that kid's quick on the uptake. He looks at the boy, watch closely, kid. A blue, flame-like aura envelopes his hand, the veins bulging. This is martial arts. Laughing Cloak lunges forward with a powerful punch, fear in his voice. Cut the theatrics. Chu Hai You See effortlessly deflects the punch with a swift chop. Laughing Cloak is taken aback, confused. With a single hand, Chu Hai You See slams Laughing Cloak to the ground. He quickly focuses his power into his other fist and delivers a powerful blow to Laughing Cloak's stomach while he's still in midair. The bald man watches in alarm as Laughing Cloak is sent flying, creating a cloud of dust on impact. Chu Hai You See smirks and instantly moves behind the bald man, who hadn't even seen him coming, looking for something. Chu Hai You See charges his fist again. As he punches the bald man, the ground beneath his feet cracks. The blow lands squarely on the bald man's side, sending a jolt of pain through him. The bald man flew back, crashing into the wall and shattering it with Chu Hai You See's single punch, all while the boy watched. Chu Hai You See smiled and turned to the boy. That was just a small demonstration, but this is martial arts, a way to defeat your opponent effectively with minimal effort. The boy's eyes widened in surprise at Chu Hai You See's display of skill. He stammered, amazing. Is that really martial arts? And you make it look so easy. Chu Hai You See was a little surprised by the boy's awestruck reaction. The quick-witted boy knelt down, his ragged clothes and injuries evident, and pleaded, please, sir. He continued with an earnest tone as Chu Hai You See watched with an impassive expression. Teach me martial arts. No, please, take me as your disciple. Chu Hai You See smiled, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face as he listened to the boy. You haven't even learned anything from me yet, and you're already calling me master. Very well. The boy looked up with a beaming smile at Chu Hai You See's acceptance, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. From now on, you're my disciple. This is the end of my video. The above is a summary of the story. If you have any comments, please leave them below. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to receive more interesting videos. For now, goodbye and see you again. Bye-bye.